Hey guys, welcome to the Residence Deep Dive Live and from Academy after that. We are starting unusually late tonight. Um, I've had a lot to deal with lately, and so I'm kind of struggling to keep up with things due to the the loss of my dad a week ago today. And some stuff kind of hit me pretty hard tonight, so I um I got delayed by some stuff, but I didn't want to cancel tonight because this is good therapy, so I wanted to continue with the live anyway, and hopefully Scarlet can join soon. She's got the link, and I feel bad making everybody wait and everything, but it really couldn't be helped. I didn't expect to get emotional like I did, and I just you know, lost all track of time. Um, anyway, I started the watch party late, so that's why we're doing the live late. We just streamed episodes 5 and 6 of The Residents in the Discord. It's always fun, and it was a nice distraction. And Doug joined us, so that was cool. Doug Hughes, our man in yellow from I hate saying from, it sounds ridiculous, but that's what they named the show. Uh but Doug joined us for the watch party, so that was neat. I felt really bad because Doug was I had scheduled I rescheduled the watch party for 8:30, and I was really upset, and I lost all track of time, and just spending time talking to my mom, and then the next thing I knew it was like 9:10 p.m. and or 9:15, and poor poor Doug and Amy were all alone in the watch party channel just hanging out for 45 minutes. So I felt bad about that, but they were very understanding, and I appreciate everybody's understanding and support and flexibility right now. Um, I'm always kind of a mess because of the amount of pain that I'm in. But I'm not usually this much of a mess. So thank you for your understanding. Um, and still, we had a fun watch party regardless. And hey there with Alice. Nice to see you. Hey, Bell Chill. Welcome, guys. Hey, Muncher Luncher. It's nice to see some people are actually interested in these lives, even though it's a bingeable show. I really didn't go into this thinking anybody would want to show up because most people probably watched the whole series weeks ago and are over it, long over it by now. But it's great, the show's been out for over a month now, the whole thing. But I'm not binging it. I've only seen up to episode 6. I watch 2 episodes at a time to do these lives, and that's it. And I'm fine with that. I have plenty of other things on my plate. I don't have time to binge it anyway with this channel. Hey, Callie. Nice to see you. Um, did I say hi, Amy? I think I said hi, Amy, but if I didn't, hi, Amy. Um, hey, Trace. Nice to see you. I come to spend more to spend time with you guys. That's awesome, Amy. Whatever reason that you come, it's great. Yeah, that's awesome that you wanted to just spend time with us. So I'm happy to have you for whatever reason that you come. That's awesome. Hey, compassionately. I haven't. That's awesome. That's wow. I'm impressed. I mean, last week we didn't even do a stream because I found out that my dad passed on Friday last week, and so I was in no condition to do a live stream. So I had to cancel the whole thing, and so that's a whole extra week that we waited. So that's impressive. A lot of people wouldn't want to wait that long and just go ahead and watch it. So that's great. I appreciate that you that you held off and just watching it with us. I'm enjoying just watching it as a group and finding out as we go along bit by bit and not binging it. Mind your lecture, I'm not even watching the show. I just like hanging out. That's great too. Hey, whatever reason that you're here, we're happy to have you here and appreciate it. So that's awesome. I mean, I appreciated that that makes me feel good because a lot of I mean, a lot of people wouldn't wanna hang out when it's not a show you even watch, so that means a lot. Um, that's really cool. And I know what you mean. There are certain streamers, like, I wanna just go hang out in their chat even if I don't watch the show. So, if anyone feels like that about this channel, that really means a lot to me. So, thank you. Um, Scarlet will hopefully be here shortly. I am gonna pull up my images so we can get ready when for when she comes in. And hopefully her internet is okay. She's been having network problems lately. Her Wi-Fi has been really messed up. So and Fridays tend to be worse than usual for some reason for her with that. So yeah, I don't know. That could be what's going on right now. We'll see. But okay, got my images here for the first one. Um episode 4. Wait, where's episode 5? Hmm. I've got screenshots here somewhere. Bear with me here, guys. I am a mess. I'm such a mess. Oh, did I not? What in the world? Did I not back these up? I may have to just use the video and skip through it, I think. I have notes, so that's good. I guess I didn't upload the screenshots for the first one that we're covering, but I have notes, so it's fine. I'll just pull up the video and skip around through the video and go through my notes. Okay. See, this is what I mean. Normally I would come into a stream and I'm ready to go. I've got all my screenshots, I got everything all set, but I don't have my head on straight right now, and it's difficult right at this point to function properly. Uh I'm emotionally kind of hanging by a thread here, but doing this is good therapy. So just gonna be more imperfections here than usual. So okay. So wait, there is a show we were watching? Yeah. Yeah, Panda Kalima. Yes. The Residents. Um, is this one that you've watched all of up to this point, Panda Kalima? Have you watched it? I know you were in the watch party just now, but I don't remember if you were at all of our other watch parties. We didn't do one last week. Um, so, something I really appreciate about your channel is you actually read comments in real time. Feels very interactive. Don't change that, please. I won't. I won't. I promise. Muncher Luncher. That's not gonna change. I enjoy doing that. Now, the only thing I will do is sometimes I will be behind the chat because I get so into reading comments that I'll read so many of them and then discuss the interesting comments I'm seeing, and the next thing I know, I'm an hour behind the chat or something. So sometimes I'm behind the chat, but at least I'm reading comments. Um, and when we're breaking down a new episode of a show, what I'll do is I'll go into my images tab and I'll show images and go break down some scenes. And while I'm doing that, I can't see people's comments because I'm in my images section. So I'll do a couple scenes or a few scenes, and then I'll come back. I'll check in. I'll read comments and discuss. Then go back to the images and break down more scenes. So that's pretty much how I do it. Um, and I find it's so much more fun that way. It's interactive. I enjoy talking to you guys. I want it to be a conversation, not just with people. It doesn't matter. Like if I have people on the panel, I still want to have the conversation, including the chat too. So this isn't just when I'm by myself. When I have people on the panel, sometimes I can't read as many comments from the chat, but I bring them in as much as I possibly can. I will say that when there are multiple people, and if they're very assertive people, I find it tricky sometimes, um, to work my way in because I'm not a really assertive person. And so sometimes that gets away from me a bit. And then I always apologize and say, sorry, I don't mean to ignore you in the chat. But normally, yes, I do love reading from the chat and talking with you guys. So that's not going to change ever. And it doesn't matter. Like there are channels that only read um chats if you pay them money, and I would never be one of those channels, so you don't have to worry about that. Oh, okay, cool, Panda Kalima. I didn't know if you'd been here from the very beginning watching like all of them. Um, because I know you were in some of the watch parties, but we've had before today we had two different ones, two of them. One, two, three, and four. So that was two watch parties. But good. That's good. So you're caught up with us. Yes, it's a family. Exactly, Amy. That's what I love about it. It's a family. And believe me, I need that right now more than ever because I don't have much of a family left anymore. The only person left who actually cares about me and is in my life, who's in my family, is my mom. So you guys are my family, the family that you choose, and I can't I can't even begin to express how much I need that and how much your support means and how much it's changed my life. Um, really came into my life at the time when I needed family and friends the most, and when I've been at my most alone. So thank you so much, guys. Hey, KP. I doubt that that you've seen The Residence. I'm guessing no, but if you haven't seen The Residence, KP, it's a great show. It's on Netflix. It's a murder mystery. It's like really funny murder mystery, and it's just kind of zany, quirky. It's really fun. It's kind of like Clue, or if you've ever seen the movie Knives Out, it's a lot like that. It's really good. I would highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. And we're gonna be breaking down two episodes of this tonight, and then next week we're gonna break down the final two episodes, and then we'll be done with that. Just for fun. It's a Netflix show, so we know most people binged it and aren't that into streaming, doing live streams for it. So we're doing two at a time and not taking it too seriously. Just we'll do this for the next couple hours, and then when Doc joins us, we're going to dive into a more from related topic. And thank you, Panda Kalima. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have no idea how much that means because I really need family. Now more than ever, I really need family. And family you choose. It's like that movie, The Wild Robot. I've never heard of that movie, Muncher Luncher. Um, The Wild Robot. Huh. Now I wanna look that up. The title is interesting. The title alone is interesting. Oh, it's a new one, huh? 2024. It's a relatively new one. Okay, animated. It's animated. Oh wow, now AI characters are making their way into animated films too. Cool. Anyway, hey Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. Um, so I I'm gonna check and see if I've heard from Scarlet. Um, let's see. Um, okay, I don't know what's going on. She's online, but she's on her phone. She might be having Wi-Fi problems. Um, um, oh, I typed the wrong thing. Typos. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get started and hopefully she'll be on soon. Um, thank you. Thank you so much. Just Just tell me who you need me to bite or bark at. I got you. We love you, Julie B. Well, that's really lovely. That's so sweet. Yeah, I'd like you to bite or bark at this witch that this witch who married my father and ripped him out of my life when I was 15 years old and monopolized his time. And I know that he's a grown man and he could have made his own decisions, but she contributed to ripping him out of my life. Um, and now that he's passed away a week ago, now all of a sudden she texted me today and she wanted me to come over and look through pictures with her for the service, to use for the service and spend some time. Not once in the last 22 years since my parents got divorced and he got with that witch, not once did she invite me over there. Not once did she ever act like a stepmother to me. Not once did she reach out to me. No, she just kept my father away from me. He barely had any time for me at all. And um, seeing her message triggered me, and I started just going off and getting really upset just thinking about all the all the things I missed about my relationship with him after she ripped him out of my life. And again, I know he's a grown man and he made his own choices, but also he was emotionally stunted because he was abused when he was a kid. So, um, anyway, sorry. I'm not going to go on a whole rant about that, but that's who you can go after for me, Faith. This woman, she has a lot of nerve reaching out to me and wanting me to come over and hold her hand through this now. She has a lot of nerve, seriously. Um, so bite her, Julie. Chomp chomp. Yes, please. Yeah, please. I need somebody to seriously. Can't. It's just so messed up. You have no idea. I've suffered a lot in my life from chronic pain, and I really needed my dad, and she took him away from me, basically. He always had to do these very, very short visits at the movie theater and then dump me back home when I was 15 and up, starting at the age of 15 when he got with her. And it would have been really nice to have my dad's sense of humor and have my dad there to make me laugh. He was one of the only people or one of the only things or people or anything that could make me laugh when I'm in pain, and I lost that, and she helped keep him away. She also enabled some things that were very damaging in his life. She was a terrible influence, and he started going downhill immediately when he got with her, and I won't go down that dark path, but suffice it to say, there are a lot of reasons that she's a despicable person and was terrible for my father. And anyway, so that's why I'm late tonight. And I appreciate all of you guys. Trace, thank you so much. I appreciate all the support. Thank you. And I love you guys. I love you guys too. Jen, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know 100%, but usually when I hear people want to hang out after a death, it's 50-50, something about the will. Um, she just like I don't know what her problem. I don't know what it is about her. I don't think it has anything to do with the will. I don't think my dad has anything to leave me at all. He had he made good money, but he had massive debt, so I don't expect to get anything anyway. I think she's just she's spinning out right now, and her son and daughter-in-law can't be there to babysit her nonstop. So she's actually all of a sudden after 22 years wants to reach out to me and spend some time with me. Yeah, yeah, she can. I'm not even gonna say what she can do. Um, yeah, I'm all set. I'm not showing up for her. Hey, Sonic. You didn't catch me at the best moment. Um, thank you for thank you for the extra love. I appreciate it. Thank you. Um, thanks, Kelly. Yeah, had one of those evil stepmothers that did the same. Yeah, it's like something out of a Disney movie. I used to call her Cruella, not to her face, but I used to call her Cruella. But I know Cruella de Vil is not actually a stepmother. She's just an evil woman in one of the Disney movies, but it just fit. But yeah, she's a lot like an evil stepmother, indeed. Um, Scarlet just doing a dramatic entrance. Yeah, maybe. Sounds like she wanted complete control of dad. As a father of underage kids, it was his duty to raise you first. It was very selfish of him and can understand your anger. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was still only 15 years old. And by the way, before that, I was still recovering from major surgery. I had spinal fusion surgery when I was 14. It was a 9-hour surgery and it takes 1 year to recover. My mom waited 1 year to file for divorce from my dad. She wanted to do it sooner, but she waited until that 1 year of my recovery was over. But believe me, I was still suffering from chronic pain, and my mom couldn't take it anymore, and I don't blame her. Um, my mom, my mom needed to end that toxic marriage, and she hung in there for me for 1 year while was recovering from spinal fusion back surgery to correct my curved spine, and um, and then they got divorced. My dad immediately got with her and she kept him away from me. I barely ever saw him. And I suffered from chronic back pain ever since the surgery. And I really could have used him in my life. I mean it like hardly anything has ever been able to make me laugh since then. And he was always able to do it. And she took him out of my life. So I will never forgive her. I will also never forgive her for not telling me that he was transferred out of the hospital in Boston to a local rehab facility where I could have gone to see him, and within a day he had passed away. She didn't bother to pick up the phone and call me and let me know that, and so I will never forgive her for that either. So she robbed him. She robbed him out of my life from the age of 15, and then she robbed me of him in the end one more time. So yeah, she's a despicable human being. She's disgusting. Send her to the box. Yeah, if only I could. Um, Scarlet is here. Hi, Scarlet. Mm-mm.
Everything good?
I love the I love the avatar.
It's a
Um,
golden headed kestrel.
nice. Is that the bird that Cordelia was looking for in episode 6?
No, it's the one she saw. It's not her nemesis bird.
Hmm.
She saw one
Okay.
running through the bushes, and then she didn't get to see the nemesis bird, but I like this one better. It's pretty.
Yeah, it is pretty. I like it. It's gorgeous. Um, Compassionately, such a difficult situation that you're experiencing. Glad you are setting boundaries and not allowing her negativity to take over. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm not gonna put myself in that situation. See, you have to understand, she literally wants me to go over to her house and help pick out pictures for his funeral service, pictures that none of which include me because she cut him out of my life. Cut me out of his life. So this woman is this clueless that she wants me to come there because she's emotionally falling apart now without him. She wants me to come hold her hand through this so that I can look through all these pictures of this great life that he had with her for the past 22 years, a life that I was not part of, even though he lived like half an hour away from me. Half an hour away, and she cut me out of his life. That's what she's asking of me. So she can go to hell. That's not happening. So yeah, that triggered me and I started thinking about all these childhood memories and realizing how much basically I already lost that 22 years ago. So now I'm kind of just, it's like double grief. I lost him now, but I already basically lost him 22 years ago because of the divorce and her
Yeah.
and his choices. So um, it's just a really upsetting situation. And I'm not going to go down there and look through those. I was actually considering it like an idiot. I was thinking, yeah, maybe I should. No, what the hell is wrong with me? No, I'm not. My mom woke me up and made me see reason. That makes no sense to go down there and do that when she cut me out of his life. I'm not going down there
Mhm.
and helping to pick out pictures, none of which include me in his life. Are you kidding? His only biological child, and she cut me out of his life. And
Mhm.
I'm going to go to the service to pay respects to my father and for my own closure. I'm not going to her house, and I'm not spending any time with her. She can go to hell.
At least
Um,
you had one. My stepmother didn't even do anything for my dad.
yeah,
Did absolutely
that
nothing.
that's fucked up. That's
Yep.
fucked up.
Yeah,
So you understand
similar
fucked up.
situation to yours because my dad was kind of cut
Yeah,
out of my life too. You know,
uh,
here and
yeah,
there. I mean, it would gain a little, lose a little, but I mean, overall, not a positive experience.
yeah. So you're part of the evil stepmother club. That sucks. You get it.
Hmm.
You get it. The wicked stepmother. There's a reason for that
Yeah,
trope.
I guess so. I never really thought so, but
Oh, it's real. It's real. It's all too real. It's yeah. Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Amy. Yeah, I could have seen him one more time if she had just picked up the phone and called me. He didn't even make it 24 hours in that rehab facility, and then he was gone. Also, I doubt that she did her due diligence and even helped be an advocate for him medically and asked
hmm.
questions, and maybe something could have been different. If he had stayed in the hospital, he'd still be alive. They could have revived him, and she didn't give a shit. All she ever cared about was his money. Anyway, she didn't love him for him. She wanted his paycheck. He made really good money working for the state, and
Yeah.
she had just dumped her old husband, and he's the only reason my dad is the only reason she was able to hold on to her house and maintain her standard of living. So she wanted him for his money.
Hmm.
She was a horrible shrew to him, and yet he gave her all of his free time
Hmm.
instead of me. She was
Yeah,
horrible to him.
my dad said my stepmother had a heart of gold, and I used to kid because I'm like, what do you have to do? Shovel all the feet of shit around the heart of gold because it's just a full of shit around the heart of gold, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Oh,
I know what you
I mean,
mean.
I came to the terms that he chose her. He chose her over me. I mean, I shouldn't say over anybody, but your parents make choices, and they are the people they are, and I can't be completely mad at her because my dad made that choice and stuck with that choice. And
And I know that
when bad things were happening, he turned a cold shoulder to me instead of like helping me out with like abuse and things. So it was
oh,
his
I'm
choice.
sorry.
It was his
I'm
choice.
sorry.
I can't say
Yeah.
that like she's all at fault. It was my dad's choice too. My dad chose her. My dad could have divorced her. My dad stuck with her. I don't know why. None of my friends liked her.
Yeah.
Uh, treated me like crap.
I mean, I never had to be around her that much because I lived with my mom and she
Yeah,
cut me out of his life. So it's a, different circumstance. Like she never had a chance to be abusive to me because she just
yeah,
didn't have me around. But I I was really angry at my dad for years. It really hurt and angry, but through years of therapy, I learned why in this circumstance, why he did what he did, and that it
hmm,
wasn't because he didn't care about me and it wasn't because he didn't love me. He was abused by his father in childhood.
hmm,
He was treated like garbage and made to believe he was garbage, physically and emotionally abused by his father,
hmm.
um and then when he started drinking, he was 14 years old,
Yeah,
and when you combine trauma with drinking at 14 years old, you get a stunted brain. Who He was not emotionally capable of being a father, and so I forgave him for it. And I never even got to even talk to him about it.
yeah,
He wasn't somebody you could talk to openly about these kinds of things, but
uh-huh.
privately, I forgave him for it, and I'm not angry anymore.
Yeah,
It's heartbreaking and it still hurts. I would rather be angry. I'd rather
yeah,
be angry because it would be better to be angry than sad for my dad, but I'm sad for
hmm,
him because his whole life was a tragedy,
yeah,
and it didn't have to be that way. It was tragic. I'm sad for him, I'm sad for myself. I have beautiful memories of him growing up as a kid. I have beautiful memories. He just wasn't suited to be a father. He was more like a fun brother. We had so much fun
Yeah.
together. We had
Mhm.
so much fun. And that's, but I didn't realize at the time that that was not what I really needed. I needed more of like an actual father type,
Father. Yeah. Yeah.
not a fun brother. And
Mhm.
but I mean, I'm grateful for those beautiful memories, but that's the thing that hurts the most, actually.
Mhm.
All the negative stuff I can talk about without crying. It was when I started thinking
Yeah.
about those beautiful childhood memories, the fun memories, I started losing it earlier. So,
Yeah.
um, it's hard, because that's what I'm really grieving. I'm grieving that. I'm grieving something I lost a
Mhm.
long time ago when I was 15.
Yeah.
Um,
Get you.
I haven't had that since I was 15, since the divorce,
Hmm.
but
Yeah.
it's still, it really hurts, because it's hitting me now. Like,
Yeah.
uh, it all,
Yeah.
it's like I'm grieving that all over again. It's tough.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I moved from California back to Michigan because my dad was having health problems to try to make things right, but it never really became right. But I at least now know I don't have any regrets because I tried.
at least
You
you
know,
tried. I
I mean,
couldn't.
there was a while when it seemed when I first moved back, it seemed to be okay, but then she just started doing all those abusive things again, even at the age I'm at now, which is ridiculous.
That's crazy. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sorry to hear
she's
that.
crazy because one time I stayed over, my dad would say, "Oh, you can stay over," and it worked for a little bit, like stay overnight and just hang out with my dad. But then one time I went to take a shower, but I took a shower in the wrong bathroom, and then she just started banging on the door and screaming at me. I had
Lovely.
locked
It
the
sounds like
bathroom door, so I finished washing my hair and everything. And when I went out the door, my dad was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Your stepmother wants to say that she's sorry. She's outside." And I said, "Oh, that's nice." I packed my stuff and left and went out my car and never said a word to her.
oh geez.
She
Yeah.
acts crazy like that. Like just crazy. Like she acts like she's really cool. And oh, my house is your house and all this stuff. And then she just switches. Like the last time me and Chris, my partner, were at her house, she's just like, oh, she's having a good time with us and everything. She wants to cook dinner for us. And then I made a mention, and I am snarky, that she didn't have any pictures of me in the house. And she's like, that makes me feel bad. Kind of like in Severance, where Cobell throws a coffee cup at Mark S's head and then says, that made me feel bad.
Yeah, it
She
really
totally
hurt
turned like
me.
that. And then after that,
Yeah.
she just wanted us to go to a restaurant and get the stuff out of the house and go.
Yeah.
I bring Chris with
That's
me because Chris is
lovely.
like the voice of reason because he's like, this is fucked up. Because I used to always bring a friend with me because I would need somebody else to say, this is messed up and it's not you, it's the situation.
Oh,
When
I
I was
have
younger, I thought it was me.
yeah. Oh yeah, I have direct experience with that, but with a different family member. Yeah,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. That's a straight up personality disorder. That's
Hmm.
yeah, and it makes you think that you might be the crazy one. Like, you need someone else to validate it. Yeah, I know what that feels like too.
Yeah,
Um,
when I first moved back, my dad was like, oh, she's on medication. She's seeing a therapist, but I don't know how much that helped, really. She's always been that way. I don't know what would make her different. I thought she
I
was
don't
trying. I guess she wasn't trying. Maybe that's her way of trying. It's not enough
maybe
for me.
this woman, I don't know what the only thing I can come up with as for why this woman is so selfish and messed up. She lost her father when she was 13.
Hmm.
Maybe maybe something, maybe that like changed her. Who knows? Always, like monsters are not born, they are made.
Yeah.
That's what Mary Shelley said. So maybe it started there where she lost her father. I don't know. All I know is she's a horrible person. She's not crazy. She's just a horrible person, and she enabled my father's drinking and sped
Hmm.
up his demise as a result. And yes, I know he chose to
Hmm.
make those choices to drink, but he didn't drink much when he was with my mom. My mom was able to keep him under control because he was emotionally stunted and he would do what she said like a kid,
Yeah,
and
but with me, I
she enabled him.
feel like people have to take personal responsibility sometimes. You know.
Yeah,
Like she told
but
me nobody likes to hang out around her, and I'm like, what a surprise! Nobody wants to hang out around you,
yeah.
you know,
Anyway,
because you're just. It's like walking around eggshells on you. You don't know when you're going to be happy, and then all of a sudden you're going to be pissed about something. And I'm confused how A went to B,
yeah, I'm kind
and
of
I just
living
want to
that
go.
right.
You
I'm,
know,
I'm living
I
that.
want to get
I'm
myself in a situation where I'm calm and everything's happy instead of being in a weird abusive situation.
I'm kind of living in that situation right now, but
Yeah.
better the less I say about that, the better.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, anyway, Panda
Yes.
Kalima, yes, please like the stream. I'd appreciate it. Please like the stream.
Yeah,
Thank you
sometime
so
we'll talk
much.
about the residents.
Yes. Let's get into the residents. Boyd would start slapping. Yes. I would help you lock her in the box. Thank you, Amy. Bill Chill. Yay, Scarlet. Yes. Kelly says hi,
I'm glad
hi,
everybody missed
Scarlet.
me.
Yeah,
That's
they were looking
beautiful.
for you.
I
Yeah,
wasn't. I was
Amy.
taking care of the goats and the rooks.
Amy, yes, she is narcissistic. Yeah, she is. Um, my mom wanted to get back together with my dad and can't and change her mind on the divorce before it was final. And he was already with her at the time, and she threatened to off herself. And he said, "I can't leave her; she'll off herself."
Hmm.
So, he was very easily controlled. My mom was always the boss, and she was able to control him. And then she ended the marriage, and then he let her control him, and she and her whole family of alcoholics enabled his alcoholism. And when he became his body finally started breaking down from a lifetime of alcoholism, she treated him like garbage for the last few years while his health spiraled and he suffered, and she blamed him for it. Well, lady, you and your whole family of alcoholics enabled him and
Hmm.
handed him drinks. So
Oh,
I mean, you have a hand in it too. Anyway,
yeah. That's one thing I can give my stepmother is that she actually encouraged my dad to stop smoking.
well, that's
I mean that
something.
him getting COPD helped too, but I mean she always wanted them to stop, and I mean so she isn't 100% evil, maybe 99.9.
At least there's that. There's a
Like
little
every so
bit.
yeah, I have to like okay, the thing about the shower was that apparently I used the shower upstairs and not the one in the basement, which I was supposed to use. I didn't know, so she came in and she was like super mad at me because she had gotten remodeled. She
Oh,
thinks I used to like dye my hair. I was a little goth kid. So I used to dye my hair blue, black, and stuff like that. So she has these memories about me, like the stuff dye coming off my hair and staining stuff, even though I don't even dye it that color anymore. And she said there was red dye when I used to dye my hair like more like a bright mermaid, like an Ariel red. And she said there was red. And one time she tried to make me like clean. This is ridiculous. Trying to make me clean the shower out, and I had an interview, and it made me miss my interview because I was yelling with her, and it didn't make me interview well.
well, that sucks.
You know, just
Mm.
so she could say, "Well, you're not getting a good job. Well, you're doing this shit before I have to go out on an interview. You're stressing me out. You're making me miss appointments." I
Yeah,
didn't wash out the tub.
yeah.
I would just leave. I mean, I had all these safe spaces. I had like friends that had like houses and things I could go to because I would just book. You know,
I
once I
wish
got
I
up to a
had
certain
that.
age and could drive a car, I just booked. You know,
I
until I
need to
could.
find.
Yeah.
Mm,
You need to find a place like Virginia Woolf. Find a place of one's own,
yeah, I need a
and
safe
even if you find
space.
a place of one's own, like I said, like 10, 15 minutes of your day, you just go somewhere by yourself. Get your head together. Get in a good mind space. It helps.
Oh,
It helps of having that little space of your own.
I did that today at least. I
Yeah.
got out of the house. I went for a walk outside. That was good just to get the hell out of here for a while.
Mm.
Um,
But you do that kind of
anyway,
crap, that kind of level of weirdness.
yeah. Faith, yeah, screw evil stepmom. Um, I mean, it wouldn't, it, honestly, like, it wouldn't really help me to help plan anything. I wouldn't have the slightest clue how to help. I've almost never even attended funerals in my entire life, so
Mm,
I wouldn't know how to plan anything, but I'll go to it. It won't really do anything for me to help plan it. I, I I mean, I just have like it's like two different people. The life he had with me and the life he had with her. That
yeah.
we're not
Mhm.
even grieving the same person. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I do need healing, Amy. Yeah, Samuel, my mom said the same thing. It might be to save face at the funeral. And also Amy, she wants all the attention on her. Yeah. I think so. She is a narcissist. Um, Thank you, Sonic. I hope that gold-head bird would poop on her car. That's great. Hey, Real Cinema.
Just in her
Sorry to
head.
hear. Yes. Stepmothers can be the worst. I can relate. You too, huh? Yeah. Um, Julie is gonna be Abby when the world comes to an end. We all know who Joel is gonna be. Nightman. Uh, I miss Joel. Poor Joel. Scarlet was tending to the rookery
I'm sure he's going to
and the
be in
goats.
flashbacks.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's gonna be there. I saw I've seen pictures and video footage that show at least three flashbacks that Joel is gonna be in that we
Yeah.
have not seen yet. And probably more than just three, I think. So Joel will still be around, it just won't be the same.
Hmm.
Um, Amy, that's awful. Your stepfather's hoarding all your mom's stuff. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
Hmm.
Stepmoms have taken multiple inheritances from my family, land, money. Each generation has one. Oh God, sorry, Faith. That sucks.
Yeah, my
Wicked
stepmother was
Stepmother Club.
the opposite. She just wanted to get rid of all my dad's stuff. Like, if I couldn't fit it in my car, she was just going to throw it away. It's
That's
ridiculous.
messed up. That's messed up.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Wicked Stepmother Club. We need to start a Wicked Stepmother Club.
Maybe.
Faith, Faith, my dad called me himself and let me know what was going on when he had a heart attack, this most recent heart attack. He's the one who called me and let me know, but she never reached out and updated me on stuff. I had to reach out to her, and she so she kept me out of the loop, and I thought that everything was fine and the surgery went well. I had no idea that he wasn't healing properly. And the next thing I knew, I got a call that this had happened. And I'm like, what the hell? I thought that everything was fine. So I'll never forgive her for that. Um, yeah, yeah, Amy, they're terrible. Terrible. Stepmoms can be really, really awful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
serious.
ending of the shower thing was that the red dye that was in the shower was actually red dye that she used to dye her hair red.
Yeah.
It wasn't even my hair dye. I'm like, this isn't even mine. I don't know. It's just so insane. I
Samuel,
can't
I
even.
hadn't even Samuel, I hadn't even thought of that, dropping off pictures and leaving. I mean, honestly, like, there should be pictures
Mm,
of him and me there, not just
hmm.
him and those people. I'm his only daughter. I'm his only child.
Hmm.
I'm nobody loved him more than me. I don't give a shit about any of these people. I don't care that they were in his life more for the past 22 years.
Hmm.
They didn't love him as much as I did. That's just a fact, and I know that for a fact, and there should be pictures of me there, but
Hmm.
I don't really even know where all my pictures of him and I are. Like,
Hmm.
like all our family photos are packed up in a trunk deep in the storage unit somewhere, I think. So I don't even know. Like, this is, because I grew up before digital cameras in the 90s,
Yeah.
so
Hmm.
I, I don't know. Um, have you ever
See, if I
told
lived
her?
closer to you, I'd pick you up, and then we go there, and then we just find them.
That would be great. I wish you did. I wish you did, because, like, physically, I'm very limited in what I can do, and I can't go rummaging through a storage unit. And guess who I would have normally called to help me with this? My
Hmm.
dad. And
Hmm.
um, my dad is the one. In fact, the last time I ever saw him, he was helping me move stuff out of my ex's parents' shed to my mom's storage unit. Even though he was in a lot of physical pain, he was still helping me move stuff. So now I don't have anybody to call and ask for help with stuff like this. And I have strong, able-bodied male cousins and uncles that are just not in my life. I mean, the uncles are getting older, but
Yeah.
they don't care about me. I do have one cousin who reached out to me though, who actually
Mhm.
cares and said if I ever need to talk, he's always there. He always was the kindest one in the whole family, so I'm not surprised it was him that reached out. So
Is he
maybe
local?
he is local, so
Maybe you could ask
maybe
him to
I'll
help you.
I'll ask him. Maybe I'll ask him for help from time to time if I need it, because it's scary to be so alone right now. Just me
Mhm,
and my mom is in her 60s and not physically strong, and she
mhm,
has pain, lots and lots of pain, and so it's scary because you know how much pain I'm in, and so to
mhm.
just be alone in the world with just me and her and nobody to help us, it's very, very scary. No friends, no family members willing to help us with anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
So maybe my cousin, if I get him back in my life, at least that would be somebody else in my support
mhm.
system. Um, Faith, I've never told her how much this has affected my life. My family doesn't have healthy communication at all.
Mhm.
Um, and writing her a letter, I don't know. I have this terrible fear of confrontation. I might do this thing where maybe I could write a letter or just not give it to her just for my own self, like people do in therapy. Um, but yeah, it makes me too anxious. And my family and those people who I don't consider my family, but there's never healthy communication going on. My dad, no, not autistic, just stunted because of the alcohol at a young age and the abuse as a kid. Um, Once I understood that, I let go of the anger, but it's easier to be angry than sad. I kind of wish I were just still angry. I'd rather
Yeah,
be angry than feel sad for him.
I'd rather feel anything
Um,
but than to be indifferent, which I'm pretty much indifferent.
uh, well,
It is
that
what it is.
sucks too. Um,
I don't really
I
feel
was,
much about my dad, but it took years for me to get there.
yeah. Um, Faith, yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe I could find. So I don't know when I have to find out what the date of the service is, and maybe I could find, like, I have pictures of him somewhere, and I don't know. They're like little ones though.
Did you
They're
ever
like
hang out with
wallet
your cousin?
sized.
Did you ever hang out with people in your family? Like your cousin might have photos?
Um, actually,
Family gatherings?
my ex just texted me and said he found a photo album of a trip of mine to Disney World, and it has pictures of me and my dad in it. And he asked if I wanted it, and so I could have him drop it off here. I don't want to see his face ever, but he's left stuff
Well, that,
outside the door here for me before. So,
well, that's cool
um,
that he would do that because my ex would probably just destroy it. We don't
um,
talk.
trust me, my ex is still a piece of shit, believe me.
Yeah.
Um, our parental situations affect our whole lives, whether or not we realize it. Yeah, Faith, indeed.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I do feel triggered, that's for sure, and I know it's normal. Um, Sonic, I'm sorry. Papa Sonic. It's not something you ever get over. You just learn to live with it, I'm sure, but you don't stop missing the loss of a parent. I totally understand that. And if you haven't had a parent that you're close to, then you're grieving the loss of the fact that you didn't have that. Like
Yeah.
it's a different type of grief. Like, because everybody needs that in their
Mm.
life. Um,
Well, I want you to lunch or to
anyway.
hear this statement here. The thing is, I was an arty kid born into a family of jocks, basically, except my mom was kind of an artist too, but when she passed away, then I was the slut of all the jocks.
Oh,
Imagine the goth child around the guy. I was a goth
yeah.
kid around jocks. I mean, that's the easiest I can put it. That they didn't like art, they didn't read, they didn't read books, they didn't really know what to do with me. And my dad had now had two step there's two girls that he had stuff in common with because he could go to high school football games with them, and they just did all the same things that he liked to do. You know, it was kind of like a Cinderella situation. They put me in the basement. You know,
Wow, yeah, that's very Cinderella-like. Yeah.
clean the ash out of the thing. Yeah, I really thought it was like Cinderella when I was younger. And then
Damn.
California was my coach and my fairy godmother who got me out of there.
Yeah. Faith, I'm sorry to hear that. Um, my dad did me dirty too. He's been sober 10 years now, and finally I can talk to him without anger, but it hurts. He doesn't remember all the wrong he did to me, like robbing me with his hooker of food money. Jesus. Um, I'm sorry, Faith. Alcohol can completely change a person, and alcoholism, it's such a devastating illness that it can turn someone who is a good heart, a good person, and into somebody you wouldn't even recognize. And that's what happened with my dad over time. It's a terrible disease. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Um, it's the shower police. Drop the soap. Night, man.
I just
Oh
kept
man.
washing my hair. I was just like, she's yelling, I can't believe that you're using my shower. And you need to get out right now. You need to turn the water off. And you need to get. And I'm just washing my hair, washing my hair. Can't hear what you're saying. Lock the door.
Yeah.
I was so glad
Good.
she was outside when I left. I was like, oh yeah, I'll talk to my stepmom, dad, before I go. I didn't. I just went to my car and just went. I'm not gonna talk
Good.
to her. She's ridiculous. It's like if you want rules in your house, you need to tell me before, because I will use the bathroom shower if you know. But she quilts, so all her paper, like quilting stuff, was all over the floor, and I thought I was doing a better job by not taking a shower down there and getting everything wet.
Right.
You know, there's no winning. So you might as well just make yourself win and get away from the situation if you can. Using whatever means necessary that you can, even if it's for 15 minutes a day, Julie, you got to get out of it.
Yeah, because I'm
Get in your headspace. Got to make your own headspace. Got to make a room in your head.
well, that's what this channel is. This is how I'm getting
Your
out of
room.
here. Um, that's what this channel is, and whatever time I spend outside. But yeah, this channel is my
You got to
escape.
read Virginia
Um,
Woolf's Room of One's Own. Read that book.
yeah.
Big Virginia Woolf fan.
Um, uh-oh. Wait a minute. I'm looking for my photos
Uh
and
oh.
something's something's wrong. What the hell? It says I backed up 402 pictures, but there are actually 790 of them. And anyway, I'll just fix that in the background while we're getting started. Um, she's either fake as fuck or she's got some undiagnosed thing going on. Yeah, probably Samuel. Yeah. Yeah, the Brady Bunch is a myth for sure. I think most people probably do have more dysfunctional family things. At least someone is dysfunctional in the family. Like every family's got some of that, or almost every family. Um, and yeah, we're all worthy of love and good things for sure. Um, Amy, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's only being around people that are being awful to me as a survival mechanism as I was raised by toxic people. Well, you're not toxic, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
You're not toxic. It's just whatever you've done to deal with it and cope with it. Yeah, it's a result of being raised by toxic people. It's not your fault. Reactive abuse where you're reacting or acting up after being treated so bad. You snap. Exactly, Amy. I can relate to that. It's happened to me. Believe me. Yeah, we pick up bad habits and behaviors from being around bad people. Yeah, it's we become our monsters if we stay around long enough. Very true. Yeah. Um. Oh, geez, Doc. Sorry about that. Chemical burn on top of your head from botching a dye job.
Yeah.
Jeez, that sounds nasty. Um,
Yeah, dye when I
yeah,
was younger was really like really harsh. Nowadays it's like it's really really nice. Like hair dye is really nice. I don't know if you
yeah.
dye your hair or not, but
I've never dyed my hair actually.
I used to
Never in
dye
my
my hair
life.
blue black because I was a little goth kid. I get like the cheap box, the $3 dye, and that stuff would just burn your scalp. Just burn.
Oh yeah,
You gotta
I
have all the
bet.
windows open, or you might just pass out from the fumes. Hair dye's not like that
Yeah.
anymore. It's a dream. But a dye in your head, I'm like, wow, this isn't making me pass out. I used to get black underneath my fingernails too, but I thought it was kind of a cool gothy thing. It looked like I crawled out of a grave, so I just left it.
Oh God. Jesus. Yeah, it's scary. Muncher Luncher, I'm glad. That's great that your mom is your rock. No stepdad growing up. Well then you have a super mom. That's awesome. Uh, Doc, what's this? I'll send I don't know, a gig in, a jig in, or I don't know, to stomp her home. I cannot control which timeline he appears in though, so the chances are low it's ours, but on a reality somewhere, a giant beast is entering an Earth's atmosphere with intent. Thank you, Doc. Um, I don't know. That's a good question, Lori. I would really be going
Mm,
more for my dad and not for me to the funeral. And yeah, she'll want all the attention on her. You're right about that. So I don't know. But this kind of stuff was always really important to him, showing up for these kinds of things. And I was really scared to go to my grandma's funeral on his side of the family a couple of years ago. I hadn't been to many funerals in my life, and it was something that really upset me a lot. I didn't want to go, but I went for him. I know it's something that he would want me to do. I
mm.
really, I feel that it's something he would want me to do, and so I feel like I need to. Um, but none of the people at this thing give a shit about me. I can tell you that. His side of the family, he has a sister and she has a bunch of kids, and I'm not close to any of them, and none of them care about me. There's no one on his side of the family who cares about me. So, like, I'd be pretty much on my own, and my mom will be at work. So that really sucks. Yeah. So yeah, parents are some are just broken and trying the best they can. That's exactly the situation, Amy. Um,
But your cousin will be at the funeral, the one you
Well, my
talked to.
cousin is the one who reached out to me is on my mom's side. Um, I don't know if he would want to go or not.
You can
I
always
don't know.
ask.
I could ask maybe.
Because then you'd have somebody. It's
Um,
always good to have somebody, and it's so good to have somebody with you when you have to deal with this stuff. Put somebody in your corner.
yeah, because I really wouldn't have anybody. Yeah, this is something I would have done with my ex, and
Hmm.
anyway. Yeah, Faith. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I would be in any shape to say anything, in front of people. I just don't think I could do it. But thank you, Trace. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lori was thinking the same thing. Yeah, maybe my cousin could go. I mean, he told me that he always still considered him his uncle,
Yeah.
even though the divorce happened 22 years ago and they didn't see him anymore.
Hmm.
Um, he still considered him his uncle and cared about him and felt really bad when he heard about it. I don't know. It'll be on a work day. I don't know if he'll be able to do it, but I guess I could always ask.
Yeah.
Um,
You can always ask. I mean, if he says he can't, then he can't. But you asked, you know.
yeah, yeah. Um, I'll try it. Yeah, I've got the self-blame thing going on at times, Amy, and I do keep catching myself and reminding myself to stop that because I don't deserve to blame myself for anything. And thank you. It helps to know I'm not alone. That means a lot. Someone said write a letter. Nope, 5 diss tracks. That's what Kanye would do. Yeah, Nightman. I need some diss tracks. I need Kendrick to help me out. Write some diss tracks for this witch. Uh,
And then you perform them at the funeral.
yeah, perform it. Yeah,
You just
yeah,
take
that
the
would be
mic off the
amazing.
stand and you go.
Yeah. That's
Make it a
great.
funeral nobody will forget.
Yeah. Yeah, Doc, that would be awesome to. Well, we've got to find a way to get together soon. I hope we'll find a way. We'll find a way. It's like a miracle. I met someone who's actually local here in the fandom. Um, uh, I'm healed of father. Now I gotta deal with my feelings for mom. That's hard. She has all the narcissistic tendencies, and I'm her scapegoat who's been setting boundaries. I'm sorry to hear that. I know how difficult that is. I have similar experiences, and setting boundaries is not easy. So, um, yeah, sorry to hear that. Hang in there. I guess we have all suffered at one point of our life by reading everyone. Yeah, Trace, for sure. A lot of us have a lot of things in common. Yeah, some of the best people have traumatic backgrounds like us. And I've met a lot of people, particularly in the From fandom, From and Severance. For some reason, it it seems to attract people who have dealt with a lot of trauma and more struggle than the average person. And I think it must be because we are drawn to these shows because at the very core, From and Severance are about how people cope with trauma and find purpose and deal with it. So it's cathartic to watch and it's something we can relate to. And then we come together and we can be a support system for each other. And that's the beautiful thing about it. Um, Alcoholics need to know that alcoholic isn't the victim, it's the people around them. Yeah, but it's not so simple as that though. It, it's not so simple as that. I mean, it's a disease, it's a disease, and I know you understand that because you know all the tricks. You're a former alcoholic, and kudos to you for, you know, for getting through that. But I also have great empathy and understanding of the fact that it's a disease, and so I've let go of anger. Um, like I don't look at, you know, I look at my dad as a victim of tragic circumstances because of how he turned to alcoholism, being abused as a kid, starting drinking at 14, Um, it might be different in other cases, for whatever reasons you start. I don't know, but in this case, he was a victim of the way that it started, and once you start, well, therapy is great. That's great, Faith. That's good for you. That's amazing. Um, I need to get into that. I need to find a decent one though, because I've had some terrible therapists, but I'm really glad that it's helping you. That's great to hear. And we're here for you. We're here for you. The whole family here. Um, yeah. Oh, so yeah, for some reason I highlighted that twice. Sorry about that. Um, oh yeah, no, she's already being over dramatic, Amy. Like this is making all about her. She's already doing it. uh yeah, texting me, oh, I'm sorry I haven't reached out, I just I haven't really known how to talk to anybody. Yeah, she's writing dramatic posts on Facebook. It's just making it all about her already, trust me. um Thank you, Amy, I appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, Faith, exactly, yeah, so like a lot of times people become alcoholics because they're a victim of something or someone. Yeah, indeed. Like my dad was. Anyway, um, Chat GPT. I've heard that AI is going to wind up replacing that could wind up it could wind up in the future replacing therapists, which is just crazy to me, Trace. KP, you don't want to know. It's I lost my dad a week ago, and some stuff happened today that triggered me. That's all. That's what started all this. But we're gonna get into the episode breakdown because we're an hour in already, and it's almost 1 in the morning. Jesus, we gotta get going. Um, I feel like the thing our ancestors dealt with things but never found a way through. The children descendants have to face it till they break the cycle. Yeah, there's generational trauma and generational emotional abuse and physical abuse, all kinds of stuff that gets passed down for sure. Um, anyway, no, 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 you weren't pushing me, Faith. Don't be sorry. Please don't apologize. Not at all. Not at all. Like I appreciate your suggestions and your support. Nothing at all to apologize for. Not in the least. You're lovely. You're a lovely, lovely person and very kind. Um, that would be fun meeting up with Kendrick, a whole docu-series of making rap diss tracks. Speaking of Kendrick, guys, I'm seriously considering going to his show in Massachusetts on my birthday coming up, which is May 12th. And it's if I do this, it's going to be extremely difficult because of my pain situation. So I've been really thinking hard about how I could potentially make this work. Kendrick is coming to Gillette Stadium in Massachusetts, and make because it's a stadium that makes it more difficult. It also is not cheap, but I mean, boy, I mean, this is something I could really use. I could use some joy in my life. I really don't get enough of that. And if I could find a way to do it so that my pain is manageable and I could enjoy it, it would be amazing. So I'm seriously considering it, and I'm probably going to decide within the next day because the tickets are going to start selling out. I'm hearing he's selling out a lot of the stadiums, and but I looked at his set list and he keeps trading places, doing a few songs, and then SZA, his tour partner, will do a few songs back and forth. So I could sit and watch his songs, and then when she comes on, get up and walk because I really don't have any interest. Like, I don't even know her music. Um, and then keep coming back. So that could actually work. And they allow you to bring in a cushion as long as it doesn't have a cover with a zipper on it because I have to sit on a cushion for pain reasons. So I'm seriously considering it, and I damn well deserve a little joy in my life. So I'll let you know if I decide to do it. It would be pretty wild. I didn't think I could ever. I haven't thought I could ever go to a concert again because of my pain, but it would be better to go even with pain and try to get whatever joy I can out of it than not to experience something like this at all. Um, yes, Amy, it brought us all together, indeed. Um, so, let's see. I'm gonna pull up the images so we can start breaking down the episode. Hi, Dieter. Thank you for all your support. Thank you everybody for all your support and your patience hanging out and and uh and being willing to listen and uh and hang with us. And now we're gonna finally get into the breakdown of the residents. Let's see. So I could have sworn that I took screenshots for episode 5. I could have sworn I did, but I guess I didn't. Oh wait a minute. Let me check one other place. Maybe they're on maybe they're on my other maybe they're on my Chromebook. Maybe. No, no, it's okay. I have notes. I have notes, and I'll just pull up the video and show that while I'm going through the notes. Technical issues, worse than usual because of everything on my mind. But so I'm gonna pull this up, and so episode 5 of The Residents focused a lot on where is it? Oh, here we go. It focused a lot on, well, first it was
Never
this
been
kid,
there.
of course,
But
and
it
then
was
it was a lot on Trip Morgan and Harry. So, um, so it was called The Trouble with Harry, and I'm gonna have to be careful to avoid copyright claims because I'm gonna be using stills from the video. But um, anyway, so the episode starts with Cordelia going across the street from the White House to talk to this little kid who called into the White House with information. And and this little kid has been watching the White House through binoculars all night, and he's like this really smart kid who came to DC hoping to get a tour of the White House with his parents, but couldn't. And he's just been there with his binoculars watching the house the whole night. So he saw quite a bit of stuff going on, people coming and going. He saw the body being brought out of the White House. Um, Really funny scene. I enjoyed the scene. It was cute. The kid was hilarious. He was like a mini Cordelia Cup. Like you could see him growing up to be just like her. Um, the two of them with their binoculars. And the biggest thing that he pointed out was that I believe it was like the northeast corner of the White House, the northeast room, there was a red light flashing. And that particular room was the bedroom where they put sheets over everything, um, they put sheets over everything. The President Morgan administration to pretend that they were renovating the room so that they wouldn't have to have his friend, like the president's friend Harry's sister, come stay over for the night because I think it was Harry's sister. They didn't want her around. So they pretended they were renovating, and apparently it was something that they claimed Jackie Kennedy did. They would pretend they were renovating a bedroom so they wouldn't have to let somebody stay over there. I don't know if that's actually true, but if it is, that's funny. Um, and the kid said that he saw a red light flashing in the window. Um, and at first they kind of dismiss this when she goes back across the street because the Secret Service guy says, "Oh, well, that's just brake lights. We get phone calls all the time about flashing red lights in that window. Um, we get phone calls all the time. It's just the reflection of brake lights from cars going down the street, and it happens to shine on that particular window." But Cordelia realizes, no, it wasn't brake lights because this kid only saw them twice and knew the exact times when he saw them, 9:46 and 9:51 p.m. If they were brake lights, he would have seen them all the time, and he was watching all night. So that's a little clue there to add to the list of clues here. And that room, if you'll recall, that room was where she went in and scraped some paint off, looked like fresh paint, I guess. She probably could smell fresh paint, and behind the fresh paint, there was a blood stain. So she's always believed that AB was killed in a different room and dragged into the game room. So it's looking like he was killed in that room where the flashing red lights are. So that's just something to keep in mind. Um, and then so so they go on and they discuss more about the chaos that was happening that night. Lily and Saint Pierre, that kooky guy with the podcast, who's like this show's Rickon, um, they kept like trying to get all these different artists and changing their minds over which artists they wanted, which popular artists, and it kept changing and changing, and they wound up with nobody to perform. So at the last minute, they asked one of their guests, Kylie Minogue, to perform. She was not scheduled to, but they had to ask her. Um, and so anyway, so Cordelia tells Harry, the president's friend, about how you know they were pretending to renovate that room, and asks if anyone has been in there. Harry says no, and this is where he found out that they weren't really renovating that room, and the president just didn't want Harry's sister to stay there. So then she questions Nan Cox about it, and like, did she see or hear anybody coming in and out of that room? She says no. She hasn't left her room in a month, and the only reason she'd leave is if her son-in-law came in, the president of the United States, who she hates, and she was asked why her TV was turned up so loud. She said it was to drown out an argument between AB and the president's brother, Trip. So there's a bit of information that she's volunteering now that she didn't bother volunteering before. Um, that's valid. It's important information that AB was having a loud argument with the president's brother, Trip. Tripp claims that he was not arguing with the president, not, I mean, with AB, sorry. Um, he said he was just talking to him about his clogged toilet, and they never argue. Of course, then we get funny little edits right after of people contradicting him, contradicting what he said. Um, yeah, like Raleigh saying they hated each other. Um, the FBI, I mean the yeah, FBI guy Edwin Park says, yeah, not true. They do argue. Lily says they hated each other. Um, Miss Haney says, well, AB didn't dislike him. He's too much of a professional, but he was disappointed by his presence. So yeah, they did not like each other. AB and Trip did not like each other. They hated each other. I say Trip is a suspect. He's a suspect. He seems a bit too obvious right now because he has motive, which we'll get to. But anyway, this was hilarious. This whole section that focused on Trip Morgan was so good. Played by Jason Lee. Jason Lee is a riot. I absolutely love him in this. His hair is always standing on end, and he dresses like a slob. He's got that scruffy beard, and he's just like this overgrown, sounds like a surfer dude, um, like a stoner type. I don't know what, saying the word bro like long after he should have grown out of talking like this. And he's a riot. I love this character. He's really fun. Um, Harry says Trip was living there already when he got there. The chief of staff says he's been there 9 months, and basically Trip was invited to live in the White House because he was constantly getting in trouble. Like he was detained in Tibet, and the administration had to go to great lengths to get him back, and basically made a deal with him. And this is from a this is from a tabloid. Brother from another planet, not fitness. Trip Morgan remains committed to his laid back lifestyle. Um, yeah, he's a huge embarrassment to his brother. Huge embarrassment. Um, so they wanted to contain this mess. Um, I'm trying to play like a little clip of it so you can see the funny headlines without getting the copyright claim, though. Let me see if I can do it. Big Brother. Yeah, this is hilarious. National Enquirer. When he makes this face, that's hysterical. And he screams later in the episode, he screams with the exact same facial expression. It's a riot. Um, he's one of my favorite characters on the show, actually. If not my favorite, I'm not sure. He might be my favorite. Road Trip, nominee's brother, chronicles his journey in his new reality TV adventure. It's so funny. Oh my God. He's such an embarrassment. And then, oh brother, where art thou? He got detained in Tibet, missing while riding bike through Tibet. 7 years in Tibet, untamed trip in the Himalayan landscape. President Morgan's brother, and this is funny how they got real news anchors to be in the show. So this one is I forget who the hell she is, but she's on CNN. She's an actual news anchor. Um, President Morgan's brother missing in Tibet. Um, yeah, it's great. This whole section was a riot. So they needed to deal with this. They needed to contain this situation. Oh, shoot, I went backwards by accident. Hold on. And so yeah, the president gave him his brother, the president gave him look at this idiot. Sprawled out on the couch with his beer gut hanging out of his jeans and hanging out over his jeans, and he's got like some kind of it looks like aviator, like some kind of weird old-fashioned aviator hat on, like that you'd pull down over your eyes with goggles. Like I don't know what he has on his head, but that's what it looks like to me. Um, he sounds like oh my God, he's such an embarrassment. And so so Morgan said, you know, no drinking, no drugs, and you can come live in the White House for free. So they could keep an eye on him and he'd stop getting into trouble and they wouldn't have to bail him out of any more messes because he created a big diplomatic incident with China by getting detained over there. Um, and they have like a little altercation here. They have this argument. He's like, "No, I'm not going to have my freedom taken away by you." Um, I mean, it's hard to imagine these two people. These two people are actually brothers. These two characters, like, you would never dream in a million years they were raised in the same family. And then like Trip claims that he used, you know, he's like, I ought to kick your ass like I used to, and he's like, the president's like, you never kicked my ass. Oh, there's a first time for everything then, and then Trip literally tackles him to the floor. The president of the United States with the Secret Service right outside the door, and of course then he gets tackled immediately by Secret Service. Like, uh, and then he's like, "Okay, yeah, I'll take your offer," and he moves into the White House. Thoroughly enjoyed this whole segment. It was highly entertaining, and so that's how he wound up living there. Now we got a little backstory for Trip Morgan. Um, and on the night of, oh yeah, also he also does embarrassing things in the White House, which this was funny. Like there are certain things you just don't do in the White House, and yet he does them. Like you know, especially as a guest, like walking around, uh, he's eating a bowl of Fruit Loops in his bathrobe in one of the White House elevators in bare feet, and going and hanging out with the staff in the kitchen. Hey, yeah, what's going on? Oh, it's like, no, you don't do this kind of stuff. You don't do this kind of stuff as a guest in the White House, even if you are the president's brother and you live there. Like, you just don't do that. Um, he's trying to socialize with the staff. You don't use the White House physician who's here for the president for your own emergencies and your own personal shit. He's like worried about this nasty rash on himself, which is it's not even really visible. Um, yeah, and then he says that he just wants some Klonopin, basically. So he's like lying about the fact that he has a rash. So he's just an all around nuisance. Um, so he had been doing better recently and kind of cleaning up his act, and and President Morgan claims that his brother didn't want to go to the state dinner. That it wasn't that he wasn't invited, he just didn't want to go. Then you get a flashback and we see the truth. Um, President Morgan is on the phone with his brother and saying like, yeah, I know you don't want to go to this anyway, so you know, the Australians, it's a state dinner for for the Australians. You got arrested in Australia once. You know, I know you don't want to go to this. And he was basically kind of talking over him when it was pretty clear Trip was hinting around that he did want to go to the state dinner and he'd been feeling better lately, cleaning up his act, and he wanted to go, but the president and his partner here don't want him there. So, you know, they kind of just brush him off, and then you see he's sitting there wearing a tux. He was all ready to go. So I actually felt bad for him. He mostly a goofball most of the time, but I felt bad for him in that moment. His mom, he said it like their mom was from Australia. He really wanted to go to this state dinner, and he's always felt like, you know, less than, because his brother was the, the golden child in the family, and he felt like garbage, and you know, I get that, like he's actually a sympathetic character. He's not just a cartoon character type comic relief. I understand that a lot of siblings have that inferiority complex thing. If one sibling is, overperforming the other, and you know, he's the screw up in the family. He's the screwball. So he just got really screwed up, drank a lot, and clogged the toilet that night. And Ms. Haney, the assistant to the what the hell is it? She was the one who was next in line to be the chief usher of the White House, the assistant chief usher, Ms. Haney. She says that AB and Tripp did have a fight. That Tripp yelled at him over the clogged toilet. Um, and then you see a flashback to that where he's arguing with him about it, and AB catches him stealing mountains of robes, salt shakers, like a shit ton of salt shakers. Let me see if I can get let me see if I can get oh yeah, so he's claiming that he's not actually stealing stuff from the rest of the White House, but yeah, like looking around, um he's got a closet full of pillows, massive amounts of pens, an entire desk full of pens, an entire dresser full of salt shakers, and, and he's like, I've only got things that are essential here for life. That's it. Electricity, clothing, salt. You want me to get scurvy? He's like, uh, eating salt has nothing to do with getting scurvy. And Trip says, "Oh, I'm not taking anything important, so really no big deal." And then the pile of robes collapsed to reveal a bust of Abraham Lincoln that he stole and brought into his room. So, um, so he begs AB not to tell his brother, but AB says he's going to tell him in the morning. And yeah, so um he's like begging him not to. He's like, I'll do whatever you want. I'll stay in my room from now on. He's like, if you tell my brother about any of this, I'm fucking done. Um, I keep accidentally going back to the beginning. Damn it. Hold on. Yeah, he says if you tell, he's like, I'm out of here. My life is over if they kick him out of there. And he says, like, I'm not gonna make it. I didn't get dealt what he did. I didn't do well in school. He got the work hard gene. I didn't get that fucking shit. True story. In high school, I had a paper due. My mom goes into Perry's room, grabs one of his papers, tells me to copy it. So I literally copied the whole thing in my own fucking handwriting. It wasn't even on the same topic, and he still got an A. So he was just the screw up in the family. And he knew his parents loved his brother Perry more than him. And so he's like, I felt bad for him actually. He's like, isn't it just okay not to be great at something? He never really found anything he was great at, and his brother was amazing. And But AB is a true professional, and he's not going to be talked out of um telling his brother in the morning. So you get this. I wish I could play the audio, but this could get flagged if I do, so I'm not gonna. But he screams, he screams just like he did on the cover of that magazine, and like a complete maniac at AB. And so he has motive. We definitely can say he has motive to kill AB. Um, now, I think that kind of makes him too obvious, but maybe. Um, there's stuff that comes up later that makes me think, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't rule him out. He may have been trying to kill his brother instead. Who knows? Maybe botch an assassination attempt. Um, Cordelia questions him after finding out all this, and he gets really panicky and says, like, "What, you don't suspect me, do you? I had nothing to do with his death." He says he didn't leave his room all night, and Bruce the engineer can vouch for that. Um, Bruce the engineer was called up, and that night he had been called up to deal with the clogged toilet. So they question Bruce. He says he tried to keep Trip out at first, pushing on the door. Like Trip was like wasted and pushing on the door, trying to keep Bruce out. I think I meant to say. I think I said the wrong thing. Um, and then and then Bruce pushed his way in, and Trip ranted at him about AB for a while he's unclogging the toilet. And when he came out of the bathroom around 9:30, Trip was gone. So Trip was unaccounted for a certain amount of time. That gives him potential opportunity, so he has motive and opportunity to kill AB. You need means, motive, and opportunity to prove someone is guilty in court. So there's that. And so they ask Trip about it, like, where did you go? And he says he got tired of listening to Bruce. Bruce was rambling on about how, his gripes about his job. And he got sick of listening to it, so he had to leave the room. And at first, he says that he just stood in the doorway and didn't move. He claims he just stood outside his door and didn't move, didn't go downstairs at all. And Cordelia does her usual just staring at him thing until he finally relents and admits, okay, yeah, I did go downstairs for a minute to grab some desserts. Um, and after that, he says, I swear I didn't leave after that. I came back here. Why would I kill AB Winter? Because, and then Cordelia very rightly points out, well, because you admitted that you would be screwed, you'd be out on your own, and your life would be over if AB told on you, told your brother. So, and but then he's like, wait a minute though. You know how I know that you know I didn't do this? Because I'm too stupid and too fucked up to do this. Now, I gotta say though, maybe we shouldn't underestimate him. We shouldn't discount him that easily. Cordelia seems to, but he says like, you don't actually believe I did this because you know I'm too stupid and fucked up to actually do this. And maybe he is, but I'm just saying, maybe we should keep him as a suspect. I'm keeping him as a suspect. I don't really have suspects per se. I mainly have people I've ruled out because they seem too obvious. Like the person next in line for AB's job, Ms. Haney, I don't think it's her. I don't think it's the pastry chef who was really pissed at AB that night, had many reasons to be pissed at him. I don't think it's him. I Too obvious. I don't think it's the main chef Marvella, I think. I don't think it's her because she screamed, "I am going to kill you" in front of witnesses, and that's too obvious. But this guy, maybe. Also, then there's Sheila the butler. Um, she's a bit too obvious too, I think. Episode 4 dealt a lot with Sheila. She's a bit too obvious too. This guy, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not I wouldn't rule him out just because he's stupid and fucked up. And if you think about it, it seems like he's the main topic of this episode. Like episodes 2, 3, and 4 were focused on, was it 2, 3, and 4? No. Episodes 3 and 4 were focused on specific suspects. Episode 3 was focused on Didier, the pastry chef. Episode 4 was focused on Sheila, the butler. This one I thought was focused on Trip at first, but toward the end, it switches gears and it's now focused on Harry. And the title of the episode is The Trouble with Harry. I don't know. I think they may be trying to pivot our attention away from Trip by doing this. I find it kind of strange. This is the 30-minute mark in the episode, and the episode is still mainly focused on Trip. And yet it's called something about Harry, and Harry doesn't even come into play as a suspect until late in the episode. That's deviating from the way that episodes 3 and 4 worked. So I don't know. And the fact that she doesn't think he did it because he's too stupid and fucked up, and he points that out, kind of makes me think maybe he could be a strong suspect. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. Um, yeah. So she admits that she doesn't really believe he did it, but she does put him down in her book as interesting. She never has suspects. She just has people she finds interesting. So, um, anyway, hey Brandon, Brandon K, nice to see you. Sorry that you've been sick. Sorry to hear that. Cluster migraines, that sounds awful. Um, yeah, Dieter, what are you talking about? I don't know. I've been in my images tab, so I haven't been able to see. I'm just now looking now. We missed you too, Brandon. Um, Brandon, well, if you were here earlier, you would know I had a pretty rough evening, so because I won't get back into it now. I'll get all emotional, but I haven't been doing very well. Had a lost in the family. Um, so the first hour was really just a venting session. So, but nice to see you back. Hope your migraine gets better soon. Um, Trip, wah wah wah, boo hoo, my brother's the POTUS. Yeah. Um, oh my God, Martin, this is so crazy that Sintel is reacting to From. I love Sintel's reactions. A little over a year ago when I first discovered From, I watched Sintel's reactions to a couple other shows and I really enjoyed them. And I got him to like respond to some of my comments, and I was excited about that. I got excited about stuff like that back then. And I remember looking and being disappointed that he hadn't reacted to From. And little did I know that I'd have a channel within 6 months and I'd be covering From, and now Sintel's reacting to From. So I'm gonna start commenting on his reaction videos and see if I can get his attention. He has a lot more subscribers than me, but I've noticed that his videos for From, they don't get more views than I got for my videos on From. In fact, they're getting less. But that's mainly because the show is in the off season, of course. I'm gonna see if I can get his attention since I have a channel now. Sintel is really cool. He's really cool. He's funny. I enjoy his reactions a lot, so I'm gonna definitely watch his reactions to From. It's so weird that he happens to be covering it now. And I actually know of him. As please like the stream. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Even those of you who don't watch this show, I appreciate you guys just hanging out. I'm almost through the breakdown of this episode, and then we'll be on to the next one. Just checking in real quick. Trying to breeze through this. I'm trying to blow through this quickly and not check in with the chat as much, just because we spent a long time talking for over an hour and we started so late, and I'm gonna try not to stay up all night tonight on here. That won't be good for me. Um, geez, Faith. Never had any issues in life, then bam, 3 years ago, two emergency surgeries, and last year, this year, autoimmune issues. I think I've just passed middle age. Faith, I've had a lot of issues for many years, but the last few years, all of a sudden, everything just went downhill really, really fast. So I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Um, there's no rush on the cameo compilation, Dieter. That's fine. There's really no hurry. You take your time. You're still sick. You're still sick. Another birthday party? Jeez. Your son's birthdays are that close together? Oh, okay. No, it's the same son, but another one. Oh, jeez. Two birthday parties? It's a lot. That's a lot. Um, I'm just checking. I'm just like skimming through here to see what I missed while I was in my image tab. Am I the only one that doesn't know even one song from Kendrick? I think you mean Lamar. Luncher Luncher. You don't know Not Like Us? They Not Like Us? They Not Like Us? Come on now. Have you been under a rock? Did you watch the Super Bowl? I mean, most people, I know a lot, I know not everybody watches the Super Bowl, but come on. How could you possibly not know the number one song in the last year? Like, seriously? You know, how is it? Say Drake, I hear you like 'em young. You better not ever go to cell block one. To any bitch that talk to 'em and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from 'em. They tell me Chubb's the only one that gets your hand-me-downs, and Party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? Certified lover boy, certified. I can't say the next word. Okay, you don't know that? You seriously don't know that song? Are you telling me that? I don't know if you're still here, Muncher Luncher, but how can anybody not know that song? Like, seriously, I don't know how anybody can not know that song. They Not Like Us? Really? Like, I mean, I have been tuned out of music. I've been tuned out of oh, and of course there's the famous line, trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. There's that too. I mean, I've been tuned out of music and what's going on in the world and popular culture and all that because of everything I'm going through. But eventually that broke through. I missed it when it was going on. I missed it when the rap beef was going on. Um, I missed it when the rap beef was actually happening last year because I was under a rock. But then All City Big Heck put me on to Kendrick in November, and dove down a rabbit hole and became obsessed. So so yeah, you're not the only one that hasn't heard songs by Kendrick, but I don't know how you could miss Not Like Us, because that's been the number one song of the last year and it's everywhere. And after the Super Bowl, it was trending all over the place. It was trending. Everybody was doing it. I mean, eh, like nuns were doing TikTok dances to Not Like Us. Like little African kids in African villages, you'd see videos online. Old ladies, like elderly people, school teachers, everybody, like everybody was doing this viral trend. I've never seen anything like it. It's just unbelievable. I I could have maybe done it even though I can't dance because of my pain. I could have maybe done it because it's just a basic two-step shuffle. I could have probably done it, but I didn't do it. I wish I had. Um, wait, let's get Julie to Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, I was saying earlier, Dieter, I was talking about how I really want to go to that concert on my birthday. I really want to go, even though it's going to cause a lot of pain. Um, I want to. Um, I want to go to that concert and see if I can manage the pain. I know every song, I know every lyric to that song, and I want to sing it out and rap it and scream the words with the crowd and be part of that experience. It's freaking history. I want to be part of it. This is history. It's very rare that a solo rapper can headline a stadium tour like that, and Kendrick has completely changed hip hop and made history, and I really want to be part of it. Um, anyway, jeez, um, I'm looking. Doc says at this point, I think AB croaked from all the stress of dealing with these characters. Probably. Because they're all a bunch of idiots. No wonder AB said, I am going to be dead by the end of the night of that party. Seriously. Um, uh, anyway, let's see. Um, scrolling down. Um, yeah, Dieter, it went on for a while. I wasn't crying or anything. I was just venting. I did my crying earlier, not on a live stream. Uh, but it was just a lot of venting. Yeah, I need some more beach sounds and Kendrick Lamar, definitely. Yeah, Martin, I love Sintel's stuff. He's really funny. Um, uh, okay. Who's Kendrick? Well, you know by now. You know by now. Um, can you let Scarlet know every day? I feel like I cannot say that word. I wish they wouldn't name the channel that. Are about to upload from Brandon let it slip when he said The Walking Dead 30 days without an incident was the same as from. Um, about to upload from what they're from reactions. Um, if that's what you're talking about, I know they're reacting to from. Um, Doc. Um, I mean, it depends on what time it is when we finish. I'm gonna go through the next episode. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. And I'm sorry about all this, Doc. Like I didn't mean for that to go on for over an hour, talking about our personal stuff. Who's Kendrick Lamar? Yeah, I had to. I had to. I had to. Muncher Lyncher said he didn't know any Kendrick songs, and I couldn't help myself. You should hear me do the whole thing.
Use the word
Um,
ninjas.
yeah, it's really hard because I can't say the N word, so it's like that's where it kind of trips me up. It breaks up the flow, and I'm a little nervous even about saying ninja because if I'm saying it fast, I'm afraid it might come out sounding too much like the real word. So, um, K Jules is back. K Jules, hey, that actually rolls off the tongue easier than K Julie. That works better. I like that. I like that. Um, anyway, yeah, not the nuns. Yeah, nuns did this, Faith. Nuns, there was this Catholic bishop that did a TikTok dancing to Not Like Us. Yeah, everybody was getting in on it. Everybody. The name Kendrick has complex origins, primarily in the British Isles, and can be traced to Old Welsh, Anglo-Saxon, and Scottish names. It ultimately means bold power or royal power. Well, damn, that's fitting. It's also linked to Scottish surname so I have no idea what that means, what that says, meaning son of Henry. Teeter, I can't rap stuff that I don't already have know a tune for. Um, I can only read stuff. If I don't know that how like a tune that the rap, you know, like it has to be an existing rap song. I think you were like putting stuff in wanting me to rap it the other night. Well, number one, I would never rap when Doug is here. I would be mortified. And number two, I can't rap stuff that doesn't already have a song that's part of it, but I'll read
You
it.
can't
The deep
freestyle?
typing. No, I could never. Deep typing live, it's Julie B. Breaking it down with Scarlet and me. From Theories Poppin', come and see. Live stream fab, we run it free. That's great. The White House murdered AB. Okay, Bill Chill. Yeah, he was being sus, Amy. I've got my eye on Trip here. I got my eye on him.
Yeah, especially when somebody
Um,
says they're too stupid to do this.
yeah, right? He says I'm too stupid and fucked up to do this, and you know it. I'm and I find it kind of interesting how the first half an hour of this episode focuses on him, but the
Hmm.
episode is called The Trouble with Harry, and it pivots to focus on Harry as a suspect late in the episode. That's not how it worked in the previous two. It was Sheila in the one before this, it was Didier in the one before that. It's like the show doesn't want us to focus on Trip. So it titled the episode The Trouble with Harry and it pivoted to Harry late in the episode. I'm not buying that. I think Trip is a suspect. Um yeah, Dieter, the concert is going to be rough if I actually go. It's going to be rough on my body. I will I think the hardest thing would actually be trying to get out of a stadium full of people. I have no idea how long that would take standing there waiting for in line with a giant crowd trying to just get the hell out of there. I was thinking about that, even just basic things like that. Standing up really hurts me. Standing still is the most painful thing that I do. Walking is less painful than standing. So, like standing in line at the grocery store is torture. I have to pace back and forth like a caged animal. So, it's a little nerve-wracking. Um, so,
I have a similar issue.
um,
That's why I laughed at that. I
huh?
have to move a lot.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah,
hard sometimes to stand still.
yeah. I can't. It hurts too
Yeah.
much.
Mhm.
Um, it's like my legs are being ripped apart on a torture rack. Um, well, I'm glad it makes you feel less alone, Amy. And I feel less alone because of all of you guys. So, um, hope we can do that for others in the community. Anyway, the social chat is completely okay and also cathartic. This kind of chat is actually helping us get to know each other, vent, and help each other heal. Yeah, but Doc, you've prepared an enormous amount of
Yeah.
stuff for us to do.
Yeah.
So I think that we should do it if you're still up for it, Doc. Seriously. Um seriously, I'm good. Like we can do social chats too. We don't need to do any more of that. We've done enough. No, we can't say that word, Martin. I I I don't think white people should be saying that word, so I wish they wouldn't have named that channel that word. It's too it's that's something that racists used to it's not as bad as the other N word, but it's still something that racists used to say. I associate it with racism. It's associated with a very racist time. And I am a huge Hairspray fan, and but that's a piece of art, that's a musical. It's different, you know. I don't know. I feel like I can't say that word. Um. Anyway, every time I say Didier, I do hear that Samuel Diddy A. Yes, Didier. Hey Mackie. Hey Mackie, you missed my rap concert. My very brief rap concert, which was impromptu. Nice to see you. I'm a little excited. I'm a little high on Kendrick right now because I'm considering going to his concert in Foxborough, Mass. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do it, even though it's gonna be an enormous challenge for me physically to handle it. Um, with my pain and all. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad it's helpful, Faith, to to talk through these things as a family here, as a support system. It's good to have that emotional release. It's healthy and we can be here for each other. Um, so I'm glad. I'm glad it helps. Anyway, yeah, they'd probably get a lot more subs and money if they changed the name. I really don't think that it was a smart idea to name their channel that at all. Um, um, anyway, so getting back to the episode, so I've been just going through the video because I thought I took screenshots for this, but apparently I took the screenshots, forgot to upload them to the cloud, and already deleted them. So I took them last week, and I guess I forgot to upload them to the cloud, but that's okay. He's like, I win because I'm a complete fucking loser. I loved this line. He's like, I couldn't have done this, and you know it, because I'm too stupid and fucked up to do it. So I win because I'm a complete fucking loser. He has the best lines in this whole thing, if you ask me. I just love this guy. Watch him be the killer, though. Just watch. It could be him.
Mhm.
It could totally be him. And um, no, I forget what this part was. Wait a minute. Let me get my notes back out. Let's see. Okay, Trip had a fight. And then um, okay, yeah. So then they find out about these socialites who crashed the party.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And they they find out about these socialites, Valentina and Lorenzo Mota. And so that was one of many things that went wrong that night. And even Cordelia Cup kind of glossed over this detail and realized she should have paid more attention to it because she's like, she heard about this in an earlier episode, but there was a lot of information coming at her. The First Lady of Australia went into anaphylactic shock from an allergy
Mhm.
attack.
Yeah.
A Secret Service van crashed into the south gate of the White House, and someone crashed the party. So there was a lot of chaos going on, and now she's realizing, oh yeah, there's that, and there were three people named George
Mhm.
McCutcheon. So she was processing a lot. It's hard even for her to keep track of everything. So this was a catastrophic security failure to have two people crash a White House state dinner. Um, Lily, the social coordinator, just ignored it. Harry wanted them out right away. AB insisted that they be held until the end of the evening, consistent with security protocol. No one leaves a dinner early. So they were just
Who
basically
is the social lady? What's her name?
Lily.
Lily. Yeah. See, Lily and Trip here are they act stupid, but I got my eye on them
Yeah. Yeah. It's
because they act kind of flighty. Well, he acts stupid, she acts flighty, and I don't know. Sometimes that people act that way for a reason.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. So Lily is another one not to underestimate just because she
Mhm.
seems like an airhead. Um AB thought so AB basically detained these two socialites in like a broom closet or something for the whole night. Um because that was protocol to no one leaves a state dinner early. Now, I don't really understand that. I think in real life they would kick their asses out immediately,
Yeah.
not put them in a broom closet, but whatever. Okay.
It's funnier to put
Um,
them in a broom closet.
yeah, it is. Um, so, um, so then, um, so Cordelia wanted to, so she wants to make sure that like there are no other uninvited guests, and she orders them to check the footage of the entrances and exits, check with all the guests, make sure there was nobody else that they are not aware of that's not accounted for. And Ms. Haney tells her that um AB thought Harry was setting him up to encourage him to break protocol and then be blamed for it. So basically that Harry let these socialites in, um, like it was all kind of a setup to make AB look bad. AB would be blamed for it. Or either that or that like Harry was encouraging, pushing for them to be, you know, kicked out, break protocol, and get AB blamed for it because they were not in a good place tonight, according to Ms. Haney, who is the one right directly underneath the chief usher, so the assistant chief usher. Um, and that's where we pivot to Harry. Now we're like 35 minutes.
Yeah.
We're 35 minutes into the episode and we've pivoted to Harry, and the episode is called The Trouble with Harry. Make it make sense. Okay. That's sus. That's sus. And I think that's a red flag. So I'm putting Trip Morgan at the top of my list of suspects right now, because that makes no sense. And I didn't realize it. Like when I was watching it, I thought like this is weird. Okay, it's going to be a Trip Morgan focused episode, and then all of a sudden it pivots to Harry, and I noticed the title of the episode was "The Trouble with Harry." Yeah, this is super sus. So yeah, I'm watching that, and so now all of a sudden we're pivoting to Harry. Harry is way too freaking obvious and we all know it. Harry is the one who was the most obvious from the beginning, pushing for this to be ruled a suicide, pushing for everything to be rushed. He was so upset that Cordelia Cup, this world famous detective, was called in. He didn't want her there. He's too obvious. We know it's not Harry. Like you can't fool me with this pivot. It's not Harry. But we'll indulge the show. Ms. Haney says AB thought Harry was setting him up. AB didn't trust Harry. The day before the state dinner, AB walked in on a conversation between Harry and some other um, bigwigs, the Australian industrialist Walpole Bing, CIA Director Root, having an intense conversation. Bing told AB to get the fuck out and accused him of spying on them. Harry comes charging out and unloads on him. David Rylance from Australia says Bing went to boarding school with Harry. Um, Bing backs Prime Minister of Australia, Roos, even though most of Roos's backers can't stand Bing. Harry chased AB back to his office and asked him, "What the hell were you doing there?" And then he says, "You didn't hear anything." Um, AB says, "I literally didn't hear anything." Yeah. And Harry's like, "No, no, no, no. Listen to me very carefully. You didn't hear anything." Um, AB is saying, like, "I actually didn't hear any of it at all." So here we have Harry acting super sus again. Clearly, AB walked in on a really sensitive conversation that Harry didn't want him to hear, which again gives him even more motive to kill AB. And now we have the motive. We already had him acting sus and wanting it to be ruled a suicide and rushing everything. Now this gives him a specific motive, but I'm not buying it. Um, I'm not buying it. And then Ms. Haney confirms that the staff basically have this selective hearing, just like AB. When they're around people in the White House who have sensitive conversations, it's like they go into some kind of weird fugue state and they don't hear what they're talking about. Now, I could never do that. If it were me, I would be listening to every single word they were saying, and I'm not saying I would tell anybody, but there's no way I would just put myself into some kind of weird fugue state and not listen. You better believe I'd want to hear those juicy details. But all of these White House staffers apparently they train themselves not to do it, and they all confirm it. Ms. Haney, Raleigh, Sheila, they all say that they don't hear a damn thing. They zone out. Harry tells AB, "Keep your fucking mouth shut." Again, sus, makes him way too sus. I'm not buying it. Um, Ms. Haney was really upset, but AB kept his cool as always, and Harry knew that she was aware of it. So now Cordelia finds, uh, yeah, yeah. Raleigh says like they really don't hear any of this stuff. It just ain't in there. Yeah, bullshit. Come on. Um, like I'm sorry, but how do you not hear these things, these conversations? Uh, it just ain't in there. Yeah, I would still be hearing stuff and I just wouldn't tell anybody, but whatever. Um, anyway, so so Cordelia now finds Harry interesting, which is her way of looking at people as suspects, but she won't call them suspects, of course. And then on the night of the state dinner, Carpenter Eddie Gomez had heard, we have to remember, we already heard this in a previous episode, that the Eddie Gomez character had heard AB yelling, "I'm going to tell them everything," in his office. Then shortly after that, he saw Harry come running down the stairs. So that puts that more into context. Um, why they were having that argument. So they were having an argument after that whole altercation where Harry said, "Keep your fucking mouth shut" to AB. And Raleigh had reported that Harry, also, we found this in another thing in a previous episode. Raleigh had said that Harry was gone from the concert for 22 minutes, right around the time that they know AB died. Harry lied about it in that previous episode, said that he never left that room, um, even though other people, witnesses, saw him leave and saw AB leave. Again, opportunity, means, motive, he's got all of it, but it's way too obvious, so I'm not buying it. And um, and of course Harry was so eager to call it a suicide. All this stuff is super sus. Oh, and I almost forgot another thing. Cordelia had found Harry in AB's office that night looking for political documents, which he claimed that. But AB wouldn't have political documents, and he knows it. Chief ushers don't have political documents. He was rifling through stuff in his office, makes him look super sus. And all that stuff was planted in previous episodes, and now all of a sudden it's all kind of coming together, and now we actually find a motive in this episode that he could have, on top of a motive to kind of connect the dots and explain why he all these other sus things about him happened. I'm still not buying it though, because again, way too obvious. So nice try with the show doing this pivot, but the first 35 minutes were focused on Trip and not Harry. So I think it's more Trip that we should be looking at here. Um, Senator Bix, uh, Marjorie something Bix, interesting triple named senator who also happens to be a blonde and named Marjorie and very loud. Gee, I wonder who she's supposed to be. She's very loud and she's very dramatic and not professional in these meetings, is always yelling, and she's saying, "Why was Harry looking for political documents? What did he think AB had heard, and why was he so angry about it? Where was he for the 22 minutes he left the East Room? Why was he so eager to call this a suicide and get Cup off this case? And where is Cordelia Cup?" um, which is a very dramatic ending. they they have an empty seat waiting for her to testify in front of the Senate committee, and she's not there. So that closes out that episode. Um, yeah. So I thought that one was fantastic, and I'm definitely giving Trip side eye. He's I would say he's my top suspect at the moment. Um, the one that you really wouldn't suspect, they made him look guilty at first. He has motive, but then they try to get us to dismiss it because he's too incompetent. Mm, I think he might have been the one. He might have been the one. Now I just have to get my pictures up for the next one. Let me see. I had a whole bunch of them, but I don't think they all uploaded. But let's see what I have here for now. Um, I guess no, that's not the beginning of the episode. Hold on. The next one was great too. It was focused mainly on the person they call the third man, who's the weirdo with the goofy eyes, and you finally find out his name in this episode. Who knew he would actually be focused on in any way? I was not expecting that because when they first showed him, I thought it was just for a brief laugh, you know. Um, but not at all. Like he actually wound up being a significant part of an episode, which was great. Um, okay, so I got my pictures are here. They're just not all uploaded. But um hold on a minute. I should have been doing this while I was going through those other pictures. Uh, I may just have to switch devices so that I can share them directly from my computer. It'll be quicker that way. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do that. Okay. Yeah, for some reason they didn't all upload. Damn, what the hell? Um, I cannot win tonight. Jeez. Sorry. Hold on. I'm gonna switch to my Chromebook so that I can just share them directly off my Chromebook because they're not in the cloud as of now. At least it's running fast, so should go pretty smoothly, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's actually running pretty quick. The other night it was glitching like crazy. I had my webcam on and it kept freezing over and over again while I was making goofy faces or having my eyes closed, so that was fun. Uh, I just need to delete something. I had a video I was gonna delete so I could. Oh, oh, good. Okay, never mind. I don't have to switch devices. This will be done uploading in 1 minute, so I can wait that minute. Let's see. In the meantime, I'll just look at the chat really quick. Bread for breakfast. Hey AA, nice to see you. I think I'm gonna do the rest of this on the treadmill because my pain is spiking. Before this, I was in the watch party, so I've been resting too long. So I think I'm gonna get on the treadmill and hope I don't wake up my mom. Anyway, nice, Doc. Yeah, I saw that, so we can take a look at that. We'll blow through the next one quickly. It's almost done uploading all the photos, and see how fast I can quickly get through the next episode. Um, Mackie, it's a really entertaining, fun show. It's great. There is no first lady. As a matter of fact, it's a first gentleman, and it's not a lady president. It's a gay couple. So it's a you know a man. It's a male president and a first gentleman in the show. Um, but as of now, they haven't presented the first gentleman as a possible suspect or suspicious in any way. But hey, who knows? Could be. Um, oh, belated good night to Faith. Um, what else did I miss here? Temu has a fire theme song. It does. It's it's really it's funny. It's funny that you bring that up. I was just talking to Doug about Temu and how annoying the commercials are. It's catchy but annoying. Freaky ass Dieter, he is 69 God. Oh, so great. Freaky ass Dieter, he is 69 God. Freaky Doc, he is 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Oh man, I love Kendrick so much. That is like that song always it always picks up my mood no matter how bad I'm feeling. Oh, it's so good. I want to go to that concert so bad so I can sing along to that, rap along, whatever, chant along. Some of it is like a chant. That part's a chant. And it's catchy too. And you just gave me a version I can actually say because the other part is freaky ass. He is 69 God. I can't say the other word. Damn it. It's so frustrating when there are those words that you can't say that part. So if you're a white person and you want to rap along to it, then it sounds all screwed up and you have to have a bunch of pauses in it. Sorry, I can't say that part, so I don't know. You have to like figure out how to edit those out. Anyway, my images are ready, so I'm gonna pull that up so we can get through this next breakdown. Um so we can get through the next episode as quickly as possible. Um okay. Um well, all is not really well, AA, but it's always better hanging out with you guys. So hope all is well with you. Um, waffles and ether are for breakfast. Episode 5 suspects, the White House itself, Harry, and the show's writers. I say, I say it's Trip Morgan. Trip Morgan is my pick for right now. I haven't been able to settle on anybody yet, but I'm gonna go with that for now. Um, and yeah, Dieter dropped the link to this PayPal account that he set up for me on my behalf. Um, he fronted the money very kindly and generously for a laptop so that I'd have something more functional to work on for my channel, and so any money that goes there helps to reimburse him for that huge expense. Any little bit helps and is greatly appreciated, and it does add up. Um, you know, like I don't have super chats, but people when they get super chats, even when it's like little dollar amounts, every single little bit helps. Just like when people do super chats, it's basically the same thing. It's much better than a super chat because when you do super chats, YouTube takes 30% and keeps it for themselves. Um, oh man, I wouldn't get those from Temu, Amy. I would not. Yeah, I bet they're freaky, but um Mackie, I gotta go. I gotta go. Yeah, it's on my birthday, Mackie. Kendrick is coming to Foxborough to Gillette Stadium in Mass on my birthday. It's like a sign. I have to go. I have to go. It's going to be a lot of pain I'm going to have to deal with, and I won't be able to enjoy it as much as I could have if I didn't have severe pain. But even some joy is better than none. You know, I just don't want to miss out on this experience. I don't want to miss it. So I'm probably gonna go and I'm not into SZA. I don't know SZA's music. So when Kendrick and SZA switch places and he does a few songs, then she does a few songs, and I figure because I know what the set list is. um, I know that I won't miss any Kendrick songs. When SZA comes on, I can just get up out of the chair and go for a walk and then go back and sit down because I can't sit for that long without my pain spiking, and I can't stand either. I can't stand at all for any amount of time without my pain getting out of control. So I'll have to sit. Anyway, I still want to go. I still want to go. Anyway, so getting back to this, now I have my photos ready. Uh, if I wait a minute, should be here.
Now you're
Where
at
is
the
it?
end.
I just I just uploaded the pictures. What did you say?
Oh, I was just saying we're on credits.
Yeah, but like I just uploaded the pictures to Google Photos, and I'm still not seeing it even though they're in the cloud. I uploaded them. I'll just have to switch back to my Chromebook then. What the hell? They're in the cloud, so it should be here on both devices. That's all right. It's easy enough to do. I'm just going to go out and come back in again.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to tell you what's happening in my life. Next Thursday, for your Agatha Christie friends, I really hope that sometime you guys will be going to the Towards Zero watch party and live for episode 3 happening on Thursday at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over at the channel called Sci-Fi Vision. If you haven't caught up to 3, I mean, I'm encouraging Jamie to have a party where we watch all 3 episodes. So if you are interested, let me or Jamie know, and we will set that up for you. And so far, it's been fun. It's been kind of like The Residents. I've been having a lot of murder mystery time, a lot of feeling.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I've missed it completely. I had to use all that time to do my Last of Us video that hardly anyone's gonna watch because they're all wanting to boycott the show out of outrage
Oh
anyway.
no, no.
Yeah. It, um, everybody's Last of Us videos are falling off right now because people are
Oh
boycotting the
yeah, that's
show, and I
right.
understand. People are
Yeah.
canceling HBO Max. There's crazy outrage right now on The Last of Us in the Last of Us fandom. Crazy amount of outrage. And I don't blame them for being angry and upset. There are a lot of people who
We
never
should have
played the
played the
games
game.
and they're so
Should have played the game
they're so
first.
oh, they're so upset. I saw a really funny reel on Facebook earlier. It was hilarious. It was some people's reactions who have never played the games, how upset they were, and like it was really funny. But like, so I noticed that my latest Last of Us deep dive that I worked really hard on all through Thursday and into Thursday night, when I could have been enjoying myself, enjoying that watch party with you guys, and I'm sure I would really like this show, but instead, I'm working on this deep dive that people aren't going to want to watch anyway because they hate the show now. Um, but I'm still glad I did it regardless. I'm still proud of the work, and it is what it is. I looked around and it's not just me. It's not just me that people are not interested in watching. I looked at other people who are covering the show and views have plummeted. I looked at Jeremy Ice and Fire, like his latest Last of Us thing, the views are way down. I looked at like Geek Academy, he normally gets a lot more views. His views are way down. So he didn't even bother doing a deep dive into episode 2. He just did an episode about how upset people are and why, and like giving his perspective, and like he didn't even do a deep dive into the whole thing. But I don't care. I still want to do them, so I'm going to do them. And if people don't want to watch, okay, well, if I only get 50, I forget how many people watched it so far. If I only get less than 100 people watching it, then I'm still proud of it anyway, and I'm not going to stop doing it just because I'm not getting as many people watching it. If I enjoy it, I enjoy it. I mean, the episode upset me, but I enjoy analyzing complex series like this. That part I like. Yeah, right now it's at 69 views, and it premiered 16 hours ago, my episode 2 deep dive for The Last of Us. So, if any of you guys watched The Last of Us and you haven't checked it out, it's dying out there, but I understand why it's dying out there. People are upset and they don't want to be re-traumatized by having to watch videos on The Last of Us, let alone my 27-minute video on this traumatizing episode of The Last of Us. But I just wish people would give it a chance, people who are fans of the show, who are fans of the show. I wish fans of the show would give it a chance. Anyway, we're not gonna go off on a tangent about that, but, I just figured I would mention that since the subject came up. Oh, I found the reel. It's so freaking funny. Wait a minute. Before I, show these images, wait, I gotta show you this. This is hilarious. This is, this is a compilation of some reactions people had to The Last of Us episode 2.
Up and do it already. What?
No! Bro, I am not okay.
Don't do this to me, bro.
What the fuck?
My husband was inconsolable last night. Emotional distress. I got 2 hours of sleep.
I'm so mad at you for not telling me. Get out. I'm fucking devastated! It was perfect, and I've never been a part of something so amazing.
Shut the fuck up and do it already.
Okay. I just had to play that because it's funny, even though it has nothing to do with this. Yeah, I know, right, Amy? Come on. Right, Amy? People haven't acted this crazy since the Free Britney movement. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, leave Britney alone. How about that guy that was crying? Leave Britney alone. Hey, K Brew. Me, get it, Robbie. Yeah, Samuel, you're fine with it. Yeah, I'm sure you're you're just chilling, no problem at all. Yeah. Check out, so it says in the caption it says, check on your friends. Check on your friends right now. Yeah, who watched The Last of Us. You might need to check on them. They're gonna need some therapy. Leave Britney alone. Yeah. The girl that cried. Yeah. Anyway, back to the residents. Back to the residents. I've got my photos here. So Harry's looking really rough with the scruffy mountain man beard all of a sudden. Was just kind of weird. And there was this really funny meta part of this that I absolutely loved. I love meta humor. And because he comes into the office of the senator who runs these hearings, and he's saying, "You've let them turn this into a fucking circus. You've let them turn this thing into a murder mystery, and that is bad. That is very, very bad. Do you want to know why that is bad?" And the senator's like, "Well, I mean, murder mysteries are so popular right now." And Harry's like, "People like a murder mystery. They want to know who did it. You have the library and the game room and the missing weapons, and now, oh yay, yeah, you wait a minute, a disappearing detective. Oh yay, a disappearing detective. How great is that?" And so that's a meta moment pointing at the the show itself, because that's exactly what we're watching right now, a murder mystery with the um you know, the game room, the library, the missing weapons. It's a lot like Clue, and now we've got a disappearing detective, which was the big shocking moment at the end of episode 5. I love meta humor. That was great. And he's like, people start to think, I can play detective too. Is that a clue? Is that a fucking clue? Um, oh, I love a who done it. Who done it? And that's the whole thing about murder mysteries. The person who done it is always the person you suspect the most. Not the least, the most. You've just been trained not to suspect them, but underneath it all, you really do. And you know who that person is in your murder mystery right now, Aaron? Do you know who that is? The Swiss guy? So I guess Aaron was asking, Aaron said the Swiss guy, meaning Didier. Um, and this is just a clip of this of Didier going, yes. But Harry is like, me. Of course, Harry is the one who looks the most sus, and he knows it. He knows it. And I like how the show is pointing that out, that they've set this up. It's very clever, making Harry look so sus. They've set this up that way. And now they're even making fun of it in a meta way, pointing out how much they've made him look sus. And then Aaron's like, "Oh, I don't know. The Swiss guy seems shifty to me." He does seem shifty. They did make Didier seem shifty. And Harry's like, "You need to get this whole fucking thing under control." And and he's in this guy's the senator says, I'll just make a deal with her, meaning that troublesome Marjorie Bix senator. I'll just make a deal with her if I have to. And Harry's like, you can't make deals with people like that, like her, people like Marjorie Bay Bix. Gee, 3 names and the first name is Marjorie. Sounds kind of familiar to awfully similar to another very loud, boisterous, blonde, real life Marjorie, Senator Marjorie. Just saying. Um, and he said, you can't make deals with people like this. These people are different. Um, it's a different type of politician, like they're in this for the attention, for the spectacle of it all, turning it into a circus. And this is like an old guard politician right here. He's like, no, these people are exactly the same people as they've always been, and we've always made deals with them. Yeah, no, that's not true. It's not the same anymore. Not at all. But anyway, so I enjoyed that scene. I loved all that meta stuff. And so the big dramatic reveal, where is Cordelia Cup? Well, she's just off on safari somewhere. Um, she's off trying to figure things out, I guess, sort things out in her head, and off I don't know where she is, but this lady had to fly in on a little commuter airplane, a tiny little thing, not even a commuter, even smaller one, to come find her. And she showed up. She was like, Cordelia Cup, I presume, which, of course, it's a reference to a classic film. And so yeah, she's just hanging out there, bird watching, her usual thing, and she mentions like there's um this concept of the nemesis bird. And I'm trying to remember how she described it. She's really great at drawing. She draws out a lot of the suspects. So this is a drawing with Harry, and these are those guys who were kind of having that meeting that AB walked in on, that we found out about in the previous episode. Walpole, Bing, Oliver Root, and Harry having that suspicious conversation in the treaty room. She drew that. It would be nice to have better views of her drawings. So there's Harry, and she wrote suicide next to it because he wanted it to be ruled a suicide very much. Lives on the 3rd floor, it says here. And what does it say? Something drawing? I can't tell what that says. Anyway, then there's Trip Morgan, another one of her people she finds interesting. Can't really read any of this. It's too difficult to see it. What does that say? Clogged toilet, plumbing, called AB. Walpole Bing, that's the Australian industrialist. I doubt it's him because we haven't really even learned much about him yet. And then we have this scene where this is going back in time now when she was still investigating that night, and Kylie Minogue comes running out and yells blood in the Lincoln bedroom. She was not supposed to be allowed up there. Cordelia said no one was to be allowed up there, but they had made a deal with Kylie Minogue that she could sleep there overnight if she performed. And the Secret Service agent who's obsessed with her let her do it and tucked her into bed, which he was not supposed to do. But of course he did, unsurprisingly. I love that guy. He loves her and Hugh Jackman. He's kind of a fanboy for him too. She found a blood stain on the carpet in the Lincoln bedroom, which is, I think it's on the 2nd floor, and Cordelia had said don't allow anybody up there on those upper floors. Cordelia gets down on the floor next to it like some freaking bloodhound sniffing it, which is funny. And so she continues on her way. She looks around the treaty room, and she notices a bunch of empty glasses. I always take notice of the things she's noticing. And so empty glasses all around, just like the empty glass she noticed in the game room where the body was found. And the carpet that looks like something might have been dragged across it. There are marks on the carpet that look like something. There are vertical lines here. It looks like maybe something was dragged. Cordelia has always believed that that AB's body was dragged from somewhere. So that's something interesting, as she would say, interesting. Ms. Haney shows her some really cool, like, hidden closets and stuff, like hidden doors. There's one that's a closet, and there's one that's actually like a hidden staircase, but it's actually just a staff staircase to the 3rd floor. Cordelia's like, I always thought that he was moved. Again, yeah, she always thought his body was moved. This part was really funny because they're supposedly questioning Hugh. Wait, what the hell's his name? Hugh Jackman. But they didn't actually get Hugh Jackman on the show, so you never actually see his face. Again, it's just some guy impersonating Hugh Jackman for the show. And you just see his legs lying there, and Hugh Jackman is also sleeping on that floor, which they weren't supposed to be allowing. He's laying on the floor saying that the bed is too high for him to get up. He must be that drunk. He's like, fuck, it's like climbing Mount fucking Everest. His bed is too fucking high. Kylie's mad that Hugh Jackman got a nicer room than her. And once again, the Secret Service agent let Hugh Jackman do it, and he wasn't supposed to let people sleep up there. But he did it anyway because he's a fanboy for both of them. And so there's been a long conflict between the Morgans and the Secret Service about being upstairs. Oh, wait. Hold on. I just heard Scarlet popping back on. Scarlet.
Hey.
Oh, okay. Good thing I'm on my Chromebook because I wouldn't have heard the noise. I had to switch from what I was using um to get the photos.
That was
Anyway.
fine. I was backstage for a while, but Doc asked me a question, so I fell off. I came back on. You didn't let me back on, so I just went off again and answered Doc's question, then came back on.
Oh, I didn't hear it the first time. I guess I must have been talking over it and I didn't hear it. Sorry. In the
Yeah.
images tab, I don't see anything. I figured you had to step away because, or having internet problems because it's Friday.
Yes.
Anyway, so I was pointing out how there was an interesting mark in the carpet in the treaty room where what was it? I think it was the treaty room where those three guys had that sus conversation, including Harry. She went in there and looked and noticed 3 empty glasses sitting on tables and what looks like a tread mark on the carpet, like something was dragged across it. She's always believed AB's body was dragged, so that's interesting. And then, of course, Kylie Minogue pointed out the blood stain on the carpet in the Lincoln bedroom where she was staying. So now we've got the first gentleman lying. More people lying. I forget what he's lying about now, though. Wait a minute, let me go back.
He's kind of sus because he there's that where he said he made those phone calls, but he didn't make those phone calls.
Yeah.
He says he didn't make those phone calls. So there's something up with that.
Yeah. Yeah, so wait a minute. So yeah, the Secret Service agent let Kylie and Hugh sleep on that floor, and she said that no one was supposed to be up there, but Secret Service is exempt. That Secret Service is allowed to be up there, and he said he was told to stay off though by the president's husband. I think his name is Elliot. One of their agents got the call at 9:22 p.m. That's suspicious. That's within the window of time when AB was killed. So none of these Secret Service agents have been up there since they got that call. And Elliot says, first of all, they shouldn't be on the second floor. She's like, you didn't ask the Secret Service? And so he lies. Edwin Park says we were told there had been a long conflict between the Morgans and the Secret Service being upstairs, and the Morgans have made it clear they want them to stay off the floor as much as possible. Elliot says I didn't say tonight specifically, and he denies calling anyone. Then he says it's 5:30 in the morning. I am tired. I don't know how many times I have to answer the same question the same way. I didn't call anyone. And then you immediately see someone contradict him when she questions someone else. He called at 9:22 p.m. I spoke to him. I mean, why would you lie about something that's so easily debunked? These people are lying about stupid things that you can easily find out about. How dumb are these people? So he called her. She took the call. She says, I don't know why he's saying he didn't call. And so first family tells you, then you leave. You didn't see or hear anything else. And then the lady says there was the crash outside, and then she left. So they've got to trace that call. Other than that, no, nothing. And then there's the dog. The Morgan's dog, Shirley, was barking. And so there's a dog upstairs too. But the thing is, the dog doesn't bark ever. So unless there are strangers, which there aren't, because she lives on the second floor of the White House, and So that's suspicious. The dog was barking. This staff member went up the stairs even though Mr. Morgan had told her not to. She said she would rather do that. If my choice is to take some heat from Mr. Morgan or risk a security breach, I'll take the heat, because she was worried there might be a security breach because the dog was barking. The dog doesn't bark unless there are strangers. So she went up there. She didn't see anything. She came down. The barking stopped. So interesting little complications there to add to the mix. And the lady shows up, when she's out in the jungle. Now we're back to the present time, and
Reminds me of Yellow Jacket.
Yellow Jacket.
There's a
Oh yeah, I'm
satellite.
sure.
There's a satellite phone in Yellow Jacket.
Oh yeah, she brings her like a satellite phone. So this is like a nemesis case that she says there is such thing as a nemesis case, like a nemesis bird. A nemesis bird is like one that you can't find and you can't let go of it. As a birder person, like she is. She's asking Cordelia if there's a nemesis case that she can't solve and can't let it go, and she says no, there isn't a case I can't solve. And she's like, who are you? Who sent you? And so she apparently she brought her the satellite phone. And yeah, that's a satellite phone. And then going back to this, she's like, is this one of those things where it's, you see a rabbit and I see a duck?
Very
She's
Severance.
like, it's very Severance. Yeah, I got Severance vibes from that. Milchick has one of those in his office.
Oh, this is your favorite person, I think, Julie. This guy.
Oh, I love this guy. Yeah. She said, what am I looking at here? Yeah, I don't know what kind of a picture this is, but
it looks like somebody's ear.
Yeah, it looks like somebody's ear has been grafted to his face. The guy said, this man here, you asked us to match everyone on the guest list. We found another one. So this is another party crasher. A third one. A third man. So this is
the third man.
The third man.
The third man.
Our agents also found a name card that doesn't match with anyone on the guest list. And of course, they try to read this chicken scratch. That's a name? There's something seriously wrong with this calligrapher. Somebody needs to check him out. We're 6 episodes in and we still don't know what's wrong with this guy. He's trying to read it like what? SRWCK? There aren't even any vowels. What F? I don't see an F. FG. His name is Fugwusker Piff. Fugwusker Piff. I don't know how to say that. And yeah, dude, that's a shot of him getting it from the calligrapher. Somebody needs to check on that dude. Seriously, he's had a rough night. Clearly. So Sheila thought that he was a contract butler, but then someone else told him he's a guest. And that guy says, oh yeah, he's a guest, but he didn't see him up close. Sheila says she rode the elevator with him later on the way back up to Ms. Cox's room. He got on the first floor. And she thought that was unusual too, but she had a lot going on at that point. She was busy getting ready to get wasted. So yeah, why? It was kind of strange. I guess though, people who were pre-screened for security clearance who got there, I guess they were allowed to ride the elevator up. Seems kind of strange, but I guess they're cleared to go onto the second floor. And so she saw him in the elevator, and she's not sure it was him, but it was someone that she didn't recognize, and she thinks maybe this might be him. It's a little hard to tell from the picture, but she's not totally sure because she was fucked up, out of her mind, on booze, and she says Raleigh saw him too. He's like, yeah, he was sitting in the corner with some of the Australians. Um, he was the one. Remember when we first saw him? It was this lady. The this lady here was saying she was sitting next to a very odd man, and then he showed him do that weird funny thing with his eyes, his weird eyes,
Completely
and looking
sus.
up at the ceiling. Yeah, he's an odd one. And yeah, Lily came and asked about him and said he wasn't on the seating chart, but then Lily had a lot of seating charts, so it was kind of messy. Nobody really recognizes him from that mess of a picture. If someone else says, is it one of those things where you see a rabbit? No. And that lady remembers him. Oh yeah, he was next to me at dinner. He was odd. Didn't say much. Tried to engage him in conversation. Look at his eyes. He has the funniest eyes. What the fuck? They cast the perfect guy. His face. I love his face. Did he tell you his name? No. Anything about what he did? No. Where he lived? No. Wait. She says it was Mr. Bing who was on the other side. On the other side, it was Mr. Bing, the Australian industrialist, sitting on the other side of him. I love how they like clarify this for us to remind us of these people's roles. They do that a lot. Like Mr. Bing, the Australian industrialist, yes. Because there are a lot of characters and it's very complicated to try to remember all of their roles.
It's good. It's a really good way to visually show exposition without having to explain it, which I really enjoy. I mean, it's on the edge of telling, but showing. I appreciate it for its efforts.
And sometimes they say it out loud too. They say the role of the person out loud because she's trying to keep up with who all these people are too. So she's, she represents us in that way. And that whole meta thing at the beginning of this episode was just amazing. I loved how Harry broke that whole thing down about how everyone loves a murder mystery and you've got all these different rooms and the murder weapon being moved around and everyone wants to know who done it, and it's always the person that you most suspect but you think that you shouldn't because they're the most obvious, but you secretly do suspect them and it always winds up being them, and right now for everyone that's me. And I just love how meta that was, because that's exactly what they set up with the character of Harry. That's what I was talking about in the last episode. They set him up to look the most sus from the very beginning, and then Harry waltzes in. It's genius how the writing of this show did this. He waltzes in at the beginning of episode 6 and he just basically, does meta commentary on his entire story arc from the beginning, and now they've set him up to look the most sus because this is a murder mystery and this is how it works, and it's so great. I love that kind of meta humor. So I think we can pretty much rule him out as a suspect. And so he's trying to make a deal. The senator, I always forget this guy's name, but this senator is trying to make a deal with Senator Bix, and I know which side of the political spectrum she's on, because he's just like saying, you just tell me what you want and we stop talking about all this, okay? I mean, like, education as a concept, done, gone. Like, we'll just wipe out not only the whole department of education and other entire departments, but we'll just wipe out education completely. We'll just wipe it out. So she's clearly an extremist radical, and he's trying to make a deal with her so that she'll back off. And he's like,
It's a
"You want
little
to buy?"
too close to home.
It's a little too close to home. He's like, "You want to buy Greenland or Hungary or frack directly under San Francisco?" It's so great. It's like, "Fine, I don't care." She's like, "And what do you get out of this deal?" "I get to stop hearing about things like the third man. I get the pleasure of preserving the respect and integrity of our most important civic institutions. I get Harry Hollinger off my ass." I love Al Franken in this role, and the fact that he was
Mhm.
actually a senator for a while just makes it even better. He knows what it's all about. He's been there. Um, it's gotten crazier since he's been there, though. Um, and he's like, "And you're from Colorado, so maybe I get a condo in Aspen." Um, so wait, who's saying this? Oh, okay. So I think it's this is where Senator Bix says, "I think AB Winter over hatching a plan to strike an illegal deal with North Korea." And I think after Harry Hollinger yelled at him, uh, the three of them brought in an assassin to kill Winter on the night of the state dinner. Winter decided to report it, and I think Harry knew that. Wait a minute. And I think the assassin is the third man. So she's got a wild conspiracy theory, of course. He's like, "That is completely insane." She's like, "It's only insane if it isn't true." Yeah, okay. Another conspiracy nut. Yeah, she's a radical, all right. Um so Cup or is going over all this new information. Blood on the second floor. Shirley the dog barking on the second floor because of a stranger. Elliot Morgan saying he didn't call anyone and lying. A disputed call to Secret Service to clear the second floor. A man Sheila doesn't recognize on the second floor, who may have been that guy. A third man, the third man, who was seated next to Walpole Bing, who snuck into the party undetected and left just as the house was being shut down. He left early. So yeah, she's going over it and she wants to find him. Again, she says, "I don't have any suspects." And she just wants to find him. And she's like, this isn't a lead, this is just an excursion. And yeah, she's not conventional in the way that she goes about it. She's like, I've met many colorful characters and endured many exceedingly stupid men, but you underestimate my powers of persuasion. And yeah, she so she goes to these guys and she wants to try and find this guy, but they don't want to reveal that there was an egregious security breach. I mean, that would be pretty scandalous. She wants to hunt him down, and the room full of dudes is not liking that, of course. But the Australian dude, Rylance, wants to make sure he's not going to be implicated in anything, and he said that so he wasn't cooperating with her. He's like, "I don't want to be implicated in anything." So she finally so she just busts out out of nowhere, apropos of nothing. He fucked the chef. He just spilled the tea on him.
Mhm.
She just spilled the tea on him. So much for keeping that between them. Because he didn't cooperate with her. Nice. And he's like, "The White House chef?" um So yeah, so she doesn't have any coherent theory, and there's Trip Morgan, Didier Gothard, Sheila Cannon, Harry Hollinger. There are a lot of different people here, and they still don't have a clear lead. Walpole Bing, David Rylance, Marvella, and the Third Man all kill A.B. Winter together, but separately.
Murder on the Orient Express kind of thing going on.
Yeah. Maybe with 4 different
Spoilers
weapons.
on the Murder on the Orient Express if anybody hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
Forget what I said.
With 4 different weapons for 8 different reasons. There's the knife, there's the empty glass, you got like the lamp she was looking at, and then this thing. I don't know why this was interesting to her, but in 3 different rooms on 2 different floors. So this murder happened with all those people together, but separately with 4 different weapons for 8 different reasons.
And are they just blunt objects that he could have been hit in the head with? Like the urn or the candlestick, or
must have been.
What do you think those are? Or is that a decanter?
With 4 different weapons for 8 different reasons in 3 different rooms on 2 different floors. Like they're still no closer to narrowing this down at all. Like after all of that, it's a complete mess, and they verified that they can't even account for the suicide note because she says it's indisputably a note written in his own handwriting. So it's still a complete mess. They still have nothing, and FBI agent Park says, I still think we have a suicide. And the president, no, not the president, this dude here, I don't know, I forget who this dude is, but he literally high fives with Harry. Thank you. Like, wow. Like, this is the kind of sus behavior that we're talking about with Harry, but it's too obvious. So yeah, they're high fiving over this. And so yeah, he kind of stabs her in the back by doing that, and she just sits there minding her own business, and she says, I didn't catch all of it, but obviously I spoke too soon in saying the last stupid thing he said was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But luckily I don't report to him or him. And she points to different people, or even you, Mr. President, respectfully, I report to one man and one man only.
I love this joke. This joke is great.
He was pointing up like it was God.
It was God.
Yeah. I love this dude. This dude is underrated on the show. He's so funny. Him and his love for Kylie Minogue and Hugh Jackman, and I think he's so funny. Yeah. He thought she was talking about God. No. She was saying Chief Dokes. That's who she reports to, the head of the Metropolitan Police Department. And she thinks she can find this guy, the Third Man, with their resources. And she doesn't need to talk to any more of these people here tonight. She can just work with that. But he's saying that they'll come under the microscope by the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, the National Park Service, the National Weather Service, the Bureau of Weights and Measures. It sounds like an absolute nightmare. And he says it means I'll be gone, but I'm soon to be gone anyway. I'll do anything for you. You know that. Now, I wasn't quite sure what that meant. Like, what does that mean? She says, if that means you'll be gone, I'm not doing it. What, they'll fire him?
Yeah.
Why? Why would they fire him? It's not his fault for bringing her in, I guess.
I don't know. That's what he said.
I guess just for hiring her. So they would blame him.
Mhm.
So she decides not to use his resources, I guess. She says, if it means you'll be gone, I'm not doing it. And so they let everybody leave. Look at, there's the sus maid still looking into the
She's on my
camera. Oh,
list. She's on my list. I
why
don't
are they
know.
still? Why are they constantly featuring her with a sus look on her face, and we still have yet to get to know much of anything about her?
She did it.
I don't know though, because now we only have 2 episodes left, and we know next to nothing about her. But she's always
But
looking
she's
into the
so
camera.
suspicious looking. Look at the face.
She is suspicious looking. They all kind of look sus
Good.
as they file out. The chef and Bruce here, and just everybody. You know, of course, everybody looks sus. Didier, in a murder mystery, everybody looks sus. There's Lily, Ms. Haney, all those dudes, all the dudes, as she calls them. And that was it. She left. And this lady, Senator Bix is intent on finding the third man. So she takes matters into her own hands. This guy doesn't want to bring him in. He says, this is over. I offered you to get you out of this with something, and now here we are, here you are with nothing. Next time, take the deal. That's what we do. This is how politicians work, take the deal when it's offered to you. So FBI agent Park says he stands by, like, at the time, yeah, he believed that it was suicide. He stands by that, at least. And they're wondering where Senator Bix is. Well, she's outside while he's delivering a statement, the MPD chief delivering his statement. Everybody starts leaving the room, and you don't know why at the time, and then they're like, "Sir, we found Senator Bix. She's outside holding a press conference, staging a political spectacle, of course." This looks familiar. They said, "We'll give you whatever you want, but I only ever wanted one thing, the truth. I want you to hear the truth. So I am asking the third man, whoever you are, come forward now. Contact my office. We will give you immunity. Tell your story. Come and testify before this committee." What an idiot. I mean, what if he was actually the killer? We'll give you immunity? Jesus Christ. She's an idiot. So yeah, now she just made a bigger mess of things. And Harry's upset. Of course, as always, Harry is always upset. And and of course, this senator is insisting that there's no way they're going to find him, and even if they did, he won't testify, because the only way he'd testify is if he'd have immunity, and we're not going to give him immunity. Okay. And next scene, please state your name. And here he is, the third man,
and I have immunity.
and he has immunity. I love the timing, the comedic timing of this show with stuff like this is hilarious. The way they do this. Something is never ever going to happen, and then the next scene it's happening, or someone tells a blatant lie, and in the next scene it's contradicted a split second later, by like 3 other people. Brilliantly written show. And then you've got Patrick Doumbé. Is that I think that's his name.
Mm-hmm.
And they use Jake Tapper from CNN, and Harry's yelling "fuck." And you got Jake Tapper. Mr. Doumbé was identified by customers at Louis' Oyster House in Rockland, Maryland late Tuesday afternoon. He's eating oysters and reached agreement to testify after the committee granted him full immunity. What is that? What the hell is that? I don't know what the hell that is. What the?
Oh, there's
I don't know.
skis.
And look, that's a
They look
ski?
like skis.
Yeah, I don't really understand that part, but the littlest note about Mr. Doombay, a medical device sales manager, but he has been the subject of intense speculation. Pictures of him. Although for weeks his role in Mr. Winter's death, so they're talking about that on the news. This is hilarious. So he reads this part that he was not supposed to read out loud. Mr. Chairman, distinguished senators, and it shows everybody watching, the American people. I am so grateful. I'm grateful for the opportunity to tell my story, though not through the press and not through my lawyers. And it shows everyone watching, but from me directly. I know there has been a lot of speculation about my role in the tragic events at the White House. Lily and
This
St.
is a
Pierre
Rickon.
doing some weird new agey things with her Rickon.
Yes.
On the night of the Australian state dinner. I am here to set the record straight. I speak of my own free will, and everything I will say here today is mine, my thoughts, my words, my story. And now he reads the part. This is like he's reading. It's like he's reading stage direction in a play. He's reading the part he's not supposed to read. And somebody must have prepared for him. Some lawyer must have prepared. Now is the time to show some emotion. Don't look angry. But make clear that you don't like being accused of something. Make your face tight. And if you can make it red, that would be great. You can also pound the table. And then he pounds the table. What an idiot. Oh my god. What an imbecile. Everybody's sitting there laughing. Look, you gotta be kidding me. Thank you for that, Mr. Doombay. He asks what he does for a living, works in sales and marketing for a medical device company. He's like, can I say which one? Not necessary, but go ahead. He's like, could you tell us a little bit about your background, Mr. Doombay? I have no recollection of that, Senator. You don't remember any of your background?
Nope.
It's like you have no recollection of your background. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of on the first night of Kendrick Lamar's tour, he did this video skit where he trolls Drake with a fake deposition video because Drake is suing their record label over Kendrick's diss track. And so Kendrick did this fake deposition video that he plays at his concerts, and he's sitting there and he's simultaneously trolling Drake and also mocking Lil Wayne, because Lil Wayne has an infamous deposition video from like 2012 where he sat there and pretended to not remember literally anything. And before people could even finish asking him a question, he was like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And he just like, he was just, and then they literally had to stop him and be like, you have to actually wait till they finish asking the question before you respond. He didn't know anything. He remembered nothing. That's what this guy is doing. You have no recollection of your background. And Kendrick, though, they did the same kind of thing with the Kendrick skit. It was like, where do you remember where you were on the night of February 9th, 2025? And Kendrick's like, I don't keep track of dates. I don't remember dates. That was the date of the Super Bowl the biggest halftime show in the history of the Super Bowl, and he headlined it. And he's like, I don't keep track of dates. And it was such a great troll on Drake. Anyway, so this guy then says, on the advice of counsel, I assert my Fifth Amendment privilege. I know the American people are eager to experience. Okay, so the senator, he's trying to get more information about him. Like, okay, can we just skip to so basically this guy pled the fifth about revealing anything about his background, but he's willing to talk about his experience at the state dinner where the murder happened. Like, because that makes a whole lot of sense. He's like, oh sure, I'll talk about that. Well, that was great. Yeah, crazy story. I love this guy's eyes. This guy's eyes. He pled the fifth to avoid saying anything about his background. But okay, yeah, this he'll talk all about. He had attended a medical sales gala downtown and was walking back to the metro station. He saw this big group in the St. Regis Hotel wearing black tie like him. So he decided to stop in and have a drink. And he didn't know when he went in there, but they were, Australian, and they were on their way to a White House gala. He said, I kept thinking they were going to start wrestling crocodiles. And anyway, about an hour goes by, they all got up to leave. And the bartender goes up to me and says, we got to settle up. And he said, I'm not with those guys. And he could see, he thought he was trying to skip out on it. So he called after these guys. And long story short, he goes out after them. They were pretty drunk. They didn't really care. He saw them all getting into a van, and he got in with them. There was a guy saying, let's go. The bartender was looking at him, so he got in. He just figured, all right, let's just get the hell out of here. So he got in with them. They went to the White House. The next thing he knew, he didn't know where they were going. And they were all pre-screened before they even got there. So he was ushered directly inside. And that's a major security breach. And he was enjoying himself. He met the president and Hugh Jackman. And he had to decide at that point if he was going to try and fake an Australian accent. Didn't feel that confident about it. And this is supposed to be Hugh Jackman, but of course it's not. He's like, would you like to hear it? Yeah, he wants to show off his Australian accent. No, he doesn't want to, but he still tries it anyway. Like, I practiced that. I love this dude. I like Keith Urban too. The face he makes. I love this guy. He's like, it made me nervous because I didn't know where to sit. Because he wasn't supposed to be there. But then he got a name card from the calligrapher, and he said, nice guy, but he seemed a little nervous. What the hell was wrong with the calligrapher? Seriously, what was wrong with him? Somebody needs to check into this. Yeah, he wrote, he said, I told him the name Larry, but he wrote Figwell Piff. And he found a seat near the back with some Australians, which felt right because I really felt like I was one of them. And I was like, I was hoping to go next year. They asked him if he went upstairs. He said, oh, yes, I did. Thank you for asking. He pled the fifth. Again, he pled the fifth about his background. Wouldn't say anything about his background, but he's like, oh, yes, I did go upstairs. Thank you for asking. That was very interesting, too. What the fuck? He's willing to blab about all the stuff he shouldn't be. So everyone moved into the East Room for the show, which was great. And after that, I had to tinkle. So he asked someone where the bathroom was and ended up in this little alcove area with an elevator. And thought to myself, maybe there's no bathrooms on this floor. So he tried to ask Sheila, but I think maybe she was wasted. He makes the drinking face, and they all turn and look at Sheila in the room while they're watching this on TV. He says it was very quiet when he got up there. He got off on the second floor, went into a room down the hall, and that's when he realized he really wasn't in the right place. It looked like it was maybe a bedroom. It was the freaking president's bedroom he stumbled into. This dude that crashed the party and wasn't even supposed to be there at all made it into the president's bedroom. Like the most epic security breach in White House history, I'm sure. And there's a dog there.
Yeah,
We
picture
got
of his dog. That was attacked by a vicious dog.
unbelievable. And then he says, and then I was attacked by a vicious dog. And it's just a little dachshund barking. It's really not that big a deal. He said that in the next room. It's like a living room. I like how they keep cutting. They keep cutting to different members, these different people from the White House too, and like these two idiots. Yeah. And at that point, I just called my mom because it was all just so crazy. Now he's just randomly wandering around the White House unaccompanied, a party crasher. And he called his mom. I just love this guy. Oh my god, I love the dude. Seriously. He's like, I called my mom. Your mom? Well, it's my aunt, but I call her mom. Okay. And then he said, it's not my aunt. She's not really my aunt either. I don't know. It was confusing.
Yeah.
Um, and he said, then he just laughed. I was pretty beat. So I just walked back down the stairs, and when everybody went to the next room, I walked out the front. You walked out the front of the White House? Yes, sir. I love seeing the different reactions and Harry's reactions to this. How he's just losing his shit over this entire ordeal, and he's going through it. He's got like this crazy man beard, and his reactions are funny. And apparently nobody stopped him. He just walked right out the front of the White House. Nobody stopped him. I love how this guy's got this giant, like one of these pink rock things that lights up, but it's
Oh,
giant. It's the biggest.
the Himalayan pink salt.
Yeah.
Well, he's doing a
It's
book on
huge.
salt, right? He's writing a book on salt.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I forgot about that. I would explain it. Um he's like, it was a really fun time. Um and Senator Bix yells bullshit and stages another spectacle. Um accuses him of basically like uh he's like, what about Walpole? She's like, what about Walpole Bing? Um Harry Hollinger, like she's like, they got to him. They got to him. This is not the third man. She thinks it's some kind of a conspiracy. Who is this person? Who is he? Do we have an FBI report on him? What's his name? Um so she thinks that it's some kind of conspiracy. She's like, "Oh, come on, that's not his name. Harry Hollinger is behind this. This is all part of his plan. He set this guy up. He's a stooge." Typical conspiracy theory nutcase. And this lady answers the phone. She says, "Let me tell you something. This Detective Cordelia Cup, isn't it convenient that she's not here? Why isn't she sitting here instead of Patrick Doombay?" Um, and yeah, so the other senator is like, he wanted him to come in here. He came in here. He told the truth. Now you don't like it.
But there's also a bird trilling. Her nemesis bird is also calling at the same time. So Cordelia is really torn here.
Oh, her nemesis bird. She's finally got her nemesis bird nearby. Yeah. Now she goes back to her satellite phone and
Like the
calls.
shot of this guy, like he's on a kitty train.
Yeah, FBI agent Park on the kitty train. Um, he answers the phone, and she's like, "I've got to talk quietly. I'm gonna scare the I don't know how to say that bird name." And then
Yeah.
she puts the sheet over her head. I have to be quiet so she doesn't scare the bird away. I can't imagine being able to sit like that on the floor. I could never sit on the floor in any capacity with all my pain, and she's like sitting there in that uncomfortable position. Um, and she's uh she hears like the railroad thing in the background, and she's like, "You work for the railroads now?" He says, "I'm a field agent. I'm out in the field." Does the field have a train on it with lots of kids? She's like, "I need your help. Are you watching the hearings?" Um, and she says, "I need you to contact someone." And um, so he's the one who sent her uh the satellite phone, I guess, saying with a note saying you're going to want to watch, so that she could watch the Senate hearings. Um, he said, just thought you might want to know what was going on with that, and because he was feeling guilty for stabbing her in the back, saying that he thought it was a suicide. Um, he says he was sorry. He's sorry about what he said that night, and he said he was frustrated, and he said, "You were mean to me, and they were bringing pressure on me." She's like, "Stop whining. I don't care. If you're sorry, help me. Here's what I need you to do." And then she gives the senator running the meeting questions to ask. Do not let Doombay leave. Please ask everything exactly as I write it, word for word. So you testified that after you came off the second floor, you walked out the front door of the White House. That's not true, is it? Let me make this clear. Where the White House was under surveillance the entire evening, and at no point were you seen walking out the front door. Now, who is this woman? Oh, okay, it's the mother of that kid. I was
Yeah,
like, who
he's
is
the
that?
one
All
that
right,
kept watch all night.
right. Um, so he's the one who did the surveillance. It was just the kid.
Hmm.
He was watching all night. That's their big surveillance that they're talking about. Yeah. But they're bluffing, they're bluffing because that was the only surveillance they actually had. You would think they'd have cameras out there though in real life. I don't buy that they don't have cameras. Come on. They must.
You should read
Um
the book. We should get a copy of the book, The Residents, and read it.
I didn't know it was a book.
Yeah, it's a nonfiction book. It's a
Oh
nonfiction book
wow.
about the inner workings and all the people that work for the White House.
Oh, that's cool. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah,
That's
the
cool.
mystery is like a made up thing that's within the frame of that nonfiction work.
Oh wow. Interesting. Interesting
Yeah, I should get
how
it
they
from the
took
library. I should get it from the library. It
that.
seems
Yeah,
really
that's
interesting.
that's cool that they took that and ran with it and made a whole murder mystery out of it.
Hmm.
Because that means they must have used, a lot of real details about how the White House actually works,
Yeah.
and it's
Well,
very
I'm just
complex.
saying, if we read that book, we could probably figure out what the video surveillance thing is, because they're probably saying that book.
Yeah, there's no way that they don't have video surveillance at the front of the White House. I don't believe that. Um Maybe they made some changes from what the book says and what's actually true in real life. And he says, "I want to remind you that you're under oath and that your immunity agreement does not protect you from false testimony. Let me ask you again, did you leave out the front door of the White House?" When he thinks about it, then you've got all this dramatic murmuring. "I did not leave out the front door of the White House." Everybody's like, "Oh shit," everyone's watching. I like the Secret Service guy's face. Oh. And Park is like shocked. "How did you leave the White House?" And So he says, I saw someone on the second floor. Yes. Did you recognize this person? No, he says. Was it a Secret Service agent? No. Not at so he says, at first we just stared at each other. Then he walked over to me and said that I needed to get out of there, that it was important for both of us. And he told me that he would get me out of the house. He walked me to the staff elevator at the far end of the hallway and told me to get off in the staff break room and walk immediately to my right and across the basement and go through two doors up the stairs, out the east side of the house, onto the street, and that's exactly what I did. This man, what did he look like? He was a big guy. I don't know, bigger than me. She says, no, stop him. These are the wrong questions. And the guy's asking him about hair color, and so this person interrupts with more questions from Cordelia, and so he said, you said that he told you needed to get out of there. Why did he say that? The guy says, I don't know. What did you see in that hallway, Mr. Doombay? Nothing. And then it says, do not say anything. Wait. Because this is what she does. She just sits and stares in silence at somebody until they get all nervous, and then they just snitch on themselves. And that's exactly what happens. Just wait. That's exactly what she does multiple times. And he says nothing. They keep staring at him. He gets more nervous. Nothing. And they just keep staring. It works. Her technique works. She gets people to tell on themselves. Then he says, okay, when I came out of the living room, I looked down the hallway and I saw him dragging a body out of the yellow oval room. Now, I mean, you would think that guy would have to off him too. Like, why would you let him just leave? This guy saw you with a body in the White House, but I
Unless
guess
you're somebody stupid like Jason Lee here who would just do it.
Yeah, maybe.
Because he's dumb.
It is.
Or he wants people to think he's dumb.
It is interesting how we have all of these different characters in the show watching this spectacle, and any one of them, they all look shocked, but any one of them could actually be the killer. Just because they look shocked doesn't mean that they're not the killer. So
yeah,
could be him. He's
well, I was
top
just
of
thinking
the
big guys. Big guys.
big guys. Yeah, he's a big guy. And he's also pretty distinctive looking too. You'd think somebody would remember what he looked like, but this guy's kind of reluctant to say much. So, he's probably lying that he doesn't remember more than just that he's a big guy. But she said, well, you're asking the wrong questions. She was able to get this out of him, which was the most important thing. And maybe from there they can get a physical description or something. But then everybody rushes over with cameras and starts snapping pictures. They show everyone's reactions to it. Park jumps off the kiddie train, and then there's just a bird. Like,
that's Nemesis bird.
The Nemesis, is that the Nemesis bird?
Yeah, she laughed and the Nemesis bird flew into the hut.
Oh no. That sucks. She missed her Nemesis bird that she's been waiting for. That one elusive bird that she couldn't get. She couldn't find. So anyway, there's I don't know where she is at the moment, but the tablet is there. I don't know if she's just leaving the jungle with the satellite phone and the tablet there, but and that's the end of that. That's just starting back at the beginning, but yeah. So really interesting plot thickening here. Only 2 episodes left, which means something big's got to go down in the penultimate episode, and then I would say, like, usually in murder mysteries, the ultimate, I mean, the reveal, I don't think it's going to come. I don't think you have to wait till the very end of the finale, because you're going to need time for them to, like, hash out all the details of how this went down. So the most mysterious remaining episode would be the penultimate one, and the finale is the big reveal. Probably wouldn't have to even wait that long into it. Maybe halfway through it, they probably reveal the killer. And some people have actually, compassionately was in here earlier, and she said, like, she was actually holding back watching. She's watching with us. She hasn't watched ahead, which is impressive. Most people would just binge it, which I totally understand.
So do you have a list of people that you think are suspects?
I wouldn't call it a list, but right now, I think for me, it's Trip Morgan is number one suspect for me. If anything, the rest are process of elimination. I think it's not Harry, Ms. Haney, Sheila. I don't think it's, well, I mean, it could be Nan Cox, but probably not. I think Nan Cox is really just there for comic relief. Jane Curtin, I think her character's just there for comic relief. You never know, but I doubt. I mean, yeah, her and her histrionic screaming and finding the body. I still don't think it was her. Yeah, I'd have to say either I'd say number 1 would be Trip Morgan, number 2 would be Elliot Morgan, the president's spouse. What about you?
I have, like, someone here. I have, even though we don't know anything about her, I have the maid. What's her name? Elise.
Oh yeah, yeah, I don't know her name. Yeah, I think that sounds right though.
She's super sus. Hopefully we'll get to her. The florist and the florist and night gardener. See, I have duels here. The maid, I don't know if she's working with somebody or not. My second team up, maybe she's working with a big guy. I don't know who the big guy is. So we'll just put the maid with the big guy. I got a little pad of paper here. So I'll just team them up. The maid and the big guy. Whoever the big guy is. I don't know who the big guy is. She's
okay.
sus. She's sus, but she can't move a body. She needs a big guy.
Yeah.
The second team up I have is a florist and a night gardener, because I want to say the word night gardener because I like it because they have one.
Okay.
And their main thing would be the poison, because they would have a connection to the poison. So that was the first thing they tried, and then it could be like, we poisoned the guy, but they said the poison didn't kill him, so we had to, like, I don't know, hit him over the head with something. Then my third grouping is what I call the big stupid, which would be Lily and Trip.
Yeah.
Because they're both acting stupid, and this could be an accident. This could be some kind of weird accident.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe they were like I don't know how they would drink poison. Like they'd be like, oh, this is a cup of something I found in the greenhouse or whatever. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. You know, kind of a thing. What do we do now? I don't know. We're both dumb.
Yeah.
And then my final one is just by himself, the first gentleman, because he is sus about the phone calls.
Yeah.
So I gotta figure out what the phone calls are about here.
He's definitely sus about the phone calls. So, yeah, he's on my list. Yeah, all of those make sense. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would agree on Lily.
Lily, I would say Lily more than Saint Pierre, because Lily seems like more of a presence on the show than Saint Pierre. Saint Pierre is just there to be goofy, like the show's Rickon. So more
Yeah,
like
he was involved to be like one of his new age machines or something, accidentally killing him.
yeah. Yeah, his new one of his new age machines. Yeah.
Unless he gave her something new age and she was like, "Oh, this is delicious, but it's actually poisonous." Or something
Right.
that was poisonous to AB Winter.
Yeah.
Winter,
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah, because I mean, it could be allergic to something. But I think
Could
it's
be.
something from the florist or night gardener, even though the night gardener does not seem sus.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got to come from somewhere. Those are the people that would know what the poison was, if there was one, in the greenhouse. Because there's something taken for the greenhouse, and I'm assuming that was poison.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Yeah, there was something moved. There was something that looked like it had been missing from the greenhouse. And yeah, so I would say his drink was probably poisoned. They haven't talked enough about the actual cause of death, but this was all her investigation was all taking place in one night, so it wouldn't be too soon for toxicology results to come back or anything like that. So that's
Yeah,
why.
but she was looking at his mouth and said that the poison didn't kill him; that he was hit in the head.
Right. She
But
was
then,
able to figure that
but then
out.
the body, she thought the body was drugged, which now we know the body was drugged, and the chef also cut the wrist to make it look like a suicide. I mean, somebody planned the note. I don't know where the note is a weird thing.
The note is weird.
Because I think it's weird because the one person who was the usher, I can't remember her name. They were like in like his office room or something, and she kept looking at the shelf like something was missing from the shelf, like his notebook or something. And maybe that's where the piece of paper comes from, but they didn't go back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if somebody just took it or was going through it and then ripped that part out because it looked like a suicide note, put it on the body, or it was on the body for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really figure that part out. Because she did look at that shelf a lot, and I'm like, okay, there's something going on with like something he wrote, like something like a notebook or something that he has somewhere.
Yeah, it seems like there was something going on, like with that shelf. She kept looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
So like there
But
was something.
she always looks sus too because she's always like wringing her hands and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't think she did it. She just looks kind of sus when she's looking at the shelf and wringing her hands and
Right.
oh boy.
Yeah. Um yeah, I think there's something up. Like anytime I see her looking, well, now I'm thinking of Cordelia specifically. When Cordelia is looking at stuff, I'm always like, okay, what do I need to notice about this? Why is she looking at it? There's got to be a reason for it. They're, blunt objects that she could, the guy could be hit with over the head. So yeah. Yeah, so there's and I'm getting confused about where the freaking murder took place. Just like they were saying in this episode was very meta because it was pointing out how there are a ridiculous number of suspects, possible murder weapons, possible murder rooms. It took place in several different rooms with several different weapons and several different people for different reasons, and like okay, so it's the game room. No, wait, no, not the game room because she thinks the body was dragged from somewhere. Okay, then it was this northeast bedroom that was under fake renovations, and yeah, there was a blood stain behind some fresh paint there, and there were red flashing lights in the window, which that boy across the street noticed. But then there's the treaty room where those guys were having that argument, and AB had walked in on them, and I think it was the treaty room, and in that room, she was looking around. There were 3 empty glasses she looked at a table with a lamp on it. She looked at the carpet and it had tread marks going in one direction, looking like a body had been drug across it. So, okay, was he murdered in there? No, and then how'd the blood get in the room with the fake renovations then? Like, what the fuck is going on? It's a lot of possibilities. It's very difficult to sift through all of this.
So the body was moved more than once then? You think the body was moved more than once then?
It seems like maybe it was moved more than once.
Because it said it was from like the Oval Room?
Yeah.
Because it had to be moved from the Oval Room to that room, that storage. Well, it wasn't a storage room, it was a bedroom they put stuff in. So somebody they didn't like couldn't stay there, like a mother-in-law or something.
Yeah.
And that was the one that had blood on the wall, or blood under the thing.
Yeah, and then there was the room with the tread mark
And then
on
they
the
ended up
carpet.
in the game room.
Yeah.
Oh God, the Lincoln room. So this body's been moved all over the place then. If it's his blood in the Lincoln room, which we're not sure about, this question mark.
Oh, that's right.
Because if it's there, then it was like in the Oval Room, and then somewhere along the line it ended up in the Lincoln room, but then also this other bedroom, and then the game room. And I don't even know what floors these are on. I don't know if we went up a floor or down a floor.
So, which is
the name of the floor, I guess.
Which is the name of the room with the tread on the carpet? Do you remember?
What was it?
Which is the name of the room that had the tread marks on the carpet, or it looked like it had been drug, and she noticed 3 empty glasses in this episode?
Oh, I can't remember.
I think it's the treaty room. It's the treaty room.
Okay.
Those guys, because there were those 3 guys having an argument, or not, they were deep in conversation, and AB went in there and they got really pissed, and Harry came out and yelled at him. And later, Cordelia goes in that room and she sees 3 empty glasses. So that must have been the treaty room where those 3 guys were having that talk. And she saw tread marks on the carpet that looks like something had been dragged. And she was looking at a table with a lamp on it. So the body could have been in the treaty room, the Lincoln bedroom where the blood stain is, the northeast bedroom with the blood on the wall, the game room. That's 4. You said what, the Oval Room too?
Well, that's where the one guy saw the big guy pulling the body out of the Oval Room.
Oh. Not the Oval Office, right? The Oval Room.
No, the Oval Room, not the Oval Office. They're 2 different things.
Yeah. I missed that detail. There's a lot of detail in this. A lot.
Seems to be like a farce that this body's ended up in 4 different rooms.
Yeah. Jesus.
I mean, I'm thinking, wouldn't a bunch of people be arrested here if they moved the body? Like, if you move the body, like, you can't be totally innocent if you like take somebody's body, put a suicide note on them, and cut them after they're dead. Isn't that like also a crime that you could go to jail for?
Yeah, like what Didier did is 100% a crime. What Didier did, we saw him take a knife right off of the crime scene. He was that's obstruction of justice. He tampered with a crime scene. Like, that's like, you could even argue he could be an accessory after the fact. I'm not really sure about the legal charges would be, but he definitely committed a crime. He tampered with the crime scene by moving that knife. So yeah, I'd say more than one person committed a crime here, and that's probably why, part of the reason why more than one person looks so sus. It's to confuse us, but also more than one person probably screwed around and did things they shouldn't have been doing, tampering with the crime scene. Sheila was in the game room drinking, and apparently was so bombed that she didn't notice a body was in there. I think she was in there when the body was in there, but she was so bombed she didn't notice. So she says. I mean, who knows? Maybe Sheila noticed it too. But yeah. I'm still curious about the maid too, but maybe they just threw her in there just to, to make it more fun, like another sus person that they're never actually going to take a closer look at. Or who knows, maybe episode 7 will be a surprise feature of the maid, just like this had a surprise feature of the guy with the weird like bugged out eyes in this episode, which I was not expecting. I sure didn't expect to get a huge feature of that guy in any episode. So maybe the maid, it will get her episode in episode 7. That would be interesting. She's intriguing. Where did Scarlet go? She was probably trying to look something up. Doc, it's okay. You don't have to feel bad. I was late to my own watch party, but I personally don't really know why Jamie. I don't know why Jamie moved her watch party to Sunday, because she said that she was going to do watch parties on a different night so that she wasn't doing watch parties at the same time as me for The Last of Us. I mean, Jamie is under no obligation to avoid my Last of Us watch parties on Sunday, but I'm just confused as to why she moved it, because she told me that she wasn't going to do them on Sundays, that she was going to do them on a different day. And then she moved it, and it just so happened that last Sunday, because of everything that was going on with the loss of my dad, I was half an hour late to starting my own watch party. So I completely understand. Please don't feel bad about that at all, that you happen to see that someone else was doing a watch party and so you did it. But just so everybody knows, I have my shit together now. I had an off night tonight, but I will be doing a watch party at 9 p.m. on Sunday when the episode drops of The Last of Us, for those of you who haven't given up on the show and still want to watch it. I will be on time. Come hell or high water. I don't care if I'm a crying mess. I can be a crying mess and start the watch party. It was different with the residents because I figured tonight, honestly, to be honest, I didn't even know if a lot of people, if anybody would even really show up. Like, it's not that people haven't shown up for these residents watch parties before, but it seems like people just kind of hang out because they like the crowd, and I don't know. I didn't know how interested people really are in the residents, so when I started to spin out emotionally earlier, I was aware the time was getting later, but I just kind of let it happen and thought, well, I'll just have to start the watch party late. Now, I didn't realize it was getting as late as it was. Sunday will not be that way. I don't care what's going on. I don't care if I'm emotional. I don't care what's happening. I want to do this watch party on time. It will be on time. And if I need to be doing stuff in the background, talking to my mom or doing whatever, fine. But I don't think so. I need the escapism. Now, it is kind of rough covering a show about a girl grieving her father, given the subject matter, but I can find escapism in it because it's so different and far removed from the world we live in. So, I like doing these watch parties. I enjoy them. And even though the subject matter is heavy, watch party environments are just so fun, and it lightens the mood for me. It always lightens the mood. So, you're free to choose whatever watch party you want. I don't know if Jamie is still having a competing watch party at 9 on Sunday, but I will be having mine at 9 on Sunday when it drops. So
I was trying to get together.
What?
I was trying to get something on Sunday that would. I was trying to get something on Sunday to show all 3 towards zeros, but it wouldn't be during your party. It'd be earlier in the day, or maybe on that Thursday before the last one.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple of people that are interested in just watching all 3 episodes, and also I've gone into some Agatha Christie groups and got a couple people.
Yeah.
Including one person who wants to read the book beforehand, so I don't know if she'll be joining us because I don't think she's finished. But it'd be
Yeah.
cool to have somebody read the book and then come on the live, and then we could compare the book with the show.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to get the copy of this Residence book because the Residence book is a nonfiction book. It's not a murder mystery. So I'd like to get a copy of it. I should probably actually get that out of the library.
Yeah. Yeah, you should. You should totally do that. Um, it might be a little harder to get people to want to come to the watch party Sunday, so it would be nice if we didn't have competing stuff going on because
Yeah.
Because people are really upset about the show. I don't want to watch it by myself. I don't want to watch
Yeah,
it
yeah, it
alone.
was interesting because I didn't think Towards Zero was getting much love, but the Last of Us thing that they didn't get almost got as many views. Like we only got like about 40 views, but also the Last of Us review they did also got about 40 views. That's how like low it's gone.
Yeah, it's sunken pretty low.
It's weird.
Doc,
I guess I
don't.
laugh about it because I knew what was going to happen, and I was just kind of watching from a distance.
Yeah, so you were just like, yeah, see, I told you so. You warned us all, you warned me. And I
Yeah,
went
but
into
the thing is, what's worse about the video game is that you play these people.
right.
You know,
And
you play some people in that game that do horrible things, but you got to do them.
yeah, yeah. I I went into this with my eyes wide open, duly warned by you, and I take your words seriously, especially because you and I have many similarities in our taste and what we like, what we don't like, what's triggering, what's not.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of similarities and things, just common threads. And so I figured I would probably feel exactly the same as you. The only difference is with me, it doesn't really worsen my depression because I don't know, my circumstances are just different, but I feel I
Yeah.
have the same reaction as you though in terms of like how I feel about the way the show is playing out. This will not go down as one of my favorite shows. This is not going to be a show that I'm going to rewatch. Like I will rewatch it only in the lead up to another season if they don't cancel it. That the season that they've already greenlit, they could cancel it based on fan backlash. They can still do that. And if they go ahead with it, maybe I'll cover it and do a rewatch leading up to it. But other than that, I will not be watching this for pleasure. This is not going up in my favorite show list with From or Severance or anything like that. I'm continuing to stick with it. I'm not hating on the show. I think it's a brilliant message that they're trying to send. Really important, powerful message about humanity and the world, and it's a message that we really need, but it doesn't make for very enjoyable entertainment in terms of like just taking yourself out of daily living of despair and depression. And it's a heavy show. It's heavy, but I in my latest deep dive I encouraged people to give it a chance. Don't jump ship just yet. Try to see if the show can prove to us why this was worth it, why this was necessary to kill Joel, and don't give up on it yet. And just try to look at the big picture, like I'm doing. I'm looking at it like, okay, I'm emotionally attached to these characters. This sucks. Yes, it's depressing, but I'm looking at it like big picture stuff. Looking at the message it's trying to send about feeling empathy for both sides in tragic situations, and the endless cycle of vengeance. So I'm looking at it from that point of view, and from that point of view, I can understand why critics who are professional loved the show, and that's why HBO renewed it. But fans generally respond to shows in a more emotional way and not in a more cerebral way, looking at the big picture and the message. And I understand that, and I look at it from both, and I'm just leaning into the big picture of it, and I can appreciate and respect that. And so that's what I'm doing for the rest of the season, and I'm still going to cover the show and do deep dives every week, even though I know a lot less people are going to be watching. That's okay. who knows? Maybe if we can get Tony to join us again on Mondays, I might get a few more people. Because Tony can bring some folks in. Because like I think that we're really going to be hurting now. Like everyone's going to be hurting. Content creators trying to cover this show. People
Yeah.
are like done. um. And I love having Tony on regardless. So if he wants to join, he's welcome anytime anyway. But it was a lot of fun, and I had more fun than I thought I would have covering that depressing ass episode. And it's all about who you talk to about it. The discussion part can still be fun. We could still have fun discussions about it and interesting philosophical debates. I mean, there's still things to appreciate about this show. I loved Joel. He was my favorite character. It sucks, but there's still things I can appreciate about it. I'm still going to enjoy covering the rest of the season. Is it one of my favorite shows? No, but that's okay. Everything can't be from or Severance. And Doc, I've had your comment highlighted for a while here, and I meant to read it. I was going to address it. I understand that you felt bad in both circumstances. Like, I hadn't started my watch party yet, and Jamie happened to be starting one at the same time that I was going to start one, and so you were over there, and then you felt bad for Flat leaving her party and joining mine. But I appreciate that you did, especially knowing that I lost my dad a few days before, and I had to sit through this episode watching a girl losing her surrogate father in front of her eyes, and all because this other girl is avenging her father's death. It was really nice to have some people to watch with, even though I was late, because I didn't get as many people, because Jamie had a watch party at the same time, and I don't blame anybody who went over there because I was not starting on time. But I was just grateful I didn't have to watch it alone, after losing my dad a couple days before. So I really appreciated that you came back. And I'm pretty sure Jamie would understand that. I mean, I just lost my dad, and thanks to you and a couple other people, I didn't have to watch that episode alone. So I appreciate that you came over and watched with me. It helped. So I got through it because of all the awesome people in this community, and the live stream too. Same thing with the live stream, and the Antler Queen thing is adorable. You're so sweet, Doc. That is the sweetest
Even
thing.
though she's never watched Yellow Jackets.
But I know what the Antler Queen is.
But say these words. Repeat after me, Julie. I'm a warrior.
I am a warrior.
I'm a queen.
I am a queen.
We were having fun.
We were having fun.
There you go. That's for you, Doc. Someday you'll figure out what that means.
I am a warrior. I am a queen. We were having fun.
We're having fun.
We were having fun.
Mm-hmm.
I see Dre was here earlier. Haven't heard of this show. Yeah. A lot of people hadn't heard of it. I'm just looking through a bunch of. I see Dieter drop the link to Koala T Reacts channel. He supports me a lot. So he reacts to a lot of pop culture stuff regarding hip hop, R&B, rap, especially Kendrick Lamar related and Drake related these days, and he's hilarious. So I highly recommend his channel. Check him out, and he's really supported me. I got like 30 more subscribers just based on him sending people over here. So he's just a lovely human being, and he's given me advice too. The third man, Patrick and Senator Bix both played on Future Man together. Hilarious.
Love Future Man. Yeah, Eliza Coupe. Yeah.
Oh,
Love
really?
Her. Oh yeah, we need to watch Future Man. It takes place, well, it's basically kind of like Tron, a guy, I don't know if you've ever seen Tron. It's like kind of like Tron or The Last Starfighter, where somebody they're like 80 movies, but those movies, somebody gets kind of sucked into a video game.
Oh yeah.
But in this thing, the video game is to prove somebody is a warrior, to go into the future to fight a battle.
Oh, okay.
And Liza Coop's one of the warriors, I think named Tiger.
Oh,
It's
okay.
kind of like Mad Maxy. It's really funny though. I'm probably not selling it.
I've never seen Mad Max.
Oh
It's
no!
another
Oh
it's
no!
another thing I've never seen.
No! 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 No!
I know. I know.
No!
It's another one I've never seen.
Yeah, I gotta put that on the list.
It's going on the list. Let's see. Mad
Mhm.
Max. I'll put it on right now or I'll forget.
And I was lucky enough to get the first season on Region Zero DVD, and then I think I had to buy a season on Amazon Prime, and then I found the third season on DVD somewhere. So I couldn't
Um
find the second season even, and it was all out of order for me, and now I've got it, so I can watch them in order now.
oh nice.
If you like
Nice.
Sunglasses at Night, the song Sunglasses at Night, it's pretty good. And see, there's a whole like parody of Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome but with chefs that you won't understand unless you watch Mad Max. So you have to watch Mad Max first and Beyond Thunderdome. Then we'll watch Future Man. So you get the reference.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely, because I'm missing a lot of
And then I'll play
references.
Sunglasses at Night for you if you've never heard that song before, so you know what that will be.
I've never heard that either, so yeah.
They give you some 80s education, 1980s.
Yeah.
Take you through the 1980s.
Yeah, I missed a lot of like I mean I would have missed it anyway because I wasn't born until the end of the 80s, but but you know I still could have gone
You
back
know
and
what the
watched.
80s, right? You know the 80s happened and they
I know that
existed and what they were about, kind of,
I
through a
do know,
media lens.
I do have an awareness that the 80s happened.
Awareness. The 80s happened.
Yes.
Awareness of Ronald Reagan and voodoo economics.
Oh God, yeah, Reaganomics, yes.
And cell
Sorry.
phones that look like bricks.
Oh yes, the first cell phones that would pop up in like TV shows, like you'd see them like really rich people had them. They were giant bricks.
Neon.
Um
Perhaps cyberpunk, perhaps.
yeah,
Apocalyptic stuff.
yeah,
I kind of like my apocalyptic stuff more like Mad Max and less The Walking Dead.
you're right, right. Doc, I don't know what you were saying about putting your foot in your mouth a lot. Were you talking about during the watch party last Sunday? Because I don't remember you putting your foot in your mouth a lot. If that's the case, I mean, I don't, or maybe you're talking about something else, uh, um, but I'm sure you were fine. Whatever it was you think you said. And by the way, Doc, it's almost 4 in the morning. Oh my God, Jesus
Time for
Christ!
From Academy. You're up.
Oh God!
You got
How
the
did
4
this?
a.m. to 7 a.m. time slot, Doc. Let's go.
How did this happen? Oh my God! How did this happen? I mean, I know how it started. It was my fucking. It's all that witch's fault. I could say much worse things, but I don't want the stream.
You're putting Wiccas down when you say witches. You need another
Yeah,
word.
yeah. I need a different word.
Oh, by
for
the way,
her.
I have to ring this. Somebody put like probably 2 hours ago put up a bell and a goat. So here you go. Bill Chill. Here's one's for you.
Yeah,
It's close to 4. I could do Mackie too.
it's time for Mackie's. It's time for Mackie's wake up call. 4 a.m.
Get up, kids. Your favorite, Elroy.
Oh, man.
I hope you're all sleeping.
Yeah. Wake up, Mackie.
Sleeping now.
Not sleeping anymore. Not
Yeah,
after
you
that.
ready to rock? Doc's ready to rock.
Ready?
5-hour program.
Are you ready to rock with Pro Academy
Oh
kitties?
yeah.
I have
Rock
a
to the morning. Rock to noon.
I have a 5-hour program planned for you all. God.
Non-stop.
Oh God. I'm
You know,
so
after 12
sorry.
hours, you can keep going, but after 12 hours, it stops recording. So
Yeah, it does. It does. There's a 12-hour time limit for YouTube streaming for some reason. I don't know how that works though, because I could have sworn I heard that like some YouTubers have done in the past. They've done crazy things like 24-hour streams. Maybe they changed the rules after the fact. Because in the past it was possible. I don't know why you'd limit that. Like why would they cut it off at 12 hours? I don't really see the need, but that's me. The 11-hour streamer doesn't see the need for capping it. Doc, I'm so sorry. It's all that fucking bitch's fault. Let's just not mince words. It's that fucking bitch. That she's the one who started it. My non-stepmother stepmother. She's the one who started all of it, and her text message triggered me. I got all upset. You know, once the floodgates open, it's hard to close them again. And then I realized it was getting later. I pushed the time to 8:30. You know what's ironic too? I actually managed to wake up earlier than I have in a really long time yesterday. So I should have been good to go, but it was the timing of when she texted me. The timing of it. And then I pushed it to 8:30 and I thought that was going to work. And then, you know, you just never know when the pain is going to come up, and then you can't get control of it. And like the next thing I knew, it was getting to be after 9. I knew it was getting to be a bit later, but I didn't realize it was that late. If it hadn't been like if it had been for a brand new show, I knew I had to stream right when the episode dropped. I would have made sure I at least started the stream, and then I could go have my meltdown, you know, while it's streaming. But in this case, I thought, oh, okay, so it'll be another 10 minutes or another 15 minutes, whatever. And I wasn't diligent enough with it. And the next thing I knew, I look up and it's like 9:15. And by the time I got in here, it was Doug and Amy talking, and we got chit-chatting, and I had to tag everybody. And the next thing I knew, we're starting at like 9:30 p.m. So sorry about that. And then when we started the stream, it became an hour plus venting session again as a result of that bitch. That bitch and my grief over my father, and then you know, a venting session and a kind of support group session for everybody it turned into, which was nice. That was great. I love that we can all support each other. We can all let our trauma out and you know, offer each other support and empathy. Mackie's here.
yeah, it's 4:00.
I love the you said about sleeping. I was just writing. I love the Mackie alarm though, always. That's great. Mackie, what time zone are you in? Are you on the West Coast or something?
I thought I'd show you. The whole show.
I love when the kids get talking.
Hey, kids, what's for dinner?
What I wonder though, because Mackie, he always says, "No, I wasn't actually asleep. I was just." He's in yours. What the hell? So you're just a vampire too.
I'm saying this like I'm not up all night myself. Like, this is so bizarre. How could you possibly still be awake? As I'm currently awake at 4:02 a.m. all the time. But I guess we just found our tribe of fellow vampires. That's all. That's funny.
Where are
And
you exactly, Maggie? I can't remember.
yeah, what state
Tell
are
me
you
your
in?
location.
What state are you in? And Doc is another fellow vampire as well, which is great. So just found our tribe.
I'm not feeding my kids cannabis.
My pack of cannabis says it's not safe for kids. Who is feeding this to baby goats?
Go
That is
find
a
kids.
treat and waste of good stuff. Yeah. Amy, I do burn easily in sunlight and get headaches, so maybe.
When you go out in the sun, do you start like just your body just starts smoking a little bit?
Yeah.
Can't eat garlic.
Oh, good. Amy wasn't. She said, "Girl, I'm happy I got to talk to Doug." Well, it worked out.
The Doug and
Good.
Amy show.
Yeah, they were in the voice channel alone for like 45 minutes, waiting for me. Oh man, I didn't expect that because the last couple times I did the residence watch parties, there was nobody in there until I tagged everybody. I didn't think anybody would show till I tag everyone. So I didn't. I was shocked. I opened it up and I saw Amy and Doug in there. I was like, oh shit! Oh no, this is terrible. But I'm glad you weren't as nervous, Amy. That's great. You shouldn't be. There's no need to be nervous with Doug. He's just one of us. He's our friend, and
Friend of the channel.
nothing to be nervous about. He's the nicest guy, and he's great to talk to. So I'm glad you got to talk to him. I just feel bad you guys were waiting for so long, and it's good at least Doug was able to stay awake long enough to watch both episodes still, because getting used to this new, the regular time zone again is an adjustment. And by the time we finished both episodes, he was pretty tired and needed to go to bed. And so, at least he got to watch both, and then he headed out. So he missed 2 episodes though. So I told Doug while he was away, he missed episodes 3 and 4, so he'll be watching them out of sequence. But to be honest, it doesn't really matter that much because
Yeah.
every episode takes place. I mean, it matters a little bit, but every episode it's all taking place on the same night. You're just looking at it from a different perspective and focusing on different suspects.
I also told you that my suspect list didn't change much from episodes 3 and 4 to episodes 5 and 6.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I told him within the next few nights, some night that I'm not streaming or having a watch party for something else. So maybe I'm thinking probably Tuesday. I'll see if he's free Tuesday, and I'll stream both episodes for him, and just I'll watch with him again. So he'll get to see them because he doesn't have Netflix. So so I'll probably do that probably Tuesday, because Saturday I would like to do maybe a Nightmare on Elm Street watch party. I'd like to do that. I think that would be a fun diversion. And I've only seen it once and I was half asleep, so I really couldn't appreciate it. So I'm leaning towards doing that Saturday night. And yeah, anyway, Doc, no, but I do feel like I need to apologize. I feel terrible. You worked really hard last week to prepare for this From Academy, and then I had to cancel, through no fault of my own. My dad passed that day, but and then today I got triggered over that. I mean, I had actually been dealing with my feelings pretty well for the last few days, and then today, something set me off. So I'm sorry about that, but because it would have been especially useful to do it before we cover the last 2 episodes of The Residents, because it's like mystery solving techniques. So if we cover the final 2 episodes of The Residents next Friday, then well, maybe we just don't. Maybe next Friday we could just not do The Residents and do that From Academy theme, and skip The Residents next Friday, and then do the final 2 episodes of The Residents the following week, because I just feel bad. Doc wanted to do this particular theme before. Ideally it would be best to do it before we finish the series, but I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be. Well, we can talk about it. We'll discuss it off stream, and we'll figure out what we're going to do, and we'll let all of you guys know this thing that Doc has planned. I saw that he said this a little bit earlier, and I saved it. Where is it? He said this From Academy planned is kind of a long segment, so I suggest pushing it back and letting Julie and Scarlet focus on their health. Do some chatting in the meantime. Well, I appreciate that you want us to just focus on our health and being so understanding. I wouldn't blame you if you were upset, but it's extraordinary circumstances. It's rare that I have ever canceled a stream or missed a stream for any reason. The worst that's ever happened is that From Academy just gets pushed back by an hour or maybe an hour and a half max. But then I think one time we didn't get to start it till 2 a.m. But 2 a.m. is a lot better than 4 a.m. 4 a.m. would be nuts. So, and that was only a one-time thing. Every other time, like the latest we started it was 1:30 a.m. And I appreciate how flexible and understanding you are about that, because it's hard for me to stick with certain times and being on time for things due to the amount of pain that I'm in. So, anyway, Bill Chill said episode 6 suspects are Didier, the pastry chef, Patrick Doumbé, I think it was, third man, and Elliot, the first gentleman. I don't know about Patrick Doumbé. Maybe, but I would say Didier could be. I'm going with the ones that I mentioned. What the hell's the guy's name now? It just went out of my head. What the hell is his name? Trip Morgan, Elliot, the first gentleman, and the third one, I would say Lily. And Doc, you knew Chris Crocker from the internet, the Leave Britney Alone guy? Oh my god. Friends in Common and Live Journal. We didn't get along. Oh. Well, that's interesting. I used to be on Live Journal back in the day too, Doc. In high school. I loved Live Journal. At first I thought it was kind of weird posting basically journal entries on the internet, but only friends could really know about it anyway, so I got into Live Journal. That's cool. And Mackie, what you had said earlier, I wasn't disrespecting SZA. Like, I have nothing against SZA. I'm not familiar with her music. And like, it's not that I wouldn't want to like check out her performance and watch it, but the Kendrick Lamar and SZA concert is 2 hours and 20 minutes long, and I think sitting for that amount of time, sitting there would hurt way too much. So I figure, since I don't know SZA's music anyway, except for her, I know SZA's features on other people's tracks, which I love. She's got an amazing voice. She is so vocally talented. I love her voice. It's beautiful. So it sucks. I know I'm going to want to watch the whole thing, including SZA's performance. But if I've got to miss something to try to mitigate my pain, then I'd have to say I'd have to miss SZA and get up during SZA's performances and walk around.
and maybe hear it from, as I'm walking around, but just not be sitting there for 2.5 straight hours. I also can't stand for long either. So if I'm gonna do this concert thing, I've gotta, I gotta try and mitigate my pain. But yeah, Kendrick Lamar puts on one hell of a show, and this concert looks absolutely epic and an amazing, like twisting the knife on Drake when he does the diss tracks. It's phenomenal. Like every time he calls Drake Crotty. I think that's how you say it. Every time he says that, it comes up on the screen. He'll speak on the family, Crotty. And it comes up on the screen in red and flashes as he's talking about that. It's awesome. I want to see this show so bad. I want to see it so bad. Anyway, Doug, I want to highlight this from earlier that I saved. Doc said Doug and Sean Majumder have been expressing concern about issues potentially affecting cast, crew, and production of From. I have been brainstorming and getting some help from Doug on a nonpartisan, issue-focused social media campaign to raise awareness and act on these issues. We are calling it #ProtectFromily. If it's something that interests anyone, please message me on Discord. That's great. Yes, I'm absolutely on board with that. So we can do more than just DM Doc on Discord. We can make a post. Doc can make the posts. I didn't get a chance to DM you back, but you can absolutely make that post in my Discord, and I'll help however I can and get the word out. So I'm completely on board with that, especially since it's nonpartisan. Just because I need to keep my channel nonpartisan. This is my safe space. It's my lifeline, like I've said countless times, and I need this to stay my lifeline. And if this becomes a partisan space, then it'll become toxic quickly. That's the environment we live in now. So I need to keep it nonpartisan, and hopefully people can understand that. I'm not like I'm just trying to survive every day with the amount of severe pain that I'm in, and I'm not in any position to be the political crusader that I wish I could be. I have very, very strong political convictions, but I keep them private because I need to keep that separate from my channel. I need to keep this a safe space and a source of therapy and support. And the quickest way to ruin that would be to make it partisan. But as long as this is nonpartisan, then I am completely on board with that. That's awesome. I love that idea. And with Doug involved too, that's terrific. And like we can't have Canadian actors being persecuted in the States. It's just fucked up. We can't have issues like that. Like anti-Canadian sentiment. Canada, I mean, they're one of our best allies. They're our friends, and there's this crazy anti-Canadian sentiment going on. That shouldn't have to be that way, and it shouldn't be that way. So I'm completely on board with that. I've explained to Doug my reasons for why I need to keep my channel nonpartisan, and he understands those reasons too. I just can't, like, I'm in no position to go into battle. Believe me. The political arena has never been more nasty, and I just am not in any condition in my life to be able to do it. And this is my safe haven, my source of community. So it's got to stay that way. But absolutely, I'm on board for this. That's okay, Jeter. You need to sleep. If you're sick, you need to sleep.
sleep is important for healing. So sorry, I would do the watch party at a different time, but I have to do it when the episode drops. No, Jeter, we got like it took us too long to get into the breakdown because of all the stuff that happened that triggered me earlier emotionally. So we're gonna do the From Academy that Doc had planned next Friday instead, which I feel really bad about. Oh, you like that idea? Nightmare on Elm Street? Yeah, I really want to watch that. I think it would be fun. So I really want to do that Saturday night. So we usually start watch parties at 10 p.m. on Saturday night. So that's what I'm thinking. 10 p.m. we can watch that in the Discord. So if anybody wants to join, the link to the Discord is in the description of the video. Our movie watch parties are really fun, and many times, pretty much every time, it winds up turning into like something else after. We'll watch one thing and then we'll wind up watching another movie or a couple episodes of a show. Like last time we watched Terminator 3, and then we watched Companion, which was a movie that came out just this year, and it was awesome. And we watched 2 episodes of Fallout back to back. So you never know. It could turn into something else in addition. But at the very least, I'd really like to watch A Nightmare on Elm Street. Sorry, I just have to take a drink of water. I'm like really dehydrated. Hold on. Oh God, I waited too long to get on the treadmill. Oh, it really hurts. Thank you, Dieter. That's okay. Yeah, you need to sleep more because you're still sick. If you want to get better, then you've got to keep getting more sleep. You know, like that affects your immune system. So I understand. It's okay that you miss it, that you miss stuff. And thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. And Amy, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dieter, for all the hugs in the chat. That's sweet. Thank you. And yes, Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, joined Cameo. If you want to order a cameo from Doug, you can click that link, and it starts at only $15, and it could not be more worth it. It's worth every penny. All the From cameos are worth every penny. Meaning of Julie B equals joyful, understanding, loving, inspiring, empathetic, brave. Aw. You're really sweet, as always. Yeah, I don't really need to eat just yet, but I do need to drink more water and exercise. I ate some pizza before the live, so I'm not really hungry yet, but I'm dehydrated and in a lot of pain. I should have gotten on the treadmill sooner. 62 people. How does this keep happening? Who are you guys that are listening right now, that are joining? I'm genuinely curious. Who are you mystery people who joined the live? I see the numbers going up. I see the numbers going up.
It was goats.
What?
The goats.
It's the goats.
The bell? Is the bell?
We started with like 11 people watching. Now we have 63. Make it make sense. Like, and this wasn't like it quickly climbed up there. It took hours to slowly climb, and now it's at 63 people, which is the most I've seen all night. What the frig is going on? Anyway, whoever you are who clicked onto the live stream, hello. We're just wrapping up here. Normally we would have been doing From Academy in addition to the residents tonight, but some unforeseen family stuff came up for me. So unfortunately we just did the residents.
Unless Doc really wants to do From Academy right now.
I mean, hey, if he wants to do it,
an audience of 60 people, Doc.
If he wants to do it, I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no, but he did say that this is going to be lengthy, and he thinks it would be better to wait. So
marathon runs. You too. Me too. In like about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. I figured that, Doc. I just feel bad. This is peak. He's like,
yeah.
This is peak.
You want a big audience.
Hey, you want 61 people? 61 people. I mean, I'm sure like 80% of them are asleep. Maybe 90% of them are asleep. But but we could maybe maybe we could send them subliminal messages in their sleep, though. We could play with their subconscious minds. That's what they get for leaving the stream on and falling asleep. We could do some sleep hypnosis, get them doing all kinds of crazy shit when they wake up, and they won't know why. People say they fall asleep with us on all the time, so I'm sure a lot of people are out cold right now. But I do see the numbers going up. So there are new people joining, but just not in the chat. There are extra people listening now, just not in the chat. So whoever you are, thank you for listening. I mean, even if you're not chatting, we appreciate it. And Samuel, I always appreciate the smash or gently press the like button, especially in my case. I'm very sensitive to pain, so you might want to gently press the like button on my streams. Smashing it, I immediately kind of cringe. No smashing. Smashing is not good. You have to be careful how you even hug me. I'm like made of glass. It is freaking hot in here. Holy shit. It's like yesterday, all of a sudden it went up to 75 degrees outside. And
it was 82 out here in Michigan.
Jesus.
Yep.
Well, I live in an old ratty apartment building with no insulation, and all the buildings in this town, it's like, it's not as bad as living in a slum. Like, it's not a literal slum, but it's a lot like having a slumlord for a landlord, because they never ever will fix anything that's wrong. Ever. You're just, count yourself lucky you have a roof over your head that you can just barely afford to pay for, and that's it. God forbid you can't ever say that there's anything wrong. They won't help. They won't do anything, and you're like afraid to even complain because you're afraid they'll get rid of you somehow. It's terrible. And this place has had mice. I think it does again. I think we recently saw a mouse in here. There's no insulation. So as soon as the temperature rises outside, like the same day, it gets boiling hot in here. You know how if there's insulation in a decent quality, like a building that's up to date, you know how as long as you keep it sealed up, the cooler air will stay trapped inside for a while. It doesn't immediately get boiling hot.
Yeah.
Well, not here. No, it gets hot. It gets hot right away. It's hotter inside than outside. And in the winter, if it gets cold, it all of a sudden gets frigid in here real fast too. So it is freaking hot. My mom's gonna put the air conditioners in this weekend. Which is difficult because it's just the two of us, and she physically has a lot of pain. Nobody to help, so she's gonna be hurting trying to do it. Mackie, I walked right into that one. I knew when I said that I shouldn't have said it. I like smashing, he says. I knew I shouldn't have said that.
I mean, I did get to go out for some walks. I saw some cranes that are making a nest above one of the kind of wetland areas I walk around in. They're super cute. They're like the male crane brings over sticks and puts them together, and the female watches.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been watching them put this nest together.
That's cute. I love wildlife. I
was actually surprised they would be there because when it got warmer, more people came out and were walking around. And I was actually surprised that they would want to be there.
Yeah. It's cool. I love watching ducks and geese and swans, and like when they're in this type of mode, when they're building nests and they're having baby birds, and yeah, I love that.
There's a Canada goose that has some eggs that she's been sitting on. I've been watching her as well.
That's so cute. I love that.
Little goslings.
I've taken a lot of pictures and video of mother and father swan, ducks and geese over the years. Jay, I think it does doc if you sub to the streamer, huh? Wait, what? Oh, I think it does doc. Oh, I think you're saying something to doc. Okay, you're saying I think it does. Does autoplay play streams? I think so. Who was dreaming of the screaming ghost? Yeah. Yes, Amy. Someone said they dreamed of the goat noise. Yes.
With or without them falling over after.
Yeah.
You see those videos, right? I showed you those videos where they just fall over.
Yep.
They get startled and they all just fall over on the side.
Yes.
Yeah. One guy had a golf umbrella and opened it up and they all freaked out and they all fell over.
Oh my god, I love it.
That's pretty funny. They make all sorts of human noises. It's really crazy.
Why do they fall over? Like they're startled? Like it's something scares them?
There's some kind of mechanism that like makes them fall over. I mean, I don't think it's like playing dead like possums do, but maybe it's related to that.
And they scream because they're startled and upset. Is that it?
I guess, sure. They scream just because they want to.
I wish I could remember who said that. Who said they were dreaming of screaming goats, but somebody said that recently. It was only a matter of time. Yeah, because people must have some strange dreams sometimes listening to us. Like one time I fell asleep. Sometimes I listen back to my own replay. Oh my God, now we're up to 73 people. What the hell is going on? What the hell? Okay, Doc, that's it. You're up. Doc, that's it. From Academy time, get out of bed.
Yeah, exactly. You're missing the audience.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Or else it's me talking about like scarlet winged blackbirds in the field. That's that's bringing all the boys to the yard.
Seriously, what the fuck? We're not even talking about anything related to any show. What are people?
I was going to ask people that had questions about From. We could talk because there is a From logo in the thumbnail. You could like talk a little bit about From if anybody wants to.
I'm gonna have to take that off. I'm gonna have to take that out of the thumbnail because we didn't talk about From at all.
And get Doc to get on the StreamYard.
Doc, 75 people. It keeps rising. I'm telling you. You got 75 eyeballs. No, but I mean, I'm sure at least half of those eyeballs, probably 3/4 are asleep right now. But still, new people
Yeah.
upping in. Seriously though, it's weird as hell. It's really weird. I do think the numbers are artificially inflated by people asleep, who are asleep, sound asleep. But we definitely get new people joining, and they don't come in the chat, but they're always around this hour. So maybe they're Europeans, and they just are not chatty people. But anyway, welcome whoever you are. But we are winding down.
You have any questions about From? Let me know. Put them in the chat. Or birds. There's some bird talk.
I mean, we're just rambling about random.
Yeah, favorite birds, because we did the residence, and there's a birder in the residence, so
we're just rambling
about birds.
Random shit at this point. How hot it is in here, and it's like
we get a lot of cardinals around Michigan too. A lot of robins and cardinals.
Robins and cardinals, nice. Yeah, we have a lot of those too. We have a lot of those. Robins, cardinals, blue jays,
of course, million sparrows, mourning doves.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like them.
And
owls.
like
We get a lot of owls and hawks.
Oh yeah, we have loads of owls and hawks, red-winged blackbirds, finches, those pretty yellow finches. Woodpeckers, hummingbirds.
Yeah. Yeah, I had an owl land like 2 feet away from me, like when I was looking out upon the water, and I just stood really still. An owl just hung out. A barred owl.
Wow.
Yeah.
They usually don't get close.
I'm just really quiet and still, and I was really quiet and still. And Chris was off doing something. I said, "Didn't you see?" Because it was getting close to nighttime, so he didn't even get to see it. I was like, "This seriously, this owl landed like 2 feet away from me." Because there's a little like viewpoint dock made out of like wood and stuff, and it just sat in the corner of it. It was probably a good viewing place for him to like look for mice and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
It was super cool.
I saw some bats earlier.
Oh yeah.
Dieter said they're here for the naughty stuff, hot stuff, sexy time. No, I don't think so.
Bats.
No, earlier, I went for a walk for the first time in a long time outside. It's been way too long. The weather's been warmer here for a while. Well, it's been kind of a colder than average spring, but there have been many nice days that I missed because of my depression and pain, sleeping in the daytime and obsessively doing channel stuff in the daytime. And then the next thing I know, it's too late to go for a walk. But tonight I managed to wake up earlier today, got out for a walk, and I went for a walk. Was that a cat?
Yeah, that was a
reminds me of Boo. Sounds just like Boo. My cat is out cold right now.
Oh, really?
I think my cat doesn't like warm weather, and I think she's just knocked out. She does not enjoy warmth. Maybe it's because I don't know if it has anything to do with being black. Being such a dark color, maybe she gets, I don't know if that's a myth that dark colored animals, their body temperature, like they're hotter. I don't know if that's a myth or not.
Cats are hotter because they're desert animals originally.
Oh.
Their temp is a little hotter. Their temp is like, I keep wanting to think like 102, 103 or something like that. I mean, whatever their temp was, it would be like a person with a really bad fever.
Oh.
Wow,
That's why
it's
they're
hot.
always trying to like lay on your lap and stuff and get some of that heat.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Dieter. I didn't notice you put images in the chat. I'll look it up. I'll look for the links. Must be up somewhere higher. Okay. See, Dieter, when you put links in the chat, I can't click on them from StreamYard. They're not hyperlinks. So anytime you put a link in the chat, I may not click on it right away, and I intend to do it later, but then I forget. I have to open up a YouTube tab. I wish StreamYard would show hyperlinks, because then I got to get a YouTube tab open and then wait for it to load, and my Wi-Fi is still slow. Stupid internet companies said they would speed it up, and it's still slow. Anyway, I was gonna say I finally went for a walk on the same bike path that I usually frequent, and it was the one that I was walking on a year ago when I saw the fallen tree.
Mm-hmm.
The day, and it was right around this time a year ago, so I was thinking about it. Like, it was just around a year ago. I had just watched From for the first time. The first 2 seasons, I had never seen it before. I had just finished season 2. 2 days later, the season 3 teaser came out, and it was all hell breaking loose in the fandom with the Footgate, hashtag Footgate. Whose foot is in the
Oh yeah, that's right. Whose
foot?
foot? Is that one person's foot? Is that 2 people's feet in that barrel?
Oh yeah, it was madness. What a time for me to join the fandom. It was perfect timing. I was thinking, oh damn, I saw that the new season was going to be coming out in September, and I thought, I'm going to have to wait until then to be able to join an active fandom. I had no idea that people were such nutcases about From, and like I want it to be, So I couldn't believe it when I saw Tony was like, I was in the middle of playing one of Tony's old live replays when I saw that he was going to be going live that night. And it was just 2 days after I finished watching it, and he was going live, and I was out for a walk. And while I was listening to his live stream, I saw the fallen tree across the path, and there had been no storm. It was not a dead tree. It was full of leaves, just like on From. It was not dead, and there was no reason why it should have toppled over. There was no other fallen tree. It was just that one across the bike path, and that was like, it was like fate. I was officially in Fromville, and I called into Tony's show. I had never even caught one of his lives before, let alone even imagine myself calling into one, but I couldn't help myself because I was so excited. I had to talk to somebody, and I watched this show by myself. So I called in and I told him my theory, and I sounded like a nervous wreck. And he was very nice. He and Phil were very, very nice to me. And I never would have imagined. This was a year ago. I don't remember the exact date, but it was one of the last days of April when the teaser came out. And I never would have imagined. So it's coming up on my 1-year anniversary in the fandom. And 6 months later, I had my own channel. I remember showing my mom, look, I called into Tony's show. Look at this. And I played it for her, and I was so excited. I was like, I can't believe I did that. Oh my God. And she said, oh, just give it a few months and you'll be up there too. You'll be up there. And I said, yeah, right. That's never going to happen. You're nuts. And she was right. She was right. She was absolutely right. So it's life is crazy sometimes. At least in this case, it was crazy in a positive way for me, because usually it's crazy negative shit that happens. I was overdue for some crazy positive shit. So thank you, life, for the crazy positive shit that this Fromily has brought into my life. It's a year now, and it's completely changed my life. Good night, Doc. Thank you for your understanding about tonight, and got some good sleep. Yeah, Amy, she was very encouraging, and still is. She does wish that I wasn't quite as obsessed with it that on this all night, but it's understandable. But she's very encouraging of it and proud of me, and I'm proud of myself. Damn it, you know, I've worked damn hard, and I needed something to be proud of and happy about in my life, and this filled that void in my life. So I'm just grateful for it. And it's not just the channel, it's just the fandom itself. Joining the fandom a year ago changed my whole life. So say hi to 78 people now, Dieter. 78 people now. I'm sorry, Amy. That's terrible. Trust me. It's complicated. Let's just put it that way. Over here, it's complicated. But yeah, I have my own major issues, but with that situation. But you know, I'm so sorry about that, Amy. That's terrible. It shouldn't be that way. The parents should be there to support you. Dieter, yeah. The story about the fallen tree in Camden, Maine. That made you watch my channel even more? That's cool. I didn't know that. Oh, I don't think you ever told me that made you watch my channel more. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's just cool. I wonder if I can find out the exact date that the From season 3 teaser came out, because I'd like to know the exact date. It's like, it feels like an anniversary because that was like the official date that I joined the fandom. That's the official date, because I couldn't interact with fans online when I was watching the seasons 1 and 2, or I would have gotten spoiled. So it was so hard to stay offline because I was dying for somebody to talk to about it. It was driving me nuts. Like, I watched it by myself alone. My mom is the only one here, and she can't handle anything remotely scary. She thinks the Wizard of Oz is too scary. So I was on my own. And so I'll never forget that day. I joined the fandom. I talked to Tony for the first time on the phone. I was in the live chat. I was so excited. I saw the fallen tree. I mean, it was like fate. It was like fate. Destiny, whatever. I mean, it's pretty wild, and yeah, and it feels like it was meant to be. Like, this is what I'm meant to be doing. I wouldn't have a channel right now. I mean, yeah, I'm covering other shows. It's not just a From channel, but there's no way. I mean, you think it ever even crossed my mind to start a YouTube channel? No. I never would have envisioned myself doing this. If you had told me I was going to be doing this a year ago, I'd say you're insane. I wasn't one of those people that would have thought, oh, yeah, this is something I'd really like to do, but I didn't have the nerve to do it. And now, it's true, I didn't have the nerve to do it, but it just never crossed my mind as something that I would do. I don't know why. I just never thought of it. And then I went down this rabbit hole, loving other people's channels and live streams, and like, I made some content creator friends, and they said, you know, you should be doing this, and honestly, it took other people saying it for me to actually think, oh, maybe I should, because I was happy to just be in Discord sharing theories, doing theory crafting with friends in Discord. I was just going to keep doing that every night, all night long, like I was doing, haunting Jeremy's Discord with Robert and other friends, Justin, you know. I was just going to keep doing that, but you know, like, people encouraged me to start channels, and to start a channel, and I had a friend at the time who said, I think we should start a channel. That gave me another push. So I don't know whatever happened to her. I hope she's doing all right. You know, things didn't work out. Things didn't work out between me and Sophielle, but you know, there are no hard feelings on my end, and I understand that this isn't for everybody, and it wasn't right for her. She had her reasons. I respect that. It was It was tough. It was a bump in the road. We did, Sophia and I did one live stream together, and you know, it just didn't work out, and it's just that's not how it was supposed to play out for us. I feel like things worked out the way they needed to work out. And some people try YouTube and they find, you know what, this just isn't for me. And she tried one stream. There was some drama with some nastiness, some negative people, and she was like, okay, I'm not up for this. I'm out. She had a lot of trauma in her past, and anyway, no hard feelings on my end toward her. And I wound up meeting Scarlet, and it was a much better fit for both of us. So I think it worked out the way it needed to be honest. And hopefully Sophiel feels the same way and doesn't.
And now you have this. You regret your decision?
No.
You regret your decisions. Do you regret
Not at
them?
all. Not at all.
You're like, crap, maybe I have to rethink things.
How can I regret that? How can I regret the goat noises, the goats, the bell? How could I possibly regret the goat parties that we have here?
Yes. The goat parties. The goat parties that we laughed.
Yes. Goat frolics here.
I was a warrior. I was a queen. We were having fun.
Yeah. Yeah, Mackie. Yeah. So I go back and forth, but sometimes I really feel like I do believe in fate too. Yeah. Sometimes it just certain things feel too uncanny to be just a coincidence, and it really felt like fate. The timing of when I found this community, exactly when I was at my lowest point at my most alone, when I desperately needed a virtual family, an online family and friends. I had that before I had a channel because of the fandom, just being in Tony's chat and Jeremy's Discord. I already had that. I already felt like I was part of a family, and then starting a channel just made it even stronger. My own little corner of the community, like building my own little corner of the family here. So yeah, it does feel like fate. I mean, Dieter, you can believe what you want to believe. We're all free to believe in our own stuff, but I believe in that. I believe certain things. I don't think everything happens for a reason. I think that's a load of bullshit, because a whole lot of horrible things have happened to me that are completely senseless, and I don't want to. I'm not going to say, oh, all these things needed to happen to make me stronger and all that horse shit. I don't believe everything happens for a reason. Some of it is just plain wrong and unfair. But I think certain things probably do, in my opinion. Just not everything. Some of it is just random shit that shouldn't happen and has no constructive purpose at all. Anyway, it has been 5 hours, and
Yep.
and we need to end this. Doc had said, I'm gonna leave this on while I sleep so I can be part of the Julie B Deep Sleep Club.
Oh,
That's great.
deep sleeping.
That's great. Oh my god. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I thought so, Mackie. Like if you wear black in the summer, you're like hotter. I don't know if that's a myth or what.
Goth girls in the summertime. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've done it. I don't recommend it.
Oh.
Well, we're
Yeah.
all black, so.
Yeah, I
I
like
think even adopted cute little Victorian things for summertime, like little black bloomers and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, eventually this. I mean, a lot of cotton, a lot of breathable stuff, but you know.
Right. Dieter, oh, I didn't know that StreamYard gives you an option for hyperlinks. I already pay $45 a month. They should be giving me that for the
Yeah.
amount that I pay. Shit.
Yeah.
Um, oh, I
Agree.
forgot. Huh? What? Did you say something, Scarlet? Um,
I agree with you.
oh, okay.
I agree
I hear you now.
with
Tex
you.
Samuel said Texas has the most bats. Well, we have a lot here, and that was news to me. I never knew it
I can
until
hit
a
on this
couple.
link.
Huh? I think there's a
I can hit
lag.
on this link in here in the chat.
Oh, are you in maybe
Oh,
you're
I see
using
what they're doing here.
yeah. Yeah. Like it won't let you go to it. Um but yeah, anyway, when I was out on my walk, I saw some really small bats flying overhead over the bike path. I didn't even know Rhode Island had so many bats until a couple of years ago. How did I never notice this? I guess I just didn't go out. You know what I think it is? I just never used to go on walks at dusk. I never used to do that. I never used to. You have to go on walks right as it's after sunset and it's almost dark. Not quite. So it's like twilight. That's when the bats come out. And so like it's in between that time after sunset but before complete darkness, that like dusk period, the bats come out and I had no idea we have so many bats that and they like to fly and swoop down low at your like a little close to your head. I don't like when they do that. That freaks me out. I don't want them near my head. Like they're cool. I like to see them swoop, like going around in circles, but they fly a little too low for comfort sometimes, and it freaks me out. And they're small. They're really little. They're little bats. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I thought so. I was living in like a really rural area of the state up until a little over a year ago, and that's the first time I started seeing them because I started going on walks at dusk. Only living when I started living up there in the summer because I couldn't use the elliptical anymore. I couldn't tolerate it. I wanted some kind of break from the treadmill, so I started walking outside, and I was like, "Oh my god, what the hell? What's with all these bats? Where'd these come from?" And now I live in a suburb, and I see them here too. So it's not the rural areas only. They're all
Mm-hmm.
over the place, and I just never knew because I wasn't out at that time. It's crazy. They're all over the place. There are 15. How do you know all
They're
this
good.
stuff about bats, Samuel? What
They're good for the ecosystem. They eat bugs.
he was like trotted out these bat facts. There are 15 types of bats in Washington state, and Texas has the most
All right.
bats. We got a bat expert here
Oh yeah.
in the world. He's got all kinds of like interesting random factoids. I've noticed. Like he'll put a lot of facts in the chat that are interesting. Crow got a lot of these. What's a junco? I've never heard of a junco bird.
Oh, are
Interesting.
those the loud night birds?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Uh, Teeter said this is the season that Tony gets outside to helicopter dance. I doubt it. I hope not. Yikes. Oh, I hope he joins again on Monday. That would be fun. It's gonna be a real. I think honestly, the next episode might be even more depressing than episode 2 of The Last of Us because like at least in episode 2 we had the exciting action sequences to distract from what was happening with Joel. At least there were like big flashy explosions and stuff. Now it's just going to be the depressing aftermath, the mourning, visiting his grave, his brother crying over his body in the morgue. Oh God, I'm gonna need Tony for this one. I might just ask him like, can you join? Like I want to know
Yeah.
ahead of time. Please join,
please join. Save us. Like, I need Tony on here. I need
Mhm.
Tony on. Do another all night stream. Like, he was on from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. It was crazy. It was crazy. Like, I think he did it because I had just. I'm pretty sure I know why he did it. I mean, he probably stayed on to that ungodly hour because he knew I had just lost my dad a few days before, and like, just to kind of build up more support around, and like he had to have figured that was going to be a rough one on me, um and and I had said, like, yeah, Umbra's going to be here, so it's not like I was alone, but maybe
Mhm.
I don't know, he just wanted to join to be nice, which was cool. So I'm not expecting him to do 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. streams on the regular. I think that was a special circumstance, but it was nice. It was fun, and
I think you need to start breakdowns before like 2 hours in.
yeah, yeah. Um, well, we didn't start the breakdown for a while. Um, we were
Mhm.
going on and on and on about like the debates regarding what was happening, and we didn't get into the actual episode breakdown for a while. So I think we started the breakdown at 1 in the morning, actually. That's because he was there for the whole breakdown. 80 people. It just went up to 80 for a split second.
Oh yeah.
What is going on? What is going on? The Europeans are joining. Yeah, I don't think we started the
Norwegians
break.
are coming.
What?
Yeah, I was saying Twin Peaks, so I was like, the Norwegians are coming. The Norwegians are coming.
Oh, okay.
People that
Yeah,
watch Twin Peaks would understand what I'm saying.
actually, I watched enough of it to know what that means. So I
Yeah,
remember the
okay.
Norwegian.
All right, cool.
Yeah, the Norwegians. That was, like, really
Or the
early in season.
Norwegians are leaving. Were they leaving?
They were leaving, yes. They were leaving. It was
Because
early in the
Audrey
season.
Horne came in and she started talking about, like, she acted really sad, and they're like, "Why are you sad, little girl?" Like something like "sad girl," and she's like, "Because they found my friend Laura dead on the beach." You know,
Right,
and
right.
they all start leaving. They're like, "Norwegians are leaving. Norwegians are leaving,"
Yeah. The
because they were
Norwegians
trying
are
to buy
leaving.
land out there.
Yep. I think that was in the very first episode, so I did at least
Yeah.
see that because I watched episode 1. Um, but I think that was it. I think that's all I watched. Oh, it was Doc who had the dream with the goat. It was
Yeah.
him. He said, "I had the dream with the goat, hubby wouldn't let me keep it."
Oh, no. Sounds
That's
like a
aw
nightmare.
that's awesome. Oh my god. That's amazing. Yeah. Oh, I love it. He would dream about something like that. Doc has the best dreams. I want his dreams. Like, give me some of your dreams, Doc. Like, I wanna know what he eats before he goes to bed. 'Cause he has, like, the craziest, like, batshit crazy dreams where he can fly and, I don't know, shoot lasers out his eyes or whatever the hell he dreams about, but, like, it's crazy shit. Like, he has superpowers, and give me some of that. I'll give you some of my nightmares. I'll trade you some of my depressing.
That doesn't sound like a fair trade.
It's not a fair trade. I'll be willing to admit that. It's not fair at
Like,
all.
oh, here's some whimsy. Here, take my pain.
I'll sell it to you. I'll make a bargain here. I'll sell you some of my nightmares.
So
No,
to your wholesale.
I'll buy some of your nice dreams, and you have to take my nightmares. That's it. That's it. That's what I meant to say. Nobody would buy nightmares. What am I talking about? I'm gonna sell you mine. Um, anyway. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Where is it? Mackie had said it's in their genes to faint, in the goats' genes. That's so
Mm,
weird.
maybe some kind of
Mhm.
imbalance. That's wild. That's so weird. Poor goats. Aw, something wrong with them then. That can't be
Crazy.
good.
Seriously, they look like they go down like they're dead, but then they just start moving again after a little bit.
Yeah, that's so
I
weird.
think a
Do
lot of
they
people keep cameras on them, so they're like, "This goat did not die."
do they stay still while they're doing
They
it?
do. Some of them just like rock over, and then they're just still for like a couple minutes, and you kind of worry, and then they just get back up.
Wow. Wow. That's so weird. Yeah. I gotta watch more of those. I gotta look up more of those videos. I could use the laugh. Because it's hilarious. Um, so anyway, sorry if I missed people's comments about the actual like I don't know how much people were like commenting more about the actual show while I was breaking down trying to get through it as quickly as
There
possible,
were
but
some people that had suspect lists.
yeah, I missed some of those. I got Samuel's, I believe.
The podcaster, I can't remember. Somebody said the podcaster, but I couldn't remember who the podcaster was.
Yeah,
Is that
Saint
Rickon?
Pierre. Yeah, that's the Saint Pierre
St.
Rickon type
Pierre.
guy. Yes.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Yeah. He might be in the
yeah,
same stupid plot that like Lily and Trip are doing. Some kind
yeah,
of stupid farce.
yes. Could be. Um,
Or they
yeah, I
find
think
the body and they think they did it, so they move it around all the rooms because they're stupid.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know because like you're just spreading more evidence around that is really stupid. That's really stupid. Like, what is this? Some kind of like the zaniest math, like
Yeah.
the zaniest murderer ever, just dragging it around from room to room. Can't decide where to bring it. Um, oh, I missed this one. Samuel had said earlier, it feels like this guy is being used as the fall guy for the real killer. So that the guy with
Oh
the weird
yeah.
eyeball. Um,
Hmm.
the guy with the eyes, I forget his name. Um, Bill Chill's suspects were Didier, Patrick Doumbé,
Oh,
and
there you
Elliot.
go.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I got also yeah, no, I think I got everything. I already highlighted that one. Um and I'll pull up that image that Dieter put in the chat. And while I'm doing that, I'll do some channel business. So if you're not ready to boycott The Last of Us, or you just wanna you just wanna throw a little support my way because my video's dying out there,
Or you're a masochist and you want to keep watching.
or you're a masochist and you wanna keep watching, then check
Or
out
you're
my
a
deep dive,
Satanist and you want to keep watching.
and you wanna watch a 27-minute deep dive into this horrible episode of television that everyone is so outraged over and hates so much, and yeah,
Maybe you'll
watch my
grow to love
27-minute deep dive. How's that for an elevator pitch? Um,
it.
27 minutes of torturous deep diving into
That's
this
about
horrible,
pretty good.
depressing.
It's about as good as my. If you want to join 3 people in the chat room doing our towards 0, and be number 4. That'd be cool.
Oh,
What's the
no,
problem? Nobody like Agatha Christie anymore.
I guess not. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to get an audience. It is.
I can also
Yeah,
sell this. It has one of the most unusual sex scenes to take place upon a staircase. If that's your thing.
oh, okay. That's interesting. Spicy.
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 Definitely not in the book. I'm gonna say.
Um,
I don't think so.
so, my deep dive into season 2, episode 2 is right there, and
Anybody that's watching The Last of Us, and even if you're pissed at the show, if you could just maybe throw me some views, it would be appreciated because I'm still stuck in double digits. I work really hard on it. It would be nice to at least just crack 100 views. That would be great. Right now I'm at 72, and it's not showing any sign of going up much more. And I understand everybody's views are suffering proportionately according to what they usually get. So like the people who normally get thousands of views are getting a smaller number of thousands of views, and I normally get a few hundred. I have under 100 right now, but it'd be nice to at least crack 100. So, maybe you could maybe throw a view my way. I would appreciate it. Even if you don't watch the show, you could just maybe leave it playing in the background and hit the like button for a few minutes. I swear there's nothing traumatizing or anything about the video itself. There's nothing like later in the video there is an image of Joel's face bloody, but it's not really gruesome because the lighting is so dark, so it's not like bright red blood in your face or anything like that. But that's later. That's much later in the video. It only takes 30 seconds to count as a view. It's not really good for channels to just get 30-second views, though. I learned that from Tony last Monday, not to keep asking people for that, because it can actually hurt you. But you could leave it playing in the background for a few minutes, hit the like button. It would help me out. I'd appreciate it, or pass it along to someone who watches The Last of Us. Anyway, that's my pitch for that. And I will be doing, if everyone hasn't abandoned the show, I will be doing a watch party. Oh, Scarlet's gone. I will be doing a watch party on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern when the episode drops. I will be doing a watch party when episode 3 drops. There are 79 people watching now. 79 people watching now. So if you like The Last of Us, maybe give my video a view on season 2, episode 2. I would appreciate it. It's not a recap. It's a deep dive into my opinion on all of the debates going on in the fandom, the themes and the message that the show is trying to send us with the death of Joel and the endless cycle of vengeance that is about to take place. The message of the necessity of feeling empathy for both sides, but I also point out my criticisms with the way that the show is handling it and the uphill battle that they're going to have, the way that they're botching trying to generate empathy for Abby, because I really think that they made some big mistakes. So trust me, I'm not just gushing over how great the show is at all. I'm critical of a lot of things, believe me. I feel your pain if you're pissed off about it too. So check out that if you watch it, if you have any interest in the show. And Sunday night, at 9 p.m. Eastern, I am going to stream the new episode in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you can click the link in the description of this video and join. And we have watch parties every Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I may start late just for I may just start 5 minutes late for any stragglers, but after that point, I am going to start streaming the episode. So try and make it on time. I'm going to be on time on Sunday if you do want to join the watch party for The Last of Us episode 3. And over the weekend, I'm going to be putting out a deep dive into the latest episode of The Handmaid's Tale, which is episode... They put it out in such a wonky way that I have to think about it now. They did 1, 2, 3, and then they did 4, 5. Episode 5. So I'll be doing a deep dive into episode 5 of The Handmaid's Tale. If you're into that, please subscribe and hit the notification bell. So when I upload a video or go live, I hit the bell for all notifications, and that'll be coming out in the next few days. If you don't watch The Handmaid's Tale, maybe pass it along to someone who does, or
leave it playing in the background for a few minutes and hit the like button if you're so inclined, because every little bit helps. Trust me, it's an uphill battle trying to cover a new show. It's not easy. Every single time you got to start over again from scratch. Unless you've got like 1 million subscribers, it's a fight every time to try to get views. And the problem is, like, you know, you need it's like a catch-22. You need views in order to get your video viewed by more people. Like, so the more people view your video, the more your video gets pushed out in front of even like a larger audience of people in their YouTube feed. But it's like, okay, well, how am I supposed to get picked up by the algorithm? Like, how am I supposed to get people to view it so that it's pushed out to be viewed by more people if I'm not getting those initial views to begin with? It's like it's a never-ending, it's a snake eating its own tail, a catch-22 kind of situation. It's very
You
frustrating.
got to pick next popular thing that's coming around the corner, but I can't really tell you what that is.
Huh? What's coming around the corner?
The most popular next thing that you need to hook your algorithm to.
A show?
Sure.
Are you talking about a show, or are you talking about something else?
The next popular thing. Whatever it is.
Whatever, just any popular thing?
The most popular thing.
Just anything
that's anything that's the most popular thing.
Okay, yeah. Anything at all that's popular. I think I may have to just start dropping Kendrick Lamar reactions then, because that's like the most popular. That's like the most popular thing going now. So that's what helped Koala T finally hit it big. He said he tried YouTubing about all kinds of other things. He tried all sorts of other things, like various different topics that had nothing to do with each other. And then the Kendrick Lamar versus Drake beef happened, and that he struck gold with that. And I bet a lot of other streamers broke out with that as a result, and they're thanking Kendrick for kicking Drake's ass and killing Drake so badly, then digging him up and burying him again. I mean, Koala T and a lot of other streamers, I think, really rode a wave on that. So maybe I should start streaming about Kendrick Lamar like Dieter keeps telling me to do. Mackie, I could. Oh God, I'm choking. I'm choking. You could react to the halftime show. It still does numbers. I bet it does, Maggie. The halftime show was almost 3 months ago, and I bet it still does numbers. I could do a breakdown on the halftime show. Analyze all the symbolism. You know that there are deep dives into that because there are layers and layers to everything Kendrick does. So there are deep dives into his lyrics of his songs. There are deep dives into his Super Bowl performance. I could do deep dives into Kendrick Lamar. I could. But the problem with jumping around and doing random shit, unfortunately, is it can kill your channel because the algorithm won't recognize you for a specific niche anymore, and it can kill your channel. And like, then my videos might not pop up where they need to pop up anymore for like TV shows I'm covering. So I don't know if I can do stuff like that, diversifying that much. The algorithm is stupid. But I don't know. Tony did it though. You know, Tony did a deep dive breakdown of the Super Bowl halftime show. And he did a great job. I got to say, he did an amazing job. It was great. And Tony doesn't do rap reactions or rap deep dives. It worked for him and it didn't kill his channel. Maybe I should try a Kendrick deep dive. No, but the thing of it is, I can't do it because I'm still getting initiated into the whole world of Kendrick, and I'm too new to it all. I'm not an authority on this. I'd sound like an idiot. I'm not an authority on this yet. I don't have the clout
I don't have enough knowledge to get out there and say, this is what I think this means. I'd probably sound like a jackass and not know what I'm talking about. So I can't do it. I wish I could. Drake is your favorite rapper? I'm sorry, Mackie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, they're your two favorite rappers. That sucks because they had a battle to the death. And look, if Drake is guilty of the stuff Kendrick accused him of, though, then he deserves to be hated. Just saying. But I haven't seen any investigations opened yet, so until that happens, I will reserve my judgment. I would like to know why the embassy hasn't been raided like Diddy's mansion, because that's what Kendrick said should happen. I mean, I believe Kendrick. If he said it, I think he must know something, but nothing's happened, so I don't know. I will reserve judgment until Drake is actually charged with something and we see some evidence. But if evidence comes out and allegations come out that Drake has done some of this stuff, then he deserves it. And it sucks if that's not the case, and the allegations are not true, and Kendrick got bad information or something. Then that sucks. Then I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I mean, everybody pretty much agreed that Drake took a really big L. I mean, even their record label said it in court documents that Drake lost really bad. And now he's suing, and that's not a good look. That's not a good look. You don't sue over a rap beef because you couldn't beat them with your lyrics. That's a bad look. That's a really bad look. Sorry, I don't want to chase you away, Mackie. I won't hate on Drake anymore. But I am gonna gush.
Get the bell.
But I am gonna gush over Kendrick on here sometimes. So I hope you don't mind. I won't hate on Drake, but I do can't gush over Kendrick. I can't help it. Yeah. Nobody can really debate that he took an L. Nah. I prefer to focus on how awesome Kendrick is rather than bashing Drake personally. I don't see any need to just focus on make it all about Drake. Although the diss tracks are amazing. I mean, the diss tracks are phenomenal. You could never chase me away, my heart. Well, I'm glad, Mackie. I am so glad to hear that. That's lovely. That's good. I'm glad. For a second, I was worried. No, Mackie, you're a sweetheart, and I really wouldn't want to offend you or drive you away. I mean it. I'm serious. Like, I didn't want to make you feel bad or insult you or, put down someone you really like. So, it's a shame that it came to that. But Kendrick warned him. He warned him. Kendrick warned him. He said, "Don't tell no lies about me, and I won't tell truths about you." He said it. He said, like, don't speak on the family. He gave him multiple warnings. He's like, I can even anticipate. What did he say? Like, I can even anticipate your angles, fabricating stories about on the family front because you heard Mr. Morale. He knew every move Drake was going to make before he did it, and he warned him not to do it. Don't speak on the family. And he's like, if you take it there, I'm taking it further. That's something you don't want to do. He even sounded like the boogeyman when he said it. If you take it there, I'm taking it further. Psst, that's something you don't want to do. I mean, he warned him. That was the warning shot. And Drake took it there. He took it there. This lesson learned, nobody ever battle Kendrick again. I don't think anybody ever will. I think everyone learned a hard lesson. Learn because Drake had to learn the hard way. Don't battle Kendrick. You're gonna lose. Nobody can take him. Nobody. I don't care who you are. You'd have to maybe resurrect Tupac. I don't think anybody else could do it. Like you'd have to resurrect Tupac or Biggie. Like nobody out here now could beat Kendrick. There's just no way. The old stuff is great. Yeah, the old stuff, the 90s rap is also, I think 90s rap is the best in my opinion, other than Kendrick's stuff. Kendrick's rap is my favorite now, all-time favorite, hands down. But I love 90s rap. I think that was the peak of rap. I don't like 2000s stuff. I don't, other than Eminem. Eminem has good stuff. But other 2000s rap, I don't like the super gangsta rap of the 2000s. Not really a fan. I don't like the style of it. I don't like 50 Cent. I'm not really familiar with Nas. I don't know. I should know. I know Nas is supposed to be really great. I'm not familiar. I'm not into Jay-Z. I never have been. I don't really get the hype about Jay-Z, to be honest. Although I will freaking love 99 Problems. That's one of my favorite songs. 99 Problems is like one of the best rap songs I've ever heard, in my opinion. I just love it. Anyway, why am I not tired? Because of Julie's and Scarlet's sexy voice. That's so funny. Yeah, it might be the moon because I'd usually be at least falling asleep by now. I'm enjoying y'all too much. Teeter, their voices are pretty sexy. I feel it. I feel it. I feel the need. I feel the need to like this stream more. Oh man, you're funny. What in the hell are you talking about, Dieter, with this listen to me, baby, and swallow? What in the hell? Dieter is a freak, guys. Dieter is a freak. Yeah, Amy, you should check out Tony's Super Bowl halftime breakdown. It's really good. I think Tony nailed it. Drake raps like he's been through wars but cries over texts. Oh no. Yeah, this is from AI. He does AI disses of Drake for me to entertain me. But I won't read it because I'll be nice. I'll be nice to Mackie. Learning rap video with Kendrick and people in the chat helping you or join Koala T1s. You are too hard on yourself. Yeah, I know I'm hard on myself, but I just think I'm too new to all this. I only just became a Kendrick stan in November. I still need to learn a lot more before I can say I'm an authority to comment on this. Yeah, there's a lawsuit. There's a lawsuit of Drake against the record company, but not against Kendrick. He's not suing Kendrick. I think he's too afraid to ever do anything against Kendrick again. He's suing everybody. Everybody's in a lawsuit except for Kendrick. Everybody's in a lawsuit. Random usernames of people on YouTube who said mean things about him are in the lawsuit, but not Kendrick. Kendrick is not in the lawsuit. He mentioned streamers. It's chilling. It has a chilling effect on free speech, which is a problem, and it could really fuck up hip hop because battle rap is a cornerstone of hip hop. And if you have a rapper suing over a diss track, this could really screw up battle rap. This could make rappers like afraid to do diss tracks now, or at the very least, major labels won't want to promote diss tracks anymore. They won't allow it anymore because they don't want to be sued. This is a serious problem, suing over a diss track.
Yeah, the lawsuit is don't even get me started. It's just messed up. But I was watching a really funny Koala T React video about how everybody's in the lawsuit. He was like, "Oh my God, what the fuck?" Because he was looking at the legal documents and all of these YouTube commenters usernames are there. Randos from YouTube who said mean things about Drake. Their comments are in the lawsuit with the date and time. No joke. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just embarrassing. Damn, just drop the lawsuit. It's just making you look worse. Stop it. But he's doing well with it so far. That so far he's actually taken a win with the lawsuit for some reason. Yeah, Nas and Jay-Z had a battle, I remember, and I think Nas lost, if I remember correctly. I heard about it only recently, so I don't know. I don't know any DMX. I'm very new to rap and hip hop. There's not a lot that I know about it, to be honest. I'm really new to it all. Teeter is definitely a freak, yeah. DMX. I think DMX had like pit bulls that it was like fighting pit bulls though, didn't he? Which is really fucked up. If I wasn't he the one who had pit bulls fighting, which is really inhumane and illegal. You said you should have listened to me about making a Kendrick video. That's why I said listen to me. The swallow thing was because you caught Amy with Amy only in my head. Oh. Oh, because you coughed? Yeah. Yeah, I was like, it just sounded like your mind is in the gutter because it usually is. The Crip Walk with Kendrick and Serena Williams in the Super Bowl was amazing. Yeah, Amy, it was amazing. Amy, you might be as freaky as Dieter. She probably is. Yeah, could be. Apparently, porn was blocked in Texas. You have to create an account. The fuck? Wow. Jeez. What the hell were you sending Dieter about fisting? Because he was talking about fisting. What the fuck? Oh my god, you guys. You guys, like, birds of a feather, just be freaks together. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's hilarious. I just saw Snoop Dogg's Mary Jane remake. It's badass. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Snoop Dogg is one of Kendrick's heroes. He's a West Coast hero for West Coast rappers. Uh, oh no. Oh, a sex toy from Temu. Yeah, people should not be buying sex toys from Temu. That sounds like a very bad idea. From Freaks Anonymous. There you go, Amy. From Freaks Anonymous. Don't buy toxic toys from those weird sites. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness going around out there in the air these days. There's some weirdness. Some weird sex toys, weird R&B singers. Koala T has a video out on Ray J. Ray J's kind of weird. Ray J's one of those weirdos. As Kendrick says, there's some weird shit going on, and some of these artists out here to police it. There's some weird shit going on out there. There is. You think those Diddy parties are the only thing? I don't think so. Those Diddy freak offs? No, there's some weird shit going on. Kendrick is right. Kendrick was right to stay away from those parties. Everybody said Kendrick was antisocial for staying inside of. He's like, N-words thought that I was antisocial because I stayed inside of my house. You better off to have one woman. Everything tricky right now. Yeah, Kendrick's better off having one woman. Everything's tricky right now. He was better off not going to those freak offs or all these parties. Drake is a party animal, you know. A lot of these artists and celebrities go to parties, and Kendrick has been minding his own business,
He doesn't like to go to parties. He doesn't go to parties. He doesn't go on social media. He just keeps to himself and his family and minds his own business. And you know what? He's not going to get in any trouble. Just watch Diddy drag more people down with him. Just watch. It is better off. You're better off with Kendrick, you know, like what he watched the party die, basically. I would be afraid to get a cheap toy. I don't need BPA in my body. Exactly, Amy. It'd be made of some kind of cheap ass plastic full of chemicals. They're trying to block everything now. Laughing my ass off. The freaks come out at 5. Yeah, that's when things do tend to get kind of freaky around here, Mackie. Whatever, it always seems to be Friday night streams when I don't know, we're a little looser and we're not breaking down an episode of a show, like doing an episode breakdown. So it's always these Friday streams toward the end when it turns into like after dark territory, and it happened again. Hadn't happened in a while. Um anyway, Anyway, if anyone hasn't checked out Koala T's channel, I was gonna put it up. 87 people, my god. Well, I don't even know what to say, like how the numbers keep going up when we're talking about random shit at this point, and we've been going for this many hours. It's pretty nuts, but hey, it's cool to see. So while I have 88 people watching / listening / asleep, I'll just repeat again. If you haven't checked out my deep dive on season 2, episode 2 of The Last of Us, please check it out. After the stream is over, I'll add it to the description of this video, and I'll add it in a comment pinned to the top of the chat too. It's also the latest video on my channel, so you can't miss it. Season 2, episode 2 of The Last of Us. My opinions on it, my interpretation, analysis, it's not a recap. So check it out if you're into that show. Check out my watch party for The Last of Us at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night in my Discord. The link to my Discord is in the description of this video if you want to join the watch party. We also have lots of other fun watch parties. Saturday night, I want to do a watch party for Nightmare on Elm Street at 10 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to join that, join the Discord. We're going to continue doing movie watch parties, TV show watch parties, things that are in the same subject matter realm as From and Severance. We're going to be doing more stuff like that. We're going to be doing Mel Brooks watch parties, like Blazing Saddles. We're going to be doing one for The Producers in the near future, the original Producers movie. And Doug Hughes is going to attend some of these from as the man in yellow on From, Doug Hughes. So he's going to be in some of these watch parties. We're going to do another watch party for The Residents maybe next Friday. I think we're going to still do it next Friday, but we'll keep you posted on the final 2 episodes of The Residents. Also, like Tuesday nights are typically our From rewatch party nights, where we'll do a rewatch of one episode of From. Right now we're rewatching season 2. Next week I may need to pause the rewatch. I'll keep you posted on that. We may just do another From theory stream and chat with Doug instead, but I'll let you know when I know for sure at the beginning of the week what we're doing on Wednesday night, but it will be a From related stream one way or the other Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. It'll be either the From rewatch or it'll be a From theory chat, maybe including Doug Hughes if he's available. We'll let you know. And Monday night is our live for The Last of Us at 10 p.m. Eastern. And Smitty Snippets might join if he's available. Infinite Umbra might join if he's available. There's the link to my Discord in the chat. Smitty Snippets, Infinite Umbra, if either of those guys are available or both. Mr. Grant Gregory might join.
maybe Tony Teflon will join again. If he wants to join, Tony's welcome to join Monday night. So we'll see. That would be cool. I'll see if I can get Tony on again, but I'll let you know who's going to be on it when I know for sure. But we're definitely going to have some guests on the panel, and that'll be Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern for The Last of Us episode 3 deep dive live. And we can still have fun conversations about it, even if we're frustrated with aspects of the show. So that's pretty much the schedule. And in the next few days, I'll be releasing a deep dive into episodes 4 and 5 of The Handmaid's Tale, because there are parts of episode 4 that I didn't get to cover yet. So part of it is going to be episode 4 of Handmaid's Tale, and the rest of it will be episode 5 of The Handmaid's Tale, if you have any interest in that. A good way to support if you don't watch The Last of Us or The Handmaid's Tale and you just want to throw a view my way is you can play the video for a couple of minutes and, throw a like throw a like on it, maybe throw a comment in. It can even just be an avatar or a single word, and that triggers the algorithm, so it pushes my videos out to where people can see them more. The more people view the video, hit the like, and throw a comment in, even if it's just a one word or an avatar in a comment section, it really does help. It actually pushes the video out to be seen by more people in the algorithm. That's how it works. So every little bit really helps. Every single view, like, and comment really does make a huge difference. You might think that you're not making a difference, but trust me, you are, especially with a channel as small as mine. Every little bit adds up. So every time somebody does that, even when they're not caught up with the show, I really appreciate it. I've had a few people just come, put a view on my video and hit the like and just write in the comment section, I'm not caught up on this show yet. But they just, they threw me a view and a like, and that helps push my video out to more people. So they threw me a view and a like and a comment. A few people did that, and I really appreciate it. So thank you for people who do that. It's much appreciated. Yeah, what the hell? That's a pretty big deficit. 96 Dieter now. Okay, I'm taking a screenshot of this. What the hell's going on? 96 people watching and only 19 likes. I know the vast majority of you guys must be asleep right now. I should just start yelling and screaming and waking you all up. Like, 90s, I know the vast majority must be sleeping, but because you're not in the chat, I know a lot of people just listen and don't chat. I know a lot of people just listen and don't chat, but okay, it's 30 likes. Okay. Dieter must not have refreshed the page. That's a lot better. 19 likes would be pretty sad for 96 people watching. That's not as bad. Like, you lazy bastards. Oh my god, I'm so dehydrated. I'm so thirsty. I gotta get some water. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. We appreciate it. Yes, please. My Last of Us video really needs some love. Any of you guys out there listening, if you're not in the chat and you're just a listener, it would really help if you just give My Last of Us video a view and a like. And if you're really feeling charitable, just all you have to do is throw an avatar, and you could put a happy face in the comment section. It doesn't matter what you put in the comment section. If you put something, it triggers the algorithm. That's all it takes is a comment. It could have anything in it. It doesn't matter what it is. It triggers the algorithm. So a lot of people who write negative comments on things think that they're hurting you, but it's like, hey, thanks for the comment. You helped me with the algorithm. You just helped me. So, but I don't get a lot of negative comments, thankfully. I don't get a lot of mean people. Anyway, Jamie Egan listens to Ether by Nas when no one is looking. That's hilarious, Samuel. Yeah, that's hilarious. Um, um, anyway, those parties are a big no-no. Diddy is the king of freaky, not the good kind. Yeah, yeah, he's not the good kind of freak. He got his karma. Um, Amy did it this time. He needs more karma to get on his baby oiled ass. Mackie. Yeah, seriously. He's in prison whining and crying about how no one is calling him, no one's checking in on him other than Kanye West. Well, like Koala T said, if Kanye West is the only person coming to my defense, lock me up, I'm guilty. Well, you gotta watch this dude's videos. He's so fucking funny. Watch his videos. You'll crack up laughing. I cannot get enough of his videos. Like he had one out about like a couple months ago about Kanye West being the only person to call Diddy. He's like, if Kanye West is the only person defending me, lock my ass up. I'm guilty. And he went on this whole comedy routine about it. I almost hit 100 viewers just now, guys. What the hell is happening? It's at 98 now. You know, I haven't had this many in not since From was on. Okay, it's 99. It's 99 now. Oh my god, it's at 99. I haven't had this many viewers since From was on. Like, I have not hit triple digits since From season 3. What the actual fuck is happening here? I know most people are asleep, but I mean, what? I don't understand. I know I need to take care of myself. I need to take care of myself, Dieter. I need to get back on the treadmill and drink some water. Um, Amy, I know I'm not gonna be awake even at noon. I'm gonna be fast asleep. So this is Koala T's channel, and if you enjoy you know, any hip hop related content, reactions to hip hop and rap, R&B, um anything related to like that kind of culture, um and especially Kendrick Lamar stuff, and you like humor, then you're gonna love this guy. Yeah, Mackie, seriously, I think you'll like this guy. I think you'll like this guy. He's hilarious. I already put Big Heck onto him, and Big Heck really found him entertaining. I saw Big Heck over in his chat after I put Big Heck onto him, and he was over there. He was over there during one of Koala T's long, um, one of his long, like epic live streams where I mean, not as long as mine, but like one of his epic live streams where he was raking in massive amounts of super chats and like practically crying on camera because he was so overwhelmed. He's hilarious, but he's also got a big heart. He's fucking hilarious. He had this whole routine about how like I could be hanging off a cliff. Hold on, let me see it. There was this video that he had, and it was like, where is it? I can't play the actual video because it might like do a copyright claim. It might do a copyright claim on me if I actually play the video. But there was this routine that he did, and he was going. This guy could be a stand-up comedian. That's how freaking funny he is. Where is it? It was not that one. It was him and Kanye West. Kanye on the phone with Diddy, and it gets weird. I can't recommend this one highly enough. I'm gonna post it in my Discord. Um, where is it? No, that's not. What the hell? This isn't right. That's not it. No. That's not even what I clicked on. YouTube. Don't be annoying. I did not click on that. It's this one. Because Kanye is the only person who reached out to Diddy. And Diddy was whining about, oh, nobody called me, no one checked in on me and my kids, and Kanye did, and then he shared the conversation. He shared video of himself talking to Diddy with captions, so you could actually read it. And Koala T reacted to it. He's like, yeah, he was like, I could be. Hold on, I'm gonna wait till the comment section loads. But I have to pause it so I don't get a copy. I don't want him copyright claiming me. He's been amazingly supportive of me and giving me advice, YouTube advice, and putting my channel up on his screen. And I got like 30 new subscribers. He puts my channel up on the screen and he offers me advice. He did a spontaneous like half-hour tutorial just he's and he didn't even know me. He had never met me before. I was brand new to his community. He is just a good soul. This is a good dude. He was like, I could be hanging off a cliff, about to fall off the damn cliff, and I see Kanye West sprinting at me. Sprinting at me. No, I think I'm gonna see if I can fly instead. I think I'm gonna see if I can fly. Maybe I can find a cloud dense enough to hold my weight. Because I could just picture Kanye West standing up there, like, hey, I'm gonna save you. No, I'm not. I'm gonna save you. No, I'm not. Slavery is a choice, huh? Say it. Say slavery is a choice. And then there's a word I can't say on YouTube because it could get taken down, but, well, I don't know, maybe. He got away with it. Say slavery is a choice. Swastikas, huh? Huh? And then, and then he goes, God, I'm falling. I'm falling. It's so goddamn funny. Because this is what Kanye would do, because Kanye is going to change with the winds. I'm a savior. No, I'm not. I'm a savior. No, I'm not. Slavery is a choice, huh? Say it. Say it. Yeah. It was freaking hilarious. So, yeah, he'd rather take his chances on seeing if he could fly than letting Kanye West putting his life in Kanye West's hands if he's falling off a cliff. So, yeah, this dude's hilarious. He's great, and he puts out content a lot. Like, almost every day, he's got a video out. So, he also does live streams, and they're fucking hilarious live streams too. I mean, he's got a gift. He is the funniest damn thing going, if you ask me. He's my favorite quality. Can't recommend him enough. Yeah, that's Kanye for sure. I'd rather jump too. Yeah, seriously, go watch that video. You'll trust me on this. Yeah, you'll laugh. Um, I need that. I need laughter in my life. It's necessary for me. It's like therapy. And it takes a lot to make me laugh, believe it or not. Oh my god, I hit 100 people. I hit 100 people for the first time since last fall. Holy shit. How is this possible? How is this happening? Oh my god. 100 people. 100 people. Okay then. Well, I hope some of you still watch The Last of Us or know someone who watches The Last of Us and Handmaid's Tale, the people that are listening and not in the chat. I took a screenshot of it while it was still at 100 people. Anyway, in an hour it's 1,000. Amy. Oh my god, Amy. Kanye is one sick fuck. He is a sick fuck. He sang about it? I didn't know he sang about it. Giving his cousin a BJ while looking at corn magazines. What the fuck? He's a sick fuck. That dude needs to be locked up. Seriously. Bye, Dieter. Sorry, I didn't mean to miss that. I didn't realize you were heading out. Thank you for supporting Koala because he supports me. That's all. That's amazing of you. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Yeah, and see you later. I gotta go. I can't be having any more fun. It's really hard to tear myself away when there are 96 people and I just hit 100 and yeah, I am having fun, but I need to go take care of myself, get on the treadmill. I was on the treadmill, but I got off. Now I have to get back on and feed the cats, get some hydration. Um, I was trying to sign off like an hour ago. I don't know how this happened, but I still didn't listen to that song. I refuse. Oh my god, he did put a song out about that. Oh my god. What the fuck? He's a sick fuck. I mean, he just sinks to new levels of depravity all the time, just when you think he can't get any worse. What the fuck? That must be something new, because that story just came out that he said that about his cousin, so the song must be new. Jesus. He was 14 years old. What the fuck? Yeah, that's that is fucked. That is fucked. Um anyway, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, anyway, so to reiterate, we're gonna do I'm thinking we're gonna do a watch party for what do you call it? I can't think anymore. A Nightmare on Elm Street at 10 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. If you want to join, that'll be in the Discord. If you want to join our Last of Us season 2 episode 3 watch party, that's Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Right when the episode drops, that's when I'm going to start streaming it. So try not to be late. If you are late, I'm willing to, play the first little bit again for people who missed it though, after it ends. And that'll be Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Try not to give up on the show just yet if you're upset about it. I'm not giving up. I'm upset too, but I'm still gonna watch. I still think the show has a lot left to offer and a lot of important messages in it. So I think we should give it a chance. And Monday night, I'll be live again at 10 p.m. Eastern. Definitely with some guest panelists. Possibly Mr. Grant Gregory, possibly Smitty Snippets, Infinite Umbra, most likely. Maybe we can get Tony Teflon again. That would be fun. Any of these guys would be great. So we might have a bigger panel than usual Monday. So we'll see how it goes. But that'll be Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern, The Last of Us live. And Wednesday we're gonna have a From live. I'll let you know if it's gonna be a rewatch live or if it's gonna be just a theory chat. I'm thinking it's more likely to be just a theory chat. Right now I'm pretty swamped covering 3 shows at once. The Handmaid's Tale, The Last of Us, and The Residents. So until we finish The Residents, I think I might just do a From theory chat on Wednesday night live at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. If Doug wants to join, then we'll start it at 10 and we'll talk to Doug first. So we'll keep you posted on that for next week. If Doug Hughes wants to join from at 10 p.m., then we'll start earlier for him. If not, then we'll start at maybe 10:30 and do a theory chat. And so keep an eye out for my Handmaid's Tale video if you're interested in that, or you know someone who is and you can pass it along, or throw it a view and a like. Only takes 30 seconds to count as a view, but I wouldn't recommend doing that all the time for videos because it can actually hurt the channel if that's all you do. But anyway, I'll have that out hopefully this weekend. In fact, no, not hopefully. I have to have that out this weekend. The Handmaid's Tale episode 5 deep dive plus some of episode 4 that I didn't get a chance to cover yet. I have to have that out by Sunday night, because the new, or at least by Monday morning, because the new episode of The Handmaid's Tale comes out Monday night. So clock is ticking on that. So I'm going to be working on that. That's my next video to come out. I think he makes up a lot, but he definitely, oh God, diddled his cousin. Oh my God. Oh Jesus. Oh, it does kind of make the most sense, Mackie. Like, I think he makes up a lot of crazy shit, and he says crazy shit to get attention, and he's seriously unwell mentally. I think he's severely bipolar and needs to be on strong medication, and he's not clearly on medication, so he's openly proclaiming that he's an NAZI. There's something seriously wrong. I don't think it's just bipolar either. There's something, he probably has multiple disorders, because he openly proclaims that he's an NAZI, and you don't, even if you are one, you at least know not to say it. So there's something not right going on there. And I can't say the word because YouTube could flag the stream, so I have to spell it like this is kindergarten. But anyway, yeah, he's a hateful monster. But I believe he probably did do something with his cousin. It's believable. I know, Samuel. There are people who actually say silly things like like funny mustache man. They call you know who the funny mustache man, because I can't say that word either without getting the stream taken down, possibly. Guys, the views are up to 106. What the actual hell is happening? It's pretty crazy. His number one disorder is attention, though. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he has narcissistic personality disorder, too. I think he probably has multiple things. I gotta go get some water. I've had hardly anything to drink, and I have been talking way too much and not drinking. Yeah, the censorship is ridiculous. Like, I understand that they want to make sure that they're not promoting hateful content, and that's the reason behind it, but it means that we can't even say those words at all, even in a perfectly benign context. It's not like we're saying, oh, yay, we support, those things, because we don't. But sometimes we need to make references to them. And if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. So we don't want to stop discussing these terrible things. We need to sometimes. And if YouTube flags people for it, well, that's a problem. So I wonder how political podcasts handle it. Because, in some cases, this is educational and people need to face these dark sides of history. And otherwise, we're doomed to repeat it. We don't want to erase it. Well, we're probably doomed to repeat it anyway, because we don't learn from history. So, anyway, guys. Well, I hate to leave with my highest numbers in 6 months. It's pretty nuts. Am I having tech issues? Well, at the moment, I'm having. Why do you ask? At the moment, I'm having issues having a voice, but other than that, why do you ask, Samuel? Curious. Sorry, I'm drinking some water. I'm losing my voice. Oh my God, I can't even talk anymore. We can only talk about certain stuff.
We can only talk about certain stuff if it's historical or educational context. Yeah, the problem is YouTube. Oh my God, it's up to 108. Guys, I keep taking screenshots because I'm in shock to see that number. I know a lot of them are sleeping. Okay, now it's 109. Okay, what's going on? Maybe the algorithm is pushing my video out and lurkers are joining. Sorry, I have no voice left. It sounds like you're having an allergic reaction and your tongue is swollen. Sorry. Drink some water. I did. It didn't help. Oh my God, 110. Okay, I'm not shutting it off. I'm not shutting the stream off. I'm not shutting it off right now. Not when it's over 100. I refuse. I'm not doing it. So I'm gonna leave it running, and I'm getting back on the treadmill, even though I can barely talk. Sorry. That's lovely to hear. God, nice audio. Clearing my throat really loud into the microphone. That's what 110 people are here for. 111 now. Oh, 111. 111 people. Let's see how high it can go. This is an interesting experiment. What the fuck? Dieter needs to see this. Like, yeah, I think Dieter left before it hit 100 people. I can't talk, guys. Oh. Anyway. Yeah. It's pretty bizarre. Hold on. Ah, that's your type of party. Amy says gets a squirt gun and shoots it at her mouth. That's your type of party, Amy. Yeah, Amy and Dieter are freaks. Oh, 112. 112. Okay. What's going on here? Okay. I feel like I should switch it back to, like, people might be looking at this and not knowing that that typically we cover different shows, like from, 113. 113. Let's see. Wait a minute. Because we don't just cover this, we cover From normally, and at Severance, and now I'm covering Handmaid's Tale. Oh, 114. And what else am I covering? Oh, and The Last of Us 2. And that's it for now. Those are the shows. 114. This is nuts. I'm trying to do a pitch here, Amy. Do a pitch because I don't know who these new people are, but they're lurkers. So we love lurkers here. It's awesome. You know, if you don't like to chat, that's okay. You don't have to chat. Trying to love The Last of Us. I'm trying to. I'm not gonna lie. I loved season 1. Season 2 is harder to love. It's not easy to love. I'm not gonna lie to you. But I see a lot to appreciate and respect about it. I think there's a lot to appreciate and a lot to respect about it. And I think there's a message in there that's really worth hearing if people would just stick around and give it a chance. Give it a chance to tell its story. Don't bail on it yet. Yeah, I'll feed him. Hi, Paco. 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 He already ran away. Oh, sorry. Oh, so Mackie, you're reserving judgment. That's better than what I've heard, Mackie, because it's better than what a lot of people have been saying. A lot of people are quitting the show now. They're not watching episode 3, which I think is a shame. I say give it a bit more of a chance. Everyone has to do what they want to do, and I understand being upset at the show. I'm not happy about how things turned out, but I think it could have been handled a lot better. And if you watch my deep dive, if you watch my deep dive on episode 2, I explain where I think the show could have done much better, where I think it went wrong. I think it's trying to send a really important message about empathy and the endless cycle of vengeance, but they handled it wrong. They rushed Joel's death. They rushed it way too much. They should have pushed it out further. Let us get to know Abby longer. Let us get to know Abby and build up empathy for her. Don't paint her as some kind of... She came off looking like a bloodthirsty sociopath, and we don't know her that well. And they just rushed it, and they didn't need to. And the nightmare was not effective. Her nightmare was supposed to build up empathy for her. It was not effective because it didn't show her finding her father's body. It didn't show her finding it. It showed her talking to herself, telling herself, don't go in there, he's dead, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? That's not effective. That's called exposition. Exposition is not effective storytelling because you want to show, not tell. And as a result, because they didn't show us, we don't have as much empathy for her as we might have had. We might have had a little bit more if they had shown it, but they didn't. They didn't show her finding her father's body, and it would have been the perfect bookend to the episode if they had begun it with the very first scene of her finding her father's body in a flashback nightmare, and then at the end having Ellie with Joel's body. If they want us to feel empathy and connect these two characters, Ellie and Abby, compare them, then why would you not show Abby finding her father's body? It makes zero sense. They screwed it up. They rushed Joel's death. I don't give a damn that the video game did it early. I don't give a damn. You know how many movies and TV shows deviate from their source material, be it a video game or a book? Source material gets changed all the damn time. Where is it written that The Last of Us has to be a carbon copy of the video game? Forget the video gaming stands who are saying fucked up shit about Bella Ramsey, because that's a whole other situation. They think it needs to look identical, and oh no, how dare they cast someone who looks unconventional and not pretty enough for them, and it doesn't look like Ellie from the video game, so I hate the show and I won't watch the show. And I'm sorry, it's just mean and it's bullying, and it's like, okay, it does not have to be a carbon copy of the video game. They could have moved Joel's death out, pushed the death out for further, build up time to feel empathy for this character. Let us get to know her, and instead, they screwed it up. I should have a Last of Us background while I'm talking about this. Not from. I could just talk about all kinds of every different show I'm covering. I could do The Last of Us live. I could do a whole bunch of lives in one. But yeah. I was hoping, like, I know it's in the game, but they could have pushed it out further. I think for a TV show, if they have to kill off the star of the show, which honestly, it may be okay in a game, but this is TV, and I don't think what works in a game works as well in a TV show. Personally, I just think that's a recipe for failure, killing off the star of the show. That's number one. Number two is they could have pushed it out further. They rushed it. And the game, I know the game rushed it, but that doesn't mean the show had to rush it. I can't tell you how many movies and TV shows have deviated from their source material, make changes, major changes. So they could have done that, and they didn't, and they're going to pay. People are going to keep canceling their HBO Max because of this. I think they're going to lose money on this show. I think they spent a fortune on it too. Like, and yes, people are being a bit dramatic. That clip I showed in here. Oh my God, 120, 121. What is happening? Oh my God, what the hell is happening? People are being a bit dramatic, yes. Like that clip I showed earlier, of course. Like, I'm not sitting here crying and screaming over a TV show. No, there are things I'm not happy about, and I think that they screwed up. They should have made him die later in the season, and if they had to kill him, which again, I still don't think it's smart for a TV show. But that's me. I mean, they could have even changed that. I was hoping, I had it spoiled for me by a YouTube comment, because people drop spoilers in comment sections all the time. And so I knew it was coming, but I was really hoping against hope that it wasn't coming early. I didn't know when it happens. I just know it happens. I knew it happens. So I didn't know it happened early in The Last of Us 2 game. I was really hoping that it was later. And I heard that season 3 is like a part 2 to the game. So like, I heard that season 2 is part 1 of The Last of Us 2, and season 3 is part 2 of The Last of Us 2. So I was really hoping Joel would survive the season. And then when Ellie's group already found their camp, their community, at the end of episode 1, I was like, yeah, he's dead. He's dead. And he, sure enough, like, I was like, boy, this escalated quickly. Damn. Okay, then. I guess he's dying. I mean, for God's sake, did they have to make it that quick? Yes, the game was a success and made a profit. However, people didn't know when they bought the game that they were going to kill Joel. People were really angry. A lot of people wanted to return the video game. And it also sold a lot less because the word got out about what happened. So it sold a lot less than the first game did. So yeah. But yeah, keep an open mind. Give episode 3 a chance, like Mackie here said, before you just drop the show. What I would recommend. And somehow we have 121 people watching right now. It's pretty crazy. You're going to hear like 20 seconds of silence right now. Hold on. Yeah. Audience scores can't be trusted anymore. Too many bots and too much review bombing. Yeah, I was looking at the Rotten Tomatoes score, and it's way lower than the critic score, and I'm not surprised because I predicted this would happen. When this season got renewed, before season two started, we got word that HBO had already renewed it for a season 3, and it was just on the strength of critics' glowing reviews. It had a 92% rating on Rotten Tomatoes or something. But I predicted, because I knew that Joel was going to die, I predicted that there was going to be a big gap between what the critics said and what the audience said. And that's often the case because critics look at a show from a more objective point of view, like the quality of the show itself, and fans view the show from a more emotional point of view. Critics are just doing their job. Critics are not just watching it for pleasure, they're doing this for their job. They're looking at the quality of it more objectively. Fans get more emotionally attached. So a lot of times you'll see a big gap between the numbers. Like, let me see, The Last of Us. Let's see what it's sitting at right now. Right now, it's got a 95% fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes and 69% on 69% of like the audience. But there could be a bunch of bots, like Sam is saying here. There could be a bunch of bots. So that might be bullshit because there seems to be a lot of outrage going on. I mean, I've been looking in the fan communities and it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, Dieter, it hit 123 people. 123 people. I haven't had this many people since last season. Now, I know I take this with a grain of salt because I know that the vast majority of these people are asleep. I do know that. It's still cool to see the numbers though. I'm not gonna lie. It's cool. But it's pouring outside. It's supposed to be lousy weather here. What state are you in, Mackie? It's supposed to be lousy weather here too. I know you're in my time zone. Here in Rhode Island, it's supposed to be lousy weather here today. Mackie said he should have stayed alive for sure for a few more episodes at least. Maybe they got other stuff to adopt, so they had to hurry. Adapt. Other stuff to adapt. But I think that he died early in the game too, and they're just following the game. But damn, really, really bad idea. Really bad idea. Yeah, Amy, it would have been great if they had changed their minds. If they had deviated from the game and kept him alive. Amy said I was hoping maybe they'd scare us that he died, but he got regenerated back. That's almost like that's like the denial stage of grief, Amy. It's like, no, he can't really have died. Maybe he'll just come back. People did the same thing to Abby and Tess in the games. Yeah, people were pissed at the games too. Yeah, where do these people come from, Dieter? I'm very confused. I don't know who's listening right now. I really don't, but Connecticut. Oh, wait, are you in Connecticut, Samuel? Are you serious? Because that's right next door to me. I'm in Rhode Island myself. Yes. Well, hey, you want to talk tiny states? Rhode Island is the smallest state in the nation here. Little Rhodey. We're called Little Rhodey for a reason. The final count. Oh, Amy wants to know what the final count. Got to go to bed. Get some rest, Amy. This is just too good. I have to leave it going. I am going to get back on the treadmill in the process, though. It's the final countdown. Oh, Mackie's from Connecticut.
I was gonna say I didn't think you were from the. I didn't think you were local. I didn't know you were that close, Mackie. That's cool. Yeah, Mackie, you're in Connecticut. Doc is in Fall River, Massachusetts. Jeremy Ice and Fire's in the Boston area. And I don't know if and there's this guy Rick Costa. I haven't seen him in a while, but he's a From fan and he's in Connecticut somewhere. But I don't know of anybody else who's in Rhode Island, Connecticut, or Mass. There aren't many of us, and if there are, then they're not staying. So, yeah, I I'll let you know. Amy, what the final count winds up being. Right now, I'm multitasking here, getting my mom's dog's food ready. Getting his dry food with his baby food mixed in, and exciting times. Yes, like the stream. If you're listening to this and you just like to listen but you don't like to chat, then you're more than welcome. Just appreciate you just like everybody else, but please like the stream. Please like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Covering From, The Last of Us, Severance. Those are the main ones, and also The Handmaid's Tale. And on Fridays, right now we're covering Netflix's The Residents, but that will be over soon. We'll be done with that soon. Yeah, Connecticut is very small, yes. Really? Got the best pizza in America? I don't know. I think the best pizza that that's on the face of the earth is this little mom and pop pizza shop in Providence, Rhode Island. It's a mom and pop. It's not a chain. It's been there since my mom was like a kid, at least, or something. So I think when my mom was a kid, at least I think the 60s. And it's called Caserta. It's the best pizza I have ever had in my life. I can't imagine any other pizza topping it. But now I wanna have some of your Connecticut pizza, Mackie. I'm a big pizza lover. I'm very picky about pizza too. I don't like just any pizza. I won't waste the calories on just any pizza. I'm very picky. So it has to be worth it. You won't catch me eating any Domino's or any of that crap. No Pizza Hut. None of that garbage. Yeah, real cinema therapy. This is why I haven't signed off. There are 123 people right now, and I know that most of them must be asleep. But for some reason, the numbers have been climbing steadily for a while, so I think there must be like 30 people listening but not chatting, which is pretty cool. Hold on, just 1 second. I'll be right back. So yes, Mackie, what part of Connecticut are you in, if you don't mind me asking? Because if some of that amazing pizza is in the eastern part of Connecticut, I want to go try it. I need some good pizza. Deep dish is a tourist trap. Yeah, Chicago thin crust and tavern style. I don't know. Thin crust is not my favorite. I like a nice thick doughy crust. My favorite pizza at Caserta in Providence, it's thick. It's thick crust. It's not deep dish. It's thick, but it's thick. Very thick and chewy. That's my favorite. East Coast pizza in general is better than anything else. This place called New Haven Pizza House is fire. I'm in New Haven. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm very picky about pizza, and I'm always looking for new pizza recommendations because, like there's most pizza I just won't eat. unless it's like my favorite pizza. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. I don't know where these people came from, Real Cinema, but there must be people who are just listening. Some of them are asleep, most definitely, and then some of them are just listening and not chatting because there aren't a lot of people chatting. So yeah, but the views have been steadily going up. This is the most that I've had at once since from season 3 last fall. So it's pretty nuts. That's why I'm still here. And anyway, while she's here in the chat, we'll encourage everyone to subscribe to Real Cinema Therapy's channel. She covers shows from a psychological perspective using her professional expertise, and she's covered Severance, Yellow Jackets, and now she's done a video on The Last of Us. So check out her channel. And yeah, it's the most I've had since from season 3. Back in from season 3, I'd had more than 100 people, but oh my god, it's 125 now. What the hell? Oh my god. Okie dokie. Okay. Real Cinema Therapy, please feel free to drop your link. Drop your link in the chat for people to subscribe to you. There may be people who are listening, but just not. Oh my god, it's 126 now. There may be people who are listening and just not chatting. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody that shows up, whether you feel like chatting or you just like to listen or you can't chat because you're busy with stuff. We get a lot of third shift workers who listen to this channel, people with insomnia, because we've gotten the reputation for these all-night streams, which are kind of nuts, but yeah. So Real Cinema Therapy dropped her link in the chat. Please subscribe to our friend Lori, but her channel is Real Cinema Therapy. Please give her a subscribe. We would appreciate it. She does great content. And her Last of Us analysis is spot on. Completely agree. And I think a lot of people would agree too. There's a lot of debate going on in the fandom right now over The Last of Us. But her analysis makes complete sense from a psychological perspective. So check out her latest video on The Last of Us. They're working their asses off while we talk about them. Yeah. Excuse the treadmill noise in the background. I have to do this to manage my pain. Sorry about the noise. I'm gonna look into getting some special device that gets rid of the background noise. Yeah, they're working while we're just shooting the breeze and talking about it. Probably. Hold on a second. Yeah, Scarlet must have fallen asleep. She was here a long time though. It's totally understandable to fall asleep. Yeah, I'm sure she's asleep. Yeah, so this weekend I'm going to be hard at work on my next video for The Handmaid's Tale. I'm kind of mad at myself because I have to cover episode 5, but I still didn't cover a big, important chunk of episode 4, so I have to do both. And I might just divide it into 2 videos because Koala T Reacts, the awesome guy on Koala T Reacts, he gave me advice, really kind advice, telling me that if I want to grow my channel, get more views, that it helps to have more videos and make them shorter, but do more of them. So I'm thinking I'll probably do 2 Handmaid's Tale videos, split them in 2. I'll do the rest of episode 4 that I didn't finish, and I'll do episode 5 separately. And I'll try to have them both out by Monday. And then Sunday night is The Last of Us episode 3 watch party at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord, which you can join if you're not in my Discord. The link to my Discord is in the description of this video. Dieter, yes, our friend Douglas E. Hughes, friend of the channel and frequent guest, who plays the man in yellow on From, joined Cameo. So if you want to order a personalized video, you can click that link. It starts at only $15. I can attest that it's well worth it. Dieter got one from me that was beautiful and sweet and funny, and I loved it. But yeah, it's awesome. And also, Dieter, do you have that? Hold on. I'll see if I can get it myself. But Dieter, if you have that PayPal link, if you put it in the chat, I'll put it up on the screen. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it myself, though. God, it's hot in here. Jesus. I hate this. It is so hot in here. It gets so hot so quickly. Anyway. I don't know why I'm still going. It's just so hard to get off when the total still says over 100 people. Oh. Anyway, there's also this. Okay, yeah, there we go. So I'm gonna get off the treadmill for a second for this part. The treadmill is loud. Anyway, Dieter set up this PayPal account for me. If anyone is so inclined, any little bit helps. Dieter set this up on my behalf, and he fronted the funds to get me a working laptop that's actually functional, so I could get my content done more easily and more quickly, and was so generous to do that. So any little bit helps if you're so inclined. If anyone is so inclined, it is much appreciated and goes toward reimbursing him for that expense. And it is on my behalf. It says his name, but this is on my behalf. I'm vouching for that. Trust me. He's spent a lot on me in this channel, extremely generously. Hold on. Hold on. My mom is. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Sorry, just a second. Another mess to clean up from the animals, as usual. Just a second. Sorry about that. You keep going because all these people who lurk and don't chat with us. Hey, Peter, I appreciate the lurkers. Hey, lurkers are the backbone of a channel. Mr. Grant Gregory taught me that. Lurkers are the backbone of a channel. Lurkers are really important. Believe me, like it makes up he said like that's like your base. Like the majority of people who follow a channel are lurkers. Like if you look at my subscriber count, I have 1.79K subscribers. I don't have 1.79K people in my chat. The vast majority of my subscribers don't chat. But they still support my channel. At least I'm sure not all of them watch my videos, but some of them do. And some of them just like to listen. Maybe they're at work or they just don't like being in live chats, but they like to listen. And I appreciate each and every one of them. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate each and every single person who listens or watches my videos. As long as you know, if you remember to hit the like, subscribe, that's all I ask for, and I appreciate it. You don't have to do the live chat if you don't want to. You're equally appreciated, and I see you even if you're not visible in the chat, and I appreciate every single person. I promise you that. Yes, everybody like and subscribe, and please like and subscribe. Please subscribe to Lori's channel too here. She's really grinding away, trying to get her channel going, and she deserves some attention for all her hard work she's putting in with all of her insight. Peter, listen to us doing all these pitches for everything. I watched, like, I swear to God, like 100 of these people are probably asleep. Also, if you want to try streaming and you're looking for a way to do it, you can do it the way I'm doing it, which is through StreamYard. And I put a link in the chat there where you can get a $10 discount when you sign up. And it's the most easy, user-friendly way to stream around. I am not tech savvy. This is a lifesaver. StreamYard is like a miracle, how easy and basic it is. Basic, and it gets the job done. And I was able to learn it so fast. So, a little pitch for StreamYard. If you're listening on the replay, you can check out the link to StreamYard where you can get a $10 discount in the description of this video too. And buy a cheap cameo from Doug, yes. Throw some money his way and the other From actors too. A bunch of them are on Cameo. There are several. And check out this video from. Let's just all plug everything. let's just all plug everything. I love it. I'm glad you dropped the link because I was going to suggest it, Lori. Great. So check out Lori's video if you watched The Last of Us, analyzing why Joel saved Ellie, how he was driven to action by his trauma from the loss of his daughter. So it's completely spot on, and couldn't agree more with all of that. And she's doing an amazing job with her content. So she deserves more recognition. Anyway, 123 people are not. I need to get the hell off of here in a few minutes. I need to definitely get off of here because I'm so dehydrated from talking so much. I can't talk much more. Jesus. Anyway, early next week, I'll post my schedule. I'll post my official schedule, but because, you know, I'll have more specifics on exactly what's going on. on YouTube and in Discord, I'll post my schedule. Like I'll know for sure if Doug is going to be joining us or not next week. I'll let you know if we'll do, because now that Doug is back from his trip to Spain, we're back to our, hopefully we can regularly continue to do our segments with Doug that we enjoy so much. Story time with Doug, where we have Doug Hughes, the man in yellow, on From, sharing entertaining, funny stories about his career in theater, playwriting, and just life in general, and sharing his insight too, and discussing From together. So we're going to continue doing those with Doug Hughes, and we'll let you know when the next one is going to be. Early next week, if he's going to come on, I will announce it. If it's going to be Wednesday or Friday, or if at all, we'll let you know. Monday morning is when I usually post my schedule on YouTube, in my YouTube posts and in Discord. But if he comes on, then it would be either Wednesday or Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern. And if you're subscribed and you have notifications enabled and you tap the bell for all notifications, then you'll know when we go live. Sometimes I run late due to my life circumstances being so difficult. So it helps if you have notifications on, so that if I'm running late, you'll know when I finally am able to go live. I'm thinking next week we probably, if Doug is available to come on Wednesday night, if he's available, we'll probably just do a From live with him and then do a theory chat about From, and then skip the rewatch next week, because I'm covering 3 shows right now and it's a lot to juggle. And if Doug is not free Wednesday, then we'll just do a From theory chat next week on Wednesday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. If Doug comes, then we'll move it back to 10 p.m. so we have some more time with him. So we'll keep you posted on which it's going to be, but it will be one or the other for sure. And of course, Monday will be The Last of Us episode, season 2, episode 3 live. I see lots of parallels between Abby and Negan from The Walking Dead and Dead City. I plan on doing a video about it. That does sound interesting, like Mackie said. That's super interesting. Dieter. Dieter says, "Are you lurkers sleeping here for the residents from dirty stuff or to prepare for Julie's upcoming birthday?" Dieter, you are too much. May 12th. Yeah, that's my birthday. As you keep reminding people. Oh, Dieter, you're very sweet to do that. To make such a big deal out of my birthday. I've just kind of found it depressing the last few years, to be honest with you. But you actually make me feel less depressed about it, so I appreciate it. I really do. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. My mom is talking to me. Okay. Sorry about that. Hold on. Anyway. Oh, that's very sweet. Happy upcoming birthday, Julie. Your strength shines even in hard times. Wishing you peace, love, and moments of joy today and always. You're never alone. That's lovely. That's lovely. Thank you, Dieter. Means a lot. The never alone thing especially means a lot, believe me. Oh, were you able to hear my mom? Wow. Her voice really carries. She was trying to call me to ask me for something, but I couldn't hear her. Or she thought I couldn't hear her. Mackie, yeah. I've actually never watched that show myself, but Lori keeps telling me I should. And I just have a million other things to watch and to do for the channel, so I just haven't had time. I still have to finish Lost. I refuse to start another new show until I finish Lost. I feel like I've got to do that. I started watching Lost in May of last year, and I still haven't finished it. I gotta finish Lost. Lots of parallels between Abby and Negan. They're both narcissists and sociopaths with unresolved grief and trauma. Yes, I was just saying earlier, Lori, that Abby acted like a sociopath. Yes, she acted like a sociopath, which made it extremely difficult to try to empathize with her. And I'm an empath. I can empathize with almost anybody. Even if they do horrible things that I can't condone, I can empathize with how they became that villain, what kind of pain or trauma or guilt or grief or whatever turns them into a villain. I can empathize. Every villain has an origin story. Monsters are not born, they are made, like Mary Shelley said. But like, it's just with Abby, come on. Abby just came off as a bloodthirsty sociopath. And I can see the narcissism too. With unresolved grief and trauma, yeah. Negan just used his bat and Abby used the golf club. What kind of a name is Negan anyway? Oh, okay. Well, my mom had just happened to say something. Okay. See you, Dieter. Yeah, it's funny because I just happened to say that earlier, that she totally came off as a sociopath to me, but I wasn't sure because I feel like I haven't seen enough of her to be able to say that. And I'm also new to the show. I just watched season 1 of The Last of Us for the first time, still getting my footing within this whole world, and I never played the game. But hold on a second. Yeah. Samuel, Abby is not an empath. Come on. No. Samuel, no. Look, I know your point of view on this, but I gotta disagree here. I gotta disagree. No. If she were an empath, I get what you're saying here. Abby wanted to make Joel feel what everyone felt, but how could he do that if he's dead? She killed him. She killed him. It's okay. She killed him. He's dead. He can't feel anything, Samuel. He's dead. No. I look, I can empathize to a point, but if she were an empath, she wouldn't have tortured him and If she were an empath, she would have been able to understand why he did what he did, or at least ask. An empath would ask why. Why did you take my father's life? She'd want to know why, so she could see if she could understand some motivation behind it. She didn't even ask. She just killed him. She didn't even ask why. I mean, if she had known it was to save his daughter, maybe, who knows? An empath could find some kind of empathy somewhere deep inside. I have empathy even for people who hurt me. I mean, not to that extreme, of course, but I have empathy for people who hurt me. I'm an empath. I don't know if I could have empathy for someone who, murdered my loved one, like she, in her case, but I don't know. Yeah, she would have talked to my opinion, Samuel. I get kind of like animated when I state opinions sometimes. I don't want to come off sounding like overly. One time someone came in and was asking why I sounded mad, and I was like, I'm not mad. I hope I don't come out off sounding like too aggressive. I'm very animated in the way that I talk. It's just my tone. It's just my natural tone. I get worked up over silly TV shows, not real life. Anyway, she said she wouldn't kill someone who couldn't defend themselves, and then did it 5 minutes later. Yeah. And you know what's funny too about it? She's such a hypocrite, because she said that even you would have to agree that some things are just plain wrong. Okay, and murder and torture, sadistic torture, murder, isn't that just plain wrong? I mean, if she really felt like it needed to be an eye for an eye, a life for a life, shoot him in the head. Shoot him in the head. I still don't agree with that, by the way. I still don't agree with vengeance. I think vengeance is futile. I argue that in my videos. Vengeance is an endless cycle, and it's never going to bring anyone peace or resolve their grief. However, if she wanted to be merciful, if she really just wanted an eye for an eye, she should have shot him in the head instead of torturing him, dragging it out. Her father was not tortured. I know she's felt emotional torture, but that's not the same. She thinks it's the same in her twisted mind, but it's not. She wanted to make Joel suffer because she's suffered emotional pain. Sorry, I've got a thing or two to tell her, but there's a big difference between emotional pain and physical pain. And I know because I've had both in spades. Trust me, it's not the same. It's not an eye for an eye. And if she wanted that, she should have just shot him in the head and given him a merciful death. But anyway, I still don't agree with that either. I don't agree with the whole vengeance thing. Now she's created another version of herself. She enjoyed torturing him. Yeah, she enjoyed it. She relished it. That's why I said she came off like a sadistic sociopath. She was sadistically enjoying herself, smiling, laughing. She's like, oh, you stupid old man. You don't get to rush this. How? Right in the leg with the golf club. Oh, 130 people. Holy crap. Well, hello, new people who are listening. I cover multiple shows on this channel. If you're interested in From by MGM Plus, Severance on Apple TV, The Last of Us currently. I'm covering The Last of Us. Please don't give up on the show yet. I'm going to keep making my pitch. Every time I see the numbers climb, I'm going to make my pitch. Don't give up on The Last of Us yet, please. Give it a chance. Give it a chance to explain itself. I will grant you that they didn't handle it well. And they rushed it. And they didn't work on ways to generate empathy for Abby. I think they got it wrong. And it's going to be hard. I don't know how people are going to empathize with her now. I really don't. Most people won't. Sure, Lori. I need a break from talking anyway. Yeah, hold on. Anyway, so keep an eye out for my deep dive into The Handmaid's Tale episode 5 in the next few days. And the next live stream we do is going to be Monday night for The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 3 at 10 p.m. Eastern with possibly multiple guest panelists. We'll keep you posted on exactly who it's going to be. Hi, Lori.
Hey, Julie B. It's almost 7 o'clock.
I know,
Wow.
right?
How much longer are you going to stay on?
I've been saying that I hate to get off when the numbers are still over 100 because I haven't had over 100 from season 3 ended.
Mhm.
And I know that a bunch of people must be sleeping, but I've seen the numbers steadily go up from like the 80s to this point. So I know there must be a lot of people who are listening and watching and just not chatting.
Yeah.
Like there must be, because I've watched the numbers steadily going up. So they're not all asleep. They're definitely not all asleep.
Well,
haven't seen like this in
they're very
ages.
interested in what you're saying.
Yes, I've been jumping all over the place. We've talked about all kinds of random stuff. The Last of Us, my schedule for the next week, bunch of stuff. But I'm gonna keep it going a bit longer.
Okay.
I have to be on the treadmill anyway. So, are you gonna keep covering The Last of Us?
Well, I'm going to watch the next episode and see what I think of it. I am going to do another video. I might do like 2 more videos. One about Ellie and Abby, how now they're bonded in trauma together, and how they may resolve it or not resolve it. And the other video will be about Abby and Negan from The Walking Dead. Now, Negan, I know you never watched the show, but Negan is probably the most famous villain from The Walking Dead. He had lost his wife. She had cancer. This was during the apocalypse, and he went out. She needed insulin, and he went out to find insulin to save her. Basically, she was dying, and he didn't get back in time to help her. He found her dead, a zombie, and he had to put her down. And he had such grief over that, and he just lost it. So he became the aggressor. He became a monster because of what happened. And you see how he took over. He became the leader of a group called the Saviors. And their goal, his goal was just to select people and like to be the king of the group, And he was very funny. He was very charismatic. He would say funny lines on the show. I mean, his character was wild, really wild. But the point is, he and Abby are very similar because her father died. She had a choice. She didn't have to become a monster. She didn't have to carry this grief for 5 years, waiting for revenge and hating Joel. That was her choice.
Right.
And that's why I see that there's a sociopathy in her, excuse me, and narcissism, because she has no empathy whatsoever. Negan also had no empathy. But the difference is Negan went through a very dark years, and he had a lot of time to think about what he did, and he has repented, and he has changed. And he actually became a nice guy, even though he had killed a lot of people in very brutal ways. And now Dead City talks about this because now what's happening is, again, I don't want to talk about spoilers in case people never saw the show, but Negan killed a very beloved character, and his wife hates him with a passion. She doesn't want to forgive him, but she does eventually, unlike Abby. So Abby has been holding a grudge for 5 years, planning on killing Joel. Now, he saves her life, number one. Number two, she's on horseback with him. Imagine she's holding him. You can't get any closer to somebody, okay? She's on
Right?
horseback and she's holding on to this man,
On his
thinking,
waist.
I am going to kill him. That is not a natural feeling.
No, I said the same thing. I had the same comment in my video. I pointed out she's holding on to his waist, knowing the whole time that she's still planning on killing him in
Yes,
cold blood.
exactly. Yes.
He saved her twice. He saved her the first time when she had the infected on top of her, and he
Right.
pulled her off. And then again, she wouldn't have gotten away from there if he hadn't gotten her up on the horse with him. They got up on the horse and they ran out just in time as the infected busted in the building.
Yep.
So technically he saved her twice.
And I don't know if you noticed this when he first brought her in the barn and he closed the door and she was sitting there like panting, and then she hears his name. She right away went to reach for something in her pocket immediately. And then he came up and she saw he had a gun in his hand. So she stopped. She was going to stab him or shoot him right there. Yep. This woman is a cold-blooded murderer. I don't know how anyone can have empathy for her. I'm very sorry. I watched it again tonight. This is the third time I watched it. I can tell you that I got very emotional watching it tonight. I didn't get emotional the first two times. First time it was kind of a shock, you know?
Right.
The second time I was just really just taking it all in. And now this watch was about me feeling the emotions of what was going on. And I was really tearful, what happened with Joel and Ellie. That last scene was so incredible. And it convinced me all the more that Abby is a sociopath. There's no question about it in my mind. None.
Yeah. I agree.
And I was thinking about the writers. The only way the writers could redeem her in some way is if they make Joel look bad. Like they'll show flashbacks of him like killing people with no mercy. And, we're going to see a side of him we didn't see before.
I think that's coming.
Right? I think they're going to do that because they need to balance it. And then they're going to show Abby like crying and, she probably experienced some trauma after she found her father, which just mounted on top of it. And they're going to want us to have sympathy for her. Okay, that's how they're going to balance it. But I don't buy it because a person who would kill him like that has no empathy at all. None.
No.
I can't feel sorry for her. I just can't.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, if she had just shot him in the same way that her father was shot, then there might be a sliver of a chance that you could say, okay, it was an eye for an eye. Maybe it would be possible to build up empathy for her, but they still shouldn't have rushed it. They rushed it. They did it too soon. They didn't work on building up empathy for her first. Right. Show flashbacks, show her finding her father's body. You need to see that stuff. They gave it to us in exposition. That is one of the worst writing mistakes that you can make. Any decent writer knows you should show, not tell. And I understand the esoteric meaning they were going for with her nightmare. They could do that esoteric stuff later. They could show her having trauma dreams where she's talking to a version of herself, because I see what they're doing. It's like she's kind of dissociating herself from that, or it's like she's talking to a version of herself who wants to lock that memory away and not have to remember the sight of her father dead on the floor because she saw it. We know she saw it. And I get it. Okay, they're doing some esoteric psychological thing there. It was the wrong time to do it. They needed to show her finding the body. Do something like that later if you want to, but that was a big mistake. Big
Yeah,
mistake.
I agree with you because I like what you said in your video about if they had shown her finding her father and we see how it affects her, and then you contrast that with the end with Ellie, and Joel, that moment they had together at the end. That's
Exactly.
what we needed. We needed to see the similarities between them now. The
That's what
trauma,
we
how the
need.
trauma has affected both of them.
It would have been amazing. I still, even in that case, I still would have said that it's too early, that they should have waited longer. But once they eventually did it, like it would be the perfect thing they could have done, bookending it. You open the episode with a flashback to Abby finding her father's body and close the episode with Ellie and Joel's body. You would have a
Yep.
direct parallel to draw a visual. People are very visual. They need to see it. Just hearing her telling herself in her dream, his brains are on the floor. Yeah, okay, that's a gory and gross description, and we can picture it in our heads, but it's not the same. You need to see that visual to compare the two and to start drawing parallels between their grief. It still wouldn't have been enough for me with
Yep.
the way she acted and her sadism. But
Right.
at least it would have been better.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think also they killed him too fast, like you said. We should have had at least 1 or 2 episodes showing Abby in a backflash. Her relationship with her father, what she was doing with her life before he died, the before and after. We need to see who Abby is. Because right now we don't know who the hell she is. We just know that she killed him horrifically. She tortured this man. She didn't have to torture him. If she
No, she
had
didn't.
any ounce of empathy in her, she would have just shot him right away and got over it real quick, especially when she saw Ellie coming in. Well, by that point, it was almost too late. Yeah, because Ellie came in at the end, but
Still a
she
gory way to kill him with the
terrible.
stabbing in the neck.
She should have just killed him right away. Not have made him suffer like that. No.
And yeah, I think that what they were working with, Samuel, is that this is, I'm sure this is a recurring, this is a symptom of, I'm no expert, Lori's the expert, but I think she probably has PTSD, and she's having, because one of the features is, you're haunted by nightmares regarding the source of the trauma, and she's probably got recurring nightmares of finding her father's body with his brains on the floor. But if they show the dream later, like Samuel is saying, it's not going to have the same impact it would have had in this episode. That's when
exactly right. They should have shown that before she killed him. Absolutely, because then we'd had and they should not have had Joel saving her life. That was a big mistake. If he didn't save her life, and we saw her having some PTSD and some flashbacks, and then she kills him, then the audience may have some sympathy for her. But for now, it's impossible.
Yeah.
I think it's impossible at the moment. Unless they have some really great writers on their team and they're able to spin a narrative here. I don't see how they could save it. I really don't.
I think if they had great writers on their team, this wouldn't have been done this way in the first place.
I agree.
I think the ship has sailed and they don't have what it takes. And I hate to say it, I doubt anyone from HBO is listening. They're not going to throw me any interviews anyway, so I'm just going to come out and say it. I think they need to fire all their writers because they screwed up big. You're right that they built up. They dug their hole in deeper by showing Joel saving her life in the same episode. They made it even worse. Now the sympathy is even more on Joel's side than it already was.
Exactly. Even her own group was horrified at what she did. you saw that one girl was crying and the other one was just like she couldn't even watch. Only that one guy was a jerk. He the one who kicked Ellie. He was the only sadist there. The other guy wanted her to stop. So
True. Although there was one moment, I swear to God, it looked like that girl with the shaved head who was holding Ellie down.
yeah,
I took screenshots of, I took a million screenshots, and in one of the screenshots, it looks like she's smiling. And I don't know, maybe I just caught it at a weird moment, but I swear to God, it looks like she's smiling while
no, she wasn't smiling. She was terrified. I was watching her. She was like having like facial twitches, and she couldn't even look at it.
Okay. I
No,
must have
no,
caught her at a weird moment when I took the screenshot, and it was like a
yeah,
grimace or something.
no. She was
Okay.
horrified. She was
Well, that's
horrified.
good.
Yeah.
Because
The
she's
only
not.
one who enjoyed it was Abby and that other guy. They were the only two that liked it.
Honestly, how could you punish yourself by watching that episode 3 times? Oh my God.
Well,
To
because
study it, I guess.
well, I wanted to study it, and because I want to do a couple of videos, and I don't know. I watched it with a friend actually the last time. Tonight I watched it, and but I got emotional. I got really emotional. I said, this is really a fun. I mean, the episode is phenomenal. I mean, if you
It
look at
is.
the
Yeah.
whole scene with the infected,
Well,
I mean, we're focusing on Joel, but the episode itself was brilliant. It was so well done. I mean, in fact, people are comparing that moment to Games of Thrones
Some
because
people are saying they did it better than a specific battle in Game of Thrones. I
yes,
don't remember which one.
yes,
But
they did. They did. Well, or at least it was somewhat comparable. I was very impressed. That scene with the infected was amazing. The
I
scene
loved that. Yeah.
See, you would love The Walking Dead. You see, you don't want to watch it. You would love it. I'm telling you, you would love it.
Maybe my taste has changed. I don't know. I just remember seeing The Walking Dead on in the background when I was at my ex's parents' house, and it looked like the zombie stuff was too gory for me. This was just a bunch of infected rampaging the place, and nobody was feasting on anybody's flesh.
Oh no, and The Walking Dead, they don't do that either. No, they're just walking. They're in hordes. It's the same thing.
Oh, so they're not like, I don't know what, I don't know. Maybe I was afraid it was going to be that bad, and I thought it was worse than it was, and I wasn't looking at the screen.
No,
I don't know.
no, it's not like that at all. Not at, if it was, I wouldn't like it. No, it wasn't like that.
I agree with Becky. If Abby has any humanity, she'll have worse dreams now. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So even in The Walking Dead, there was this epic scene, this battle. It reminded me of that too. They were shooting arrows that had flames on them. Same thing. And they also had a fire around their compound. I mean, it was in the snow. It was the exact same thing. So they took this from The Walking Dead and from Games of Thrones. So they had a lot of help creating this episode. They were watching other shows,
Yeah,
so they got it right. Mm-hmm.
Tony said that the idea of rolling barrels of flammable liquid out of the fortress,
yes,
and then throwing down torches and having them blow up, that was taken right from Game of Thrones.
Yes, it was. Yes. And also with Walking Dead, when they were shooting arrows into poisonous, not poisonous, but flammable liquid to have it blow up. The same thing. So yeah, they took it right from there. But I thought it was very well done. I did.
Yeah, I thought the action scenes were thrilling. I mean, as much as it's not that I was enjoying the fact that they're attacking the compound. Yes, it sucks for them, but I mean, you can't have a little mini utopia in a show like this. Things were too good for them and too easy for them there, and I get why they had to bust that up. And it made for great TV. I mean, it was it was great. Yeah. And as long as Tommy and Maria made it, I mean, we didn't know anyone else there anyway, other than you know, Jesse and Dina, who were not there and they're still alive. So honestly, I didn't really care about the red shirts. I was there for the action, and it was an epic, really well executed scene. So, and yes, Mackie, maybe if they add Joel and Ellie to the dream, people would think she's not a piece of trash fully. Yeah, she should be having nightmares about murdering Joel, and maybe people would think she'd have some humanity. But I doubt that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't see her. She had no humanity. At that last shot, when they showed them walking away, the group, you see her face?
Oh, yeah, cold as ice.
Cold as ice, like a mask, like she had a mask on.
Indeed.
There was no relief. There was no tears. There was nothing. She had like this stoic look on her face, like that rage that she has is never going to go away. Never. She could kill 1,000 people. She's still going to feel the rage.
You know, it's funny you say that, because I only watched it one time, and really once was enough for me. I watched it closely, and then I played it again, but with the sound off, and took loads of screenshots. And I looked at Abby's face, and when I first watched it, I thought just from the way she was walking, I didn't look at it closely enough, and I thought, oh, she's walking away like with this attitude of mission accomplished, job well done. But then I looked more closely at her face. Her face didn't look relieved or happy or anything. Like, I mean, happy would be ghoulish, but like her face didn't look relieved, like, okay, like this, she got this done. She feels like justice was done for her father. No, it was just ice cold. Like, her face was very tense and ice cold. Her forehead had this wrinkle in it, and just ice cold eyes, no expression on her mouth, nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's a sign of her personality disorder.
Yes. Yeah.
Because killing somebody, first of all, killing someone is not going to make anyone feel better. You're not going to bring the person back who died.
Right. What I've been telling people.
And the revenge is only going to make you feel worse afterwards. She's going to have remorse afterwards. Maybe not right away, but when Ellie starts coming after her, and whenever they speak at some point, she's going to say, Ellie is me. I found my father when I was 19. Ellie is like 19, the same age. She is going to see herself in Ellie. And if there's any ounce of empathy in her at all, then we're really going to know. Then she'll say, I really effed up. You know, I shouldn't have done this.
Yeah.
And, you know, and that's how we're going to know.
It'll be like looking in a mirror, right? I mean,
exactly. Exactly. Looking right in the mirror.
And if she doesn't have empathy for her then yeah, there's no humanity in there. It's just, she's a sociopath, pure and simple. And hey, thank you with Alice. So glad to hear you too on this subject about Abby and their heart. Thank you. Beautiful take on this subject.
Yes, Alice, with Alice. Thank you. Yeah, because Ellie is her. They went through the exact same thing, only with actually Ellie, it's worse, because she killed him right in front of Ellie.
Oh God, yeah.
She found her father; he was already dead. She didn't see him murdered.
She didn't have to see the look in his eyes right before he was about to die, like Ellie had to see. She didn't have to see that. She didn't have to see him struggle to lift his head up a few inches off the floor, trying to get up for her one more time to save her. He moved his hand and he lifted his head a few inches because that's how much he loved her. I mean, honestly, how are we, writers of this show, explain to me how we are not now supposed to think Abby is the worst, most sociopathic supervillain on the planet, and Joel isn't the hero who we should all grieve till the end of time after watching that. Come on. I mean, he tried to lift his head up off the floor when he was beaten to a pulp within an inch of his life. He was already close to death.
Yep.
That's how much. When did you watched this 3 times? Did you notice, like, when before Ellie showed up and it showed his head laying on the floor, beaten to a pulp, swollen? It looked like he was already dead. Like there was nothing behind the eyes. He was just zoned out. When Ellie was pinned to the floor, screaming for him, did you see his eyes looking straight at her, even behind all the makeup, the fake puffy face and the fake blood? Did you see how his eyes were looking straight at her?
Yes.
And he lifted his head a few inches off the floor and moved his hand. That's how much he loved her.
Yes.
Trying to get up one more time because he was having to. And this made it even worse. His dying. The last thing he had to see while he was dying was his beloved adopted daughter screaming for him, and him unable to save her. And he had to die not knowing that she was going to be okay. That made it even worse. But he saw her. He was looking right at her. That just broke me. That was devastating.
It was devastating. Devastating.
That's how much he loved her, though. That he was going to try to get up. She screamed, "Get up. Get up, Joel."
I know. And that's when I started to get tearful. I was like, oh my God, it really hit me. It really hit me.
It was horrible.
But again, when what you just said brought me back to The Walking Dead. I know you haven't seen it, but there was a scene with Negan where he killed a beloved character in front of everyone who cared about this character, including his own wife. And she was screaming and screaming. It was horrible. Negan brutally killed this character. And the character was looking at her as he was dying, and it was horrible. And this reminds me of that. Yes. So these people do not have empathy. Anyone who can do that, to kill somebody like that in front of someone who loves them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they put Dina to sleep, so she wouldn't have to see it. Right?
Yeah. And it kind of defeats the purpose. Then Ellie runs in, and I mean, maybe they didn't have any more drugs to knock her out. I don't know, or maybe they figured too little, too late. He's close to dead anyway. She sees him all bloodied, so they just figured, oh, screw it. We'll just end it because she's already seen him this close to death anyway. But regardless, when Ellie stabbed him, when Abby stabbed, I keep accidentally. Their names sound so similar, and I know they must have done this on purpose because they want us to compare Abby and Ellie. And I actually screwed up as a result of that. When I was recording my video for this week's episode, I had it all done and uploaded to YouTube, and I realized in one of the lines I said Abby instead of Ellie, and I had to do this weird, awkward edit to cut out part of it, so it sounds weird, but I managed to salvage it anyway. Their names are too damn similar, and it's too easy to screw up. But I
know.
When Abby stabbed her through the neck, she looked back. Did you notice the look on her face when she looked back at Ellie? There wasn't even a flicker of empathy for Ellie. Like, she doesn't know that Ellie is the surrogate daughter of this man, but she knows that Ellie knows this man and is screaming and crying for him.
So. Well, actually, yes, at that second when she stabbed him and looked back at Ellie, she was cold. Then the next, when they went back to her, after they were on Ellie for a bit and they went back to her, you can see that Abby was shaking a little bit, that she was shaken up a little bit. A tiny bit, tiny bit, but I did see something there. Not enough, but there was something.
Yeah.
And I think it's mainly because she was exhausted from beating him so much that her body just was exhausted, so she shook a little bit. That's what I think it really was. But I'm sure hearing Ellie scream on some level must have upset her a little bit on some level. Because don't
Maybe.
forget, they muffled her scream for the audience, but they heard it. They heard it, blood curdling scream.
Yeah.
Um, I think Abby was a little jarred by it, a little bit, but not enough.
But the look she shot her, that look was just no emotion at all when she looked at Ellie, where she pulled the thing. As she stabbed him in the neck and then she looked back. I didn't see any emotion then. It was just coldness.
It was just coldness, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. How do
I
you?
mean, if you're going to kill somebody like that, you have to not feel anything.
Yeah.
That's what a sociopath does. That's what a narcissist, a person who is an extreme, because there's all levels of narcissism. People, they throw the word around narcissism very easily today, but there's all levels of narcissism.
Oh yeah.
Everybody has a tiny little bit of narcissism in them. It's healthy to have a little bit. But we're talking about extremes where it becomes a personality disorder. And there are extremes where you have somebody who's maybe slightly narcissistic to moderate to extremely and severely narcissistic, severely to the point where they are psychotic. And I
Right.
think that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
A
So,
psychosis.
so do you think that she has more than one personality disorder? Like, can you well, sometimes I hear the phrase narcissistic sociopath thrown around. Are those two separate disorders, or is there one that combines both?
Well, actually, it's called cluster B. Cluster B has 3 personality disorders that are very similar. There's borderline personality, narcissistic personality, and antisocial personality.
Okay.
Those are the 3 that are related. And antisocial is where the sociopath comes in.
Gotcha.
Like somebody in the mafia who can just kill. A hitman, for instance, is a sociopath.
Right.
Somebody who has no empathy, that could kill, that could steal, that could cheat, that could lie. People who take pleasure in others' pain, a sadist, would be considered antisocial. So yeah, Abby, I would say, is a combination of antisocial and narcissistic. Yeah, I would say she's a bit of both. Yeah. But there are narcissists that are sociopaths as well. There's like a fine line between them, really.
Right.
But there are some narcissists that they put on the charm. They're very charming, but they are the ones that can also lie, cheat, and take everything from you.
Right.
Antisocial personality, they're not usually charming. They could be, but not usually. So there's slight differences. But
And
overall,
for Abby,
yeah.
For Abby to be able to lead this group of people and for them to be so loyal to her, maybe that's where the narcissistic side comes
Same
in.
thing with Negan. Negan was but Negan was very charismatic. He would crack jokes. He was like over the top. He was like he was doing a stand-up routine like a comedian. His character was so funny, but yet terrifying at the same time.
Wow.
So he had people following him. They were terrified of him, but he could but just before he killed that character, he had everybody in a circle kneeling in front of him. And he goes, "Which person here should I pick? Which person should I pick?" And he was like laughing and joking. He goes, "I got it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo." This is what he did until he picked the person he was going to kill. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you, have to watch the show. That scene was so horrific that it actually was the turning point for The Walking Dead, because even though in the comic book everybody knew this was going to happen, just like in this show, everybody knew it. It was not a secret, unless you never unless you never read the comic book, then you wouldn't know. But he did it so brutally that audiences were so turned off that AMC lost a lot of viewers because of it. And that's what's happening right now with HBO.
Yep.
HBO did not learn from AMC's mistake. They made a big mistake killing Glenn the way I gave his name away. I'm sorry. They made a big mistake killing this character the way they did. I understand you.
Was that
Yeah.
late in the season? Was that late in the series?
Yeah, that was season 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there were 11 seasons. Yeah, but up until that point, The Walking Dead was the #1 show on TV. Number
And
one.
then it went downhill after that in popularity.
Exactly. Yes. People didn't want to watch it after that. They were so upset the way Negan killed him. They didn't want to watch it again. Because, see, it works in the comic book. It doesn't work on TV.
Same with
Just
video
like
games
this.
versus TV. Yes, what works
Just
in a
like
video
this.
game, what works in a video game will not necessarily work on TV. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why they felt like they needed to follow the video game like it was the Bible and do like shot for shot, almost exact. Even when you just look at the shots, it's almost exactly the same. I've seen pictures online. I didn't play the games, but I've seen pictures. And there are certain things they deviated from, the appearance of certain characters, but the plot is almost identical. I don't understand, like, who is in the writer's room at this show? I mean, fire all the writers, because you're going to lose most of the audience now, and I bet you anything they're going to renege on season 3, and because so many people, they're going to be losing so much money. Can you imagine? I was sitting there watching this latest episode thinking, how much money did they spend on this thing? Can you imagine how much all those explosions cost? And now they're going to lose so much money on people canceling HBO in outrage.
But you know what? But sometimes controversy is actually good for ratings, you know? If they have good writing, they might be able to come back from it. They might. The Walking Dead was not able to come back from it. It wasn't. It completely changed.
I think, honestly, though, if Walking Dead couldn't come back from it, this has a much worse chance, because Walking Dead had been around for that many years.
Yeah.
And had diehard fans. I mean, of course, they had that much longer to get more attached to the way things were and were really, really emotionally invested. However, I would argue that's more reason to stick it out. If I were a fan, I would say, no, I don't want to quit the show over this one thing. But with The Last of Us, it's much easier to flush a show that you've only invested a short amount of time in.
That's true. That's true.
You know, it's easy to walk away.
It's true. And also with The Walking Dead, he actually killed 2 people in that lineup. And in the comic, he only killed 1. Now, why do that? That made it even worse for people, viewers. I mean, you had to kill a second person too, you know, and they made it a cliffhanger. That was the worst part of it. You had to wait 6 months to find out who he actually killed. So what happens is you see him in the lineup, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch, and it goes, and you are it.
Oh,
and he says, okay, and you don't see who it is. He goes, okay, everybody, I don't want to hear anyone protest. I don't want to hear anyone scream or cry, because if I do, I'm gonna also take another person out. So you better keep your mouth shut. This is what he says.
Wow.
And then you see him raise his bat. The screen goes black, and you just hear the bat banging on somebody's head, and everyone is starting screaming. Okay.
Oh, geez.
And that's how it ends. So for 6 months, everybody was sitting there saying, who did Negan kill?
Oh my
it
God.
was very jarring. Very jarring. I mean, the screen went black, and you hear people screaming, and you hear him saying, whoa, taking it like a pro, whatever he said. And he kept like whacking the, you know. So people were angry that there was such a cliffhanger. They said, what the hell is this? Why did they do this? So then when the show came back, it was a brilliant episode. Brilliant. But it was one of the hardest episodes to watch I've ever seen on television, because you see exactly what he did. You see how he killed 2 people. And what's ironic is the first person he kills is someone totally unexpected. Totally, you would never think in a million years. Not the one in the comic book, somebody else. So they fool the audience, and you're thinking, okay, he killed this person. Maybe the other guy survives.
Oh
You know,
no,
he
that
died
made
in the comic, but maybe he actually survives.
oh, they twisted the knife by doing that. They
Yeah.
toyed with you.
They played with you. So then you think it's over, right? But then somebody protested after he killed the one person. And he tried to attack Negan. So Negan said, oh, listen, you know, we can't have that here. I told you. Oh, I forgot exactly what he said. I told you that everyone has to keep quiet and not intervene, but you didn't listen to me. So back to it, he said. Turns around and whacks the guy who he killed in the comic.
That's just mean. They did that's playing.
It was horrific. It was horrific. And his wife is there. She's pregnant. She's in pain. And she's screaming as her husband is being murdered. And he was one of the original characters on the show. He appeared in episode 1 of the first season. He was a beloved character. Everybody loved him. And this was it. This was it. And Negan was enjoying it the way Abby enjoyed it.
See,
he enjoyed it.
They played dirty with you, the audience, doing that,
Yes.
faking you out, making you think it's over. Oh,
yes.
we were too smart to kill off a beloved character like they did in the comics. They're not
right.
Oh, that would make me even more mad at the show. I wouldn't want to watch it anymore.
And then when Ellie said to Abby, I'm gonna kill you, right? I'm gonna fucking kill you, she said to Abby in the group, right after they killed Joel.
Oh yeah.
After Negan killed those two guys, Rick says to Negan, I'm gonna kill you. Exact word for word. They took it from The Walking Dead, I'm telling you.
Wow.
He said, I am going to kill you, he tells Negan. And Negan laughs at him. He says, oh, really? He says, oh, yes. He goes, not today, not tomorrow. And Rick has a deranged look on his face. Andrew Lincoln is such a great actor. I mean, his acting, he is one of the best actors in the world. I'm serious. He had this blood-curdling look on his face. He wanted to kill Negan in his bare hands, the look on his face. And he says, yeah.
How did Rick survive this? I mean, why did Negan try to kill him for saying that?
Well, then you wouldn't have a show anymore if he did, number one. Number two, he could have, but he knew that if he killed Rick, all those people that Rick, you know, the whole group, they would hate Negan for doing it. So he figured he's going to get Rick in tow, so the others will follow suit. And that's exactly what he did. He broke Rick, broke him. And that was hard to watch. And that's another reason why I think people stopped watching, because they couldn't bear to see Rick bowing to Negan. Negan threatened him. He said, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to kill another person and another person and another person. So Rick wanted to protect everybody. So he did what Negan wanted, but he had to sell his soul to do it. Eventually Rick got his revenge, of course. He did. He didn't kill him, but he got his revenge.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. But the point is his acting was so incredible. That scene was so hard to watch. This was when The Walking Dead was brilliant. The writing was spot on. The actors, the characters, phenomenal. After this, it went downhill. It really did.
Mackie said now there's 29 seasons based on all the spinoffs.
Yeah, Mackie.
Spinning it off.
It's ridiculous. They have Daryl. Daryl was like Rick's right-hand man. He's in France. What the hell is he doing in France? I mean, that was ridiculous. And then he's going on to Spain now for 2 seasons. It's crazy.
Oh,
and then Negan turned to be a nice guy, by the way. And he is in New York. And there's like something, yeah, that's Dead City. And what's happening with that is Negan now is being blackmailed that he's got to become a savior again Otherwise, they're going to kill one of the characters' sons. So I don't want to give that story away. So Negan is going to have to become the bad guy again. So it should be interesting.
What?
Yeah.
How in
But
the
he's-
world do you put someone like that on a redemption arc that people are going to buy? Why would anybody buy him as the hero of a story after being that kind of sadist? That's crazy to me.
Because what happened was they had a war and Rick's group won. They overthrew the Saviors and they imprisoned Negan for like 10 years. He was locked in a cell and it destroyed him. Negan, the narcissist who needs to have people adore him and, talk to him, he was like dying in his cell all alone. He was withering away. It broke him. He had a lot of time to think about what he did. And he did. He redeemed himself by when another group attacked them. He was the one that took care of that other group to save Rick's people. So he tried to redeem himself. You'd have to watch the show to see how he does it, but he did redeem himself. But now he's being forced to do it again. Otherwise, they're going to kill Maggie's son. They told him, if you don't do it, he killed Maggie's husband. Maggie hates his guts, and they captured her son. So they're telling Negan, if you don't do what we want, we're going to kill her son. So first he kills her husband, right? And now her son is going to die if he doesn't do what they want. So that's where Negan is at right now. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with him. But
yeah, I heard that the one that came out, wasn't there one that came out like a year ago that had Rick and the woman, what's her name?
Michonne, yes.
And people really didn't like it. I heard they were very disappointed.
I was very disappointed because they made it into a love story. First of all, nobody cares about that. You don't watch The Walking Dead because you want a love story, okay?
I sure wouldn't. I would hate that.
I hated it. I didn't like it. I love him, but I did not like the story at all. It didn't work for me. But if you look at all the spinoffs, that probably was the best one. I hate to say it.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because of him. Everybody wants him. Everybody. When people talk about The Walking Dead, they talk about Andrew Lincoln.
Right.
Nobody else nobody cares about Negan. Nobody cares about Daryl. Really, they don't. I mean, there is an audience there, but it's not the same.
Kelly here said I really do like the Daryl spinoff though.
Well,
so I guess there's some people like it, but yeah, I hear a lot of people say like the spinoffs are a letdown.
Well, the first season of Daryl in France I liked. The second season I didn't like so much. I didn't like what they did in the story, killing off certain characters. I didn't like it. The first was interesting, but what I didn't like was how he ended up in France. I thought it was ridiculous. Somehow he ends up on a boat and they took him. It just didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I don't like convoluted plot lines like that.
No,
that don't make any sense.
No, so that kind of ruined it for me. But it's not that I like Daryl as a character, I do. But I want to see them all together again. I want to see Rick and Daryl and this guy Morgan, who also is a phenomenal character, and Negan. I want to see them together. I want to see them resolve whatever is between them. I want to see the show end in a positive way.
I mean, if they're gonna keep doing all of these separate spin-offs, if all these actors are still willing to keep doing shows that are within the same universe, then they should all be willing to climb on board one together then and just do one together at this point.
Exactly, but the AMC is trying to milk it by prolonging it, by giving this one a series and that one a series and this one. But every fan, they've done surveys. The fans don't want this. That's the problem. They're not listening to what the fans want.
Right.
The fans want to see a reunion between certain characters. And then if you want to have a spinoff, go ahead. No problem. but give the
Right.
fans what they want. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, and even Dead City, I happen to like Dead City season 1. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, they had these zombies walking around in Manhattan. Yeah. So that was pretty
Wow.
interesting, you know.
Yeah,
Uh,
that
you
sounds
know,
unique. Yeah.
yeah, it was interesting, and the story was good. I liked it. I liked it. I could say I liked it, but it's not the original Walking Dead. What I like about the original Walking Dead is you had people who came together to survive. They cared about each other. They looked out for each other. Rick was the leader. He actually referred to all these people as his family. They are my family. He would have died to protect everybody in that community. That's how close they were. And that's why people love the show. The relationship between the characters and how they survive against these zombies is brilliant. And not only the zombies, but then you have these villains like Negan, and then you had the governor. You had other villains too. So it wasn't just the zombies that they had to protect themselves from. It was from all these villains that were trying to attack them too. The show was just brilliant in so many ways. In fact, I'm actually thinking about having a watch party. I was actually going to talk to you about it. If you're interested at some point when it dies down a little bit, maybe we can just do a few episodes of the first season and have a watch party and then do a stream on it.
Yeah, maybe when things calm down. Right, yeah,
Yeah.
right now it's nuts.
Yeah. No,
Three
not
shows
now.
at once. But yeah, maybe when things calm down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the first season is only, I think, 5 episodes, the first season. So maybe we could just do the first season and see how it goes. See if you
Yeah.
like the show, you know? I think you would, actually. But it's still so popular though. Even though they lost a lot of viewers, The Walking Dead still has a very strong fan base. It still is very popular. And a lot of content creators, their sites, they get a lot of views when they do Walking Dead stuff, a lot. So,
Mhm.
you know, you definitely would get people looking at it. I can tell you that right now. So, but you know, we can talk about it later, but I
Yeah.
am thinking about it. I'm actually going to do Dead City. It's coming out May 4th. I'm going to be Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision wants to do it. So we're gonna have a watch party in her Discord, and
Yeah.
then we're gonna have a live after that.
Oh,
And
nice.
yeah, so it's only like I think how many is it, like 7 or 8 episodes? Yeah. So we're gonna do that.
That's
Um
awesome.
yeah, yeah, I'm happy about that. So should be interesting. And
Yeah.
that's when I started to think, well, maybe I would do The Walking Dead, the first season, you know, after that. So, but we'll see. We'll see how it
Yeah.
goes. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, it's very interesting the parallels between that show and The Last of Us. And that's why I guess I'm talking about it. There is a very strong parallel there. The way Negan killed Glenn parallels the way Abby killed Joe. It's just unreal. How you can't get more similar than that. You just can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so
Sounds like it.
I mean, Negan was a psychopath. He really, like you say, how does he come back from that? Well, I guess being in a jail for 10 years, it just destroyed him.
Well, I don't think The Last of Us is going to be around long enough to redeem Abby for what she's done. I
Yeah.
I don't think see, it's not a network show. They have a limited number of episodes, and I think it's going to get canceled. So, um, I don't see them being able to redeem her. Now, if this were a network show and they had 20 something episode seasons, or at least more than they've got. See, right now they have, I think this is going to be a 7 episode season. It's mercifully not too long. Yeah, they can't possibly, and they could cancel season 3. It's not out of the woods. Like, nothing is written in stone that they have to follow through just because they said they gave the green light, they renewed it for season 3. Nope. They can renege, and shows have done it before.
if the fans pull out, if they start seeing their numbers plummeting in terms of subscriptions, it could happen. I would encourage people not to give up on it that easily, and don't cancel HBO Max, and give it a chance. I'm going to be continuing to cover it, but yeah, it's a dark show. I mean, it's dark, and I don't think the show will ever be the same. I don't see myself ever being able to enjoy it like I loved season 1. I really loved season 1. They ripped my heart out with the Bill and Frank episode, but at least I didn't fall in love with those two characters for the entire season. I only knew them for one episode. And they weren't murdered in a brutal way. They got to live a life together. You saw them over the course of time. You know, Bill and Frank, they had a beautiful story, and they went out on their own terms together when they were old men. That's a blessing in a post-apocalypse. They had a beautiful story. That wasn't a horrific end. It just ripped my heart out because I wanted more of them, and I was very upset that they introduced these amazing characters and then they were gone. But I got over it because I thought, okay, I got used to. See, they lulled. You know what they did? These sadistic writers, they lulled us into a false sense of security because I got really comfortable and complacent with the fact that, okay, in any given new episode, if they introduce any really lovable new characters, just expect them to be dead by the end of the episode. Don't get attached, but Joel and Ellie will be okay. Joel and Ellie will be okay. They will make it out of any impossible situation. They'll be okay. They lulled us into a false sense of security because Joel and Ellie were the only two main characters of the entire season, and they always made it out, and you couldn't imagine the show without either of them because they're the only main characters, and everybody else dies. I mean, they introduced really brilliant characters. Bill and Frank were amazing. Their acting was amazing. Those could have been long-term characters, and they were dead within an episode. And so but you get used to that. Okay, so you're like, all right, but after a few episodes of this, it's almost like a bunch of evil geniuses behind this show, because after you see this happen a few times, you come to know what to expect. So then you see an episode where an older brother risks everything and makes all these sacrifices to help his little baby brother, not baby, but little brother, get his leukemia medicine, and does terrible things for him. By the end of the episode, you meet him. By the end of the episode, they're both dead, murder, suicide, and because one of them gets infected. And okay, so you see this happen a couple times, and you're like, all right, the next time I'm not going to be fooled. They introduced Ellie's best friend. Plus, it was a flashback, and you had to figure something terrible was going to happen to her. You figure this must be the story of how Ellie got bitten. And she meets her best friend. You meet her best friend. It's a flashback. And something horrible is going to happen to her best friend, who is also lovable, by the end of the episode. And of course, yes, she's dead. So you kind of get used to that. Yeah. As long as Ellie and Joel are okay, it's all good. And now that's all shot to hell. So it's going to be a lot harder to swallow now.
And you know what I was thinking too, which I forgot to mention this earlier. Ellie has had a very hard life. I mean, first of all, her mother died giving birth to her, right? Well, she was bitten, but she died. Ellie grew up in an orphanage. She had no family. Marlene was like, I don't know. Everyone talks about Marlene. Oh, Marlene cared about her. And Marlene didn't care about her.
Marlene didn't give a shit about her.
Marlene gave her to an orphanage. Right.
Yeah.
Maybe she saw her a few times throughout the years. That's about it. She didn't care about her. Did you see the scene when, after her mother gave birth, she asked Marlene to take the baby?
Yeah.
And Marlene was very hesitant. She didn't want to. She didn't even want to hold it.
She didn't.
No. So how much does she care about Ellie? She doesn't care about her.
She doesn't care at all. She let her grow up, raised by the fascist Fedra organization that runs the government now.
Right.
In a military school, being trained to be a soldier, living a miserable life, not loved, you
Right.
know, a bunch of fascists who hang people for going out after curfew. And okay, this is how they think they have to govern things to keep people safe. But I'm sorry, it's barbaric to hang people for going out after curfew. And this is who she let raise Ellie.
That's right.
Like, she
Right.
doesn't give a shit about Ellie. I've heard that argument. That's a load of garbage. That's
I
bull-
agree. I agree.
bullshit.
But Ellie went through tremendous trauma. Her whole life was filled with trauma. So it's been one trauma after another trauma. And now Joel is the final trauma for her. So what is she going to do with this? Is she going to break, or is she just going to keep fighting? That's an interesting question, right? Because sometimes when a person is traumatized so much, they just freeze and they just shut down. Now, she could shut down, or maybe she won't, or she'll just become super aggressive. If you contrast that with Abby, whose father was a doctor, she probably had a great childhood. We don't know about her mom. She hasn't talked about her mom, but she had a father that was a doctor and she was raised in a family.
Right.
She did
At
not
least she
go,
had a family.
she didn't go through what Ellie went through.
No.
So Ellie, in a way, is stronger than she is mentally. Because
Yeah.
when you go through so much trauma in your life, you become very resilient.
Oh, that's for damn sure.
Even
Yeah.
if there are times when you feel you're going to break, you don't. It's the
No.
ones that had cushy lives. They are the ones that break.
Yeah.
So if anything, Ellie will win because she's very resilient. She's gone
Yeah.
through so much, and she's still around. She survives. She's a survivor.
She is a
So
survivor.
yeah, so that should be interesting too to see how that plays out.
Unfortunately, I think that Ellie. I said I would. I stuck by my word in my first deep dive on episode 1 of this season. I said that I am completely anti the endless cycle of vengeance. I don't care who's doing it. I don't care. It is not constructive. It doesn't bring anyone back from the dead. And I said Abby should not kill Joel. I mean, because at the time we didn't know for sure if it was going to happen. I knew, but I wasn't going to say anything. I had seen a spoiler that Joel was going to die.
Yeah,
and
me
I
too.
said,
And you know what? I'm glad I did.
me
I'm
too.
glad I did because I heard people that didn't know were so shocked and so horrified by it. I would have been. I mean, I can't imagine how I would have been, how you would have been. I'm glad we knew. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm glad I found out because I could emotionally prepare myself for it.
Mhm.
I'm glad I knew, and when I saw that, I decided, what the hell? I read a little bit further, and I found out a couple other things, but nothing that I'll share, of course. But like, I don't know like anything too far ahead, just a little bit.
Mhm.
And anyway, but what I was gonna say was, what was I gonna say? Now I lost my train of thought. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie, some of the reactions, I saw a compilation of people's shocked reactions earlier, and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, it was.
You saw that? That was funny.
Yeah, I saw it.
I can't. I'm sorry, but like people screaming over a TV show is funny to me.
And that one woman that was standing and crying, and she says, "Why didn't you tell me he dies?"
She said, "I'm so mad at you. I'm so mad at you for not telling me."
Well,
that was hilarious.
well, you can imagine with The Walking Dead that after 6 months you come back and you're sitting there and you're saying, "Okay, who did Negan kill?" And you watch this brutal episode, and you're sitting there and you see 2 people die, and so brutally that it was so horrific that uh, I mean, I was in shock because I had no idea who it was. I was like, "Wow." it hit me like a ton of bricks, you know? So so
Yeah.
I'm glad I was prepared this time. Yes, I'm very glad.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. And I stuck by what I said, and it wasn't that hard to stand by my word because I did know he was going to die, but I didn't know how I was going to feel when I actually saw it. So,
Mhm.
who knows? I could have gone back on my word. I knew he was going to die, but I said e- so Abby should not kill him, and because it will not bring her any peace, it will not bring her father back from the dead. It will just start an endless cycle of vengeance. It will never end. Then Ellie will want to kill her or and her people. If she succeeds in killing any of them, they'll want to kill more of Ellie's people. Where does it end? It goes on and on forever, and it's not going to bring anybody back from the dead or bring anybody peace or resolve the grief. That's they're still going to feel that emptiness and grief regardless. I said that in my episode 1 deep dive, and I said if she kills Joel, I will say the same thing about Ellie, and I will stand by it that she should not kill Abby or any of her people, and I'm not going back on it. I say the same thing. I said it in my episode 2 deep dive, and I still mean it. I'm pissed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm mad. I'm angry like everybody else. But I still say Ellie would. It would do. Unfortunately, we all know what Ellie's gonna do. Come on. Ellie said, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." We know Ellie is going to snap and she's going to want vengeance. We saw the episode preview of her punching the punching bag with, interspersed with shots of the wolf militia group, and we know what's coming. We saw Dina sitting at the table saying, "I know who they are. I know their names." The girl with the braid, Abby, and I could see the look of rage in Ellie's eyes as she's hearing this, Abby's name. She wants blood. She's going to be out for blood, and it's not going to bring her any peace. I am firmly against going after Abby and her people, and I think Joel would not want that for her either. He would want her, like I said in my video, he would want her to protect herself and make the best life she could for herself and the people she cares about. And same goes for Tommy, his brother. Stay in Jackson, rebuild, take care of each other. That's what Joel would want for her. He wouldn't want her avenging his death and trying to get and possibly getting herself or her friends killed.
Mhm.
We all
Right.
know she's going to want to do it.
Right.
It's obvious. Anybody can
Oh,
see
yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
I agree.
so it begins. It's happening. We know it's going to happen.
Endless cycle of violence and revenge.
Yeah. I kill you, you kill, you kill someone I love. I'm going to kill someone you love. I'm going to kill even more people you love.
And who's going to want to watch this? Nobody.
Right? That's what
I
the
mean,
show's
I
going
mean,
to be
I mean,
now.
there might be a few people that just want to see killing. Okay, but that's not what I want to watch. That's for sure.
And
I
it's
want
like,
to see a story. I want to see some resolution. I want to see something besides somebody being killed every minute. You know?
I mean, I can respect the message that they're trying to send. It doesn't make for fun entertainment, but I can respect that they want to send a message that the endless cycle of vengeance is futile, and they're going to show us. I think they're going to show us through whatever story, and I don't know how it ends up. I don't know how the games end, but I think they're going to show us that it is futile and it just causes more bloodshed and damage. And they want to show us that and teach us a lesson in that. Try to teach. I think they wanted to teach us a lesson in empathy with Abby, but they failed miserably. And those are important messages the world needs, but it doesn't exactly make for the most enjoyable entertainment. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And I think there's going to be flashbacks with Joel killing that guy Eugene. You know, because they keep hinting at it. Oh, it was terrible the way Joel did it, and but he had no choice, and so he must kill this guy very brutally. I assume.
Yep.
And that's why the
And
therapist said that to him. You killed my husband, and
I think I know why too.
Why?
Why it would be brutal? Isn't it interesting how they featured Ellie finding that 7-Eleven full of rotting pot
Yep.
and Eugene's firefly necklace? Who else were fireflies? The people who tried to kill his surrogate daughter. I think that Eugene must have gotten infected. Joel had to kill him, but I think Joel snapped and killed him in a needlessly brutal way because he was triggered, like a PTSD moment.
Oh, because
And
he thought he was a firefly.
because he probably knew Eugene used to be a firefly, and maybe he snapped and he killed him in a needlessly brutal way. That's the only thing I can think of as for
Or
why
maybe
he
Eugene
brutal.
wanted to take Ellie away.
Maybe.
You know, maybe he still was working for the Fireflies at that time.
Could
And
be.
maybe he found out that, that they probably were looking for Ellie, and he found out who, he realized who she was. And maybe he found out and he probably killed him brutally. Yeah. That's probably what happened.
It's
Maybe he wasn't infected at all. Maybe that was the story Joel told everybody.
well, I think either way, there's definitely a connection to the firefly necklace. They didn't show us that for no reason. It can't be a
Yes.
coincidence. So it has
Yeah.
to be connected to Ellie and what the fireflies did to her, want to do to her. Now, Abby's people said there are no more fireflies.
Right.
I find that hard to believe, though. I mean, like, from the sound of it, the fireflies were a huge organization, and they were like, they couldn't possibly have just been 18 people in that hospital, and plus Ellie, plus Abby and her friends. So
Right.
why are there no more fireflies? Just because he took out Marlene, the leader, I guess maybe they all the whole organization fell apart without the leader.
Yeah, maybe.
That's
But
weird.
that's what I think. I don't think Eugene was bitten or had the infection. I think that he wanted to take Ellie. He wanted to kidnap her. And that's why Joel killed him brutally. And then Joe had to figure out what he's going to say. And then he told everyone, "Oh yeah, he was infected, so I had to put him down."
Oh, that could be. It's got to be connected to the necklace. It's either that or it's a trauma response. Sees the firefly necklace and freaks out and does that.
It's definitely a trauma response, but for viewers who are angry at Joel, right? It gives them more fuel to dislike him. Because they could say, well, he didn't have to kill him. He could have just knocked him out. I mean, Ellie was not in danger, right? I mean, people could say that. But I think that's what it is. I think that they're going to try to make Joel look like a bad guy.
I think so too. I'm laughing at this. Oh no, that's not good. You know who? Yeah. Doc is hilarious here. Julie, I am the ghost of sleep unslept. Julie.
Hi, Doc. Doc joined me on my live last night. So did Dieter. So did Samuel.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, back to bed, he said.
Okay. Good night. But yeah. I'm telling you, everybody tunes in to see if you're still on.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Julie's still on. 130 people, Julie.
Yeah.
Are you gonna stream another 5 hours?
Well, YouTube would cut me off at 12, so
Okay.
12 would be the limit, so I'd have to stop at 12.
Yeah, but you have to remember you're going to be doing. Are you going to be doing anything tonight? Are you going to be showing any movies or anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a watch party for A Nightmare on Elm Street at
okay.
at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight in the Discord.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, I will go to sleep soon. Right now, I'm literally streaming. I'm scooping the cat's litter box right now.
as you're
So I'm
saying.
multitasking. I would be I would be up anyway.
That's funny. Yeah. But
Mackie,
yeah.
I agree. I want to see Abby in that. Whoever that guy is who is Hispanic, I don't know his name, but get erased. Yeah. I'd like to see them all get erased. That entire group. I'm
Well, I
not gonna
kind of
lie.
felt sorry for that one girl who, she's the one that injected, Dina. But I felt
It
bad
looked
for her.
like she
She was
didn't want to
crying.
do it.
She didn't
Yeah.
want to do it, and then she was crying when Abby was killing Joel. She was crying. So
Maybe
she's
some of these people are afraid of her, of
they
Abby.
are afraid of her. There's no question. She would
Now,
kill them. I think she would kill anybody.
the weird thing is, though, she is the tiniest one. If they wanted to make us believe that look, I know a lot of people harp on the fact that Abby isn't muscular, like she should be in the game. Well, some of these people have a point that it was a part of her character development that she bulked up after losing her father like that, and she got muscular. How are we supposed to believe that this pint-sized little woman is controlling this whole group, including this hulking man who towers over her? Now he seems to be into her. He gives her these heart eyes, and the way he held her hand. There's something about the way he held her hand after her father died. I get the sense that he's into her and not afraid of her. Not that big tall guy, but he didn't look happy about what she was doing
Right.
to Joel. But
Right.
I don't get the sense that he's scared of her, and I can't buy a man that size being afraid of Abby. I just can't. I'm not being sexist. It's not her gender. It's how tiny she is. It's just,
Well, I think that guy. I think that they have a relationship. That's my opinion. I mean, they didn't show it, but I think they're involved.
I
So
agree.
yeah, the two girls, the two women that were there, I think they're terrified of her. Yeah.
I think so
That
too.
guy doesn't seem to be. That guy seems to be aligned with her. The other one, he likes what she's doing.
Yeah. Didn't you say he kicked Ellie? Yeah.
Yeah, he kicked Ellie. He wanted to shoot Ellie. He wanted to kill her, but the other guy stopped him. He actually was going to shoot Ellie, and he stopped him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just like Abby. If horrible. So, but the other three, I think, are decent overall. But they're stuck with her. I guess they can't get. I would want to get as far away from her as I could.
Yeah.
I mean, I would sleep with one eye open around her. Really.
Seriously. I mean, she may be tiny, but like she's capable of commanding. I mean, look at like if you look at someone like Joe Pesci, he's a tiny guy, and yet he's in all these mob movies, and he somehow inspired all of this fear. So you can be small and still inspire fear.
Oh yeah.
She doesn't have that kind of. Personally, this actress doesn't have that kind of energy for me.
No.
I don't buy it, but we're supposed to buy it, I guess.
I mean, her acting is good, though. I mean, she's a good actress, but
she's a good actress.
Yeah.
In terms of like portraying grief and trauma, but not fear, not like fearsomeness, like not something you should be afraid of.
She never could have killed Joel on her own. If she would have tried to stab him in the barn, he would have overpowered her in a second.
Oh hell yeah! Like
if she didn't have those people at the lodge, forget it. She wouldn't have killed him. No way.
She needed muscle behind her. They like in the game. I saw a clip from it. They were holding, like, not only was Joel already wounded, but they also were holding on to Joel and keeping him from moving. I'm surprised they didn't do that, because Joel, even with an injured leg, his arms were free, and he just sat there with his arms free. And I mean, Joel should have more fight in him than that, but I think he was just so beaten down, he was ready to give up at this point. Ellie already broke his heart by treating him like dirt, and he just didn't have any fight left in him. He seemed like a pitiful old man in the season premiere, and I felt bad for him.
Right.
Like tinkering with circuit breakers and sitting at a desk, not out in the action anymore, and being treated so poorly and coldly by his surrogate daughter. And then he just has no fight left in him. He got taken down too easily. And
Right.
anyway, yeah, Samuel said she probably outranks them. Maybe her dad being a surgeon and a high-ranking Firefly has something to do with her position in the group. Yeah, that is a good point, Samuel. Like Kelly said, yeah, maybe she just outranks them. They also all joined up in that WLF militia, and she might outrank them in that now too.
Right.
Yeah, acting is good, but appearance also matters when casting people. Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely. I mean, her appearance is not what it was in the game.
No, she was a really fierce looking muscular figure in the game, and she changed. Like, you could see her change. Mackie said, I wish I never saw Abby on that Tim Allen show that I hate. It made me not buy it even more.
What Tim Allen show are you referring to, Mackie?
He had some terrible show in recent years, like trying to revive sitcoms when they're dead and not funny anymore. He was on some terrible, I don't remember what it was called, but it was bad. It was not funny at all.
And the actress who plays Abby was on there?
I guess so. I'll have to look that up because I'm curious now.
Okay.
But I do feel like she could have. A lot of people say that the actress who plays Abby could have played Ellie because she looks like game Ellie. She does.
Right.
But I'm seeing a lot of really disgusting. I have to say something. I have been seeing a lot of absolutely disgusting, repulsive, cruel, hateful speech against Bella Ramsey. And I'm absolutely disgusted by it. And I'm relieved that I don't love the show enough to want to be part of this fandom, because this fandom is toxic.
Yeah, right.
Don't join any Last of Us Facebook groups if you want. Like, save yourself from having to see, unless you enjoy toxic bullies, and I don't think anyone in this kind of community likes toxic bullies. Don't join any Facebook. I made the mistake of joining some Last of Us pages, thinking, maybe I could promote my channel on there. I could promote that I'm covering the show. I'm seeing nothing but the worst, the most vicious attacks. So cruel. And I heard that Bella Ramsey deleted their social media accounts because of the bullying, because of the relentless bullying. That's so messed up. They compare her face to a potato, and they do all these cruel Photoshop like cartoons, making like her head even bigger and her facial features even tinier because she has small facial features.
Yeah, I saw something like that. That's horrible. I know.
That's messed up. What is wrong with people?
People can be very cruel. Very cruel.
He's a human being. Just because, they are a human being. Just because they have an unconventional appearance and they don't look like your precious Ellie, who's pretty in the game, and according to you, your definition of pretty, and you're gonna hate her and say despicable, disgusting things about them. Sorry, I'm screwing that up. About them over and over. Like, Bella has feelings like any other human being. Just because they're celebrities doesn't mean they have internet. Do you think that they don't have feelings and go online and see these horrible things everywhere?
Yeah, of course. It's horrible. It's horrible. I mean,
feelings.
Again, it's a very sexist thing. I hate to say it, but like somebody was talking about Lara Croft. Remember that Angelina Jolie played her in the movie Lara Croft? Do you remember that, Julie? Yeah. So, games that when they have female characters in games, they're always voluptuous and pretty, and and now they don't like that Bella Ramsey's playing this role. She doesn't look like Ellie from the game, and it's very cruel. It's rotten. It's rotten.
Yeah, and it's one thing. Like, honestly, I honestly believe, though, if she if she had conventional Hollywood looks, then I don't think they would be bullying Bella like this. I don't
No,
think
they
they would be.
wouldn't. Right.
It wouldn't be this hateful. Like, it's one thing to say, oh yeah, they don't look like the game, but they're taking it to a whole other level of like hateful attacks, and it's
Yep.
just cruel. It's cruel and it's sick, and they're attacking Bella's gender identity. But honestly, it's more her physical, it's more their, Jesus, it's so hard to get used to that. It's more their physical appearance than anything else
Yeah.
that I see everywhere throughout every single Last of Us group and page. And it's like, where are the moderators and the admins? Why are they not deleting? They should be deleting this stuff. But
Yeah. It's horrible.
It's everywhere.
It reminds me of that character in The White Lotus. You may have heard about her. She Saturday Night Live did a skit and they made fun of her, and it was horrible. It was really awful, and she was very upset. I heard she was crying, and it was terrible. Yeah, because I don't know if you watched The White Lotus, but she's an English actress, and her teeth, she has like very, very protruding, her teeth are protruding on the top. She's got
Right.
really bad buck teeth, and she has like a little hole in one of her teeth, like between the spacing. Anyway, she knows that she has this look, but she's a good actress and she gets roles and people like her.
Right.
And, and she said for years she was always very self-conscious about her looks, about her teeth. But she's come to accept it. So Saturday Night Live, they did this skit, and it was funny up until that point. It was really funny. They were like doing a spoof on all the people who were in the show, and then they get to her, and she makes like this face like she's a mouse, and
Oh
it
no.
was horrible. It was just it was really awful. It just reminds me of that, but of course, it's not on the same scale as Bella Ramsey. I mean, but people are very mean. People are terribly mean, especially when it comes to making fun of women.
Yes.
Um, if a woman does not have classic beauty and a voluptuous body, that's it. Then she's torn apart.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And I really like when people clap back against some of these haters. I've seen this in several groups, and I like it. I say, you know what? They deserve some of their own medicine. Some people clap back with these memes of like this guy. It'll be like this guy with a gigantic protruding stomach, like slouched back, like looking like a slob on the couch, and the caption will say something like, Ellie doesn't look like the video game character. Ellie's not pretty enough, or whatever. And it's like, you know what? That's the kind of guy who's these are the kind of people who are probably hating on her.
Yeah, they should look in the mirror themselves.
Right?
That's horrible.
Yes, it is. They should look in the mirror, a lot of these guys.
Yeah, Mackie, I was just reading. Yes, Bella Ramsey was in Games of Thrones, and so was Pedro Pascal. They both were. And well, of course, they didn't act together in the show. They were in different episodes, different scenes.
Pedro was on Game of Thrones?
He was on Games of Thrones. He was great. Yeah, he had a small role, but it was good. She also had a small role. And she was great on Games of Thrones, Bella Ramsey. They both were. That show is amazing. That's another show you have to watch. Everybody's in that show. The one from Severance, the goat lady. I mean, she was great. I mean, it's a great show. But I don't know. I mean, this is the world that we live in, and what can I say? But I feel sorry for her. I feel sorry for the one from the White Lotus. Because people are just mean. They're just mean.
People are just mean.
And look at ageism. Look at these Hollywood actresses that if you don't have plastic surgery, no one wants to look at you, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about Patricia Arquette. She's a beautiful woman. She
She
hasn't
is.
had any surgery done. And
She
she's
is
beautiful.
beautiful. She's
Yeah.
beautiful. She looks natural.
Mhm.
She hasn't had any surgery. And I liked her with the silver hair too. She doesn't when she's not on Severance, she does dye her hair, but I liked her with the silver hair. That was
Yeah.
beautiful too.
Yeah.
And but men, but God forbid you be a woman aging in Hollywood and have gray hair. But if it's a man, oh, he's a silver fox. He's a
Yeah.
silver fox.
That's right.
The double standard. Oh my
Exactly.
God.
Exactly.
George Clooney, people thought he got better looking when he got gray hair. Like, if anything, like, oh, he's a silver fox.
Yeah, it's really unfair to women. It really is.
It
But
is.
look at Madonna. I mean, what the hell does she do? What does she want to be 20 forever? I don't know what she's doing.
Oh God, what did she do to her face?
Oh, she's using the same surgeon the Kardashians use, right? And
It's
I
like a horror show. They want to talk about horror. This is horror. Oh my
yeah,
God.
real horror.
Jesus.
She's got to be what, 65 now? I mean, how
I
much longer is she going to do this?
don't know.
I mean, she's still performing on stage. She's still jumping around and dancing, and I don't know. I don't really know what to say. I mean, Jennifer Lopez, I heard, is 60. I didn't know she was 60. She doesn't. I find that hard to believe. I thought she was in her 50s.
She must have the best genes ever of anyone on earth. My
I
God.
know. I
Because she
know.
doesn't look like she's had any work done on her face either. Maybe just a tiny bit. Maybe she did her lips or something. I don't know, but nothing major. She doesn't. It is possible to have cosmetic surgery done that's subtle.
Well, I think she's had it done all along, so that's why it's not noticeable. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I think she's been doing it all along. Yeah, but she
I
has a
think
good
you're right.
surgeon. I mean, there's no question about that.
I think where people go wrong is they go overboard with it and
Yeah,
then they start to look like freaks.
right.
She must have a really great plastic surgeon because
Oh yeah.
she
I
and
mean,
Gwen
look at
Stefani too. Gwen Stefani. She's
yeah,
an
they look great.
Like
Look at Meg Ryan.
Gwen's lips are starting to look ridiculous though. But
Look at Meg Ryan. Meg Ryan looks awful.
oh yeah, she looks
And
like a.
Courtney Cox looks awful.
I feel bad for her, honestly.
Yeah.
She all of them who ruined their face because they were so terrified of aging. You feel sorry for them. Courtney Cox admitted that she was addicted to plastic surgery because she was terrified of the aging process and what it would do to her appearance. So she started, even when she was way too young to even be worrying about it, she was already doing it. And now she really looks like a nightmare,
Yes.
really bad. I think she finally stopped doing it though.
Well, that's good.
She did stop it, but
and Jennifer Aniston looks terrific. I'm sure she's had work done, but she looks really great. She exercises. She's in very good health. She takes care of herself. But most
she's
of
finally
these,
starting to show it a little bit, but she's you can see that she's getting work done, but not too bad.
no.
But
I mean, Jessica Lange, I don't think she's had any work done, and she embraces it. Jamie Lee Curtis, no work done, and embraces it. So there are actresses who are not getting any work done. Goldie Hawn, she probably had some, but not a lot. I'm just trying to think of who, but because it becomes addicting. Some people who have a lot of plastic surgery, they have body image issues to begin with. And no matter how much they do, it's never good enough. And they have to keep doing more and more. Look at Michael Jackson. That's a perfect example.
that's just sad. Yeah.
He was never happy with the way he looked. Never.
And clearly he didn't. I mean, a lot of people thought that he didn't want to be a black man, and so he basically turned himself into a white man. But I think he had that skin condition
I forget. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it starts with a V, and you have those.
Vitiligo.
Yeah. So I think it wasn't necessarily. Well, it's kind of mixed because honestly, yeah, I think he probably did have an issue with having traditional African features because not only did he bleach his skin to match all of his like light spots that he supposedly claimed he had
Right.
because he said he had that condition. How come he got all those nose jobs to make
Right.
his nose so small
Right.
if it's all about that? And why did he, straighten his hair to the point where it looked like, you'd never would have known he was African American to begin with? That looked like a wig he was wearing toward the end of his life. I mean, what was
Yeah,
that?
it did. It did.
It looked like a
He was so badly abused by his father. The father was a nightmare. He used
oh
to
yeah.
beat them. He would beat all the boys if they did not perform the way he wanted them to. And
Oh,
Michael didn't get it as bad as a couple of his other brothers, but the fathers still would beat them. And I think
horrible.
he would beat Michael. He wanted Michael to sing a certain way and dance a certain way, and it was horrible. Um, yeah.
I hope that piece of garbage finally died because he didn't deserve to continue to actually outlive Michael. Um, did he finally die, Joe Jackson? Because
Yeah,
like
he did. I believe he did, yes.
he's a
I
piece of shit to abuse his children like that. That's
Yep,
just despicable and force them to perform like trained monkeys. And you shouldn't even force trained monkeys to perform either, but just as an expression. Um,
and I read that he called them the N-word. Can you imagine that? You calling your sons that?
what the
So
hell?
so this would contribute to Michael's, like, self-hatred, you know what I mean? That's horrible.
That's
Horrible.
crazy. And he got to live to an old age. See, there's no justice in this world. I looked it up. He lived to be 89 years old. You know,
Yep, yep.
there's just no justice. There's no such thing as karma. I don't believe in karma. Karma is a load of garbage that people want to believe in so that you think that all the bad people are going to get what's coming to them. But I got to tell you, there are plenty of bad people living the high life. And that's just a fact.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Samuel, you're saying Joe Jackson made fun of his nose. You mean Michael's appearance? He made fun of Michael? Can you imagine he's making fun of his son? He's a piece of shit, Joe Jackson.
my
Terrible.
my dad my dad's father used to make fun of his height, and it's like he's your child. It's not his fault like how do you make fun of your son for being short?
Yeah,
Like
right.
how is that like you created him? Like he was shorter than him. He wasn't that tall, but he was taller, and you're making fun of your son's height, really? Like
Yeah, that's horrible.
um i- it's so messed up. So yeah, that's probably why Michael hated himself and had all those surgeries until his nose looked like it was going to fall off his face.
Yes, it did. It was horrible.
It was sad. A lot of people made fun of it, but it was sad because it looked like it was collapsing from too many nose surgeries.
Yeah. Samuel, he said that his stepdad said that I had short eyelashes and an oval head. Oh, Samuel, I'm sorry that your stepfather was so abusive. That's horrible.
That's just mean.
That's really mean. I'm sorry. You know, parents don't realize how they can hurt their children, the things that they say. Even if they're just saying it in anger for the moment, that child remembers word for word what you say.
Yeah.
And they take no responsibility as some of these parents. They're abusive, they're brutal. They don't care, you know? And
Yeah.
again, Samuel, I'm sorry. It's hard to have, especially a step parent, So it's horrible. But,
Mhm.
you know, listen, this is the way the world is,
Yeah,
We
there's a
have
lot of emotional abuse and physical abuse in parenting,
Yep.
unfortunately.
I mean, Michael, from what I remember reading, yeah, his father would beat them all. if they didn't perform exactly perfectly. And I think he wanted Michael to have a higher voice. I think he wanted Michael to take certain hormones or steroids, or I can't remember exactly what I read it a long time ago. But his father really wanted him to have a higher voice. So
What the
that's
heck?
yeah, his father was well because he wanted them to be famous, and he was living off of them. You know?
That's crazy. I didn't know that part.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think a lot of stage parents they're very abusive. Brooke Shields, her mother. I don't remember the whole story about her mother, but her mother was very abusive and she just wanted to be a stage mother. And she didn't
Oh
care.
God.
I mean, Brooke Shields was in movies she never should have been in, like Pretty Baby. I don't know if you saw that movie. She played
No,
a
but
prostitute. She was 9 years old.
that is
Uh,
so sick. That
that
shouldn't
wouldn't happen today. That would not happen today. But
no, that would not happen today. And
no.
another one that would not happen today would be Blue. I believe it was Blue
Oh, Blue
Lagoon.
Lagoon. Yes, right. Blue
Sh-
Lagoon.
She was like 14 years old and being sexualized already,
Yep.
having this romantic relationship with like I think a relative. I think another character was her relative, was related to her. Um, I mean, it's sick and twisted. And people watched this and thought, "Oh, sure, this is fine, no problem here." Like, what? How is
Yeah.
this allowed? They also sexualized her in the ads
Oh,
that
the
she was in.
Calvin Klein jeans. She said, "There's nothing between me and my Calvins."
Yeah.
No underwear, right?
She was still a minor then too.
Yes, yes.
And
And but
she
Pretty Baby was really that film is it's hard to watch. It
well,
takes place in it takes place in a whorehouse, and
oh geez.
Susan Sarandon is in the movie. She plays a prostitute, and I don't know if she was her mother or not. I think she was her mother. I can't remember. But Brooke Shields was only like 9 or 10 years old, and they showed her naked in a bathtub, and it was horrible.
Wow.
They showed her having her first experience. I mean, they didn't actually show it, but she was having her first experience, and it was just awful. I said, even at that time, it was so shocking, you know, that people were talking about it. I'm like, I don't know, it was awful. It was just awful. Um, yeah,
No,
but that would never
that's
happen
sick.
today. Never, ever.
That's
No.
so sick and twisted. Like that any parent would agree to this, and that Hollywood would actually
Mhm.
promote that Hollywood would produce something like that is
Yep.
just so warped. But even in the very beginning of Hollywood, they were sexualizing young children. They did it to Shirley Temple, and
Mhm.
it's just crazy. I couldn't believe the stuff. I went down a YouTube rabbit hole once years ago, and I saw. I was horrified. I couldn't believe the stuff they had her doing when she was a toddler. She was literally a toddler, and she was do these shorts. They were short films. They were not full-length films when she was a toddler. She got
Right.
her start doing these little shorts, and it was called what was it called? She played basically she was like she would do these it was all about these little toddlers in adult situations, and this was supposed to be funny and cute and entertaining. Like, she literally played a stripper in one of them. And now, of course, she didn't take all her clothes off, but she played a stripper. It was obvious that she was playing a stripper. And there are jokes about her, hooking up with one of the little toddler boys. And they showed her drinking out of a machine that dispenses milk, and
Mhm.
she has her face turned up and it's like dripping down and she's drinking out of it. I mean, this is deranged,
Yes.
perverted
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah.
You don't have to have your mind in the gutter to come up with a perverted meaning to what they're showing here. This was pretty obvious, and this was right in everyone's faces, and they're going to the movie theater and watching this. It's
Yeah.
warped. It's really warped.
I tell
Like,
you, like in the 70s and the 80s, I mean, women were so sexualized in these movies. It was horrible. I mean, really bad.
and also Shirley used to get chased around, she said, when she was still a minor. She literally had studio executives chasing her around, having to avoid their romantic advances,
Oh my
literally
God.
chasing her around the office.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
As a little girl.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, and what's her name had such a terrible experience that she wound up dying really young from The Wizard of Oz. I forget what happened to her, but
Judy Garland.
yeah, she got hooked on drugs, and
They had her taking drugs during that movie. Can you imagine? They were
that's
telling her
crazy.
that she was that she had to lose weight. She became, I believe she became anorexic. And they had her on like tranquilizers during the film. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women have been preyed on for a very long time in Hollywood and in many professions. Women are
And
sexualized,
mhm.
women, they have to look a certain way. I mean, this brings us back to Bella Ramsey, this whole conversation, if you don't look a certain way, uh, people are going to make fun of you. They're going to not like you. And it shouldn't be like that. I mean, haven't we gotten past all this? Shouldn't we be much further ahead now? It's not right.
Yeah. Mackie, I didn't know this. I don't remember. They did this with Mary-Kate and Ashley in the 90s too. They had Mary-Kate kissing a 26-year-old at 15 or something.
Oh my God, really? Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. That's crazy. I didn't know that. And but even worse. Drew Barrymore, they had her kissing what was it, not Drew was it Drew Barrymore? Yeah, Drew Barrymore. They had her kissing a grown man. Who was it? Brad Pitt in Interview with the Vampire, and she was like 12, and he
No,
was
it
like
wasn't Drew Barrymore. It was Kirsten Dunst.
Kirsten Dunst, that was it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kirsten Dunst. They had her
Yes.
kissing a grown man.
Mhm.
She was like 12.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's messed up. That should
Yep.
have never been allowed to happen.
Yep.
That's crazy.
That
That's
was a
crazy.
bad movie. That was a really bad movie, by the way.
Oh, really?
I mean, Tom Cruise as a vampire and Brad Pitt. No, it was a horrible movie. I love the book. I don't know if you ever read the book. Anne
No.
Rice is a phenomenal writer. Phenomenal. She writes these characters such rich, so rich, and I can't explain how brilliant a writer she is. She actually creates such sexual tension between these vampires. She makes the act of them drinking blood, she equates it to them having orgasms. I mean, it's the way she writes it. It's amazing. So that's why her books were so successful. They were very erotic and the characters were just so well written. And when they made this movie with Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, it bombed at the box office. Bombed. Kirsten Dunst was great. She was the best part of the film. And she was a child in that film.
Yeah.
But the film bombed. But the AMC show that they had recently was pretty good, I thought. But it doesn't do justice to the book. I mean, if you ever have a chance to read Interview with the Vampire, you would love it. Amazing.
I didn't even know it was a book.
Oh God, Anne Rice. Look her up. Anne
Yeah.
Rice. Yeah, amazing. She wrote like 5 books, but Interview with the Vampire was the best.
Hmm.
I read them all. They were wonderful. But anyway, so Hollywood has always been like this.
Mhm. It's always been like this since the very beginning, and
Mhm.
that's the sad thing. Now at least now there are certain things we don't tolerate anymore. And then people call it woke. Are you
Mhm,
kidding me? It's
mhm.
called actually evolving, finally, being woke, actually having ethics and treating people with dignity and respect, different groups of people. And
Mhm.
yeah, everything they say or express is there close to sex. Yeah, there's way too much. You know what I don't like about old horror movies? Speaking of like sexualizing women,
Yes,
um,
I was just thinking that. Yes. Like uh the Jason movies, Friday the 13th.
and
That's it.
Halloween. You
Yes.
know, here's the thing. Like I have conflicting feelings because I love the Halloween franchise, and I love the first movie. It's a classic, but there are parts of it that really turned me off, and it was really basically the beginning of the final girl trope that became a cliche, and to the point where Scream pointed it out. And Scream was a very meta horror franchise, and it talked about the final girl trope. The final girl is the virgin girl is the one who survives to the end, and the girls
Yes.
who are sexually active get
Are the
killed
ones that
off.
die. Yeah.
And the thing of it is, the thing that makes it even more disgusting is that they felt the need to kill them off while topless for no reason at all.
Mhm.
So you're basically glamorizing and sexualizing their murders. They In the first movie, and I look past it because the rest of it, the movie, I think it's a classic. It's a horror classic. I can't help myself. I can't. I look past it, but I just, every single time this scene comes on, I cringe. They kill off this as soon as this girl has sex with her boyfriend. She gets strangled by Michael with the phone cord, while topless, and everything's bouncing around, and
Oh,
like
that's horrible. Ugh.
it's disgusting. It's
Yeah, it
disgusting.
is.
And I'm glad we don't see that kind of thing in horror anymore. That's
Yeah.
changed. We don't
Yeah, I'm glad too. The
we're not
80s was really
sexualizing
bad for that.
it.
It was really bad. Every other movie, women were sexualized. It was awful.
Yeah.
Friday the 13th, the same thing. Whoever was having sex, they died. Whether it was a guy or a girl, it didn't matter. Anyone having sex died. But they would show all these women running, they have no bra on, they're running, and and they're killed. Um, Nightmare on Elm Street is, I think, I'm trying to remember now. I think that was like the beginning of, there was less of that going on. It was a more intelligent thriller. The girl that is the lead girl is intelligent, and she's, well, you'll see it, but it's actually I think you'll like it a lot because it's more intelligent. It's less about that stuff. It's less about sexual stuff. But there is a couple of scenes I remember in the first one that, of course, they had to do that too, but not too bad. There was a
Yeah.
scene where this couple was having sex in the bed, I remember, and he got them in the bed,
Oh, Jesus.
you know.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, listen, I'm glad things have changed. Um I'm glad that they're making films now and TV shows that don't dumb down the audience, that
Oh,
they
yeah.
give us recognition for having a brain and wanting good quality stories and movies. I'm very
Yeah.
glad that that's changed because I remember in the 80s and the 90s, they had the worst shows, and a lot of the movies, they were horrible because it was all about just, sex and blowing people up. And that movie Die Hard with Bruce Willis, I mean, that's an example, just a stupid movie, and it was just about sex and killing people. That was it. Those are the kind of movies they had. TV shows, they had these stupid TV shows that, you know, no one had a brain in these shows. It was awful. So I'm
Yeah.
glad that that's changed. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's more diversity. We have
Mhm.
more diversity, and not segregated. I remember growing up, like it would be either an all black cast of a TV show or an all white cast. You didn't have mixture of both in the 90s. It was all segregated sitcoms, and in a lot of movies would be all black cast movies and all or an all white cast. And now you have a mix of look how diverse From is, and you
Mhm.
compare that to Lost, it had some diversity, but the lead actors, the main people, were all white. And you compare that to From, it's really diverse. It's known for its diversity. I love that about it. And you know, and you have elevated horror now, which I'm really glad became a thing with elevated horror, because I really didn't like the direction horror was going in. I mean, at least horror wasn't over sexualizing women's deaths anymore and like
Mhm.
constantly killing off topless women. But it got to the point where in the 2000s, it just descended into just nothing but a gore fest, desensitizing people over, I mean, more and more blood and guts and that is how we wound up with the disgusting piece of filth that only the most warped mind could have possibly produced, which is the human centipede. Never should
Mm.
have been made. Don't look it up if you don't know what it is, because you
I
don't
I
wanna
I I never saw it. I know it's the first I'm hearing about it.
don't look it up. It's
Yeah, now I wanna look it up. Why? Is it that bad?
It's the most disturbing, most disgusting, gut-wrenching, repulsive concept for a horror movie I have ever heard of in my life.
Oh.
I didn't watch the movie, but I did see a clip from it once, and I wish I hadn't.
Oh.
It's so sick.
Ugh.
It's so sick.
Okay, I
You
won't
don't
watch it.
Yeah. Just imagine what a human centipede could actually be made up, a whole bunch of people stitched together.
Ah,
Um,
okay, okay. Yeah.
and just imagine what the possible ramifications could be, and that's pretty much
Oh,
what we got.
oh god. You mean like a massive orgy? Is that what you
Oh, no, not an orgy, it's not sexual,
Oh,
it's
okay.
different.
It's
You
the
don't
other
wanna
thing.
you don't wanna know.
All right. I'm not gonna watch it. I
Yeah.
don't wanna be grossed out. I just wanna read, with Alice, you mentioned something about Anne Rice. You said that her books are based on true life, unfortunately. I was just wondering, I didn't know that those books were based on her life or true life. Can you elaborate more on that? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think Anne Rice herself was into vampirism. I don't know. Maybe she was. I mean, this is the first I'm hearing about it, so I don't know. But she certainly writes like she knows a lot about it. I'll tell you. I don't know. But, yeah, no, but I would highly recommend you read Interview with the Vampire. I would highly recommend it.
Oh god. Mackie
What?
put Mackie basically Mackie basically summed up the plot of the Human Centipede.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, he
He
did.
did? He did? Where? I'm looking at it.
It's right here. Oh god.
Oh. Oh my god. That's horrible. Oh my god, Mackie, that's ew.
I warned you. He's the one who put it in the chat. I wasn't gonna say.
Oh my god. Did you
Uh,
watch it, Mackie? Did you watch it? Oh my god. Ugh.
no,
Oh,
that that can only be the inevitable culmination of so many years of progressively more gory films desensitizing people, so some deranged, warped mind thought this was a good idea. Like, this is
So I don't understand. So it just walks around doing that, and that's the whole movie. I mean, oh my god.
it's basically like this sick freak who like a mad scientist who does this to a group of people, and
Oh,
and yeah, it's horrifying, and the one who gets it
uh,
the worst, the one who gets it the worst is the one in the very far back, because they get everybody's. And if you
well,
have
it sounds like it's good for a laugh anyway. Oh my god. Oh,
let's just say if you wound up in this situation, you pray to be the person who gets put in the front. You still have to suffer pain, but at least you don't have to be doing that other stuff.
that is funny. When was this movie made?
It was made like sometime around, I want to say maybe 2010-ish, sometime
Okay.
around then. So many years of desensitization and excessive gore led to that.
Oh
Um,
my god. You know,
yeah.
sometimes watching, I mean, not that particular movie, but sometimes just watching these really bad horror movies, I mean, they're funny. And you just end up laughing and laughing. I remember I saw this movie with Michael Caine. It was called The Hand. I was very young. I must have been 10 years old. I don't know. I was very young. And I was in the theater and I was hysterically laughing through the whole movie because it was just so stupid. He he's he's driving in his car and he sticks his hand out to make a turn signal and a truck cuts his hand off. So then, so then so then his hand goes around killing people. So you see, like, he goes into a bar and he has a fight with somebody, and the next scene, this hand is crawling along the bar and strangles somebody. It was the stupidest thing I've ever. I was hysterically. I mean, it's not supposed to be funny, right? It's supposed to be a horror film. I was laughing. I thought it was the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. And of course, it's really him doing the killing, but you know, they want you to think his hand is. You know, he has. Oh, there was a homeless guy. There was a homeless guy in the street, and he trips over him, and he's angry at the homeless guy. And he yells at him. The next scene, you see the hand crawling up to the homeless guy, and then you know. And everybody is so helpless, right? This hand comes and starts strangling you, and nobody can take this hand off. It's a very strong hand. It just strangles everybody.
That's ridiculous.
People are laying there going, ah! And this thing is just strangling them. It was very funny.
Oh my god!
I would like to see that now as an adult and watch it again. Maybe we should stream it in the Discord.
I want to watch it now. Yeah, maybe we should stream it in the Discord for laughs.
It was really funny.
That's hysterical.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was really funny.
It's called The Hand? Is that what it's called?
It's called The Hand.
Of course. Of course it's called The Hand.
Somebody stuck his hand out and the truck just took his hand. Is going around killing everybody. Oh, that's stupid.
That's ridiculous. Oh my
They
god.
had these stupid movies. I mean, really dumb. You would just sit and laugh, you know. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's got a 29% score on Rotten Tomatoes. I'd say that sounds about right. 29%. Pretty bad.
But it was so funny. I mean, it's a great comedy, you know.
Now, who was the actor? Michael Caine?
Michael
Did you
Caine.
say?
He was very popular at
Michael
that time. He
Caine is
was
too good for that. What the hell?
Michael
Michael
Caine.
Caine is a great
He
actor.
made Yeah, but he made a lot of really campy movies at that time. You know, he was in quite a few of them,
Gee.
but that well, I wanted to screen Dress to Kill. I think I mentioned that to you. That's with Michael Caine. He plays a psychiatrist. And that's a thriller. Brian De Palma. I don't know if you're familiar with the director Brian De Palma. He did Carrie. He did several horror films, and this was great. This was really great. It's a little campy, but I liked it. You know, I think we should screen it. He's a psychiatrist,
Yeah.
and there's somebody that's killing people in his building. Angie Dickinson is in it. She has a small role. And Brian De Palma's wife, what's her name? Nancy Allen. She was in Carrie also. Did you ever see Carrie?
Actually, no. I've never seen. That's one
Oh
of the
my
many I've never seen.
God. Carrie is one of the best films ever made. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh God,
Yeah.
you have to see Carrie. Yes. Sissy Spacek, I think that was her first film, actually. John Travolta was in that
Mhm.
movie. He had a very small role.
Mhm.
Carrie was great. I mean, really, really great. I mean, it's a horror film, but it's so well
Right.
done. It's a psychological thriller. Her
Right.
mother, the actress who played her mother, Piper Laurie, she was a famous actress. She was this deranged religious nut who, you know, she kept reading the Bible to her daughter, that her daughter can't go on a date. She can't she can't show any cleavage. She's got to cover herself up because it's evil and sinful. And, you know, so this was her mother. And then she'd go to school and she was teased all the time. She was like an outcast. And it shows what happens to her in the film. And it's a brilliant film. It really is. So if you ever want to screen that, I would definitely be interested in that too. A lot of
Yeah,
great
I like I mean, there's certain films that, you can't possibly, be completely unaware of some of the content because they're so iconic. So, like, I know she gets, like, doused in blood and,
Yes.
as a prank and all that, but I've never actually seen the movie,
If you want,
so
we could watch it. I mean, there's a couple of films I could recommend that I think everybody would like them, you know, and these are classic films.
I'll add that to the
There's a
list.
reason. There's a reason why she's doused in blood, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody. There's a reason for it. So
Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have said she's doused in
no,
blood.
no,
Most people probably
it's
know.
okay. It's okay, but
Most people
let's
probably
not
know.
talk about why. I don't know if you know the reason. There's a reason for it.
Nope,
So
that
yeah,
I
so
don't know.
yeah, it's a really good film. So if you want it, we can screen it. I'd like to.
I mean technically, the movie poster spoils that she's doused in blood because I just looked it
Yes.
up, and on the movie poster, she's covered in blood.
Yes, yes, yeah.
So I'm
At
gonna add that to
at
the
the
list.
prom, at the senior prom, it happens,
Good God.
and they
Yeah,
humiliate her at the prom. Yes.
yeah.
This was a Stephen King novel, by the way, Carrie.
Yeah, there's a lot of Stephen King stuff I've never seen. I mean, I'm not a, completely, clueless to Stephen King stuff because I mean, I think The Shining is one of the greatest,
I love The
films ever
Shining.
made.
That is my favorite film. I love that film. I mean, I like the book, but the film was, and you wanna talk about Hollywood destroying an actress? Shelley Duvall.
Oh,
They
that
terrorized her in that film, terrorized
that
her.
was terrible what they did to her. What
Yes,
Stanley Kubrick did to her, that
yes,
monster. Oh
yes,
my god, like,
yes,
he terrorized her, he psychologically tortured her, he wouldn't let anybody talk to her, he told everybody on set to ignore her, and I forget all the details, but like he terrorized her and he made her go through take after take after take of these harrowing scenes over and over again because he was this obsessive perfectionist, and he also wanted to drive her to like real emotional hysteria to make the performance more realistic. What a sick, I mean, what a monster. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Amazing directing, amazing film, but that what a monster to do that to her, and he ruined
Yes,
her life.
he
She
ruined
was
her
never the
life.
same.
No, he terrorized her. He made her do the same take like 50 times of screaming and screaming and screaming. And even
Yeah,
Jack Nicholson felt sorry for her. I think he actually spoke to her. And I think he even told Kubrick to like lay off her a little bit. Yeah. I
yeah,
mean, it was bad.
and that poor woman, she wound up, you know, she I
Oh,
remember when she resurfaced, decades
oh
later,
God. I felt
and we
so
found
bad
out
for
she
her.
was
Yeah.
homeless. She
Yep.
was homeless and really mentally ill,
Yep.
and she died that way, in that destitute way. I don't remember how she died, but she died too young,
Yep.
and it's just sad. He broke her.
They showed her
That
in
was
her
terrible.
car. I actually saw she made her last film. She made a film. It was like a low budget thing, and she's in it very briefly. But the director of that film wanted publicity, so they actually filmed the director speaking to Shelley Duvall in her car. And it was just so sad. She looked like a
Mhm.
homeless woman. I mean, she was like living in her car. She
Oh,
had
yeah.
all kinds of bags and all kinds of stuff, and her car was loaded with stuff. And he's talking to her, and she's like she's missing like half the teeth in her mouth,
Yep.
and yeah, it was so sad. It was horrible, horrible. And she was a good
Yeah.
actress. I liked her. I thought she was really interesting, and she was in a lot of movies too before The Shining.
And, you know,
But
it's I
I
always
think yeah,
find it interesting that they picked her. She's such an unconventional, you know, you wanna talk about, unconventional looking actresses and not looking like a standard Hollywood beauty. I mean, she looked like, you know, like a olive oil from Popeye came to life or something. She looked very unusual, and she had crooked teeth.
she played Olive Oil. You know that, right?
Wait, are you serious? She did?
She
Oh,
did. There was a
wow.
movie called Popeye. Robin Williams played Popeye, and she played Olive Oil. Yeah.
Well, that was perfect casting.
It sure was. She played
That's
Olive Oil.
funny. I had
Yeah.
no idea.
The movie wasn't good, but I liked it because I liked both of them, you know. So, but the movie bombed. Uh, yeah, but well, they picked her because the film is a very strange film, The Shining, and I guess they felt that she looked the part. I don't know, but I,
Yeah.
and I think they wouldn't cast a beautiful woman for that role. You know what I'm saying? Somebody typical Hollywood beauty. They wouldn't cast it in that role.
Yeah,
Um,
someone as unconventional as Stanley definitely wouldn't, so I
no.
could see that. Mackie, this is hilarious, and there was a movie about a murdering tire, not even a rim inside, just a rubber wheel. What the hell?
What?
You said
What movie is that?
you said it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I gotta like, I wanna know the title.
Yeah, what is
I'll ask
that? We could
I'll
do
ask
a double feature, The Hand and a Tire Wheel.
oh, that's so great.
Not even a rim inside, just a rubber wheel. Maybe the hand is inside. The hand is like going around and around inside the wheel.
The hand is pushing the wheel, yeah.
Yeah, the hand is pushing the wheel.
You know
That's
there were a lot of really dumb horror movies in the '50s. I haven't really watched them, but they look stupid as hell, like, really
yeah,
stupid.
yeah,
Really
they had some stupid
kitschy,
ones. Yeah.
stupid, kitschy horror movies that probably didn't cost much to make, and
Those
they had
alien movies, right? They had these alien spaceships and you could see how the you know, the special effects were so bad.
Mackie said, I think it was called Tire. Are you serious? I was
It was
gonna, I
called
was much,
Tire? Oh my god, it's
I
funny.
was,
Or it's
I
called
was,
Rubber.
it's called Rubber. Oh, hey, Nightman is back. I
Did
think
you ever
Nightman, I think Nightman was here last night.
That's fine. So now he's day man. He's morning man. Uh, did you ever read The Stand, Stephen King's book, The Stand?
I'm embarrassed to say this, but I, even though I love reading and I love some Stephen King movies, I've never read a single Stephen King book.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something you have to read Stephen King, number one. The Stand is a phenomenal book. The Stand is about a flu virus that gets out and kills 90% of the population. And he wrote this book, I think, when did he write it? In the 70s or the 80s? I can't remember when he wrote it. Uh, but it was interesting because the AIDS virus was just like getting popular at that point. People started to find out about AIDS and everything. So
Hmm.
people thought that he was writing about AIDS. I don't know if he was, but anyway, um, it's a fantastic novel. Fantastic. And they've done 2 TV shows about that book. Both versions were not very good. The first version was okay. I liked the casting, but it
Hmm.
wasn't great. The second one I didn't like. This
Hmm.
has to be made into a major motion picture that's in the theaters and or on Netflix or something. They
Hmm.
need to make a big budget film on The Stand, and they haven't done it yet. And I've been waiting for it for years. I've been saying, why don't they make a movie on The Stand?
Yeah, and I would say the same thing about another Stephen King miniseries that I haven't even seen the rest of yet. I've only seen the first maybe 2 hours, I think. It was a mini series that was recommended to me actually by someone in the fandom, one of the many awesome recommendations I've gotten from the fandom, Storm of the Century. And they made a TV miniseries for it in the 90s, and the only version that Dieter and I started watching it, the only version that we could find was like it's pretty bad quality, and it's like a square for some reason instead of a
Hmm.
rectangle, but it's fine, whatever. And you know, it's not great picture quality, but the story is great, and it's very you know, it's very for fans of From, like the feeling of, you know, that claustrophobic feeling of being in a town that's under some menacing threat. This mysterious man who can, you know, cause horrible things to happen. There are similarities, you know, like a town in Maine. Of course, it's in Maine. Stephen King loves his Maine. Um, and it's on an island, one of Maine's many islands, and it's a very small island, and it gets you know, boxed in by this massive blizzard that they think is the storm of the century, and this demon man comes to town, and he shows up, and he just keeps like he starts off by, you know, killing some completely innocent person out of nowhere for no reason at all. Is shocking. It's like, what the hell did I like? Why? I won't spoil too much of the plot, you know, because you know, it's fun to just watch it. But basically, the premise of it is he's this demon who can cause people to do horrible things, just, you know, without even having to do anything. And he keeps saying, "Give me what I want, and I'll go away." But he never says what the hell he wants, so
Hmm.
no one knows what to do. And he's like, they lock him up in a cell. And anyway, I won't spoil any more of it, but I mean, it's not like there's some great quality version you can go out and watch it. Most people wouldn't want to. A lot of people are spoiled by HD now and wouldn't want to watch this. I say it's still worth it because it's a great story. I wish they would remake it now with better quality, you know. This was a mini series from the 90s, and it's like 3 hours long. That's a little over 3 hours. They aired it over a few nights back like they used to do. But it's a
Wow.
concept. I wish they would remake it, you know, like you're
Yeah.
saying, Stand.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, like that. These, Stephen King has a great body of work, and
Oh
uh,
yeah.
there are
I love
plenty
his
of things
stuff.
they can do.
I mean, I read a lot of his books. I read Cujo, Pet
Hmm.
Cemetery,
Hmm.
um, Dolores Claiborne, Misery. Oh, did you see Misery with Kathy Bates?
No, I've never seen it. I've never
Oh,
seen Misery.
Julie. Oh,
I've, I know, right? I've never
Kathy
seen.
Bates won the Oscar for that. It was great. Oh, she
I've
was
never
great.
seen Cujo, Carrie, Misery, uh,
Firestarter with Drew Barrymore when she was a little girl. Yeah.
and I've
These are
never
all
seen.
Stephen King movies. Yeah.
And I've never seen Pet Cemetery, but I
Oh,
don't like I have good reason for that one. I don't like the concept of it. It upsets me. I find it kind of triggering. I don't like this whole morbid concept of, like, burying, loved ones and them coming out, of the ground, and
yeah.
uh, sometimes dead is better. I don't like it. To me, it's
Too
too
morbid.
dark. It's
Yeah.
too morbid for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
get that. Yeah.
but like the other ones, I would watch. Like, I've heard Cujo is, I mean, it's hard to imagine a movie about a vicious dog being
Oh, it
that
was
scary, but
great.
I've
It
heard
was
it's
great.
terrifying. I've heard the
It's
book is
terrifying.
terrifying too.
It's terrifying. The
Yeah.
dog has rabies. It's a rabid dog. And this
Yeah.
woman is stuck in her car with her baby or a little boy, and the dog won't let her out of the car. And she tries to get out, and the dog attacks her. And if it bites her, she'll have rabies. So it was hard. It was a frightening, really frightening film. It was really well done. Yeah. And it started out that the dog was a sweet dog, and then it got bitten. I don't remember what animal bit him, but he got rabies. Yeah.
Well, I remember, all I really know about it is an episode of Friends where Joey was reading. I think it was Joey and Rachel were reading Cujo, and they got so freaked out by it that one of them put the book in the freezer, and like, like they had to get the book away from them, and like
Yeah.
and Rachel was so upset at Joey for telling her to read that book. Like, how could you tell me to
Oh
read that
yeah,
book?
I remember that episode. Yeah. That was funny.
Yeah. So I guess
I
it is terrifying.
It's terrifying. I read the book and I saw the movie. Uh,
Y-
um, it's terrifying. Carrie, I read the book and saw the movie. Both were great. The Stand was excellent. The Stand is my favorite Stephen King book. The characters are so interesting, and there's only like a very small part of the world left, and they all have to migrate to this place, and it's a good versus evil situation as well. It's an excellent book.
Mm.
You should definitely read it. Yeah,
Post-apocalyptic. I do like, like post-apocalyptic storytelling, that kind of stuff. I find that really interesting.
and it's good
Um,
versus evil, which is a theme that we keep seeing coming up all the time. And
yeah,
he wrote this like what, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, something like that. So,
yeah.
yeah, he's one of the first ones
Um,
to, delve into it.
I
It's an
love, I love
excellent book.
I absolutely love the movies, The Shining, and both the miniseries and the film versions of It. I absolutely love It. I
I
cannot.
haven't seen it. Is that the clown?
That's the one with, yeah, the clown.
Yeah, yeah,
It's amazing. Both
I heard.
versions, both of them. I can't even pick which one I like better because they're both amazing for different reasons. They're very different interpretations of the same material. The clown is completely different. The original version, it's Tim Curry in a very campy version of Pennywise, and yet still terrifying. It's still
Mm.
so creepy, even though he's campy about it. And the new Pennywise is played by Bill Skarsgård, and he is just disturbing as hell. He is so creepy. He's a much more sinister version of Pennywise and athletic. Like, he would do these crazy, like, physical, like the stuff that this guy had to do running and jumping around like a maniac, and he was really doing it. They didn't have a stunt double. They actually had Bill Skarsgård doing it, and it's just crazy. Like some of the crazy movements he does that are super fast. I figured they were doing CGI on some of it. A lot of it was just Bill just being an amazing actor, being able to deliver this incredible physical performance. And it's amazing. I absolutely loved both the miniseries from 1990 and the newer, the two-part parts 1 and 2. It was they couldn't put it in just one movie because they would have had to cut out too much good stuff, so they made 2 movies. Both of them phenomenal, and I am so excited that they're making a TV series, and I wish they would hurry the hell up because they've been saying since like the middle of last year that Welcome to Derry was going to be coming out in 2025, and there's
Oh,
still
yeah.
no release date.
Right.
Well, we're nearing, before too long, we're going to be halfway through 2025. Where's the release date?
Yeah.
What the hell? I want to cover this show. I need a good show to cover to get excited
Yeah.
about this year, and
I
they
know.
promised us 2025. Come on now. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
I can't wait. And Bill Skarsgård, at
He's
first Bill
great.
Skarsgård didn't want to do it, and then they convinced him to do it, and that's going to make it so much better at bringing him back as Pennywise. Everybody loved his performance, even though people love the original so much, so it was difficult to. It's always difficult, even though this was a TV movie. Um, it was, TV movies are usually obviously not the same quality as a cinematic release back in the day. Now, I mean, you get cinematic quality movies on streaming services, but back in the day, a TV movie was lesser quality, and yet it's such a classic that it was hard to fill those shoes, and yet fans of that loved the remake too, or the new adaptation, I should say. So
Right.
I couldn't recommend that more. It was amazing. Although I've heard the book is batshit crazy, and it sounds like Stephen King was doing some wild drugs when he wrote that one.
Probably.
It's, I mean, some really crazy shit that really shouldn't have been in there, like an orgy with a bunch of kids.
God.
Literally an orgy with their female friend, and all the boys have an orgy together
Oh,
near the end in the book. Of course,
wow.
they don't do this in the movies, of course, but in the book they have an orgy, and it's basically like a rite of passage. It's written like it's some kind of rite of passage where they're all having their first sexual experience together as a group with their friend, this female. It's so gross, and it's warped for him to write this for children. Stephen
Yeah.
King screwed up on that one, I gotta say. Like, that's
Yeah.
messed.
Yeah.
Also just weird shit about like a magic turtle that somehow birthed to the whole universe, and he must have been on some wild psychedelic drugs or something when he
Yeah.
wrote. I don't know
I
if he
think
ever
so.
did drugs, but it sounds like something you'd write on drugs. Like, there's it is like the destroyer force of the universe, and the turtle is the creator force, and those are the two
Mm,
of both.
okay.
Anyway, yeah.
And
Kelly, Kelly, a lot of people hate clowns. Clowns don't bother me. I don't like them, but I don't dislike them either. I don't care.
did
Uh,
you see the Green Mile?
no, and I've heard that's one of the greatest movies ever made. Um,
The
The
Green Mile
Green.
was phenomenal. I wouldn't say it was one of the greatest movies ever made, but it was really good. I liked it. Tom Hanks is in it. Yeah, it's a Stephen King. It was what did they call it? He would release like a chapter like every month, I think. It was like a novella that was spread out over several months. I forgot what they call that. And you had to read it when it would come out in excerpts. And they made that into a movie, The Green Mile. And it takes place in a prison. It's excellent. Excellent. I really liked it. Um, one of the prisoners has the power to heal people. And they're
Huh.
all on death, and they're on death row. Um, so he ends up healing the warden's wife. And I think they were going to pardon him. I don't remember exactly what happened. I saw it a long time ago, but it was a great movie. Yeah, I would recommend it. Um, and I'm trying to think what else. I didn't read um, the one with Christopher Walken. That was a great movie. Uh, Stephen King wrote it. I forgot. I always forget the name of this one. And Salem's Lot. I didn't read that one either. Um, there are a lot of his books I didn't read, but I did read some. Oh, he wrote this book called Christine about a car that comes alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always been curious about that one. Wait a
Yeah.
minute, wait a minute. Did I ever see that? I'm trying to remember. I think I finally did get around to seeing it. Yeah,
Yeah, it was a
yeah.
movie. It was made into a movie. The movie wasn't good though. The book was
Y-
great. It was great.
Yeah.
The car becomes alive. And
Yes, I remember now.
it was a female car. The female car fell in love with him. And he'd go on
Yeah,
a date with a girl and the car was jealous. And the car
yeah,
would like scare the girl so she didn't want to get in the car.
yeah.
It was a
Yep,
really it was a but it was good because it was scary. Because the car becomes like psychotic. And
yep,
the car
yep,
wants to, destroy anyone that gets close to him. And yeah, it's like the hand in a way.
yeah.
But it wasn't funny. I mean, it was very scary.
Yeah,
Uh
when you first said it, I was for some reason thinking of a different movie that I hadn't seen, but that one I do clearly remember that one, and it was funny at times, but it was also it was creepy, I like that. What I really liked best about it is it reminded me of something right out of a Twilight Zone episode, a
yeah.
car coming to life. There literally is a Twilight Zone episode about a car that comes to
Yes.
life, and
Yes, that was a great episode. The car ends up running down somebody, right? I don't remember who it was. The car came to life and it was taking revenge on the former owner of the car or something. I can't remember now.
actually, there are actually 2 now that I'm thinking about it, there are 2 episodes where a car comes to life. One of them is actually a hilarious episode. I don't know if it was meant to be funny, but I think it's hilarious. It's an episode about called A Thing About Machines, and it's about this pompous, arrogant jerk who has this he absolutely loathes technology. He hates machines. He can never get them to work right, and they start to somehow hate him back, and they come alive and turn on him, and it's absolutely hilarious. Maybe I don't know if it was intended to be funny, but I mean, he's got an electric shaver and it like jumps out of his hand and it's like coming after him, chasing him down the stairs. And you see the electric razor going down step by step by step,
Oh,
following
I
him
don't
down
think
the
I ever saw this one. And I thought I saw all of them.
Oh, you gotta see it. It's hilarious.
So it's a razor that comes alive.
That's one of other things. Yeah, one of a number of things that come
Oh,
alive. He he tries smashing a clock, and the clock keeps working even regardless, and, like, torments him with the loud bells,
oh, is
eh
that the grandfather clock? Or I'm thinking of another
nope,
episode. Okay.
different
Okay.
one.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
also tries smashing his TV because his TV starts talking to him, addressing him directly. Yeah, it's and it's really and I gotta say, that part's creepy, like, the woman on the thing starts talking to him saying, "Get out of here." I forget what his name is. "Get out of here. Get out of here." Like, and he's like, "No, no," and then he smashes the TV, and it still keeps talking to him, and it's hilarious. He picks up the phone that comes to light. He tries ripping the phone out of the socket, and then that voice on the phone keeps talking to him through the phone, and then the typewriter comes to life and starts typing, get out of here," and then his name over and over again, and he's like, "No, I won't, I won't, you machines. It's so freaking funny. Maybe it was completely unintentional, but I can't possibly watch it without laughing at this guy. The funniest part is the razor jumping out of his hand and following him down the stairs. I mean, oh my
That's
God.
funny. That's
It's
funny.
so good. And then the culmination of it is his car coming to life and chasing him down the street, and
Yes, that's what I remember. Right. I
he
remember that.
falls in the pool, and yeah, and
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
And the
it's a
car doesn't
classic.
run. The car like stops just before it doesn't hit him. I think the car stopped. Yeah.
Nope,
Yeah.
he just yeah, it stops right as he's, like, at the edge of the pool, he loses his balance,
Yeah.
falls in,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they find him drowned, like, looking terrified, like he was too afraid to come up above the water, so it's a dark ending, but I still think the episode is hilarious
Yeah.
regardless, and he's such a jerk that you can't even feel that sorry for him because he's a pompous asshole. Um,
There was
it's
so many great Twilight Zones. I mean, when I think about that show, I mean, there were some episodes that weren't that good. You know, they were kind of weak, but the majority of the episodes were really great. Did you see the one with Robert Redford when he played the Angel of Death? Did you see that one?
Yeah, that was really
Oh,
something. Yeah,
I love that
yeah.
episode.
That's
So,
actually a beautiful one.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
it's
I
not
forgot the name of the
scary.
actress.
Yeah.
I forgot her name. She's an old like stage actress. Anyway, she was supposed to be like in her 80s, right? And she was afraid to go outside of the house. She was just afraid of anything happening to her. So she would never go out. And then one day they were doing construction outside of her house and some man got hurt, a construction worker. And he said, "Please, ma'am, please let me in. I'm hurt. I need help." And she never lets anyone in her house either. But she finally let this guy in. And,
Yeah.
and he's hurt. He's Robert Redford. He's hurt. And she gives him some tea and she's trying to help him. Well, that was such a great episode. And then we find out who he is, right?
Yeah.
And she was so afraid. And he said, "It's okay. I'm here to help you." And
Yeah,
she takes his hand and they walk out together outside the house.
and then
Yeah, it
she's
was
not afraid anymore,
she's not afraid,
it
right?
has a beautiful ending, actually. It
Mhm.
really is beautiful. And Nightman LOL, to answer your question, that episode I was describing, all these episodes we're talking about are from the original, the old Twilight Zone, which is by far the best. None of the remakes could come anywhere near the original. They made three remakes, one in the 80s, one in the early 2000s that was very brief, and the Jordan Peele one. The Jordan Peele one was the best of the remakes, but nowhere near the original. It was the original that it's called A Thing About Machines. It's a really funny watch, even though I just spoiled the whole plot. I still recommend watching it anyway. And there's actually the other one about the car that comes to life is a lesser known one. It's not it's really not one of the better ones in my opinion, but a guy accidentally
Julie, come pick it up. I don't want to come in there.
okay, a guy
It's boiling hot.
accidentally runs over a little boy on his bike, and the boy dies of his injuries, and then the man doesn't come forward, and his car comes to life and starts like doing crazy things in the middle of the night, like blaring its horn and his radio really
Oh,
loud.
yeah, yeah. That was his
And
guilt, right.
that was his guilt,
Yeah, yeah.
and then it just torments him, and it won't stop tormenting
And it
him.
ends up driving him to the police station. I remember that. I like that one, actually.
Watch out. It's really hot.
It drives him to the police
It's really
station.
hot. Here's your ice
Yeah.
water and your napkins.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it drives him to the police station.
Don't forget your napkins.
And he deserved it. He
Julie, it's hot.
I know. I heard you. Yeah. that was great. That's another situation where I found it unintentionally funny though, when it was the middle of the night and the
Yeah.
car the car the car radio starts blaring and the horn starts blaring and like
Yeah, but
they're
think
like,
about it, right? You're trying to go to sleep and you're replaying things in your mind, right? It was his guilt that was haunting
yeah,
him. I mean, there was like a lot of symbolism there, but it was his guilt. The same thing with the angel of death. I
right,
look at it differently. I mean, I see the symbolism there. It's a commentary about how we are afraid to do things. We keep ourselves from truly living our lives because we're just so afraid of change and doing different things. And when we finally get up the courage to just take a chance, our lives change for the better. So a death is actually a rebirth. So, we think that she's going to her death, but actually that's a rebirth for her, right? So it's how
right.
you look at it. It has like a double meaning. That's why I love the Twilight Zone because there is a double meaning in so many of the episodes. Some of the episodes are more straightforward. They just have a very clear message, but a lot of them have double meanings. It was so brilliantly written, you know. I love the one with the bomb shelter. Now that you take literally, right? I mean, I don't think you could read into it in any other way.
Yeah.
But that was so brilliant because it shows how people turn on each other.
Oh yeah, like that shows the darkest I loved how Rod Serling shone a light on some of the darkest facets of human nature. Look how
Mhm,
quickly those people were they were having a party and they were all so close and
mhm,
so jovial and like the best of friends, and it changed in an instant when they thought that they were getting a nuclear attack, that they had a scare come on the radio, and they thought this was it, and this was during the Cold War, and this is like what everybody was afraid would happen, and but on only one family had a bunker, and so they were ready to kill each other over space
mhm.
in that one family's bunker.
Yep.
And
And then
the
and then
twist.
the prejudice came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who are you? You're not even haven't been even living here that long, right? And all their real secret hatred for each other came out.
Yeah,
Um, and they all were trying to bribe their way in. Please, I know you like 20 years. I'm your friend. You got to let me in. And
I
it was
know.
it was a
Yeah.
very hard episode to watch. But when there's emergencies like this, so people show their ugly heads. They show who they really are. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
it turns out that it was a false alarm. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah. So we're back to normal now. Everything is okay. And he says, no, it's not okay. He's like, no. He could never look at those people the same way again.
Yeah, like I mean, that's the thing, like that awkward moment when they realized that it was just a mistake. Like, how do you ever go back to normal again after that? Now your true
Right.
colors have come out. Now it's like, this is awkward.
Right.
Oops. Guess
Right.
guess we can go back to being best buddies again.
And they
And
broke down his door. He's in the bomb shelter with his wife and his kid, and they actually broke through the door and everything. And then
yeah.
and then you hear the news, "Oh, it was a false alarm." "Oh, we're sorry. We'll pay for your door." Right?
Right? Like, that's gonna like, no, like, nothing's ever gonna be the same again. You can't come back from that. They turned into savages. They were ready to just rip each other apart. It's crazy.
It is crazy. I'm just looking here. It still says it's 130. I wonder if it's just stuck. that maybe, because I can't imagine, I haven't seen it change, It's weird.
No, but I don't think so because I've done a lot of these really long streams and eventually I usually do see the numbers start going down after a certain hour. It's never been like this before.
I
It's
wonder
never.
why. I wonder what's going on.
I don't I don't know. Maybe there's an
Maybe it's
enormous
our
amount.
maybe it's our wonderful conversation.
Maybe it
We're
is.
very entertaining.
I
I don't
don't
know.
know. It's crazy to me. I don't understand it. And I mean, it and you know how I was trying to explain it away by people who must have fallen asleep, but if it's a lot of people who fell asleep, then how come they didn't wake up and turn it off by now? It's 9:40 in
Yeah,
the morning on the East Coast.
right.
So, eh, I don't maybe there are a lot of, um,
Maybe you don't think it could be stuck though? Sometimes
no,
no? Okay.
I don't.
I see 126 people.
Yeah.
So weird.
Panda Kalima, hi Panda Kalima. I fell asleep. What did I miss?
You didn't
Oh.
miss anything. We're still talking.
All kinds of stuff. I mean, we talked about. I mean, before Lori came on. I mean, we went off on all kind of random tangents, and we talked about The Last of Us. So we talked about classic horror movies and other classic movies, sexualization of women. I mean, we've run the gamut and onto the Twilight Zone and and all
We
kinds
talked
of
about The Walking Dead. We
The
talked about
Walking Dead.
different movies. Yeah.
Yeah, gosh, it's been quite a diverse stream, and it started off with the residents, and it's gone all over the place.
That's
Um,
funny.
that's that's crazy. I don't, you know, Panda Kalima, I said like sexualization of women in film and TV. That's one of the things we were talking about. But, oh, and we also talked about, some pretty disgusting things like that, what is
The
it?
human centipede.
The human centipede, which if you don't know what it is, don't look it up because you don't wanna know. Um, the yeah, Mackie said you missed, like, 3 podcasts. You know you know, he has a point when he says this. So I've been trying to take advice from this YouTube reactor who's been, really kindly offering me tips and from Quality Reacts. And one of the things that he does, and I need to start doing this. I should have been doing this all along. I'm kicking myself, especially me with these marathon streams. So what Koala does is I think his name is actually Brian, but we all call him Koala. Koala, when he does a live stream, and he does normal length live streams, he doesn't go nuts. He does like, hour and a half to 2 hour live streams. I think once he did like 2.5 hours, but that was unusual. And what he does, then he takes segments out of those live streams and he uploads them as videos, and he has instant content for his channel and he's monetized, so he actually even gets more out of it. So he gets money then when people view those, and that's instant content. And look at me putting in all these hours on this. I need to learn how to chop pieces. Dieter knows how to do this. I'm gonna have to ask Dieter how he's done it, but because he's done it with pieces of my lives before. I need to learn how to do it because I could get instant content by just taking pieces out of these live streams. And I should be doing this all the time.
Can you also do that with videos that you've made too, and live stream them?
I mean, I could if I wanted to. I could show my own videos on a live stream. I wouldn't. I don't know if I would because then I want people to go view the videos. But
No, I mean to take like cuts of them, like parts of them, and like remix them into a live stream.
um, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Like, take a video I've already recorded and
Yeah. And just take like a cut, like a clip of it,
oh yeah, I
and
mean,
add it to a bunch of clips and just live stream it.
oh yeah, you could probably do that for sure.
Because Koala was talking about live streams, like taking clips from live streams and restreaming it, right? Is that what he was talking about?
He was talking about taking clips from live streams,
Uh-huh.
and he does this all the time, and I'm watching him do this now, and it's like it's genius because he'll have these memorable, really fun moments during live streams, and then he takes it, and the next day, boom, it's instant content for his channel. He gets thousands of views. I mean, of course, he gets
Wow.
way more views than me because he's a much bigger channel, but he has instant content, and if anybody should be doing this, it should be me because
Yeah.
I I mean, I do long live streams and most people are not going to wade through all of this stuff. And he was saying he is even saying this just as a regular length live streamer. He says basically a live stream is a lot like, it's like a podcast, and he said that a lot of people are not going to go back and watch a 2-hour podcast or a live stream, but you can take clips out of it and make instant content for your channel. And he's like, you work, it's that phrase, work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
And this is good for the channel. He said the more videos you can put out a week, the more likely it is that one of them's going to go viral, or that your channel is going to get noticed more by the algorithm. More people are going to find you. I take too long to get videos out because I make these long deep dives, and he said you'd be much better off making several shorter videos, like trying to give me advice, of course, in a really constructive, helpful way.
Hmm.
um, like, I don't wanna make short form videos, but I could trim the length, make them separate parts and make them
Right.
shorter. And
Right.
also, I could keep my deep dives, the ones that I really don't wanna chop up, and just make shorter videos out of clips from these live streams. I just need to learn how.
Right.
It's perfect. So, I need to do that. I need to figure that out ASAP. I'm gonna have to ask
Hmm.
how he's been doing this. Yes, Panda Kalima, I'm gonna start doing this, and I'm kicking myself that I haven't been doing it all along. Think of all these long marathon streams. Imagine if I had to go back and wade through them trying to find clips now. Oh my god. Well, a lot of them wouldn't be relevant now, but, you know, I just wish I had done this all along.
Yeah, it's
Time
never too late. Never too late.
Timestamps, I am learning this. I recently started doing this, Nightman. Timestamps will be your best friend. So if you have longer form videos, even if it's just like half an hour long, it can be helpful. But any long form videos, timestamps, I just recently started doing this. When I break down a new episode of a show in a live stream, I will, after the live stream ends, it is a pain in the ass because my live streams are so long, don't get me wrong, but I put in the time to do it because I have a nice healthy amount of people who are part of like the replay gang, and they can't catch these lives because they're too late at night, so they watch them later. So what I do is I just go back, I find where each scene is or major point that I made, and I record the timestamp when it happens. And if you add that to the description of your video, you start with 0:00 and then that put it, intro. You always have to start with that or it doesn't work. And then underneath that, you have timestamps that's the minute and the second when, or the hour in my case, when each thing happens throughout the rest of it. And I pin that to a comment also at the top of my comment section so people can really find it easily. But it has to be, for it to work, in the description of your video. And then it breaks down your video into chapters, and all people have to do is just click on each one and it brings them right to that spot so they can jump around easily. And it also helps me if I want to go back and clip it later, then I can find stuff too. But yeah, so that's a trick I recently learned. And that's something, if you want to do live streaming, I'd recommend doing that too.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a good idea.
yeah. Yeah.
I have to start getting the live streams going.
Yeah.
Um,
I just think you and I should do a live stream, like maybe once a week. Would be nice,
That would be fun. Yeah.
you know? And we can like simultaneously stream, right? Like I can stream it, you can stream it, and we both get views from it. We could do that too.
Yeah, we could do that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I will be just a minute. I won't. Sorry, my mom. That sounds good. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, we just have to think like what we would talk about, like what show or movie or something. We have to talk about it. Twilight Zones, maybe. And then we can just, veer off into other topics like we're doing tonight.
Yeah. Twilight Zone, I love the Twilight Zone. You know that. When I get some time in my schedule, I really would like to do like a stream devoted to that. And I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it every week, but now and then doing a stream on like Twilight Zone classics and looking at how it's also, looking at how it's influenced other things. I mean, it's been an influence on so many movies and TV shows over the years.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Oh,
just an
yeah.
absolute classic. So yeah, that would be fun to do like a stream on classic Twilight Zone episodes, and then it could be in conjunction with a watch party too. So like start with a watch party and then jump over to a live stream that can get you some instant viewers right there. I did that with Severance. With Severance before season 2, we did watch parties for season 1, rewatch for me, but Scarlet was watching the first time, and then we'd go from there and we would jump over to YouTube and discuss what we just watched.
Right.
And with Twilight Zone, that would be really helpful because it's an old show.
Yeah.
But logistically it would be tricky. Because if it were like a straight up marathon, well, I'd have to figure out how to time my exercise because I can only rest for so long. But I would love to do that when my schedule is more free, for sure.
Well, after Last of Us, what are you going to do after Last of Us, after that's over?
I haven't decided yet. I've heard, I know Squid Game is coming back, and I have to actually, that sounds like something I would really be into. I just never got around to watching it.
I'll be honest with you, the first season was excellent. I saw this part. I didn't really like it that much. I mean, that's my opinion. I love the first season though.
Mm-hmm.
And they already did half the season already. So they're only going to come back for another 5 or 6 episodes. So I don't know if you want to do that. I mean, that's up to you.
Oh, I forgot Samuel. Yeah. Duster starring Josh Holloway comes out in May, really soon, actually. But oh shoot, I think it might be too soon because my schedule is really full right now. I love Josh Holloway. I absolutely love him.
Oh, he's the guy from Lost, yeah.
Oh,
he is
my
gorgeous.
favorite.
Yeah.
And he's still really handsome. He's aged like everybody else, but and the funny thing is he still has long hair just like then he still hasn't cut it off. He's still got the long Sawyer hair. He cut it off for a little while, but it's back now. And this is another J.J. Abrams, like Lost was. J.J. Abrams is creating this series, which gives me high hopes for it.
What is it about? Do you know what it's about?
It's the synopsis is, in the 1970s, a getaway driver encounters a tenacious FBI agent who wants to take his crime family down, and he plays the getaway driver. And I watched a trailer for it, and oh my god, it's like he's Sawyer all over again. He's basically Sawyer as a mob getaway driver. It's the same energy, the same like cool, charismatic, Southern charm kind of persona, like, like that. You watched Lost, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing. The way he delivers a line, it's the same. And maybe they're copying the persona a little too much, but I don't care because hey, I can't have too much of that.
I agree. I agree with you.
You know,
More Sawyer. More Sawyer.
oh yeah, and he's had bad luck with like I feel like a lot of the Lost people haven't really had much luck with other things after other than Harold, he's really come out on top now,
Oh
but
yeah. Yeah.
like the rest of the cast, not so much. And like Josh had two other series that didn't go very far. I heard one of them was good, but it got canceled. I think it was
Yeah. I
Colony.
actually, yes, I started watching it and I liked it, but I don't know, it didn't really keep my interest for long. It's kind of a story that's been done many times already. Though I do like him, but it just didn't keep my interest. So I think, yeah, I guess that's why it was canceled. There was nothing new about it, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but I like him, yeah. So this sounds good.
Yeah, so I'm excited about that. Let me see when it's coming out. I forget now. He was also when I didn't realize he was in. I never watched Yellowstone. I don't like westerns, but boy, does that fit. I mean,
He was
he's
in
got the,
Yellowstone. I saw it. He was in like a few episodes. It wasn't that great, his part. It was a small part, you know.
oh, that's too
No,
bad because
yeah.
that totally fits the southern drawl that he's got going on. Um, Duster, when does Duster come out? Duster, I think it's really soon, unfortunately. Oh, okay, it's not that soon. It's May 15th. So that's uh it's coming up quick though. 1
Hmm.
week, 2 weeks, about it's a little under 3 weeks from now. And so I'm still gonna be in the thick of it with The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale, but at least I'll be done with covering The Residents, so that will help if I wanna
The
potentially cover
Last
the
of Us
show.
is only 7 episodes. So
Yes.
I think that's going to end around that time.
Yeah, so let's see, what's the date now? Let's see. So episode 3 is coming out on Sunday,
Hmm.
and then so that's the
It's 4 more
27th.
weeks.
So episode 4, episode 5, episode 6, episode 7. So May 25th, Sunday, May 25th will be the finale of The Last of Us.
Hmm.
Duster comes out on the 15th. So that would be only 1, 2, 3 weeks that I would have to cover both of them. That's not too
Hmm.
bad.
No, that's not
It's a
bad.
it's a thriller. I like thrillers. I love him and
What what uh what station is it on?
it's actually HBO Max, so
Oh.
I could just keep my HBO Max, and I have it anyway for it's it'll overlap. I have it anyway for The Last of Us.
Hmm.
So yeah, hopefully it'll be good. I think it's too early for there to be any reviews, but the trailer looks great,
Hmm.
and I would cover that show if it if it looks good. I'll give it a shot.
Okay,
And
that sounds
yeah,
good. Yeah, I'd like to see it too. I like him. So as long as
yeah,
the story is good and he's good, that's all I care about.
yeah.
That's
That's
it.
all I need.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's all I
unfortunately
need.
with Colony, the story was just, I don't know. It didn't grab me, the story, you know? And his role was okay. It wasn't I don't know. It was all right. But if this is good, then great. That will be great. Oh.
Teeter, Teeter's like May 12th is Julie's birthday. Send her some Josh Holloway nudes. Teeter, God.
And what about Jade? Jade too.
Yeah. Oh God, Dieter. Uh, his mind is in the gutter all the time. I swear. He
He's
he
got
did.
sex on the brain.
He does. And he took it upon himself to make me a Sawyer emoji, a shirtless Sawyer emoji. He did it all on his own. I didn't even ask him to do it. He's too much. Um,
That's funny.
thanks with Alice. She said you guys are entertaining together.
Oh, thanks with Alice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's this fun conversation. I've been enjoying this. Um, Duster as in Plymouth Duster? I don't know. What's a Plymouth Duster?
That's a car, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think well, the preview features him driving around in a car, so that must be what it
Oh.
is.
Oh, okay.
I'm clueless about cars, so I wouldn't know. Oh, Samuel's birthday's coming up too, May 20th.
Oh, great.
Nice. You can put your birthday in my Discord server, and there's a birthday channel, so you can put your birthday in there so people can say happy birthday to you and stuff. I put mine in there. Um, it's a cute little thing. Dieter finds the nicest things to add to my Discord. He's made like I've been a part of a bunch of Discords, and he's made me the cool. I mean, he didn't make the Discord. A friend BK made the Discord, but Dieter has turned it into the coolest Discord I've ever seen. Like with the stuff he's added to it, it's unbelievable. I didn't even know Discord could do all of this stuff. Like he's got bots in there playing music that I like. He's got a bot. He's got a one for people's birthdays. He's got all these different things that he's added to it. I've never even seen anywhere else. It's so cool. I really appreciate all the work he puts into it. It's amazing. I don't have the tech skills to be good at this stuff, nor do I have the time. So it's really helpful. And all the watch party channels, he makes extra watch party channels for me, and you know, just makes everything better. And he figured out, he taught himself how to make emojis. He just figured all this stuff out himself. It's so cool. So I appreciate it. And if Doug is joining next week, oh, nice. Did Doug agree to that, Dieter? Did you talk to him? Because Dieter was going to talk to Doug about giving away a cameo from Doug. So apparently I guess he must have said yes, because Dieter is saying it here. So that's cool. Because these cameos are amazing. The actors on From, including Doug, just put so much effort into making these nice gifts and nice treasures for fans of the show, and not just emotionlessly reading off a piece of paper whatever script you gave them to read. They actually care about making it special, so it's worth the money. That's really cool. Hopefully Doug will join next week. I have to ask him which day, but I'm guessing yes. When either Wednesday or Friday. So that would be cool. We'll do a giveaway if he said yes. That would be cool. You all are amazing. Well, you're amazing. You're amazing, Dieter. Yes. And it finally went below 100 people. It was up over 100 people for like 4 hours. That was crazy. That was crazy. Cameo? What is this? Cameo lost. Oh, there are lost. Oh, okay. There are lost actors on Cameo. Wow. Well, they probably need the money, because I don't think I don't think a lot of them are doing very much anymore, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Jeez. Well, that's cool.
I still see 126 people watching.
Really?
Yeah.
On my end it says 95 in StreamYard.
Huh.
You see it, or you're seeing that in StreamYard?
Yeah. Well, I'm seeing it on YouTube. I'm not looking at it real time on StreamYards. How would I do that?
Within, well, wherever you're at, like, in StreamYard, it should say it up in the corner, like where you've joined with me here in StreamYard. It should say it for you too, not just me, I think. But let me look at YouTube. Let me see. Okay, I looked at YouTube. It says 96 on mine, but if you refresh the page, it'll probably change and you'll see 96. But that's still a lot.
I did refresh it and it's still showing me 126. I don't know why.
It's still a lot. I think sometimes people get kicked off streams when sometimes people get kicked off streams when they do other stuff. That's what happens to Scarlet sometimes. I don't know what happened, but I'm gonna put this in here in case Lori wants to get back on and say bye or anything. Because I don't think she meant to drop off like that. Snoop Dogg. Only if Doug joins so he can talk about it. Oh, I got you, Jeter. I got you. I got you. Oh, she's back.
Yeah, I don't. When I went to look at the the count, it just threw me out of StreamYard. That's what happened. So
Yeah,
sorry.
that happens to Scarlet all the time.
It's really wonky that way.
Yes, it
Um,
is.
yeah, I don't know why it's showing 126. Let me see. Let me close it out on my other thing. Let me see. Let me open it again.
Um, and I would encourage everybody to subscribe to Lori's channel, Real Cinema Therapy. It's awesome. After the stream ends, I'll put your channel in the description of this video so that
Oh,
people
okay.
can find it on the replay.
Thank you. Great.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it says 94 now. I see it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So maybe some people slept in and they finally woke up and some of them left, but 94 is still a lot. That's a
It
lot.
is. It is a lot.
A lot of people. So, um, yeah, good opportunity to introduce more people to you and your channel. So, yeah, please subscribe to Lori's channel. She has great psychological insight into series like The Last of Us and Yellow Jackets and Severance and whatever you happen to cover next. If you do Dead City, I'm sure you'll have great insight into that too. Um,
Yeah. I mean, especially with Negan and Abby.
oh
That should
God,
be
yeah,
that's gonna be really interesting to contrast that, you know?
I bet.
Um,
Yeah,
and
Dougie Fresh.
I'm not sure where Dead City is gonna go because as I was saying earlier, Negan's gonna become the bad guy again, not because he wants to be the bad guy, but because he's being forced into it. So, and how much bad will he be? Will he
Right.
fully embrace it and say, "Hey, I missed this," or is he gonna say, "Oh, this sucks. I don't want to do this." Right. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's only I think 7 episodes or 8 episodes, so that's gonna go quick.
That's so
Uh,
short. I don't like seasons of shows getting shorter and shorter. Like 7 or 8 episodes is not enough for me.
no,
It's not enough. I don't even like these 10 episode seasons that we get with From. It's too short. I
it's
want,
too short.
you know, I know that the network TV shows over 20 episodes per season, you know, it sometimes, yes, it always had filler. There was always filler, but now we've gone the opposite extreme. And because we have seasons that are so short, many times they're not able to fully flesh out storylines and do them justice and flesh out characters and do them justice. Just imagine what they could do with such a large cast if they just had a little bit more, just a few more episodes. Not that it's not amazing already, it is, but
I just feel that the cast is too big now that they since starting in season 2 when they added a bunch of new people and didn't kill many off, there isn't enough screen time to go around, and they're throwing in random scenes for people like Bacta just to remind us that she exists, and throwing her in for like one pointless scene at the diner. They're not giving Jade enough screen time. The cast is too big. They don't have enough episodes, and they don't want to kill enough people off. So I just wish we had longer seasons. That's
Yeah, I
all.
agree. I'd like to get back to like 15 episodes a season. I think that would be
15,
great.
15 would be great, I think. No filler at all. Honestly, I used to complain when we got 23 episode seasons because
Yeah. Yeah, because then you're having a lot of filler episodes, you know. But if it's
yeah.
15, I think that's just the sweet spot. I think you could tell a great story with 15 episodes with very
Mhm.
little filler.
Mhm.
But when it's only 8 to 10 episodes, you really can't. And
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you make a bottle episode of, let's say one of the 10 is a bottle episode, you just
mhm.
lost. You know, you lost a major part of the story right there. So,
Yeah.
you know, and with Last of Us, the first season, there were like 2 bottle episodes. Uh,
Mhm.
it kind of took you out of the story a little bit. Uh, not too much, but a little bit. But there were only what, 8 episodes? So, you know, 2 out of the 8 were bottle episodes. That
Mhm.
doesn't work. It just doesn't
Mhm.
work. There wasn't enough time. Think about what they could have done if they would have had Abby in the first season. We could actually have had a whole episode on Abby before the season started.
Right.
Then the fans would have gotten to know her, and there would have been this time jump, and we would have had time to digest her. There was no
Mhm.
time. We're introduced
No.
to her for a brief moment in the first episode, and the second episode she kills him. So you know what I'm saying? What a we haven't had much of an introduction to Abby at all.
No, we really haven't. Um, and if they had introduced her and just given her more time for us to be able to form a connection with her, like, like in the season premiere, I thought they did a great job establishing empathy at first, like showing her with her teary eyes. Her That was the first thing we saw of her face with tears in her eyes at her father's grave, and that was a great start. We're gonna have to start to see through her perspective the damage Joel has caused, looking at her eyes, and she was watching the giraffes, which Ellie enjoyed with her father figure, Joel, and you can just imagine the subtext of that scene. She
Yeah.
was staring at the giraffes. You know she lived around there, and when she was younger, I'm sure she enjoyed those same giraffes with her father. And now
Right, it
she's
was a
looking at them
nice
alone.
connection to both of them. It was a nice connecting point.
Right, so they started off so well with that, you know? Um, I thought that was a great start, and they could have built on that if they had just done this slower. Let us build a connection to her, make her less bloodthirsty, not a sadist. You know, there is a way they could have pulled this off a bit better. I mean, it still would have been received with outrage because Joel is, so beloved, and he's one of the only two main characters up to this point. Um, but there's a way they could have executed it where it wouldn't have been as upsetting and off-putting, and would have been more effective in delivering the message they're trying to send. Now, I have heard people justify it by saying, well, the show wants you to hate Abby right now. It wants you to feel like Ellie and to hate Abby right now so that it can show you the how damaging hate can be.
Mhm.
And but I'm sorry, I'm not buying that explanation because you know, it doesn't. It still doesn't make sense. No amount of character building that they do right now can really fix the damage they've done in portraying that sadistic, brutal torture and murder that she did of Joel after he saved her, and she premeditated this for 5 years, and doing this in front of his surrogate daughter. I mean, I'm sorry, yeah, okay, maybe they want us to hate her now, but they should have had some kind of foundation of empathy to build on. They should have,
Yeah.
and they don't.
No.
Um,
No, they don't. That's yeah, if the writing doesn't pick up, it's not gonna work.
I mean, maybe their point is that, you know, we're not really supposed to see Abby's side of things yet. We're supposed to only, not know that. The only way I can figure is like, this is what they're thinking, that, think about it like I never played the games, but if we're playing as Ellie right now, we wouldn't really know much of Abby's perspective. We wouldn't have seen even as much as we did just see with Abby's dream. So all we would see is this what looks like senseless brutality and hate her because we're looking at this from Ellie's perspective because we followed Ellie and Joel, and maybe now their idea is, okay, now we're gonna show you Abby's side of things. We're gonna show you flashbacks. We're gonna give you Abby's perspective, but
Oh,
I
but
just
let me
don't think.
let me interrupt you for 1 second. I don't know if you know this.
Mhm.
So in the game, I read this. In the game, you start playing Abby before
Mhm.
Joel dies,
Mhm.
and you are playing her as she kills Joel.
Mm.
So you're being traumatized by it. They're actually traumatizing their own fan base by making you kill Joel.
First, they make you do that first as Abby?
Yes, that's what I read.
That's
Unless
crazy.
that's wrong. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of people they didn't want to play the game anymore. They were very upset.
Yeah,
And
I would be too.
it was during the lockdowns of 2020. Can you imagine?
Mm.
That's when the game came out. And so you're stuck in your house, you're playing this game, and then you end up killing a beloved character. it's it's great timing.
That's crazy. That makes
Yeah.
no sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
So then you continue playing her, and then you're supposed to understand her better. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't. Um, but I'm not into playing these games. You know what I mean? I'm not a gamer. Maybe if I played, I'd like it. I mean, I did see screenshots. It looks really great. The graphic, the quality is amazing. But I'm not a
Right.
gamer, so I can't really relate to it. You know.
Me
Um,
neither. Yeah. I'm not a gamer, and
and I don't like just violence for the sake of violence, just to just start killing, characters. I'm not into that. Um,
yeah, I think I think it's interesting what they did with the games, though. It's like the idea was, to deviate from all these other really violent video games where you never see the aftermath of the violence. You're just killing a bunch of people, but you don't ever get to know who these people actually were and see their
right.
loved ones, grieving them. This game was really genius in that you did actually you were forced to see the ramifications of all
Yeah.
these people you just killed, and so I think that's really clever and commendable what they did. In
Yes.
theory, I can see why it upset a lot of people, but I mean, it's great. I mean, you hear about all these other games where it's just like senseless, nonstop violence, and I'm not
Yeah,
into
I agree with you. I mean, because they're trying to, they're telling a story here. They want you to relate to these characters. That's great.
that. Mhm.
Um, that I can get behind.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
again, I know I keep bringing up The Walking Dead, but that's why I like The Walking Dead because it wasn't about just killing. You know, they only killed in defense because these walkers, these zombies, they call them walkers, were going to attack them. So they had no choice. But it wasn't like they just went out on a rampage and just started killing all these walkers. You know, they only did it when they had to do it,
Right.
which is fine. You know, I just don't like violence for the sake of violence. You know, I
Oh,
like
me
there to be a
neither.
deeper meaning behind it. There's a reason why you're defending yourself. There's a reason
Mhm.
why you need to do this terrible thing. I need to
Mhm.
understand that. That has to make sense to me.
Right.
I understand Joel doing, so again, we go back to Joel. I understand Joel doing what he did because it makes sense to me. He saved his daughter. It
Yes.
doesn't make sense to me that for 5 years, Abby was sitting there raging, filled with such anger and hate for 5 years, and all she did was dream of the day she kills Joel. I have a big problem with that.
Mhm. Yeah, I do too. I I get that trauma and grief can change a person, and you know, the thirst for vengeance, the thirst for revenge, on somebody who's taken your loved one. I can understand it to a point, but the way that she enjoyed it so much, the sadistic
Oh,
pleasure,
yeah. She loved it. She's a
that was too
sadist. She's
much.
a sadist. She loves it.
Mhm.
I'm sure this is not the first person she's killed. I'm sure she's killed many people. She's not so innocent herself. And that's something Negan actually said to Maggie, which I thought was brilliant. When Maggie, you know, he killed Maggie's husband, and Maggie
Mhm.
confronted him, and you know, I can never forgive you for what you did, she said to me. She said to Negan, I can never forgive you for killing him. And Negan said, what about all the people that you killed? What about their families, their spouses, their children? You took those
Mhm.
people away from their families. What about you? He said, you're no better than me. That's what he said to her. And then
Wow.
she had to think about that because he was right.
Mhm.
The only difference is he enjoyed it a little too much. That's the difference. But other
Yeah.
than that, he's right. So
Yeah.
Abby's no innocent. She must have killed a lot of people. She's talking
Right.
about Joel killing 19 people. How many people did she kill?
Yeah, that's a good point. Uh, we don't know, like, she joined this militia group that we saw in the preview. There are, they're heavily armed with tanks, and they have automatic weapons, and so who knows? She may have killed people as part of this militia already.
Right.
Um,
So she may have killed a lot of people, took them away from their families, right? They
yeah,
had grieving, you know, spouses, children, parents, whoever. She didn't think anything of it. But Joel doing that to her? Oh no. That's not gonna I'm not gonna let that slide because I am more important than anybody else. That's the narcissism. I can't let him live. I can do it though, no problem. But he can't.
mhm. Yeah. Yeah. You know what was crazy to me? Like her line to Joel, how this, um you know, some things are just plain wrong. She says this out of her mouth right before she starts brutally sadistically torturing him. Are you kidding? You're preaching about some things are just plain wrong, when you're about to do this? What?
Yeah.
What is she talking about? And, like, she was referring to what he did to her father and the Fireflies. No, but as if this is some kind of black and white issue. What
Right.
Joel did was much more of a gray area.
Right.
It's yes, killing is wrong, of course. It's wrong, but in those circumstances, you could justify it because he was saving his adopted daughter.
Mhm.
I mean, essentially, she was his daughter at that point. And even if she wasn't his daughter, he was saving an innocent child who was about to be murdered and not given a choice, not being told what was happening. She was being knocked out. He
Right.
had no time to think.
Mm-hmm.
And you could argue he was saving her from a bunch of heavily armed people who were holding her captive and about to kill her. So
That's right. Exactly.
yes, you can justify that.
It was self-defense, if anything.
It was. So, like, the fact that she said there are certain things everyone agrees are just plain wrong, that makes no sense. She
No.
talks about this like it was some black and white issue, and he just
Right.
did
What
this
she did was
fun.
wrong. What
Yes.
she did, making him suffer like that. I mean, she not only used that golf club, she was beating him with her fists. She was enjoying this. This went on for what, 10, 15 minutes? I mean, that was a brutal death. And she loved every second of it. So all that rage that she got out on him, right? Where did that rage
Mhm.
go?
Um, I mean, it's never. Honestly, I think she'll never stop being angry.
Mhm.
I don't think it's going to
The
even
rage
get rid of.
is not gonna go away.
No.
It's only gonna fester and get worse in the sense where it may actually turn into depression. Well, under normal circumstances, that's probably what would happen. But in this apocalypse where you have to be on your feet, maybe not. But the point is, she's not going to have any relief from what she did. She's still going to be an angry person, a bitter person, an unhappy person. Unhappy. So, not depressed, but unhappy. That's
Yeah.
her choice, though. That's her choice. She could have taken a different route. She could have said, my dad died, can't bring him back. I can spend the next 10 years plotting revenge, or I can just get on with my life. And even though it's an apocalypse, there's not much to do, but she could have a romance with this guy, she could do other things, whatever. She can learn to live her life without her father, as painful as it was. She didn't have to
Mhm.
go down this road. She chose to go down this road because she wanted to, because it's who she is. If they
Yep.
showed her backstory as a young girl, she probably was the same. Cold-blooded. She probably killed people even when she was younger.
Mhm.
I don't think she's much different, personally.
Yeah. Yeah.
A
It
person
could be.
doesn't change that much.
I
When a
mean,
person goes through
yeah.
trauma, it doesn't
Yep.
always make them monsters. Some people are monsters. Some people become monsters because they have it in them already to be a monster.
Right. Like,
Like a good person is not going to become a monster because of something tragic that happened to them. They may get depressed over it, right? Or they may yell and be upset, but they're not going to become a cold-blooded killer because of it. You either have it in you or you don't. One or the other.
yeah, that's a good point. It's like, how much can trauma really change a person? I mean, in TV and movies, maybe it's not always true to life, but in real life, yeah, is it possible for somebody to become capable of that kind of sadistic act that she did, even due to a severe loss and trauma?
I guess it depends on the circumstances, but
Yeah.
usually a person who becomes like that, they have to have it in them in some sense. There has to be something in them that makes them gravitate to that because there was a choice. You didn't have to do it. How many people have had terrible things happen to them and yet they forgive, they bounce back, they try to be positive, they try to go on with their lives? And there are other people that just give up. Some may unalive themselves, or some may be out for revenge and they just become cold-blooded oppressors themselves, right? It's a choice that people make. It is definitely a choice. And I don't think a person can change that much. You have to have it in you. If you're a person that has empathy, you're always going to have empathy. You may be depressed, you may, you know, you may not be your best self after a trauma, but it's not going to change who you are as a person. If somebody goes through a trauma where maybe their life was threatened and they were repeatedly beaten or abused, or, I mean, like I say, it's a case by case situation. But
Yeah.
overall, most people, if they go through a trauma, it doesn't change them that much. Finding your father dead is a horrible, tragic thing. I don't think it's going to make you a cold-blooded killer, though, unless you already have it in you.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like she may have had that in her to begin with, the capacity for that amount of violence.
Like, I'll give you an example with Negan. Negan was a high school, he wasn't a teacher, he was like a gym teacher. And he was a bit of an a-hole. I mean, he was buying things they couldn't afford. His wife was annoyed with him. He cheated on her. I mean, he wasn't a great guy. And then they were in a bar and he got into a fight with somebody at the bar because they said something to his wife. He didn't like it. And he beat the hell out of this guy. This guy was in pretty bad shape. And because Negan did that, he lost his teaching job. So right away, Negan had some issues. Okay. He was not a cold-blooded killer at that point. But he did have some issues with, he beat somebody up. He cheated on his wife. He spent money he shouldn't have spent. So there was some stuff going on there. Okay. But after his wife died, and he was so guilt-ridden that he couldn't save her in time, and he felt guilty about cheating on her. There was a lot of things that happened. He didn't know what to do with that. So at first he was very sad, and you saw him being sad, and then he changed, and he became this oppressor. He became this guy that he made sure everybody worshiped him and that nobody is going to hurt him ever again. There was this, what happened, they showed he was on his way back to his wife. He finally got some insulin for her. And no, it wasn't insulin. I'm sorry. It was some kind of chemo treatment she was having. He found the medicine. And some guy just like captured him and they tied him up and they were like torturing him. So by the time he got away from these guys and he got back to his wife, she was dead. So that was traumatic for him. So it changed him. That changed him and it made him very angry and an aggressor. So that's what happened with him. He didn't start out a killer, but all these sequences of events ended up with him becoming a tyrant and a killer. And again, this is a TV show and a comic. I mean, it's not exactly real life, right? A lot of the stuff we're talking about here is not really based on real life, but we can kind of get some ideas from about these characters. We can surmise certain things. Maybe in real life he wouldn't have become this oppressor and killer, but we could see that he was having issues. Abby, we don't know if she had issues. We have no idea. We just know she found her father dead and she becomes a cold-blooded killer. There's something missing there. We need more information about her. Now, if we find out that she was abused, that she was raped, that she was, I don't know, terrible things happened to her over the years, and then her father is dead. Well, then
Right.
you could say, well, okay, she's been through a lot, and it's not just her father's death. It was a compounding trauma, one trauma on top of another, and she just broke, right? And
Yeah.
don't forget, this is an apocalypse. This is not normal life. in normal life, people probably wouldn't be killing anybody, right?
Of
But
course.
because it's an apocalypse and you're worried about survival and you're worried about, am I going to be alive tomorrow? So I better kill them before they kill me, right? Uh,
Right.
that makes sense. So, so again, it's hard to apply real life to these type of situations. We can only
Of course.
surmise it. Um, so, but I still think it's a huge leap for her to become a cold-blooded killer because she found her father dead. I just have a hard time with it. I think she had to have had it in her already in
Yeah.
some way, like Negan did in some way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's kind of like this is not a great analogy, but um people when they're under the influence of alcohol, they don't just turn into a completely different person. The things that you would do and say when you're drunk, you're capable of doing that at any time, and what it does is it removes your inhibitions, and
Hmm.
so there are people who have gone on like racist rants um when they're drunk, and this happened in The Last of Us. Actually, it wasn't racist, but it was that guy Seth who called Ellie and Dina a lesbian slur,
Right.
and then he apologized the next day, and he said that he had a few too many drinks, but drinking too much doesn't magically turn you into a bigot. It
No.
just lowers your inhibitions, so that's how
Right.
he really does view lesbians. Um,
Right. Just like in that episode when that guy apologized to her for what he said. And she said that to him. She says, "Oh, yeah, you didn't really mean it, right? You were just drunk. Yeah, right." Of course he meant it, but he was
yeah,
able to say it because he was drinking, right?
yeah,
It made
yeah,
it easier for him.
she said something like, "No, oh yeah, sure, I get drunk all the time and say crazy things I
Right.
never would have said otherwise," or whatever it was she said.
Right.
Like, that doesn't work that way. You have to it's like when I think Mel Gibson um was really drunk one time and was caught on video or something, going on a racist tirade or an anti-Jew tirade, like an anti-Semitic tirade, and like he blamed it on the alcohol and stuff. Now
Hmm.
that just lowers your inhibitions. Then you say what you really think.
That's right.
Yeah.
Being drunk doesn't make you a bigot.
No.
You're a
Doesn't.
bigot, and it just comes out when you're drunk. That's what it is.
Exactly. Um, thanks with Alice. Go Julie, go Julie. I'm breaking my record. I'm breaking my record.
So what is your record now, Julie? What is the record?
My record is 11 hour. I just checked. 11 hours, 5 minutes and like 30 seconds. So
Wow.
I'm too close to it now. There's no way I'm not staying long enough to break my record. I'm
Well, I'm
breaking my
very honored that I was part of this today.
record.
And I'm
You've
sure before me you had other guests on, so we were all a part of it.
you've been an awesome part of it. I'm glad that you have been. It's been an awesome conversation. Before, yeah, this one, it was just me and Scarlet, and it was a great stream, and
What about Doc? Didn't you have Doc on?
Doc was gonna join, but it wound up getting too late because I started the live too late.
Oh,
So
okay.
we moved the From Academy stream to next week.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah, Grant, drinking too much only means one thing: you drank too much. Uh,
Yeah.
alcohol turns me into a floozy, Panda Klima. Um, yeah, seriously.
So it's just you and Scarlet for most of the night, and then I joined. Okay. Well, that's really
Yeah,
good. Yeah.
yeah, it was good. We had a good breakdown of the residents, and also kind of just a venting session and support session, and that was good. Um, Samuel, I agree that Seth's apology seemed genuine.
Yeah, it
Um,
did. I think he was embarrassed too. I think, you know, and you could see Diane was like pushing for this too,
right. Yeah.
Um, I'm sure he regretted it. Um, but that's what he thought, though.
That's what he thought. Honestly, like a lot of people have deeply ingrained prejudices, especially, like the older and older you get, the more likely in the older generations there may be. I'm not saying all older people, but the likelihood goes up,
Mm-hmm.
with the older generations because of more prejudice in the past. And that's why you see a lot less of that in the youngest generations growing up
Right.
now.
Right.
But he probably has these ingrained prejudices, and it came out, and he's he was ashamed of it, that he let that out, and he at least apologized. But I
Mm-hmm.
understand why Ellie didn't accept his apology, really, because she knows that's how he must really feel about people like her. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't blame her. And it's
No.
like, and trauma can't necessarily turn you into a sadistic sociopath who's capable of doing what Abby did either. It's a similar type of thing if you look at it that way.
Yeah. And you know what you said, Mary Shelley said that, monsters aren't born that way, they become that way.
Yep.
Um, and that's true to a point, because there are some people who are serial killers who, unfortunately, I believe are born that way, because a lot of these kids were raised with loving parents, they weren't really abused. Some of them were. I'm not saying none of them, but a lot of them weren't. So how could they be that way? Is it the debate is it nurture, or is it oh God, what's the I'm getting tired. Is it nurture or nature? Nature or nurture?
Right.
That's the expression. So nature, the way you're born, or nurturing what you got from your parents, from your mother when you were an infant. Um Maybe there's something about being born that way. A serial killer. Because
Mm,
they start by torturing animals when they're very young. I mean,
yeah,
they
they
torture
often
the
do.
animals, they kill them. They have
Yep.
no remorse whatsoever. So this starts at a very young age. It's
Yeah.
not like they're adults and they start doing it. So you have to wonder about that. Maybe some monsters are born that way. Maybe.
I
Again,
think some people, yeah, some people are. Maybe something wrong with them psychologically. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, or
when a person has no empathy, again, and it depends on the extremity of it. We talked before about different levels of narcissism and sociopathy. But if you really have no empathy at all for anybody, human life means very little to you.
yeah,
That doesn't mean you're going to be a killer, but you may think
yeah.
nothing of robbing somebody. You may think nothing of
No,
beating somebody up. You may think nothing of cheating on somebody, because you don't care about people. You have no empathy for them. You don't care if they're hurting. You don't care if you hurt them, because the only thing you care about is, what am I getting out of this? It's all about me.
right.
And that's a frightening person to be
Yeah,
around, whether they're a killer or not, because they'll hurt you in any way they can.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but a person like that could become a killer more easily, because they don't value human life.
Yeah. It's I read a book in high school, the Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, and it's all about there's this character in it who is it's instead of just being simply immoral, he's amoral. And that's actually in the book, it's explained. Oh, this is actually this much scarier thing, the much more dangerous thing, because he had he was a sociopath. He was a completely immune to any kind of appeal to conscience or decency or anything, any principle of any kind. He was just kind of above all of that, and there was no way to reach him at all. So that was portrayed as like the scariest type of person, the most dangerous type of person. And he did terrible things to people in African. He was a European colonizer, not a colonizer necessarily, but like somebody looking for valuable things to take out of Africa, and in the process doing terrible things to African tribes, and mounting their heads on spikes and all kinds of horrific things. And yeah, it was really interesting. That always stuck in my head. Always stuck in my head how scary that type of person actually is. That's a sociopath. No way
Yeah.
to appeal to them, to any kind of decency. They have no conscience at all.
They have no conscience about hurting anybody. And when they are and they're told, when they feel they have to show some emotion, you can tell it's fake. They don't really feel it. They'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry," but they're not sorry.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what it means to feel empathy. So they pretend that they do because they know they don't, but it doesn't feel real. You've seen that,
Hmm.
right? Where someone says, "I'm sorry," like that. "Oh, I'm sorry." Are you?
Oh, yeah.
I don't feel you're sorry. Are you really sorry? I don't know.
Yeah.
So some people, they just don't feel it. That's
Yeah.
why it's easy for them to commit crimes and to rape and to cheat on their spouses and hit their kids or whatever it is. They don't care about other people.
Yeah.
And I know I'm generalizing because there are some people that cheat and they do have empathy. I'm not saying everybody who cheats doesn't have empathy, but I'm just saying overall, a person who doesn't have empathy can commit crimes much easier than someone who has empathy.
Oh,
Because when
definitely.
you have empathy, you can put yourself in somebody else's shoes. You're feeling what they must be going through. You don't know exactly what it is because you're not them, but you can envision what it's like. You can kind of feel it. You feel it. You
Hmm.
know it. So if the person can't do that, that's a scary person.
Hmm.
Abby can't do that because if she had an ounce of empathy, she would have said, "He saved my life. How can I just kill him just like this now? Maybe I need to rethink this. Maybe I need some time to think about this. Do I want to do this right now? Or at least let me speak to him. Let me find out why he did it." And even if she went ahead and decided, "Okay, I'm going to kill him, make it quick." Why does he have to suffer? Where is her empathy? There was no empathy. When he
Right.
killed all those people in that hospital, he didn't make them suffer. He just killed them right away. He didn't take pleasure in killing any of these people. He did it to get Ellie out of
No.
there. That was it.
Right.
She took great pleasure
Right.
in torturing him. There's a difference.
Yeah. I remember there was one scene in season 1 when Joel, I forget what the circumstance was, but it was something, I think, where there was somebody who had a gun up in a window, and he was, shooting at him and Ellie, and I think he had Ellie take cover somewhere or something, and Joel went up into the building, snuck up behind, and got the jump on this guy, and he turned out to be an old man perched at the window with his gun, and Joel did not want to kill him. Even though this guy was there trying to shoot at them and kill them, Joel said, "Don't make me do this," or something. He didn't want to do it.
Mhm.
And the man, you know, came at Joel and he had no choice but to kill him. Joel didn't take pleasure in killing people. Not
No.
the Joel of this show. I know the Joel in the game, I've been told, did a lot of horrible things and killed a lot of people after the death of his daughter. Him, Tommy, and Tess apparently killed people and did horrible things that didn't need to be done. But we didn't see that in the show, and all they did was allude to the fact that they've done bad things, but we didn't see it. All I saw was Joel only killing people to defend himself and Ellie. That's what I saw, and there was
Right.
no bloodlust. It
Right.
was no pleasure in it. So, huge difference. You can't
Huge.
even
I don't
compare.
think he took pleasure ever in killing anyone. I mean, he may have killed innocent people, but he had his
Right.
reasons. Maybe he was running away from somebody, or he was protecting somebody, right?
Mhm.
Or he thought that they were bad and they weren't bad. I mean, who knows? But he didn't do it out of a sadistic feeling to hurt anybody. I'm
No.
sure of it. He
I don't
doesn't come
believe that.
across, he has empathy. Joel
Mhm.
has empathy. You
He does.
saw how much he loved his daughter, Sarah. You saw how devastated he was when she died. He has
Mhm.
empathy.
Absolutely.
He's able to connect with people and feel what they feel. It just that
Mhm.
he's afraid to feel because he's been so hurt and traumatized, but he feels it. Abby, I don't think feels anything. I mean, she cried over her father, but well, she found him dead. So it was traumatizing, but she doesn't seem to show any caring for anybody. Nobody. That's a scary person to be around. Like I said, if I was them, I would sleep with one eye open. I just, I would try and get away from her as fast as I could.
I would too, honestly. Yeah, it's like I always say that about Sarah, you know, on From, you know,
Yeah.
all these people who are Team Sarah, I would sleep with one eye open around her. I
Yes.
would never feel totally secure.
No.
Yeah.
No. You don't know when she's going to turn again, you know?
Mhm.
And even if she doesn't listen to the voices, maybe like what she did to Elgin. I mean, a voice wasn't telling her to do that. I mean, that was pretty bad what she did to him. Did she have to go to that extreme? I don't know. Well,
Yeah.
she's definitely has some issues. uh Again, a person can't do those things unless it's in them. You know, we said that from the beginning. Sarah
Right.
was able to kill too easily. Too
Mhm.
easily. You have to wonder, has she killed before? I'm sure she did. And in Yellow Jackets, I know you didn't see this, but there was this scene where these people were captured by the girls because they were witnesses to something, and they were afraid that these people would go back and tell people what they did. So
Mhm.
these two people that were captured were at that moment they were in danger of being shot. So one of them turns to this woman who's like half his size. It was a guy and a girl, a woman, and she turns around, this woman, and he's towering over her. He's like 6 feet tall, and she's like five something. She takes a knife and she stabs him right in the eye and kills him. Okay, and she did that
Oh,
so that the yellow jacket girl,
I
the
just passed
girl,
the record. I
what?
just passed the record, Lori. I did it.
Oh,
I did it. Passed the record. It's
congratulations!
done. All right, I just had to point that
Congratulations!
out. The record is beaten, guys. I beat my record,
Yay!
my
Yay!
all-time record from November of 11 hours, 5 minutes, and about 30 seconds. It is officially broken. I said I would never do it.
Well,
I
you
said I
did it.
would never do it, and I would never attempt to do it again, and here I am. Yep. It's
Congratulations.
I'm a nutcase. Anyway, you were saying?
No, but I'm saying that she turned around and stabbed this guy in the eye. And this
Yeah.
was her way of making sure that she wasn't murdered, she wasn't killed, and that they would accept her into the group, which they did because they saw that she, she's able to kill, and I guess they were impressed by it. I don't know. But I said, this woman is a scientist. She was there studying frogs. Okay, this is what they were doing there, these scientists. But she was so easily able to kill this guy and stab him in the eye yet. Not like just stab him in the stomach or stab him in the leg or, she stabs him in the eye. So I said, she must have killed before. A person can't just do that, right?
Mm-hmm. No. No, a normal person would not be capable of doing that
Nope.
under any circumstances. So
Right.
there's something seriously wrong with her. I think that Sarah has some kind of mental illness for
Oh,
sure.
I'm not talking about Sarah. I'm sorry. I'm talking about Yellow Jackets. I'm
Oh, I
sorry.
thought you were talking about Sarah taking
No,
Elgin's eye out.
no, I'm talking, well, that too, but I'm talking about Yellow Jackets.
Oh, geez.
This woman was a scientist. She was on an expedition with 2 other people. And unfortunately, their paths crossed with the Yellow Jackets.
Oh,
And
geez.
yeah, so they were captured, and one of them was killed. It shouldn't have happened. One of them killed him. So they were afraid, and guns were pointed at them. So the
Mhm.
scientist, who's like 5 something, turns around to this guy who's 6 feet tall and stabs him in the eye with a knife. And then she says, I want to be part of this. And she hands her knife over to the group leader, to Shauna. I want to be part of this. This is a person who's killed before. You can't tell me this is the first time she killed. You're going to stab someone who's like twice your height, and you're going to stab them in the eye? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It makes
Yeah.
no sense. So I said that she must have done it before. Okay. And then again, I don't want to give away spoilers here, but then she cuts up a body. She doesn't seem to have any trouble cutting up this body. I said, what is this? Yeah. So I'm thinking this woman is probably going to turn out to be a cold-blooded murderer. And next season, we're going to see her kill people. I can bet on it. If the writing is good, that's what they should do. If the writing is bad, nothing will happen.
Yeah.
You can't take a person who's never murdered and suddenly they can just kill somebody and not think twice about it. You can't do that. It's not believable. From a writing standpoint, from a psychological, a good writer, when they're writing characters, they should understand the psyche. They should understand what makes sense, what would really happen in the real world. Okay. I understand that this woman killed because she didn't want to die. So she wanted to kill this guy to get on their good side. I get that. And in that moment, she was afraid of losing her life. So maybe you stab him in the stomach, maybe, if you do anything at all, right? But she stabs him in the
Yeah.
eye? What?
That's
It's
crazy.
just so bizarre. So that's a writing problem. If they don't follow it up with her being a cold-blooded killer, then that's a huge writing problem. I feel that way. But
Yeah.
so that's why I'm saying, when you're analyzing characters, you can't apply real world psychology to characters because a lot of the times the characters are poorly written. That's the problem. But in the real world, you would see a different thing. You would see somebody who is a cold-blooded killer who could stab somebody in the eye. That's what you would see. With Sarah and From, we see that in her. We see that there's something going on in her, that the fact that she did that to Elgin, we bought it. We believe it because she's killed before, right? We know it. But in Yellow Jackets, when this woman did that, it just did not seem real to me.
Right.
So writing, a lot of people don't understand this about writing. And I thought about this, that I actually put this in my description of my channel, that I like to analyze characters and explore why they do what they do, because it actually helps you predict the plot, to know where the
Right.
plot is going. If you suspect somebody is a cold-blooded killer, well, then you're going to see more killing from this person, right? Getting to know a person, a character, helps you understand the character in relation to the story and relation to the other characters, right? So for me, I'm looking at stories, I'm looking at a show from the characters' point of view, their relationship with other characters, and how this works with the storyline. I very much like to analyze the story and what makes sense to me. So again, I
Right.
don't think somebody who never killed can suddenly become a killer and just kill somebody and just stab them in the eye. I just don't buy it. It
No,
doesn't make sense to me.
that sounds like poor writing.
I think so. I
That's
think
poor
so.
writing. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it makes me mad. When I see like the really egregious examples of poor writing, and somehow these people have had doors opened to them and get these amazing opportunities, and it's like, how I always would think like I could write a whole lot better than that. And how are these people getting these positions? I mean, look at the writing. I mean, I hate to say it, but the writers of The Last of Us, they, again, you just fire all the writers, because they completely, I know they were following the video game, but if they were smart, they would have known that what worked for a video game did not work for TV. It's a recipe for disaster for the show. It will never
Mhm.
be the same. It's alienating so many fans. I've seen so much backlash. I mean, I joined a bunch of Last of Us groups and pages, and I'm seeing so much backlash I mean, from these people. They're so upset that there are a lot of people who hated it anyway because they hate Bella Ramsey, but now you've got loads of people who are refusing to watch the show again. They're done with it. Like, it's I it's a shame, because I feel like there is a way that they could have done this and pulled it off in a way that would send that message of the importance of empathy, because this world is a cruel, nasty place full of a lot of people who lack empathy, and I've experienced it firsthand.
Mhm.
And it's why is it so difficult to put yourself in another person's shoes? Like, it's shocking to me how many people, I'm not saying that they lack empathy, like all empathy, or everyone would be sociopaths, but it's shocking how many people are unable to empathize, at least with certain groups of people. You cannot put yourself in their shoes. Really, I can't even fathom that. I'm an empath. I
There are
can't
so
help
many there are so
but
many
do it.
people like that, you wouldn't believe it. They
It's
can't feel
scary.
empathy for anyone.
It's scary because, if anything, I'm too empathetic. I'm an empath to the point where it hurts me. Like, I
Mhm.
wind up feeling it causes me to feel guilty for things I shouldn't feel guilty for, because of that, because I feel terrible for, like, I'm letting people down. I feel
Mhm.
really guilty over things that are not my fault, because I'm an empath and I can't help but feel what other people are feeling, even when intellectually I know I don't deserve to feel guilty. This is the curse of being an empath, an extreme empath. I can't imagine not being able to put myself in another person's shoes and imagine what they're feeling. But there are a shocking number of people who can't do that, and it's
No, they
scary.
can't. And it's not something you can teach either. Either a
No.
person has it or they don't.
Yeah.
You have to be that I believe you're born with. That is definite. That is nature. You are either born an empath or you're not. Now, you don't have to be an empath to have empathy. I mean, there are a lot of people that can have empathy, but they're not super sensitive, right? Empaths are super sensitive. So, but I think you have to have, you have to be born with an empathy gene, I should say, to have some empathy for people. Um, and I think
Yeah.
most people have some empathy, maybe not a lot of empathy, but some. I
Yeah.
mean, like if it's an extreme situation, if you see somebody's hit by a car, most people are going to feel empathy for that person. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, I hope that person's okay. And,
Sure.
or if you see a person being abused or hit or yelled at, or, yeah, we'll have moments of, oh, gee, that's horrible. So that's empathy. And I think you'll find that a lot, that people can feel that. But then you have those people that will make jokes about it and laugh about it and say, oh, yeah, yeah, cry, cry, baby, that kind of thing. They're
Mm-hmm.
not very empathic. They're not psychotic, but they're just not very empathic. They're kind of stupid. But then you
Right.
have the extreme people who are scary because they have no empathy, the sociopaths, right? So
Mm-hmm.
again, there's all layers of um of people who have empathy or don't have empathy. There's layers of it. But I do think it's something that you need to be born with. I don't think you can teach empathy. I don't think you can teach somebody to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and really feel what they're feeling. It's hard to do that.
Yeah. It
I
is.
remember somebody I was seeing one time, this elderly man, I was counseling him, and uh, he was telling me how hard it is for him to walk. He was like 85 and he had osteoporosis. He was bent over, and, he was talking about that. And I said to him, I said, yeah, I understand. And he got really angry with me. He said, what do you mean you understand? You're young. You're like in your 20s, 30s. You don't know what it feels like to be 85. You don't know
Oh,
what it feels like to not be able to walk. And, I thought about it. I said, he's right. So what I said to him is, you're right. I don't know what it means to be 85 and not being able to walk and not being able to straighten up. You're right. But
mm-hmm.
I do know what it feels like to be in pain, to not
Mm-hmm.
be able to do things that you want to do, that you used to do. I can understand how you feel about not being who you used to be. And
Right.
he looked at me and he smiled and he knew I got it. I understood him.
Nice.
That was quite a lesson for me, you know, because, you can look at somebody and say, oh, wow, this person has it hard. Yeah, they can't walk. They're sick. And you can feel for them. But to actually put yourself in their place, sometimes it's very hard to do that. And
Yeah.
by my telling him, I understand you, he says, you could not understand me. You don't
Yeah.
know what it means not to be able to walk.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, that was like a turning point for me. That was a revelation for me. Y-
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And it made me realize, yeah, but I relate to you as a human being who's in pain and I'm not able to do what I want to do. I can relate to that. That was an amazing, amazing thing. But that's what empathy is. I can't always know exactly how somebody else feels, but I can understand their pain. I know
Mm-hmm.
your pain. I know what the pain is.
Mm-hmm.
Some
Yeah.
people think, well, if you haven't gone through what they've gone through, how could you understand? because you understand what pain is. You understand what it means to be hurt. So you feel for them. You can empathize with them. You know what that feels like.
And you can at least imagine, even
Yes.
if you haven't, like, nobody can, you can't live in someone else's skin and actually literally feel it, like people can't, feel, they can't understand. I try to explain the type of pain that I'm in and how severe it is, but
Hmm.
but you know, lots of people have chronic pain. It's very hard to get across just how severe this actually is, that
Hmm.
it's not at all a typical chronic pain condition. It's debilitating, and it's difficult to try to get people to understand, especially without a clear diagnosis to be able to point to. It's just a mystery thing that makes it even harder to try to get empathy from people, because it's like I when my when well, I won't go into the whole situation, or I'll just bring myself down, but I will say that there was somebody recently who, um, you know, I started to describe my pain situation, and she interrupted me. I said that none of the doctors have known what's wrong, and she interrupted me, and she's like, "Oh, you have fibromyalgia, and it's actually something that's caused, by your mind. It's in your, basically she was telling me it's in my head." And she doesn't know much of anything about me or my health journey or anything. It's like, how dare you just tell me what I have and where it comes from, and if
Right.
it's, how dare you? Like, are you
That's right.
kidding me?
Hmm.
It's so difficult to find empathy, and that's why I had really high hopes for The Last of Us, even though I didn't want to see Joel get killed off. If they had done this in a more effective way with the writing, maybe it could teach an important lesson, change people's perspective. There are certain things, songs, movies, TV shows, certain things can actually really change people's ways of thinking. And I do think the Last of Us game actually did psychologically affect a lot of the people who played it,
Hmm.
and were forced to play as Abby and Ellie.
Hmm.
And I think the game was probably a lot more effective. It just didn't translate well to TV. But with the game, I mean, I applaud them for what they did with the video game. And we need more empathy in the world.
Yes.
There's just not enough of it. I have to fight for it constantly. And
Hmm.
I don't usually get it from people outside of this community online. Thank God for this community. Um, it's very difficult
I know.
to find.
It's hard to find people who care.
It
A lot of
is.
people don't. A lot of people don't care. You think family, blood relatives, they care. No. I think sometimes your friends can care more than your family can care. I don't think blood is always thicker than water.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, like, a lot of times it's the family you choose that
Right.
winds up being there for you more. You just happen to luck into the family you're born into, and sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. And
Hmm.
it doesn't mean that they're going to care about you the way that, and support you the way that they should, just
Right.
because blood relatives. And I know that all too well. So, you know, it's tough. I've always been an empath and always spent my whole life surrounded by people who judged me and were nasty to me without having any clue what I was dealing with. And even if I explained it to them or tried to tell them what I'm going through, it didn't matter. Um, Still didn't get empathy. Oh, with
Hmm.
Alice, you're a high empath too. Yeah, it's kind of a curse. Sometimes I wish I were an insensitive person, but because I feel like it would be a much easier life if I didn't. Because when you have the capacity to care so deeply about people, that means you also have the capacity to hurt really deeply.
Yes.
causes a lot more pain. So I sometimes really, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I wish I were born insensitive like some of my extended family members who just don't care. Um, go
But
through
look what
life.
they're missing out on. People like that don't feel anything deeply. Because
It's
there's
true.
some good stuff that you feel deeply, right?
Yeah.
I remember when I was in school, one of my professors said that empathy is being able to walk in somebody else's shoes, but you know they're not your shoes. And that is the secret to it because you can feel for somebody and really empathize with them. But at the end of the day, you're not walking in their shoes. That
Mm-hmm.
is how you're able to not take it on yourself, you
Right.
know? And when you're an empath, you take it all on you. And that's why it hurts so much. If you
Mm-hmm.
could learn to not take it all on you and to just feel it in the moment so that you're letting that person know you care about them, but not to ingest it, then you'd be better off that way if you can do that. But not everybody can do that.
Yeah. It's tough, like to not take it on myself and not let cause myself so much guilt that I don't deserve to feel. Um, that's that's the tough thing. Guilt is a really awful burden to carry. I was burdened with it from a young age. I would feel so.
Mhm.
I'd had this bizarre guilt complex over crazy things and ruin positive experiences for myself because I would fixate obsessively on things I felt like I should feel guilty for. It was crazy, and I
Mhm.
didn't deserve that. Looking back on it, I feel so bad for my younger self.
So
And
maybe it's time to do inner child work,
yeah, I think
healing
so.
that part of you that was hurt at such a young age when you weren't able to fight back or even understand what was going on. So you
Yeah.
can do that now. You can heal that part of you. I believe in that. I believe in inner child work. I think a lot of people need it because as children, a lot of people have gone through abuse by their family, whether psychological, emotional, physical. Uh, and the children it was like they're stuck in time. They weren't able to progress, to grow, to develop into their own person. They just had to take it from everybody else. So inner
Mhm.
child work is about healing that part of you that is still crying inside, the part of you that didn't have a voice, that
Mhm.
was hurt, that felt they weren't loved. So I think it's very effective. I really do.
Yeah, there's a book that I had a therapist years ago who was trying to get me to read a book, healing. I think it's called Healing Your Aloneness or something, and
Okay.
it's about learning how to basically like kind of parent your inner child and be the parent that you really needed for your inner child and do exactly what you were just describing and try to heal from that. Um, I never got around to actually, I bought the book and I never got around to reading it, but I think I should. Um, I really think I should.
Oh, I just want to comment on what Alice said. Um, I don't think true empaths can do that. No, Alice, you're right. I don't think it's easy for somebody who feels really deeply to just rush it away. It's not
No.
easy. It takes a lot of hard work and training to do that, and a willingness to do that. But it is possible if a person wants to do that, they can, but they would have to do a lot of work on themselves first before they could do that. So that's where the inner child healing comes in, right? So Julie, if you focused on healing that part of you that took on all that stuff, then it would be easier for you to still have empathy for other people, but not to take it on yourself. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So it takes a lot of effort, but it's also very healing because with
Mhm.
empaths, one of the reasons why they do feel things so strongly is because as children, everything was put on them. You had to
Mhm.
carry everybody else's feelings. In other words, if you were upset and you let your mom know you were upset or your dad or somebody else, they would let you know they don't want to hear it. They would
Mhm.
tell you to stop crying or, you know, stop doing what you're doing. And then
Yeah.
you'd have to hear how bad you were and how you don't understand what they need you to do. And so that's where all the guilt comes from. Oh, I'm upsetting mom and dad. I'm not doing the right thing. I can't cry over
Yeah.
this. I can't get angry over this. So you just swallow it and you're not able to be who you want to be, who you are. They don't want you to be who you are. They want you to take on what they want you to take on. That's the problem. So you're a sensitive child to begin with, and then you take on all this other stuff. And what do you do with it? Right? There's
Mhm.
nowhere to put it. You're being loaded on top of loads of stuff that you're expected to handle and carry for everybody else. And unfortunately, that's what happens with a lot of empaths. You know, people just dump on them in some ways because they know that you'll carry it. They know that you're not gonna, what are you gonna do with it? You're gonna accept it, especially when you're a child and you can't fight back. Because
Mhm.
children want to please their parents. Um, children want to, if their parent is angry at them, a child will automatically feel it's their fault. Oh, I must have done something wrong that mom is angry with me. I'm bad because they're angry with me. I'm bad. That's what children do. So they take it all on, even though it's not true. Sometimes the parent just doesn't have any patience or, they say the wrong thing. And it can be very damaging for a child, especially a child that's so sensitive, a child that's very empathic. So it is something I think inner child work really helps. It helps to heal that part of you that took on so much. And
Yeah.
then once you do that, then you'll feel things in a way that you're comfortable with. You you won't you won't take on too much that you can't handle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
something
I
that
just wanted
I
to clarify that I didn't want anyone to be confused by what I was saying.
yeah,
Um,
no, that makes total sense. That makes total sense, and
yeah,
definitely something that I think would help me. So,
I'm a big
um,
believer in inner child work. Big believer in it. I think
um,
everybody, I think everybody should do inner child work if they can. Because in one way or another, we've had things happen to us as children that hurt us, that traumatized us, that made us feel bad, made us feel guilty, made us have shame. Maybe, some people have shame.
oh yeah.
If you ever heard of Brene Brown, she's written books on shame, really good books. Um,
Mhm.
so I think everybody has gone through some of it. And I think inner child work really helps everybody if they want to do it. But
Yeah.
um, but anyway, yeah, it's something to think about, something to explore when you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
I think it would be helpful for me for sure. And
Alice, I'm not saying you're broken. I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No,
What
no,
I'm
no,
saying,
that's not what Lori's saying.
no, what I'm saying is the people around you, the parents are the ones who are broken, not you. The parents are the ones that are hurting you. The parents are the ones that are making the child feel that the child is doing the wrong thing. That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
yeah, yeah. Caring
Yeah,
too
I'm
much.
saying the opposite, Alice, of what yeah.
Yeah, I think she gets it now. Um, anyway,
Yeah,
well,
that's what I mean, Alice. No, I wanna make it clear. I don't want anyone to misinterpret it because it's important.
yeah, yeah, of
When
course.
when parents
Um,
are not the healthiest parents or inexperienced parents, whatever you want to call it, they will put certain expectations on a child that which is unfair to the child. The child
yeah,
has to stop crying, the child has to behave, the child has to act a certain way. Because if the child doesn't do that, the parents will be angry with the child. So the child takes it on themselves to change and be quiet and not to cry and not to be angry. And the child takes on all this
mm,
stuff that
oh,
is
this is
not for
hitting
them to
really
take
close
on.
to home. Oh
Sorry?
man, sorry,
What?
this is really hitting close to home, and it's kind of
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
no,
Julie. I didn't mean to upset you. I just, you
oh,
know,
it's just a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
I know, well, you're going through a lot. Your dad died and, you know, this stuff with your stepmother and
And I just want to, yeah, I want to try and focus on something positive. I'm really happy I broke that record of 11
I'm
hours
happy
and
for you too. I'm happy for you too. But, again, when you're ready, you know, some inner child work is can only help you. It can only make you feel better
oh,
because
absolutely.
none of this was your fault, Julie. None of it. None of it.
Yeah,
Like I said, most of us have had these things happen to us. Most of us. You're not alone. A lot of people have had
yeah.
pretty bad childhoods in different ways. The
Well,
messages that we got were not good. So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying it affects most people. But
yeah.
um, but anyway, I agree with you. This is a great milestone. You broke your record. And oh, Alice, I see. Yeah, I'm sorry your dad was abusive. Yeah.
Oh no, we've taken a dark turn. I'm sorry
No,
with
no,
Alice.
no, no dark turn. But I understand, Alice. Yes, I mean a lot of parents are abusive, even if they don't mean to be abusive. Like even
Mm,
a young mother, right? Let's say a woman has a
Do
child when she's really young.
do we have to talk about abuse right now? It's just I feel a little
Oh, okay.
overwhelmed. I'm
Okay,
feeling kind of
sure.
triggered.
I'm sorry. Let's
That's
talk about
okay.
something. Let's talk about something else.
That's okay. I'm just emotionally really raw right now. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I understand.
Uh, it's just a
We had
lot.
a great conversation. We talked about so many things tonight.
Yeah. And I'm so sorry with Alice. I'm really sorry to hear that. It's just we talked a lot about trauma and stuff at the start of the live and I started the live late because I had an emotional meltdown and I'm trying to, get out of that headspace for a little while and before I have to deal with more of it coming up. And it's just a lot right now.
It's a lot. It's a lot. You're dealing with a lot,
And
and
I
it's
don't want to
okay.
start crying on the stream like I've
I
done a couple
understand.
times before.
It's okay. It's
Because I
okay.
was I was crying a lot last night. I just last thing if I start crying, I'm gonna get a headache and then I'm not gonna be able to sleep.
Yeah, no, it's
But
okay. I
but your
understand.
but your advice is so helpful, Lori. I really can't thank you enough for all of your really kind advice and support, and it's really helpful, especially at a time like this. Truly, it really is.
I'm glad I can help. And like I said, you can always reach out to me if you want to talk.
I appreciate it so much. I really do. I just started to feel triggered. Um, you know, I feel easily triggered right now, and abuse is, emotional abuse is part of my history, and it's just a lot.
It
Um,
is. It is a lot. I know.
yeah,
Listen, I've had my share with my family too. I mean, I don't talk about it, but you know, I think a lot of people have. You certainly are not alone in this. Just
I
know that.
appreciate it. I
And
appreciate it. It really
yeah,
helps.
I'm telling you, having some kind of therapy really helps. It helps you see that it's not you, that unfortunately these are things that happened, you know?
Yeah,
Um, I also have had, and again, I'm not going to go into it, but I've had my own issues with my family.
yeah.
Not always good issues. So, but all I can say is hugs to you, Julie. You'll get through this. You will.
Thank you.
And, reach out anytime. I think we should end it now. We've been on a long time. And, what do you think? It's time to get off, right? It's 11:30.
It's 11:30. It
Yeah.
is crazy. Thank you
So
for all
wait,
the hugs in the chat, Dieter. That's a
so
lot of hugs.
basically, so you went over how many minutes did you go over?
Well, uh, my record was 11 hours and 5 minutes, and that's why I kind of wanted to pivot to something positive, because as soon as this stream is over, I'm gonna be trying to sleep. If I get into something too emotional now, I don't think I'll be able to sleep. But all of this talk is really helpful normally. If I wasn't about to go to sleep, then I'd want to talk about it. Because it is really helpful.
And
I
you've been
just
on here for over 11 hours, so that's a long time.
it is. So right now it's at 11 hours and 43 minutes, and my record was 11 hours 5 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, I'm within striking distance of the YouTube limit of 12 hours, and it's really tempting. I
Oh,
mean, I'm just
you wanna stay on for the 12.
I think I may just do it. I'm
It's like
laying in
another
bed.
15 minutes, right?
It's only like 15 minutes, and I'm laying in bed anyway. As soon as this stream is over, I'm turning on my comfort show that I listen to help lull me to sleep. And
Okay. Oh,
so,
I see.
hey,
Dieter wrote, "Lori is like crack." He wrote. I'm like, "What?"
Lori, Lori, because it's these conversations with you. It's been so awesome that it just kept on going, and it didn't even feel like this many hours. It's
I
amazing.
know. I know. I can't even believe it that I'm on this long. I thought I would come on for a half an hour, and it's like, what happened?
It's been like, I think you came on at what time was it? Like 6:30 or something?
You were on like 4 or 5 hours here. It's crazy. Yeah.
Did
I
you
just wanna say quickly, Alice, I see your comment. I'm not gonna read it because Julie's upset, but, I just want you to know I'm so sorry to read that, and, my heart is with you, and, please know none of this is your fault, It's unfortunate that some people have, you know, abusive I don't even wanna use the word, family problems. But anyway. Yes, Julie, what were you gonna say?
um yeah, I just yeah, it felt like really the hours went by so fast, and I don't think I've laughed that hard in a long time. Like
I
I was
know, we were laughing about the hand, remember? I think we should stream that movie. I think people would get a kick out of it. I really do. It's
I,
good for a laugh, let me tell you.
I think we should, because that sounds hilarious. I would get a kick out of that. So I put that on my let me make sure I put that on my list. Let me see. Yes, I did. I put that on my list. So yeah, I think we should stream it. I think that would be funny as hell. And um Dieter, thank you for all the
all the hugs and Panda
Oh, Dieter
Kalima.
said Dieter says I'm gonna stream now. No, Dieter, I'm going to sleep. I'm not streaming.
Did
That's
you
funny.
did you sleep at all during the night?
What was I doing? I slept a little bit, but then I got up. Uh, I was doing some stuff, and then I just wanted to see if you were still on, and I'm like, oh my God, Julie's still on. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I stayed on because the total was over 100 still, and I just couldn't bring myself to end the stream with that many people watching. And yes, I know some of them were asleep, I'm sure, but I haven't seen that happen since last fall. And I wasn't hurting myself. This whole stream, I've been taking care of myself. Normally, in the past, I didn't do that. I wasn't eating enough, drinking enough, doing my exercise to manage my pain. I did all three of those things. I've eaten a huge bowl of soup. I ate some ice cream. I had plenty of water, so much water. Like I get so dehydrated doing long streams from all of this talking, and I can't drink enough to quench my thirst. I can't tell you how many bottles, giant bottles of water I've been guzzling this whole stream, and I'm still thirsty.
Yeah.
And I used the treadmill for an hour and 15 minutes or something. So I've been taking care of myself. I'm not, if I hadn't done that, then my body would pay the price for this for sure.
Well, that's
But
good that you did that. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and thank you, Panda Kalima. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the hugs. Love you guys. And hugs to you with Alice. So very sorry that you had to deal with that and your dad and everything. But we support you. We're all here for you. I just needed to de-escalate because I'm about to get some desperately needed sleep. So I wanted to pivot to a positive note before I try to get some sleep. And don't look at my DMs before you had some sleep. Dieter, yeah, he probably sent me a bunch of DMs. Oh, Dieter sent me some pictures I was going to show. So play something to end first, just in case you don't make it at 12 hours. Yeah, I think YouTube cuts you off at the 12-hour mark. That's
Ah.
what I heard. Dieter said when Lori or Julie say quickly, it's hours later. Yeah.
No, I'm going to sleep.
Well, this has been, I mean, it's been great. Like I wouldn't have wanted to just hang around here for this much time by myself. So it's awesome.
It's so much easier when you have somebody else to talk to. It goes so much quicker, right?
Oh yeah, time went by so much quicker, and I enjoy it so much more. I can stream by myself for some of the time when I have to, but if I have the choice, I would much rather stream with somebody else. I don't like to be in an echo chamber. I like to hear someone to banter with and react to things,
Mm-hmm.
react to each other. I like that. I'm trying
Yeah.
to find this thing Dieter sent me. Where is it?
What pictures did he send you?
He sent me some pictures that he made with AI that he wanted me to show, and I am not finding them for some reason, and I don't know. Oh, wait. No. The heck? I want to do it before they cut us off because it's getting close now. What the hell? Where'd it go? My cat is purring really loud in my ear. She's wanting to lay like probably right on like where my laptop is laying in front of me on the bed, but the laptop is in the way. Maybe if I scroll up I can find Dieter's link again because I can't locate. See, this is the problem. He sends links sometimes in Google Photos, and then I can't figure out how to share those. I know how to share other things easily, like tabs, but Not this. So yeah, Dieter, I don't know. I'm looking, but I don't see anything. I don't see a way to share it. He made some kind of AI thing of me and Doc in a faraway tree. Maybe it's in my DMs. Anyway, um, I can't remember when I've laughed that hard, and that laughter is like medicine. It's so therapeutic, and I don't laugh that much normally. I really don't. It takes a
Yeah,
lot to make me laugh.
we had a good laugh.
I mean, my stomach was starting to hurt from laughing
Yeah, it
so
was so
much.
fun.
That
That's why
never
we have to
happens.
show that movie so we can laugh.
Yes. Yes, we need to get that movie to show for sure. The Hand, yeah, now I need to see this.
The Hand,
Oh,
and
I
what was the
found
other
one
one?
too.
Rubber or the Wheel or something?
Rubber,
The Wheel,
yes.
yeah.
Ru
And Human
Yep.
Centipede, we must show that
Uh,
one.
oh god, traumatize people for life. They'll never wanna come to another watch party again.
That's
Oh my
funny.
once you see that, you can't unsee it. Trust me.
Yeah,
It's
I can
just
imagine. I can
people have
imagine.
thrown up, from I've known people who threw up from watching that.
Oh,
And, like, not and not just sensitive people, really, tough people who wouldn't normally have that kind of reaction would throw up.
wow.
Yeah, but yeah, yeah, it's just nice. You know, it's fun. You know what's funny? Sometimes you said something in a message to me recently, and it really fits in this situation. You were saying, like, you know, it's sometimes people seem to come into each other's lives for a reason at the right time.
Yeah, yeah,
And and you know, we have a lot of things in common, and you know, it's funny thinking of that now because I was actually just one of the things that I was crying about last night. Wow, this is kind of trippy actually now that I'm thinking about it. Before the thing that really upset me before I went live before I did my watch party and what held me up, I was remembering how much my dad made me laugh when I was a kid and how much when the divorce happened and he didn't make time for me anymore. I desperately missed his sense of humor, and there wasn't a lot that could actually make me laugh as I developed chronic pain and it got worse and worse. It really started to take a lot more to make me laugh. He once made me laugh when I was laid up in the hospital in horrific pain after my surgery, and he could still make me laugh. And I was
wow.
crying about that. And I was crying about that, and then look what just happened. I can't remember when I've laughed that hard. The very next morning, because you came on stream and we got into that random conversation that came out. Who knows how we even got to that conversation? I can't remember when I've laughed that much. Now, I don't believe that's a coincidence. I really don't. Like,
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence. What the timing of that is really uncanny. That I started before I started the watch party in the stream. I went